We play to win.
Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in.
We play to win.
Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend.
We play to win.
And if you need the proof, then check stats. I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
I used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look, I used to have this dream.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 8 of the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the fall edition. My name is Blair, and we have 3 best of 3s lined up for you guys here today of some wonderful, exciting, and sometimes even crazy Asian Counter-Strike action. But before we jump into the fray, I do have, or rather not me, I didn't do anything. I'm useless after all. We do have PGL, who prepared a nice little recap video for all of you guys for who missed the action from yesterday, because trust me, there were some wild moments yesterday, so check it out.
Dat King again! 3 kills! Gets this wide swing, doesn't work out. Now Papachula with a second kill, third as well! How have you just let that happen, Tyloo?
Mayrose is going to end up with 2 kills, looking for the 3rd as well. Maybe this man will be the savior of the B site. He could just defuse this. Oh, dear Lord, please no. Please no! You can't lose a round like this, checkmate!
This is the quickest round I think we've seen played out all day. It just got shut down right off the bat.
Mayrose is about to come under pressure, but he thrives under it. 4 kill spray down. Best TK. You get 2 with the MP9. This is a disjointed push, to say the least. They need to clear this man at the back of the site. They've got a Molotov. They should just wait, but instead they peek into Olivia, and Olivia takes them with him. He may go down, but that doesn't matter.
Molotov should follow, and that should cause a few problems right now here for the CT side. They have to get off that. That's now down into the 10-second territory. They have to get on it shortly. That's the kit down. NCL goes down as well. Rolex, what a clutch. 1 versus 2, and he plays it to perfection.
What a shot from reality. Good night, Urcast. And he's
Oh my
What is
God.
that? Okay,
This guy's a
reality.
beast. PP Overdose stuck into the back lines. It's going to be a nice shot from PP Overdose. A second as well. Delivering. The T-side continue to come in. It's PP Overdose delivering 3 beautiful kills on the orb.
Well, that was exciting, but what was more exciting was watching it live, and that's what you guys missed if you did not tune in yesterday. But thankfully, you're here today, and joining me as usual, joining me without a fail, we have Mitch, who's made it today, and we of course have Tom and Dinko as well. Everyone looking fresh, everyone looking bright. Mitch, how are you doing?
I will say not as well rested as yesterday, but still, at least I've made it, and that's the important thing, blah.
Yeah, I like the entire theme you have going with your shirt as well. You know, completely melding like camo effect skin you have going there, Mitch. Tom, how about you? You're repping the clan, the Face Clan. Sorry, that came out really wrong.
Yes, I am repping FaZe. Thank you for that one, Blair. Dear Lord, it's early in the morning. Yeah, I think you should just move on to the next person, if I'm honest. After that, I don't really know how to follow that. I can't.
3 minutes in, and it is a train wreck already, boys. Right, let's get this.
So,
back
what's
on
our
track.
versus after?
How are you doing, Dinko?
I'm doing good, Blair. I am just repping myself. I think this is some sort of yellow shirt, and yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into today.
I can get away with saying that because I'm me.
Okay.
I'm not from western part of the world, so yeah.
Oh, you've chosen the bald guy as well. That's brilliant. Oh wow!
All right.
All right, before we go full American History X over here, let's jump into yesterday's results. You guys saw the highlights, so we have the results. And Dinko, help me out here. I need to catch my breath.
So, opening game, Tyloo versus Bren. Not exactly the best game of Counter-Strike, especially if you're a Bren fan. Tyloo destroying them on nuke, showing that their map pulls a little bit deeper than we expected. We didn't really get to see if they fixed the problems on the T side because they did need to play one. Dominant first half. Second map, I think that scoreline's a little misleading. I don't think it was this close. 16-12. I mean, Tyloo coming in. Probably should have closed that a little bit sooner. Beyond getting upset by Checkmate. This is disappointing from Beyond. 16-6 opening game. You think, okay, this is exactly how this should have gone. Then they get absolutely wrecked on Train, 16-7, and over on Inferno. It was just a scrappy game of Counter-Strike from Beyond. And honestly, this team, they need to win the rest of their games here. I feel like a win over Avicii is very important for Beyond moving forward, especially with Tiger taking the win against Sigma. They've started to wake up towards the end of that series. The first map was one of the worst games of Counter-Strike I've seen in a very long time. Just so many mistakes coming in from both teams. It was very frustrating to see Tiger kind of drop to that level. But they show up in the second map, and it was a performance that didn't really require the carry of Aircast. It was actually the rest of the team stepping up, which is usually something we say is a bit of a weakness for Tiger. So if they can turn that into a consistent factor, well, Tiger may be able to do something in this RMR.
Yeah, maybe. Right now, Tiger is still third place. They're looking pretty good. We do have, if you just look at the bottom of the table, we have Beyond, Sigma, After, and Huatzai, who have been struggling quite a bit. Let's take a look at today's schedule, though. We have some interesting battles here. We have some domestic matchups, some domestic rivalries. It's going to be in the form of Beyond and Sigma. That's coming up later on. At the end of the day, it's going to be Tiger versus Invictus. That's going to be an exciting matchup. It's a battle of third place team versus a fourth. And right now, Tiger are in third place despite kind of a slow start to the tournament. But coming up right now, immediately, it's going to be the battle of the bottom two. It's going to be After Gaming facing off against Huatzai, Mitch. And After Gaming, they do have one win to their name. It was against Sigma in a very, very close matchup they had earlier in the tournament. And Huatzai, is today going to be the day that they're going to get a win? That's the question here. And you can probably talk about that as we have the map view coming out for us here.
I mean, yeah, this is going to be a fun game. These are the two teams that I've enjoyed watching the least out of anybody. They play really, really sloppy Counter-Strike. I feel like the fact that we've Mirage coming out first almost dooms us to a chaotic series. Dust 2 afterwards is the decider, and Inferno in the middle. Honestly, when it comes down to these two teams, you can always do the typical, oh, well, this map, that map, but they both suck on Dust 2. They're equally as good or bad on Mirage. And then when it comes to an Inferno, I think probably Huatzai with an advantage, but After have picked it, so I don't really know who to side with in that one. I don't know how this. I don't think we can come into a veto and really say this favors this team because they're both just so wild.
All right, we have to really jump into the game. It looks like everyone's ready and raring to go. Who would have thought of it? Counter-Strike starting even before time. So we're going to be giving a quick predictions here. Dinko, what do you got? It's a hard one.
I'm predicting a very rough game of Counter-Strike, but I'm going to go in favor of After. I don't think I believe in Huatzai enough.
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna go to Singapore boys. I think Huata's gonna get the first win here.
Same.
But Tom, Mitch, you guys can take it through. You guys can talk about what you guys have in mind. I'm sure you guys are gonna enjoy this game, and that's it from me and Dinko for now. We'll be back in a bit. Have fun with this one.
This is going to be fun, isn't it, Mitch? Honestly, I could watch After win 17 games in a row, and I would still predict their opponent to win after what we saw in the first couple of days. I could never, ever predict this team to win. So Dinko, I don't know if that makes you a better or worse man than I am. Probably worse, and that's saying something. But yeah, we're going to be getting into this one. As you sort of set up, I don't think this is going to be a particularly good game of Counter-Strike. I'm hoping from Hotside's side, we at least get Ronan playing. Like, he might not be the smartest player in the world, but in terms of individual skill, he is definitely up there. On the other side of things, I honestly find it hard to know where to go. I guess Bingo. Bingo's probably the player I look to have a decent match. Maybe Oi, just because of what we've seen from in the past. And obviously Big Wang himself can put up the numbers, but I think that's what it comes down to. I don't think we really need to talk about strategy. I don't think we need to talk about like mentality or anything like that. I think this game is going to come down purely to individual skill and momentum.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, with these two teams, you'd expect nothing less. I mean, we are at the bottom of the barrel here, and I think if Watsai win, it just dooms both of the teams. If After win, maybe. You know, if we take aside our opinions of the team, statistically, they have a chance of making it through the playoffs. Whereas I think Watsai are at the stage where they physically do not. And so, for me, After the team that need to win this one, Watsai's tournament run is pretty much doomed as it is. But with the kind of maps that we've coming in, you got a Mirage, you got a Dust 2, yeah, it has to be very individually based. And with these teams, regardless of what map it is, I would still say the same thing. The only way that it could have really went that I would have felt any favor would have been maybe like a train coming out for Watsai. I think they would have stood a better chance then up against After, considering the results they've got versus Checkmate and Divine Vendetta on that map. Obviously, they lost to Bren as well, though. So, yeah, it's hard to predict a whole lot for these guys because the inconsistencies have been there. In all fairness, though, so Watsai rely on Ronan Baby to come through and have a huge performance, at least in some of the games that we've seen from them. And as we said, you know, day one, I think it was, he got 38 kills and they still lost. But After, they've got so much to work with. I mean, this is a team that I really want to see succeed. But as you said, Tom, the first day was just, the first few days were horrendous from them. And so it's hard to really have any faith in them, even with the star-studded lineup for the region that they have.
Well, we're going into the pistol, and no surprise, it's just going to be a fast play towards the A site. Sakai has managed to get the opening pick at least, and Spiel's going to attempt to try and take control in towards the window. He's got to be careful. They're going to end up getting Wang, even though it was more of a surprise push, and Bingo's decided not to try and make the jump further forward. Sakai, he was the man to kick it off. Smoke actually going to be utilized just to get them into the site, I guess. Don't really know too much of what that did, but hey, you know, well, I was going to say it worked. They got them 2 kills, then they got traded out. Bingo eventually comes from behind, and now it's left all onto Ronan, baby, as he's got to try and clutch this one out. Do they have a kit? No. Ah, okay. Well, they ran out of time.
Bingo even had a kit, but I think he picked it up on his way out.
He picked it up, yeah.
So that's
I think Wang must have had it in the window.
I'm not sure, but either way, we've ended up in the position now where Huatsai have managed to find that round despite losing the opening pick and a flurry of frags coming through on the retake. That's disappointing. It was Sakai that had it out on site, so losing that, there's a little bit of a reroute to go over and get it, and they just didn't have the time. That's quite depressing. For After, it felt like that was within their clutches for sure. They've come in with full deagles. They're going to look to shut down this pretty strong buy. I like Quatsai's investment into AKs, but they've lost a player straight away.
The power of the Deeg.
Oh my
dear.
God.
Oh dear. This has been 25 seconds. They've almost lost their whole team. What? That round lasted 30 seconds. That's longer than Dinko. Shorter than Dinko. Who knows? Either way. 1-1.
I'll tell you, there were There were a lot more explosions in that one. But it was a heavy burst of energy, you know, lots of pounding with Deagle bullets just coming through. They were just absolutely shredding their opponents, and I love that, you know. Here
in talking about the game. Oh, sorry.
Oh, the Deagle bullets just pounding against their opponents. That's what I'm talking about. What? You're such a dirty mind, Tom. Jeez. But when you look at that position, that's terrible for Huatsai. You know, they came in 3 AKs. Oh, one more Oi. Just stand there. Just tank those shots. I like it. Wang missing the taps, but he gets him. Through the smoke? Excuse me? I was not through the smoke. Oh, come on, Counter-Strike. One particle of smoke had float up. That counts. But it looks like the Deagles are able to do some damage in the late round. I think they've just lost a little bit too much for this to really work. And you can see the SMGs cleaning it up to leave Neff in a 1v3. He has got control of the site. The problem is, no bomb. He's left that towards top mid. And so that is going to be a very easy round for after in the post play. But those 2 kills that came through might make a little bit of difference. They're certainly going to weaken that CT economy. Problem is, Watsai obviously force bought into that, so they won't get a chance to really punish them here. At least they shouldn't.
I'll be honest, I don't think we needed to see this in slow-mo. Like, wasn't that impressive? Quite a few shots missed. But, you know, PGL giveth and PGL taketh awayeth. There we go. It's going to be a fast play, well, ish, into the B site. Oi has spotted everybody. Just going to expend his Molotov, of course, in this round. They shouldn't really be taking any casualties. And with Marek holding on to short, looks like that's going to be the case. Well, a bit of an awkward fight, but they're getting away with it. And okay, we got there in the end. We got there in the end. A flawless round. After Gaming are going to be making some extra cash. Money's looking good on their side. If they need a rebuy, they'll be absolutely fine. And for the T side, obviously after losing that second round, they're going to come in here with a bit of a weaker purchase than we'd like to see.
Were you also hearing music there, Tom? Was
yeah,
that just
I thought I'd left a tab open on another stream or something. I was like, what?
I genuinely just went through all the tabs in Chrome like, what the? I'm loving it. Hey,
yeah, I like this.
This is a Mirage
because I mentioned yesterday that we need some music for when things aren't as awesome. This works. I feel a little bit more awake now.
This is a proper Mirage vibe as well, though. I'm seeing it. I'm feeling it. Tom,
I feel like this is something that will be played in like one of those Star Wars bars as well.
It's like in Disneyland when you go to the kind of Moroccan side of it.
Ooh. Oh, I'm enjoying. We need a Frank movie like this.
Oh, picks up. Hey.
Oh, Ronan gets a kill. Wang, he's gonna trade one back.
I hope the stream can hear this music and we don't just sound like it's like psychos for a second.
Now it's on to Neff.
A 1v1. He's creeping over. He's on his way. He's got some lobby music going. He feels like he's in an elevator. He's loving it. And he's trying to elevate this team to new heights. Going in for the plant over towards the B side, faking it out, trying to pull these players out into the open. But look at this. Sakai's actually got a good play. I like this. He's sneaking over towards the A side. He's thinking it's going to be a big fake, but he'll realize pretty soon that it's not. And that's going to cost him a lot of time on the rotate. I won't criticize it too heavily. I think that was a really nice attempt by him to make a big brain play and rotate over towards that A site, but unfortunately, it's not worked. And now the music off because it's serious time, Tom. It's time to really get this game a-rolling because Sakai's coming in for the retake and Neff, he's peeking out. He could just play time, but he really wants to go for this. Whoa, he's peeking with a molly out. What? Did Sakai just take a lot of damage? What? Did Sakai nade himself? What happened?
I don't know.
Why did he just go to 23 HP? Has the universe just... Has he been smitten by the gods? We need a replay of that. I don't know if we can, but what? I just saw him run down short, and all of a sudden he was 23 HP. What's he done? Did I hallucinate? Was he low the whole time? I'm pretty sure he wasn't. I'm so confused. I just saw Neff peek with a Molotov, and then Sakai lose a lot of health. It's like, this guy got laser vision or something.
All the T's are leaving.
What the hell is going on?
I imagine there's a few tech issues. Obviously, with using VPNs and stuff to make it a little bit easier to connect to a lot of the servers, we do sometimes have some issues. So hopefully they'll be back relatively soon. Yeah, I'm not sure, because I also thought I saw him take a lot of damage, but I don't really know how. That's an interesting prospect.
Yeah, if we
Not the
if we
best start to
can,
the game for Bulbasaur. 005. He's not quite made it to. He's not got his license to kill yet. I think that's the problem.
if we can get a replay, that would be ideal. Because I want to see what happened there. I've got the stream open, but obviously it's on delay, so I've got to figure out what went on. Ooh, those lights are bright. Yeah, that was very odd. So the start of this has been about as wild and wacky as we expected. I think it's fair to say. We've got a big swing back and forth with Deagles. Rounds being won out where I feel like generally you wouldn't imagine the team has all too much of a chance. At least in the previous unit started out with Watsai finding the opening duel, but I really felt like the short hold from Oi was enough to pull that right back into their favor. And yet Neff, he had it in the bag. He had it in the back pocket. Oh, here we go. Oh no, it was before this. It was when he's over on short. The stream is it's still a little bit behind. Because I'm pretty sure he was he was 76 HP and he had a frag grenade. That man has naded himself. He's actually naded himself. Oh my god.
For a lot as well. To do that much damage to yourself is actually quite difficult.
It landed on his feet like. I'm watching it back now. Yeah, he was 76 HP when he came up short and then he all of a sudden went to 23. So that man has landed a nade on his own feet. Again, Sakai. Player who, first couple days we highlighted has the worst decision making we've ever seen in Counter-Strike, and now he's naded himself in a 1v1. So it's still a lot to improve on there for him.
I'm sure he'll get there in the end. It might take about 700 years, but he'll get there.
Yeah, he threw the nade and it bounced off the sight back onto him. Oh my god, that's so stupid.
Next level plays. If you kill yourself, your opponent can't get the kill. He's nerfing their stats, although he did end up getting killed anyway. We're gonna see the B push once again. Molotov in towards the truck. It's Oi ready and waiting. Neff has already found the opener and he's just hiding within the smoke. They should know that he's here. That smoke didn't appear on its own, but luckily he doesn't hit any shots. So even though somehow they didn't check for him, they're gonna get away with it. And Ronan, that's madness. There's a reason that's called the murder hole, but Bingo, I guess, wasn't prepared for anybody to push through it. Sakai,
He's still got a nade, watch out.
yeah, he's got to be careful here.
It's dangerous. Don't mess with nades,
Maybe
kids.
they should just tell him to not buy utility.
Have you ever seen the show, I don't know why the grenade just made me think of this. Have you ever seen the show Would I Lie to You?
Yes.
Let me figure out what his name is. There's a guest on that, and it's like if it sounds fake, it's real. Like he was Bill Mortimer, I think his name is. Pretty sure. This guy does his own dentistry, but I remember one of the days he told this story of how up on top of I think his kitchen cupboard or something like that, there was a random like thing he didn't know what it was, and somehow he ended up calling the police. The police came and went, I think that's a grenade from World War II. So they had the police got their supervisor, who got their supervisor, who got their got a detective, and like 10 different policemen had to come along to check if this was a grenade, and it was a live grenade on top of his kitchen countertop from World War II. It was just sat there for some reason. That was quite interesting. Be careful.
With how clumsy I am, I'd probably knock it off, and I'd end up blowing up my kitchen.
You'd knock it off.
Yeah, knock off a grenade.
He'd do that too.
There we go. They've taken the B site again. I think they've found where they're going to be pressuring for the majority of this match, as that is now 3 round wins in a row on the B site. And to be fair, there hasn't been too much resistance as of yet. They did kind of forget to check where Oi was, but that hasn't been too much of a problem. And Huatsai looking good so far in this T side. And that's the thing. I genuinely... I think even individually, they look like the better squad. Like, sure, a lot of that comes off the back of, I think Ronin is one for the future. And I think this is a map that's definitely going to support his individual skill, allow him to be a little bit more crazy, go for picks and be aggressive. And that's the thing. It seems like the team are just aware of that. They're just going to allow him to go for these sort of plays. It seems like even with his initial peaks toward mid, they're now going to rotate him over and give him the chance to entry fire on this site as well. It does seem like they're trying to utilize the young star, which that's something I wanted to see on day one, was just get this man into the right positions. He's going to come out of Palace. Wang has already got the opening pick, though, and he's a little bit further behind. Ronan looks like he's just tempted to try and wide peek out of the Palace, but with the smokes down, he should be able to cover off the man planting the bomb. Neff has gone down, and so is Bulbasaur, straight through the smoke. Ronan now needing to have some pretty big impact, a big spam through. I don't think he's going to last much longer. Just 6 HP. Flash needs to hit some shots here. First goes his way, second as well, but his teammate's been lost in the trade. He needs to try and stop this bomb from being defused, and that's a lot easier said than done. Kai eventually will close him out. It's 4-4 after equalize. A good round from Wang and Sakai. The T's, they've got plenty of cash here, Mitch.
Plenty of dollar bills. It's been that back and forth game to start us off. I think this is very much what we expected. After got away with murder in that round, though. Like, first they get the kill on the ramp push through smoke by Wang. That's alright, but the one on the Bulbasaur, that was ridiculous. That was just a straight random spray by Bingo through the smoke. And those were the lifelines that they needed to get back into that one. I think actually if they had only gotten one through the smoke, they probably would have lost that round. And then didn't they lit another player, Ronan, down to like 6 HP or something as well. So it was a pretty good round for them without seeing anybody. Sometimes all the stars line up in your favor. And it appears this was one of them. We'll tag up through connector. As you can see Huatsai at the moment. They're playing a T-side I can't criticize too much, but I will look at Neff. He's pushed all the way up in apartments. Clearly thinks he's found a little bit of a weakness towards B. And he's causing a lot of noise, but I think the fact that he's gone forward and poked there and then fallen back gives away the fact that they're not looking to push into the B side. That fake of the flash going over is going to be sold for the next 5 seconds, and then after we're going to realize this is not a B take. Why would he push all the way up, go back, flash, and then disappear? And I'd be surprised if they don't rotate over towards that A site and leave a solo B player.
And for now, they're keeping it fairly standard already, though. Splash Kid just peeked wide into ramp. That is oh, sorry, Sakai. Never mind. Oh, cool. No, it makes perfect sense. Sakai. Peek from Bingo, also on his own. Can we get any more solo peeks? Yeah, we can. Wang's gonna do one. This is a good round. That's how you play Counter-Strike, guys. Just all peek, one by one. Wide peek as well. Make sure it's a wide peek. It has to be a wide peek, otherwise, you know, that would be silly. Don't shoulder peek the angle to check if someone's there. Just swing. Just swing.
I know what you're thinking. What if there's 4 people there? Kill them.
Headshot them all, even if you got up.
Yeah, absolutely. I know what you're thinking as well. Shouldn't you get your teammate to flash for you? No, because it might blind you. That lets them know you're gonna push. So don't ever use flashes. Just swing wide, headshot everybody, easy game. At least that's the methodology after going for. So I think first of all,
really.
First of all, that AWP is so visible. So the reaction time, or the read on the situation was terrible. I know we can see the team, but the reality was in the positions they were in, when I called that, Huatsai could so easily have been pushing B. They still had 3 players on mid. They'd full mid control. That could have been a push down short for a B take. But the second that you see that player in apps making noise, then you heard him run back, because you have a player on short who definitely heard that, and then a flash goes over. That's a fake. Now, they waited like 20 seconds and didn't even jump peek apps once. You've got flashes, flash it, jump peek. No one's there, rotate one over, you've got an A stack ready to go. So also communicate that to your A players so Sakai doesn't go, I'm gonna run up on top of stairs. Like, that was just stupid. That was a stupid round from after. They did everything wrong. And I guess that's what we've come to expect from this team.
Oh, they can always win one back with the Deagles. That's how this game works. Oh, he's actually in the corner. Marek might just do this all on his lonesome. And that... Oh, no. He's actually going to do it. He's just got 3 kills. Now, Oi, all he has to do is get 1. That's all he needs. And there he is. There's the 1. He's going to get the 2nd. Hey,
What's
don't worry,
going on?
Mitch. Everything's all right in the end.
This is just... I don't enjoy this. It's 5-5. I don't know who's
Hey, I want to see
favored.
this
I
from
don't care.
Marek's position, you know? There's the first. No
Oh, he
trade.
did, like, this is the thing. He hit some 6 shots, 100%.
Oh, there we go. I splash. It's the same thing as last round, though. It's like all the T's are now peaking one by one.
But not only that, Tom, you've just put your opponents down to a weak buy. Let's push B fast with an op. If I call that a match, I like being completely serious here. If I call that in matchmaking, or if I'm face it queuing, you know, I'm level 9. It's not the highest ever. I will get roasted when someone goes, but they're on Deagles and we have an op. Be like, yeah, rush B, just rush B. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're gonna get roasted. You're gonna call you a moron. So I don't know what the call was there or how it was listened to, but sure, look, these things happen.
Oh, Ronan's going to go down early into the round. He hasn't done much over the last few. He was 5-5. He's now 5-8. So, well, by that regard, he's pretty much done nothing. The T's, they've thrown down some utility as if they're going to push short. They've smoked off the window. They've smoked off connector. And they're going just straight through apps. I would like to see them put some pressure on short because the apps pushes so far have been a bit bad, is the way I'll put it. They've not worked too well. Always jump spotting again. Oh, he should have seen them by now, but okay, then never mind. He doesn't get hit anyway. A little bit of luck that goes a long way. Neff seems to be just trying to almost hold off rotations, but not really doing anything. He's just sat there. I felt like he's been way too slow. And there's 10 seconds. Like, this round's already over. There's no chance for him to really do anything. Unless, well, they might actually get the bomb down. There you go. Now just kill everyone else. There's the first kill. Now they should just be able to get onto the bomb and defuse this without him really doing anything. If he gets out this door, I'm going to be so annoyed. No, there we go. Sakai's holding it. It was just too late. Like, if he's going to make that sort of flank play, it needs to be sooner because his teammates basically needed to double entry that site completely clean to have any chance of winning the round. Also, I don't like if you're going to smoke window and deep connector, take short. Like, have the split available to you. Instead, they just go all the way back into the apartments. It's a bit of a weird round for them, I'll be honest. And the CT side are seemingly able to capitalize off of a lot of these positions. They don't even check. What? They don't check. So they didn't send anyone short, and then they just don't check it when they push. These guys play weird.
Mm-hmm. It is odd. I think just generally what we're seeing is very... It's very much what I'd expect in a way from these teams. Like, we are being quite critical of them. And I think comparing them to someone like Beyond, Tyloo, we expect them to have hard protocols for any situation. For after Huatsai, it is a situation where they're obviously not as well drilled, as well practiced when it comes down to their strategies. And so you will see things like in the middle of a round, you can get lost in terms of timing. A couple seconds here or there is what makes a difference between a good flank and a completely wasted one, like what we saw in the previous round. And it can be hard to really nail that. It takes time playing with your squad, understanding when you've pulled rotations. A nice shot by Bobasaur. Deagle's in play so far. That's been the winning formula. He's only taken half HP as he bails out. Like, he was just shot at, naded, And he's good to go. Still holding on to that palace control, leaving them open. Oh, God.
Ooh.
This is terrible. Two great shots by Huatsai. M4 retrieved. Sakai is so low, somehow gets away with two. Nice shot by Marek. Pulls it back into the realm of plausibility. It scares me. The position Neff's in, though. Oh, he's not going to push through the murder hole, and that's a good decision.
Oh, the flank coming in all the way around. The box at the back of the site currently being covered by a splash, and they do have a fair amount of utility. They're going to throw smoke onto the bomb. Now, they have a Molotov. There's only really one place where I'd throw a Molotov on this site, but by the looks of it, they're not going to use it at all, and Splashk is just going to try and hide in the smoke. It's ambitious. Oh, he's actually going to get the knife. I don't even know if they'd have time. He's just won the round. He's won the round off that knife kill. I can't believe that's just happened. Oh, my God. That's a big brain play from him, but I'm very surprised that they shot him, right? So that made a sound.
One of those things, Tom. It's one of those things. A wild round. And I've gotten away with murder. Deagle's coming in. All those entries they managed to find. This shot was great by Bobasaur. I don't know how he survived that either. Ronan with another in towards the window. Opened up the site completely. Yeah, Sakai got two, but he couldn't expect... I didn't even expect him to get two, to be honest. That was ridiculous. That was just straight up ridiculous.
Well, this is going to put the money back into a bit of an awkward position for After Gaming. Now, Oi has some spare cash. He could just buy a rifle here and have enough to buy into the next round anyway. At least bolster this a little bit. And considering what they've managed to do with just Eagles, I'm still not feeling too confident for Huatsai. Then again, I'm seriously hoping they don't just go for another B rush. It really, like, some of their B plays later into the round have been all right. It's just consistently them trying to just push directly through apartments. They're not using short at all, even though it's something that they can have for free, which, yeah, I don't agree with that. I think if you're given a lot of mid control, utilize it. Like, we've seen Ronan get into the window plenty of time. Hold the rotations from there if you want to. But realistically, if you're able to get short for free and then you push from the apartments and don't check short, you're a madman. No, that's pretty much that. Interestingly, though, Neff has managed to get into the sandwich. So he's in a pretty good position here. And we're going to spot them jump spotting. But realistically, they haven't seen anything yet. So there's so much control already gathered up. I think Wang might have just fallen into a position of saving this all. But he's just going to get wrecked. I feel like his reaction has been a little bit slow today. That's a couple of times now that someone's just managed to run around the corner and just dome him. And he hasn't even been able to react.
It's funny because we were just talking yesterday about Wang's ability when it comes down to playing with that big long gun. He's been able to hit some really flashy shots previously from what we've seen of him. And yeah, today has not been his day so far. Six to seven. It's one of these games that really, when you look at it, you're expecting all three maps purely because nobody's really favored. And I think what we were talking about in the pre-show pretty much has been summed up so far. Both of these teams are messy. They're on roughly the same level. And we've seen that. I think we've seen as many Deagle rounds won as we have rifle rounds. So that sums it up pretty much.
That's not really a statistic I want to hear, but I'm not going to disagree with it. This round looking a little bit more standard. Bomb down in spawn, so that will have to be retrieved. And you can see that Huatsai are just trying to play a bit more of a default. Then again, though, After have been the least proactive team I've ever watched. I don't think they've taken any control anywhere. They've never pushed ramp. I think the most we've seen is once they pushed Palace. We've not seen them move into apartments, and they definitely haven't challenged into mid. It's almost like a team that has just been told, like, you're playing B, you're playing A, you're playing middle. And that's the game. Like, that they haven't tried to do anything with aggression, which actually surprises me because of how common it is, especially on this map. Already, though, The AWP of Wang has spotted out one. He goes peeking into the angle. It's been the same result almost every time. The second he tries to peek that angle, he dies. So I feel like he needs to at least be set up with some utility. It's just dry peaks every single time. And
You are asking
it's
for
not working.
way too much there, Tom. Way too much. Let me go to HLTV real quick. Let me go to the live scoreboard. Let me go to advanced. Flash assists for the CT side. Take a guess, Tom. How many?
There are
1. T side. Guess how many?
2.
Yes, 2.
There
Very
we go.
good. 3 flash assists we've seen so far. And yeah, that pretty much sums up the game. Something that we were critical of many times previously for these teams is that I genuinely think the only T flash assist they have is rushing
Yeah,
out
just
ramp.
that one
Like,
over the
that is the
top.
only one. I'm not even joking. That is genuinely all they have. The only other flashes that they've thrown have been faking out B, which was just chucking a flash over and then going A. Of course, that worked for Bingo, but luckily there was a second player there to shut it down. Good protocols. Playing together, playing off each other, and well, running into a deagle, but again, Splashka's there to take the kill and finish it off. 9-6, well handled by Huatsai in that final round. I will say it was probably the cleanest one that we've seen, although they do tend to look a little bit better when you abandon strategy and go for the more direct plays, the rush out A ramp, or as we saw previously on Train from, I think it was after, rush out T main. Those are the rounds where they come out looking better because it's a strategy everyone can understand and it's very hard to deviate from. If you're told to rush out A ramp and you go slow out B, you're doing it wrong. So there's only really one thing you can do in that instance. And in terms of individuals, these guys are good. They are definitely good. They're better than me. That's for damn sure. But when it comes down to tactics and team play, that's where it really falls apart for us.
I'm curious if Blair's actually has his headphones on, but like after I want to know if After Gaming are an organization or if this is just some people playing together. Okay, Blair says he doesn't think they're an org. Well, that makes sense because otherwise I feel like this team would make some changes because I just don't like Oi's playing relatively well, but the rest of the team aren't, and I don't think he's meant to be the one like just mad fragging out of his mind. Now they're playing a retake B strategy. It's always going to be tough, and they haven't bought a kit. So I don't. If you ever play a retake strategy without a kit, I don't want to watch that because it's just not a smart way to play the game. It really does mean you have to be super fast with the retakes, and on this B site, that is a lot easier said than done. Now for the T's, they've invested a little bit into utility, so there is going to be a smoke available. I'll be interested to see where it's going to land. I imagine just onto the window, but they run before it. What was the point? Don't buy a smoke. Like you've run before the smoke goes up, and someone's died to the exact position you're smoking. That is somewhat pointless. I guess it buys them a little bit of time. Oh, he's gonna go running through. Well, they're so aggressive in this position. Spiel's just tried to kill his teammate, but don't worry, Ronan Baby has got this one sorted. That was a mess.
Spiels just turns around and tries to shoot Ronan. I love it. Tries being the keyword. He failed.
It's a good thing he wasn't good with his aim, otherwise he would have killed his teammate. It's like he didn't even shoot one bullet either.
Yeah, he started spraying. Well, I think that's because someone was probably shouting behind from Oi pushing him through it. So he was like, "Oh, he's behind me." I love that. But the reaction was so late as well. Like the guy was dead for like 3 seconds. Oh, it's beautiful. So yeah, look, anyways, they take the pistol.
Friendly fire.
We're looking at just Galil's AK. This economy system is so trash. Oh my god. It's like who designed this? And it's the thing, some of the decisions that are made, it just seems like people have no idea what their game is about in many games. And I think this economy, it was a good experiment. Let's move on very quickly. Let's get that.
I don't know. I feel like this economy was intentional and it was for casual players.
Yeah, well, 100%.
I want people to be able to
that.
buy all the time. Everybody should have a fair chance to buy guns.
Well, I think in a way there's no problem with gearing the game towards casual players. Give us a competitive rule set then. Get a separate. Is this man really using MP5? Is that happening? I never see this weapon used ever. And he's got the rat skin as well. Ugh.
Well, that's you can get that skin.
Oh, okay. His teammate was covering it. Okay, that's fine.
Oh,
Benefit of the silencer. Sakai
And now
didn't know
get
what
rid of
side he
it.
was being shot from. Genuinely, the only time I've ever seen that be a thing. He had no idea. He thought he was being shot from the left. Yeah, I didn't realize his teammate was covering that from that wide of an angle. That was a decent play. I like it.
Well, they've managed to get the advantage for now. Oi's found his way into the window, but I feel like it should be expected. B site, they've just gone running in. Ooh, okay, we got there in the end. Bingo manages to get the kill, but he's very low. Oi's in a good position. Nef's dead, eventually. But the trade will be coming in from Ronan. And now it's up to Ronan alongside Splashgate. This is a very common angle. I hope they check it, but I have a feeling they might not. The nade, I think he actually whiffed that nade and it almost kills him. And neither of them are checked. Superb. Bingo, he's going to spray them both down. They almost accidentally killed him. And that would have potentially won them the round.
That would have been beautiful. And poor Sakai in that position, pushing through the smoke, just being tagged up by that MP5 so much in the legs as well, so it took him ages to die. And in the spot now on 10-7, yeah, I've got to be a little bit disappointed. This goes in what? Yeah, to come into this and obviously have yourself a position where you win at the pistol and you just get wrecked round 2. It's what happens when you give a bomb plant away in the pistol, but it is always upsetting, and they've gone for a force buy, but this is the difference, right? You lose the pistol as the tease, but you get the bomb plant. You come in with better weapons than your opponents. You saw it in that round there, right? They have SMGs. Tees are like, yeah, Galils and AKs, no worries. We got proper rifles to play with. Then the CT side goes for a force buy afterwards, and what do they get? Pistols, deagles. That's it. A little bit of utility to back them up. That's just ridiculous. There was a time, Tom, where winning the pistol basically got you 3-0 as a start. I was alright with that. You got a force by round 2, advantage towards the team that won the pistol round, and then third round you were kerplunked, you were eco. But here we are. And as I was saying, there's no problem with gearing it towards casual players. In fact, it's necessary, right? We need to have a casual player base, 100%. But what we also need is something that's designed specifically for competitive.
All I want to see is that bonus you get for losing the pistol. I think that should only go to the CT side. I think that's all it would, because you have the bomb plant. I think if you remove that, I think the game's actually not that bad. It's just that second round bonus that just sucks. And I don't really know why it was added, to be honest. I don't
like
see a need for
resets.
it.
I really like resets. I feel like if you win a round, you lose your loss bonus. I think that was good because it punished you and it really caused consistency, and it made so. Here's the thing: I can see a potential argument from someone during the design process that said, "Well, listen, what's the most epic part of Counter-Strike? Well, it's when we get these buy rounds, right? They're epic. They're what people care about. So." Why don't we make more buy rounds, more hype, more epic moments? But the problem is you devalue them by having every single round being a buy round, or at least a lot of them. Whereas when you're reset, it means that you come into a round where you're like, if they lose this, they are screwed. So it really matters. Your edge of your seat. And if they do lose it, if they just find one round here and then they don't have a repeatable strategy, they deserve to lose. Like that. That's how Counter-Strike should work.
The biggest thing as well is like it's the same with like Deagle rounds now. Like because you get so much more loss bonus, a Deagle round comes up so often that it's not as impressive. Like whereas before, like you had teams like Envy who would take big risks going for those force buy rounds, and when they won it, it was incredible. That's why that happy Deagle play, granted, it's incredible in any situation, but that was so incredible then because of the risk that came with it.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's like you see Deagles every other round. It is very, very common.
It's made CIS Counter-Strike hell to watch.
That is true. Well, we are going to see a buy coming up for Whiteside. They are still in the lead, but that's not. Is that twice that's happened now, where they win the pistol and yeah, they have won the pistol in both halves and lost the second round in both halves. So if After Gaming lose this, they have been given the greatest start you can possibly get to both halves of this map. Which that would be atrocious, because that's so hard to come back from, because it just completely wrecks your economy. And not even just for like those 3 rounds. So we talk about those 3 rounds where you basically have the force buy, the full eco, and then the weak buy. But chances are that weak buy is still not good enough. So you can even go 5-0 or 5-1 down in a lot of these early stages. Now, they did manage to break back last time going into round number 5. So it was only 3 in a row. But at the same time, if you look now, After Gaming should have an opportunity to break them here, and it's still not great. You don't have the AWP in play just yet. Ronin's playing with absolutely no utility. In fact, he just went for head armor and a rifle. In fact, 3 of the members of the team have gone for head armor here. I personally, I don't agree with that. I'd like to see some utility brought in for the squad, but then again, they don't use it. So I guess that's the one thing. I always sort of joke around with the idea of, I never want to see someone die with a full belt of utility, because what's the point? You've just wasted money. So if they're not going to use it, I guess don't buy it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes sense, right? I used to play with someone that bought a decoy every round, and oftentimes didn't even throw it. It's like, why are you doing that? All those
be left with $50.
But that was genuinely the argument that they made. I was like, well, if you are left with $50 across 10 rounds, that's a nade and a flash, isn't it? They're smoking a flash even. You chuffed. Yeah, it's not the ideal start, especially when you lose the pistol round, or you win the pistol rounds, excuse me, and then you come through with such a weak performance to follow them up. I can excuse it certainly on this half, the previous not so much. Previous was Deagles that took them down, but then again, Deagles are taking them down constantly.
Yeah, the Deagles took them down in 30 seconds. That was a really bad second round, but yeah, this half I actually don't mind a lot of the stuff that they were doing, but yeah, it's sort of like, it's always going to suck facing off against an equal to better buy when you win the round, but that's just what the economy does at the moment. I guess it works for both sides, so take that as you will. Like, technically both teams are in the same boat.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be getting back into things here. So I imagine that was just a small tech issue that's been sorted. Maybe a ping spike, or somebody needing the bathroom. Maybe a pizza was delivered. Who knows? Who knows? It could be absolutely anything.
It's an odd theory, but yeah, maybe. Greasy hands on your mouse.
I know for a fact that there are players who have called a technical pause just to go get their food.
I mean, it is technical, right? It's a bio. Man's got to eat.
Yeah, maybe just do that not during the game. I'm not saying he did, but people who do.
I'm sure there are.
10. Ease have got mid control. This is something I mentioned in the first half, that we saw Hotside be basically given mid control for free and not utilize it at all. And smokes are going to fall. We have deep connector smokes. Now, this is something that really infuriated me when we saw Mirage played earlier in the tournament, was they didn't know how to throw this smoke. Well, both teams have utilized this smoke throughout the games. That is a positive, Mitch.
It is. Not patronizing at all. They know how to throw a smoke. Here's one by Spiels as well to block off so he can peek out to short, and he's managed to find one. Bulbasaur, oh no! Ooh. They found the kills but then traded back. Neff's got to have a big hold. He's got to pick up at least one here, but they both fall. Oh, what a disaster. As After Gaming come through with a massive play. Wang on 3 kills. Looking a lot better coming into this T side, that's for sure. And they tie it up 10-10. I've got to feel a bit deflated. You know, they've gotten a good start in both halves by winning the pistol. And now all of a sudden that lead is just completely gone.
Well, yeah, even just in that round, they had the man advantage, and I don't know if it was just that everybody lost their duels, but in a 3 versus 2, if you pick that one together, you should at least get 1 kill. And definitely not just lose both at once. So, yeah, good round from the T's to bring that one back. But realistically, you have to kind of have a look at the CT side and just say, well, what went wrong there? Well, should you have waited for some of the other players to rotate in? The answer being yes, of course. But here we go. We're gonna have the investment into some pistols. We got 4 deagles, Mitch. It's 4 deagles. So that, in your eyes, is a instant victory.
Meets the formula. I think in the previous round, the issue was that they had Neff out on the site, and he was kind of trapped, being pushed down from potentially apps and short. So the player in kitchen wanted to swing to help him, but as he swung out, there was a player already there, and Neff was on the other side of the site, so couldn't help him. So they basically, where they tried to take a 2v1 fight, they ended up in 2 1v1s that they both lost. So that's definitely screwed them over quite a bit. Haven't lost those duels. They basically lost this round because the Deagles, they haven't shown up. They haven't followed the magical formula of Asian Counter-Strike, because it's a 1 versus 4 now for Neff. If he could just find a rifle, that would be ideal.
Well, his teammate just died holding a gun, so he could just go back to the A site and there is a gun waiting for him. But I guess not. It looks like he's going to try and get an exit kill. They've got the money to buy into the next round anyway. Not sure this is the route I would take to try and get back, but he is just trying to take the fights at this point, and he's dead for sure. Sakai is going to hit the headshot. If he didn't, Wang was behind as well. Got to be careful of the Wang from behind. 11 to 10. Now we're going to see a complete change of setup. A double AWP brought in. I'm hoping this is something of somewhat of a play rather than just desperation, which is something that you do see quite often, especially within this tournament so far. I've mentioned it many a time, but Tiger, for example, love to try and bring in a double AWP setup, and it doesn't work for them at all. So
Well, Neff's been tagged up early on the B approach. They're just going to back off after. I like that approach. Over on the T side, like they're not going to overcommit. Knowing that they have already tagged that player up and that he's got an AWP, they don't want to hard fight that, and I respect the decision. They're holding in for any kind of mid control or A push that might come in. And you could see that, right? You push the player out of apartments. Now the A guys get a little bit curious. They start to push up and try to find some info themselves. Ronan, baby, he's spamming. I thought he was up on top of the wood. And so maybe he would go in for a bit of an aggressive play, but Bingo won't be finding any free opportunities just yet. By the looks of things, this is going to be a B take with a late flank coming in behind on A, but they've managed to shift over, taking underpass control, moving through T-spawn. Ronan, or Bingo, excuse me, still holding that angle for the entirety of this round. So we will see an A crunch coming through. And the CT's not in the best of positions to deal with this. So Ronan tries to reposition himself, pushing up on ramp, all the way up, in fact. I thought he was going to tuck in the corner, but he goes for the fights instead.
Splashgate is going to have a pretty big job, but Bulbasaur winning a battle in the connector actually makes things interesting. Splashgate's trying to do it all on his own. You've got to be really careful of spam through that smoke. Nice shot from Spiels. He's in fact going to get the second. That's ridiculous. Shouldn't have got away with that, and Wang can't do anything. It is going to be the scoreline equalized once again. Try and look for some extra utility, maybe some extra weaponry if they can. But the double AWP setup will be kept through. And yeah, some pretty decent kills coming in, both from Bulbasaur and from Spiels at the back of the site. Like I said, like Ronan going down was definitely an issue. But I can understand like why he did it. Like that was in a position where he's sort of stuck in no man's land. And I think this stems from the same problem that I mentioned, and it's something that's very surprising to me. Maybe because I have watched so much CIS Counter-Strike in my time, but they're not going for any information. Like that was the first push that we saw, was a slight peek in towards the ramp. In the pistol rounds, they're much more proactive, but it seems like when we get back to the rifles, they don't fight for too much. Bulbasaur now maybe trying to make a bit of a change with that, as they do go facing into middle. And actually, Neff now finding the opening pick. Now, this is where you don't need to peek anymore. He's still going to take that risk anyway and get away with it this time. But you've already got yourself those openers. Now fall back into the passive stance you had in the previous couple of rounds.
I want to see Whiteside do exactly that. And you can see it on your screens here. It's a nice passive stance indeed. possibly the only overextension being Neff so aggressively on short, but it's good information for the team to continue to have. He's not going to be smoked off either. They've gone for the connector play. They've gone... Oh, nice shot by Wang. They've smoked off Con, but it's top Con. And so both of these players can actually peek through. There's... Oh, Splash is missed. They know there's a player close because Wang spotted him. A 2v3. Watsai, you have really just thrown this one away. Ronan Baby at least able to find Wang caught off guard, but the swing there, 2v1 fight easily taken by Bingo and Marek. And now it's all down to Spiels. He's got a lot to do.
India out on onto the ramp. He's actually got a second one as well. Oh, it's going to peek into it. Marek takes the fight, and they're going to win the round. Or should I say, Huatsai are going to lose the round. I genuinely don't understand the decision-making of this team whatsoever. Like, sure, there were a couple of whiffs mixed into that, but in a round where you have no information, you don't push at all. In a round where you are in a 5 versus 3, you all play aggressively. Like, what?
So not only that, Tom, what happened was they took the pick onto Neff on short, and then Bulbasaur went into connector. Like, they had one player Con looking for the underpass play. So at that point, the clear decision, you've lost short control, they could come through mid, there's 35 seconds left, 40 maybe, pull back to sites, right? No. These guys push straight into connector with 2 and hold down those aggressive spots. It's just ludicrous.
The thing that's irritating is if they do that at the beginning of the round, I don't really have a problem with it. But it's just because they do it when they're already winning. That it just doesn't make sense. It seems like they have these strategies in their back pocket, but they use them once they're already like winning the round. Ronan with the Deeg always seems to cause problems, but his teammate in Neff has gone down in the connector. Push coming in from behind. Spiels gets away with it. The 2 tap to the leg, a kill. I'm not really sure how, but you know, that's Counter-Strike. Now the C's going to go running the gauntlet back towards the B side. There is going to be a man waiting, and it's Spiels with the rifle. It would be pretty much this game in a nutshell if they did manage to turn this one back around. Spiels would need to get a double kill, and it's just whether or not they're going to expect him. They do have a Molotov, but unfortunately it's on the player on the other side, so they're just going to have to hard check this angle. They don't check it at all. What? Well, he tries to check close and ends up just jumping to his doom. It's left onto Ronan. Now, he has the opportunity for a couple of 1v1s. Now, the first one's going to be just around this corner. He is going to shoulder peek it, but Wang isn't going to miss this time. He's been much better on the T side, which for an AWPer is fairly surprising. It's not something you see too often. Now, that round in isolation for Huatsai was just a few pistols. So the fact that it comes down to just 2 players for the T side really isn't too bad for them at all. But looking at the scoreline, they need to do more.
Yeah, most certainly. For after 13 to 11 is a fantastic scoreline. They've been given every opportunity into this game. Like, Huatsai are really showing why they're the bottom team. And it's amazing to me, Tom. It really is. Because remember, this is online Counter-Strike. You're a mix? Sure. You can still have a coach who's IGLing for you. There's no way to enforce it, right? They made the rules that coaches can talk during the RMR events, at least Road to Rio. And there's no way to enforce it across the board. So they could very easily have a coach sat there, IGLing for them, fixing up these little mistakes, and giving them that edge. And if they do, that's a disgrace. They need a different coach. Or they need to listen to him. I don't know. The position that they're in at the moment is like they've got decent players from what we've seen of Huatsai. Like, it's not like these guys miss every single shot. Okay, granted, the previous buy round they whiffed a lot, but that isn't happening every single time. It's just like, what? Some of the strategies are so odd. Now they're a man down. They're trying to make up for that 2 men down, in fact. And so Ronan goes pushing into ramp.
Ooh.
It was a risky play. He got drop shotted by Bingo. It's unfortunate. But good damage done to Bingo and Oi, at least. If Balbo finds this is doable. This is very, very winnable. If Spiels manages to hit a couple of these shots from connector and take down the... Oh, he took down Wang! Both players are now like 1 HP. This is so winnable for them, and it looks like Huatsai might just have gotten away with this round.
They probably shouldn't have done, but the T's have given them 1v1 duels. Bulbasaur doesn't miss a beat. Nice round from him. He's had a quieter performance, that's for sure. And the first time, maybe the last time we're seeing him with an AWP. They've definitely done a very good job of shutting down Ronan as well. There's been no shenanigans from him so far in this match. A few Deagle kills have been the main highlight of his game. They are going to bring it back when it matters. 13 to 12. Their buy comes out slightly weaker than their opponent. Still going to be an AWP in play for Wang. The jump up comes over to spot over the top of the smoke. Flashbang's being expended, and because of that, Splashgate is going to have to fall back, play slightly more passive. No, maybe not.
Come to my attention, Tom, that you don't know what game we're watching here. There is no such thing as a player having to do something. They'll do whatever the hell they want. And apparently what Watsai want is to throw this round away. Give the advantages over towards after. Aggressive peaks on mid, completely falling apart for them. As After Gaming have the map to play with. Two-man stack towards the B site. One smoke was thrown, 20 seconds ago? And that has caused a pretty much full rotate towards this B site. A complete abandonment of A. And as Ronan comes back up to check this, if he goes on top of stairs, he's dead. If he comes down below, he's dead. The smokes luckily will block him out from certain well, he thought about pushing through that. That would not be the right call.
Ooh! Okay. Let Bulbasaur have the AWP. Damn, the man's hitting shots at the moment. They're going to try and plant. Oh, the spray's coming through, but it's not done anywhere near as much damage as they might have hoped for. I'm going to desperately need to find a pick, and there's a potential for one here. Sakai's waiting on the angle. You'd expect him to win this duel, but he gets peeked wide, and Spiels is going to hit the shot. Somehow they're now in an advantageous position with Ronan now connecting onto another. It's left onto Wang. They know where he is. The AWP's holding the angle. The bomb's being defused. He hits the first. He's going to peek out. He's going to get it as well. It's an ace for Wang. The T-side AWP comes through again, and After Gaming are etching their way ever closer to a victory. They were in a 5-on-3. It then comes back to a 3-on-1, and the one wins.
A big Wang absolutely wrecking these guys. You love to see it. Look at these peaks. Swinging right into an AWP, no problem. He
What is Bulbasaur doing?
Holding it for the...
He unscoped.
Oh, did he?
He was moving. I'm sure he was moving.
I think he shot. I'm pretty sure he shot at him and it was moving afterwards because he switched to his knife. I'm almost certain. If he unscoped, then he threw that round completely. But I'm almost certain that he shot at him and was moving afterwards. Either way, Watsai just wrecked themselves. Another lifeline just choked away. They don't want it. And a 5v5 with pistols. Deagles to work with for Watsai. Now, I've seen this round before, Tom. Watsai win it. And actually, ooh, after thinking about going in towards the A site, not a bad call considering the buy they're up against. They've learned the lesson of what Watsai did, but unfortunately, running into Deagles is never going to be ideal. Connector control in favor of the CT side. They take down one, but they don't realize Ronan's still here. If they take Ronan, they're going to go A, surely. They've got the picks. They'll presume the other players are stacked up on the B side. That gives Splashka the opportunity to come through. You're never going to expect a third in connector, but Wang hits the shot after being tagged twice by the Deagle. That's what keeps them alive in this one. That's what gives them a chance, because now it's a 3v1. And Spiel's just going to look to save a rifle if he can.
Oh, it's looking like the beginning of the end. They will have enough to buy into the next round, so realistically, he can look for a gun, go hunting, try and do a bit of extra damage. Wang has been incredible in the second half, though. I think he was on, like, 7 kills in the first, and I believe he's now on, like, I want to say 26. Galil picked up. Probably not his end goal, if anything. He might be able to catch Bingo. Nice shot, at least. Although retrieving that weapon, he's got to make the jump, which he will. So that's at least an upgrade eventually. Again, making things costly, but for After, it doesn't really matter as long as they continue to win these rounds. He is on 26 kills. That is a fantastic turnaround from what was a poor first half for sure, losing a lot of duels and now winning them some crucial rounds. 15 to 12. Watsai, they need to aim for overtime. Of course, this is their map choice, right? I want to say.
Yeah, it's Watsai's map choice. Next to is Inferno. Choice of after. And Tom, just to return to our point from previous... Oh, well, hold on. The push is coming in. Let's give after some respect on this B. A take. They've team killed. Marek's taking down Sakai with a nade. Sakai's not been having a good day with team nades. Not at all. He naded himself. He's being naded by a teammate. That's how things go. The fast B push not working at all. 15 to 13. 2 rounds away now. Whiteside looking for overtime. And Tom, since we last spoke about flashes, there has been a total of... Are you ready for this? You ready? 2 extra flash assists. Wow, that's over maybe like 15 rounds. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, there's now Bulbasaur, who has been opping at a lot of the time, has got 2 flash assists. That's the only one for Watsai. And Bingo has got 3 flash assists. And those are the only ones for
Bingo.
after. So yeah, it's abysmal when it comes to... I mean, that is something you can judge teams on straight away. And that they are not playing supportive at all. And I guarantee you, most of those flash assists, even though there's only been 5 in this game, are from rushing A and flashing over and getting the opening kill. That's it. But through the smoke, it seems like apparently we're going to get much more to
you
work
got 1
with.
HP. Stop peeking. Madman. Why? Why? This man is an idiot. It's a 5v1. Like, why are you doing that? You're just handing away kills. Hello.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a very odd decision to just continue to swing on through. Sometimes it happens, but hey,
Wait,
Tom,
at least
you
with
know
this
what?
hand.
Got a little bit of music, and that makes it all okay. This is what settles me down whenever these rounds happen. Whenever the weird things come on in, you just get a little bit of that beautiful music, and everything's okay. Feel like I'm sipping a cocktail in a fancy hotel lobby, and then I open my eyes, and I'm disappointed.
Well, I'm hoping you don't say stuff like that to your girlfriend, because that was kind of rude. I'm having a wonderful dream. I wake up and I'm disappointed.
And I see you. No. Well, I do, but, you know, that's not the point.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, a bit more of a passive round. Neff looks to try and peek into the window, but the rotation needs to come into this A site. It is going to be a push in that direction. You can see Bulbasaur is going to try and hold into the connector. Ronan in a fairly aggressive position. They should check for this. It's somewhere from Palace that you can normally spot. At least a pixel, especially now that he's wiggled his way out. He has to go for the fight. It's awkward, but he's going to win it. And there isn't an option for a trade as Splashgate's been able to hold the line eventually. Or he's just going to run in through and Splashgate goes out. He had the back of the site for himself and they're all just peeking one by one. There's only 25 seconds left on the clock. They look like they had this round dead to rights. Instead, after a bounce back, Spiels goes down. It's left all onto Neff. He needs this headshot and he's not going to find it. Watsai, they continue as they mean to go on by losing a round that they never should.
Pretty much, yeah. I'd love... So we can't get the exact statistics, unfortunately. We see 1vx's normally, but I'd love to see the stats on how many advantages were thrown away there by Watsai, because it would be phenomenal. We finished that game with what I believe was a total of 7 flash assists. It's actually gotten much better towards the end. Well done. But unfortunately, it is still a messy game of Counter-Strike, and luckily, it's not my job to analyze it all, because that was mad. We've got the beautiful Blair and the wonderful Dinko, hopefully refreshed, energetic, and ready to go after his morning ritual should now be complete. I think it's about the right time. How are you boys feeling about that one?
that was a brilliant face from Dinko. I feel like that kind of encapsulates my feelings as I roll up watching that game, because I have to.
Really?
I really want to know, like, if any of the guys are jobless enough watching the stream right now, and they're probably, you know, just able to go back in the VOD and figure out how many Deagles won the round. I've lost track. I've completely lost track. That was one of the most ludicrous games of Counter-Strike where I think Tom, you said it best. Like it's trying to both the teams trying to find out who plays a worse Mirage.
Yeah, this game was infuriating. Like even just the small nuances of like running in with 1 HP, like it just so many things that don't make sense. Individual peaks, like not working as a team whatsoever, and even just losing unlosable rounds. Even that last round there, like they get both opening picks. Fair enough, Ronan eventually gets traded. He's in an awkward spot. I get that.
Splash.
But Splash Kid just runs out. He just runs into the open with an AWP. It's just like, why are you doing that? Like, you have a 4v3. They haven't got the bomb down. They got 25 seconds left. This is an easy round for you to win. And instead, they just play stupid Counter-Strike. And honestly, like, with winning both pistols, sure, they lost both follow-up rounds, but they were in a position where they should have been able to win this game comfortably, and instead they just throw it away themselves.
And obviously, I mean, when it comes to this game, just in general, Dinko loves Wang, but was he the player that really stood out the most to you, Dinko, across this game? Because I feel like he had a lot of impact.
He always does, Mitch. He's always doing a good job. And over for after, I think the player that had the most impact on my brain was probably Sakai, right? He just should never use utility, should never be involved in any situation that involves utility, because this is a mess. And I feel like overall in this game, when you take a look at how this played out, it was like these two teams are just not used to winning. And it's true, right? Because they just don't know what to do when they're ahead. Flat side, they get themselves 2 huge opening kills in a round, and they still lose it. I really don't know what is going on in these teams' heads. You know, this is so fundamentally incorrect in how they approach the game. You get 2 kills, you open up the round, just sit back, don't give away too many mistakes. There's no need to reface. There's just so many problems, and honestly, after just made slightly less mistakes, and Hwatsai just come out on the other side. And I feel like after moving forward, going into the second map, it's not enough of a convincing performance on map number 1 to make me feel confident in the 2-0. But I've never really been a fan of Hwatsai. I think they've got a lot of individual skill, but there's nothing really beyond that, right? There's absolutely nothing beyond that. They have no system. They really don't know how to play fundamentally sound Counter-Strike at the moment. And obviously, hopefully with time, they can get that sorted out. But yeah, right now, I definitely still favor after going into the series, but I really think it's going to be another scrappy affair throughout these next few maps.
You know, I've just noticed that After Gaming's logo, I actually hadn't noticed it before, and I feel like it's actually perfect. Just click on it on HLTV so I can see it fully. Yeah, that is perfect, because it's a knight, right, with wings, and that encapsulates what After are. They're a team that, when I look at that lineup, they've got the wings, the ability to soar high and fly up above some of the other teams in this region. But that big suit of armor is dragging them down. It's keeping them on the floor. Now, I'm not calling Sakai a suit of armor here, although, you know, he's certainly a few pieces. But there's certainly a lot of things on this lineup that are dragging them down, that are keeping them grounded and not able to soar to new heights. I think they need to put the work into fixing that.
Well, one thing who didn't drag them down was Mr. Wang, who I believe is going to be the MVP of that map. What a showing from him as well. And I feel like for Wang, look, taking nothing away, the guy knows how to wield that AWP, right? He knows how to wield a big green gun. And again, and that's a problem though. Like the fact that no one's able to counter him on the side of one side, because again, he works well individually, not maybe as a part of the pack, but kind of like leave him alone, let him do his thing. But against a half decent team, I'm thinking Invictus, Vici, maybe even Tiger. I'm not even bringing in Tai Lu into the equation. He's going to get neutered, and that was something that Hwatsai were completely unable to do. But you know what? We don't know how it's going to play out. That map was 50-50 till the very last round. So heading into map number 2, Inferno, the map pick from After Gaming, we're going to be seeing Ken Hwatsai finally, maybe, potentially take a map and take it to map number 3 to get the final win or first win on board, or will After Gaming just put them down 2-0. We're going to be finding that out after a very quick break.
Oh, well, Tom, here we are going into map number 2 after gaming versus Huatsai, and it's been one hell of a start for things. You know, I love the point just to build on that Blab made before we came in here, and he was talking about Wang up against some of the higher level teams, and I definitely agreed that he might not perform as well, right? He might be punished when he comes up against the Vici, the Tylus, and maybe just needs that coach to really just take Wang in his hands and really just work him hard, you know, get the most out of him and mold him into a more disciplined opera to teach him protocols to just play tighter Counter-Strike. That would be a real step forward for them. But as we come into this 3v4 in the pistol round, after our looking to go right on through, penetrate that B defense, and get up in Huatsai's face. And it looks like they've managed to do that, but the man disadvantage desperately needs to be pulled back.
Well, they're hoping that we will just see the CTs peek in one by one, and there's a first. The second coming through, but it's a couple of missed shots. Oh, this is getting awkward, and the flank is too far behind. Oi is buying time, though. He might have just done enough for Bingo to get in as well. And now it's left all onto SplashK. They were in such a good position in this round. He still has a kit. He's looking to try and kill off Bingo. Doesn't actually know that he's already crossed. And after gaming, are going to bring that one back. Great round from Oi to be able to stay alive that long at the back of the site. But I feel like you still need to almost frown upon the CT side, that there were 3 players trying to kill one man and they can't do anything.
That's a disappointing round considering the start, but I mean, losing 3v5s is pretty much the mantra of the Huatsai force. I mean, they're like Tiger, but a little bit less of an intimidating cat, as they've been underwhelming. But yeah, I think like when I come down to talking about that coach to really just take Wang and run with it, I think that they could use someone that has extensive knowledge of the game and obviously watches a lot of professional Counter-Strike. I think someone like Dinko could be really good for that. Just to really get in there. I feel like he would get the most out of Wang.
Potentially. He does have warm hands. Either way. We are going to have Sakai. Oh, he gets there in the end. Neff does take one of his teammates, and Ronan's caught another. They're making this one costly at least. And, oh, is he going to get Wang as well? He's jumped over the top. It's the Glock facing off against the Deeg, and Wang will just about come out on top. Still, though, a good opportunity for SplashK to bring this one back. He's got his Deagle full HP, and with Wang only on 2, it could be short-lived.
SplashK is on his way through. Oh, he's going to swing into the low HP Wang. And although he gets Wang, he doesn't manage for Sakai. Yeah, I think that's something we could look into, Tom. Yeah, we could try to help him out a little bit, see if we can put Dinko in contact with Wang. Yeah, never mind, he might already be in contact with him. I feel like he's almost working with Wang on a daily basis at this point, so might not be necessary. We might see some big improvements soon.
Oh, a 5-man nade purchase. Going to be the nuke thrown down, banana and into mid. It really hasn't done that much damage, but Spiels does manage to get away with a kill. Trade from Marek is fairly risky, but he does get away with it and leaves them a Mac 10 as a gift. Still going to be a couple of players around this angle they have to be careful of. One of them being Neff, who they have walked past. They walked straight past him. Straight past him. Still no communication there, because they definitely spotted him by that point. They 100% had seen him because they shot at him, and they still didn't tell Bingo. So Bingo's been killed. This round is becoming more costly just by sheer communication problems for after gaming. Beals and SplashK are going to try and do some more damage, and with Marek already low, there's some potential here.
Oh, SplashK, really nice stuff. And Spiels in a 1v2 with no bomb planted. He can definitely go for this. He has the info on where both players are as well. And while Wang might be standing tall, a hard member to take down in the position that he's in, I think that might be enough to scare Spiels away. He was in a rough position there. He started to really just get pounded by Wang as that swing came through. But Sakai was the one to take the kill to finish it off.
Well, they do eventually convert the rounds, but it's not gone particularly well. Bulbasaur actually sticking with the MP5. I honestly think it might be the worst SMG that we currently have in the game.
Yeah.
I don't rate it at all.
I mean, there was a point made a while back that it's basically the MP7, but it's nostalgic. It's worse. Like, it is statistically worse. It's just nostalgic.
Okay. Wow. Clearly we're wrong. Instant headshot through smoke. Why not? There are always players that like to play a niche. Like, you see Chris J regularly play an MP7, which it's an alright gun. But I feel like if you're on the T side, Mac 10 is cheaper and seems to do the same job. And well, MP9 over on the CT side, again, cheaper and probably better, if anything. Chris manages to make it work.
Yeah.
There are 3 players here for the CT side already. Neff is up above, watching down. This is normally good for at least a kill, and he will just fall off the second it's found.
You can see after slow approach to this round, right? They're really just trying to work it out and find the numbers of what side, figure out exactly what they're doing, but it looks like nobody's going to be shouting bingo this time. Because they haven't found all the numbers, unfortunately. They haven't got 5 in a row, or at least they're going to have to find them now, because currently they're staring at a blank card. And at this point, I think always best chance is just to save this AK, which is quite deflating, because they're not going to have much cash for the next round. Not going to have any. And this will cripple him then for their next buy round. Unless he manages to maybe save the 8k, or unless they go for a force buy. Oh, if he gets away with saving it, he's been spotted now. Even though he finds that kill, the CTs are going to flock towards him, because they want to drop him after time. He has to win every duel, and he's tucked away. He should be okay. Oh, I thought he was going to peek.
Well, the CT side, they convert the first buy round. And we have to say that so far, in terms of the recent results on this map, it's been one of the better looking ones for Huatsai, beating D13, checkmate, losing in close fashion to checkmate again, and then to Sigma. So the game we saw versus Vici, not a bad one, and they went close versus Invictus. So they definitely can play this map. The problem being is after have picked into it. Now, we haven't really seen them play it. In fact, I believe the time they did, they lost. So I'm not really sure what the decision making was there. I'm guessing it's a map that they've been working on. They lost to Tiger earlier in the tournament, and was it early in the tournament? No, I don't think it was. But either way, it was a fairly convincing win for Tiger, so I'm not really expecting much from them here. But I'm interested to see why this is the map that they went for. Maybe because Mirage was taken away from them and they didn't know what else to choose, but it seems like in that choice they've picked into a map that Huatsai very much like to play.
That's what I was saying in the pre-show, right? I was confused that after chose this, I would have imagined it was favored to Huatsai, but the fact that they chose it makes me believe they've got something up their sleeve. For now, they've not got anything up their sleeve. At least not in the previous round. Getting shut down. They're going to be leaving Marek down to a Mac 10. Everybody else buying up, and Wang, oh, he's pulled out that big two-handed weapon. He is going to need everything to hold on to that, because it hits hard. And Wang's going to be looking to take down some enemies with it. The op in play. As Wang looks on to top middle, but nobody for him to spray on into. So
you don't spray with an AWP.
Well, I didn't say it was with the op. Could have taken his Glock out. You never know.
You don't really spray with the Glock either.
Triple burst, that's technically a spray.
I feel like I clutched at straws a little bit there.
You know, maybe I'm not grabbing onto it properly, but it takes a while. You know, you got to get used to it. A whole new world. So we look at Wang moving in towards top mid and taking the A site. At least that's what he wants to do. He spotted out these... He was spotted out for a second, but there's smokes down, so moves back to Banana. Looks for a couple more victims, but the smoke that's aggressively gone in steals away all the control. Why are they still two men here? I suppose with the position they're in, it's all right, but I would rather fall back, have one playing car, and an A rotate. Wang picks up an opening now on the short. and they're still not rotating. This is going to work out for them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Are they going to check the corner? They will, and Oi gets the kill. Bulbasaur has managed to find one back in return. Now, they are starting to run out of time, and the peek from Ronan, it's so risky, but it pays off. 25 seconds on the clock. They have to make a decision here. The peek from Bingo suggests that they might be making a move into the A site. Flashbang's over. Don't catch Neff at all. And Ronan is not checked on the cross. After gaming, it seemed like they had everything working out for them, but maybe slightly overthinking this round has actually ended up costing them completely. It will be 3-3. Watside break back. And again, we're starting to see the sort of highlight plays we like from Ronan. They're risky. They're aggressive. But in these cases, they work.
Like a charm. Like an absolute charm. 3-3. Huatsai getting exactly what they needed out of that round. And now it looks like the boys over on Wang's team are just completely run dry. They're going to have to come into this round with nothing but a couple of deagles. Their weapons previously big and hard to take down, now small and presumably easy to handle. At least they should be. I mean, there's always the difficulty of being on Inferno. There are some close range opportunities offered up. And it looks like it's going to be a slow approach by After, giving time for Huatsai to take range duels and not really be under too much pressure.
Oh, Wang at least gets one, but eventually he falls. Ronan's starting to get into the rhythm of things, and this is something we like to see. 10-3. Didn't have a particularly good... Well, he had an alright first map, but he didn't have a Ronan first map. Bear in mind, the first time we saw him play this one, he got 38 kills and they lost, which, take that as you will. It definitely seems like a map he enjoys playing. And I think that's something for younger players especially that's very, very important. Like, you're going to get the timings much better. Your aggressive plays are just going to be more comfortable, more natural. Especially on a map like Inferno, I feel like being confident in the plays that you're going to be making is super important. Because there are a fair few risky faces that you're going to make to try and find information. You consider on the A side at the moment, they've just stuck him in the pit, which is where you a lot of the time see your most clinical aimer. Like, you'll put a Twist, a Rops, a Brolin will be placed in the pit and just be an immovable object. On the B site, however, we've got Splash K now set up with the AWP. Molotov going to be thrown deep. That actually causes him to rotate away, but it looks like he's just trying to set up a nade. That could do a fair bit of damage, but not quite as much as he probably would have liked.
It definitely tickled Wang a little bit, and Sakai.
Extra bit of chip damage, I guess. But here comes the push. Spiels in position. Headshot connected, but they've got to be careful of the man looking to jump over the top of the boxes. And yes, he didn't know that was a thing. This smoke has whiffed completely, but luckily, Splashgate's not going to capitalize.
Well, now, how to After approach this? I mean, still 4v4, definitely winnable for Huatsai. They've got utility plenty from those A players rotating in. Bulbasaur chucking in a Molotov. Where did his Molly go? What? Oh, wait, did he only throw it now? I don't know. I think I misread his utility, but they've cleared out the back left at least. They know there's no players there, but the time, no kills. Ronan Baby picks up Bingo. They're so low on time. Are they going to push this? No, you can't do it anymore. Run away. Run away. Don't push this. Jeez, I think they were thinking about boosting up there for a second as well. That was ridiculous. Okay. Good utility usage by the T's, though, to block them out at least. Delay a little bit of time. Huatsai, they just couldn't get in there in the end. You saw early on, Wang obviously had the intention of holding... He was down in pit just watching top mid, which was odd to me because they had players up there. So there was like a double commit. If anybody swung out on mid, they would have three guys looking at them. But Wang pulled out, went over towards Banana, took the control for them. And having him being able to clear out all those angles towards Car and then immediately peek on the corner is what gives them the confidence to take Banana so aggressively, but without using too much utility.
Well, with the streak of rounds won by Huatsai prior to this, they still had plenty of cash to keep themselves in this next round. Weird, they've kind of just sent Oi on his own to fight for Banana. Everybody else is relatively passive. In fact, Marek is actually just going to be setting up a flash, which only blinded Oi. I'm not even sure what that flash was attempted for. Like, it only reached Banana, and he was already out in Banana. If it had gone over towards the top section of it, I could maybe understand, but I think he just messed up his flash, if I'm being brutally honest.
Oh, we're going to look towards the after side. Bit of banana control. And top mid as well. So they're pressuring across the map, but they haven't really gone for any noise on B just yet. A smoke comes over, but it's not indicative of a push. If anything, they're trying to sell a fake right now and just bait out that utility from the CT side. Splashes him falling for it, though. He doesn't want to throw his molly down and not have it for when they actually start a push. Good decision-making by him. At least he can stop them crossing the site, but that flash out, oh, it blinds him. It wrecks him. Wang, what a fantastic angle. He just threw that flash over, blinding them, allowing Oi to take that kill. Spiels manages to trade back with an aid, but he's locked out of really doing anything. That was gorgeous. That's what we've been looking for from after. Something like some support on the entry. Bingo thought he had a god tier flank, but with him falling, it's now very winnable for Huatsai. They are going to go for this retake.
The only worry for me is they're all coming from the same angle, so more of a chance to trade effectively, but it's going to be much more difficult to clear out Wang. Quick trades. They can't really afford trades, but that shot's nice from Oi. And as said, clearing out Wang's not going to be easy at all. 5-4 in favor of After Gaming. CT side, again, still have enough money, but it's a bit of an awkward one. And with SplashK buying an AWP, I don't actually know how that's going to work for them. Interestingly, I do want to know where this nade was thrown from. I think it was lined up by Spiels. I think he was lining that up for literally about 30 to 40 seconds. Where he was just, every time we switched to him, he was just stood in ruins holding an HE, ready to, I assume, bounce it over into the pool. And I think that's a really cool nade to have. The only problem is it made it a bit awkward for his teammate.
Yeah.
Had to do a lot. Marek is going to get a trade, which, to be honest, in the early stages of the round is absolutely fine for the T side. This is aggressive, though. They're going to try and take full banana control. And if the T's spotted how many players are actually over on this B site, they'd know that the A is probably going to be a little bit more vulnerable.
I agree in the previous round as well, though. I think one of the problems going in for the retake was not having to smoke to go towards banana. Not blocking off that angle gives so much support towards the side player that Oi could just tuck in pool and feel pretty confident that his back was covered because they couldn't come out on site without Wang seeing them. And once he's kind of locked in, once he gets himself into that position and he's holding such a tight angle, it's really hard to get Wang back out. And it takes a lot. You got to really throw yourself at him. Nice shot by Sakai. He's coming in with some great entries. Bingo falls, but that might not be Bingo for Huatsai. They've got a couple more numbers to find. Ronan, baby, he's tucked away in pit and hasn't been spotted just yet, but they should suspect him to be around here. They certainly do.
Oh. You'll get there in the end. Go on. Attempt number 8. Never mind. The thing is, if he lands one of those, they might actually have had a chance, but unfortunately he doesn't. After Gaming, they're going to get themselves further into the lead. Looking good on the T side. 6 rounds up, and the CTs now have finally run out of cash. Nice shot from Sakai. The entries from him, very good in this round. That's something I will give credit to After. They got a lot of players who will just run the gauntlet and go for those entry frags. There's not really someone I'm looking at going, oh, they're sort of holding back or they're playing more passive. They will just go all in together, which I think is at least a good, promising sign. Spiels is already going to spot out someone aggressively up banana. It is Wang with the AWP, which I'm not a huge fan of considering the economic circumstance of their opponents in this round. To be that far up alone with an AWP, if they just naded or rushed it, he would be dead and that would be into enemy hands. So yeah, maybe a slight unnecessary risk, but hey, it's worked out for them anyway.
Yeah, it's the problem, right? Whenever you've got that op, if you're in a position by yourself and the CTs decide to run and jump right on you, you're in a lot of trouble because you're not going to be able to deal with more than one enemy. But luckily, they're not jumping all over Wang. They're giving him a little bit of space to play with, so his teammates come back around. And now they're looking to have some fun as a group as they move in towards this B site. But the pistols are up close. And they're looking to deal some damage. What was that? Why is Marek pushing by himself? Where's the support? Guys, hello? What are we doing? Wang's there. He's fired off a shot and pulled back, but dude, every fight, every single... Oh, they flashed long after he's already peaked? What was the point? This is silly. Every fight that they've taken... Okay, yeah, it's a 4v1. They only lost one player. But every fight they took was one by one. No support. Sakai peaked long before the flash was even thrown, I think. That's wild. They deserve to lose that round, honestly. Like, the only difference between that being a good and a bad round for after is whether Huatsai hit their shots. Now, I know that's kind of a silly thing to say, because that's the difference between every round, right? If you headshot your opponents. But what I'm saying is the strategy, the approach was very bad by after. It gave all the opportunities to Huatsai. And you have enough of an advantage already with the rifles, sure, but you definitely don't want to try to give them any sort of lifeline back in.
Oh. Once again, we're going to see an early challenge for Banana. Some utility set up to try and get them pushing down. Oh, that is risky. He's run through the smoke. They know he's there. Now they have 1, 2 HEs. They do know he's there, right? I'm sure they saw him. Maybe X-ray just gave me slight delusions, but I could have sworn he ran into the open for a second there. He's now managed to cross over to the other side. So if they still don't know he's here, I'm going to lose it.
Well, we'll see in just a second, I'd imagine. After start to make their way in towards this, Spiels could be catching them completely blindsided. Because, like, with that molly placement, they definitely don't know he's here. They have no idea. They're abandoning banana control instead, looking to move over towards the A side. Bulbasaur caught in the open. He's down to 13 health. Yeah, he called for a flash. Great work. Great flash by Ronan as well. Now he's up to the AK, and he's going to push all the way through, try to find the early flank around on these short players. This won't be expected, surely. And there it is, a free kill to come through by Bulbasaur to finish this one off. Really good round by Huatsai. That was much more structured than what we've seen before. Good reactions. They call for flashes off each other. They play together. That's what I want to see.
Oh, we'll see if it continues. I do think that they got a little bit lucky with that banana push, though. I think there's a world where either he gets domed through smoke or it just gets cleared properly. And then who knows, that might have opened up a road straight onto the B site. T's, though, they still have money for now. Finances will start to slip over the next couple of rounds, but 7 rounds on the T side isn't bad. The only problem is I'm not sure how much faith I actually have in Aftergaming's CT side, so I have to wait and see for that. This is risky. Again, Spiel's just trying to walk through smokes. It makes me so uncomfortable that this is the game plan on Banana. And in fact, with that not working, they've now given up Banana. That is a little bit ludicrous, that's for sure. The T's will eventually take that control. Here comes this flashbang again. It does actually flash the guy at top Banana, so I guess it sort of works. But they're too late. It's pointless, and they're just going to get mowed down. Wang at least will trade one back, and actually, Splash K with a wide peak. Do they expect the third man, though, Mitch? What are the bets? By the looks of it, no, and Wang peaks while his teammates mollied off. This round is irritating.
Mm-hmm.
They flash too early, so it's pointless. And then, even in the 2 versus 3, it's just a solo peek by Wang rather than waiting for his teammates so that they could at least trade and get the bomb down. Now, Oi is, I guess he's just gone to save.
It's a bit of an odd one. Just in the previous round, we compliment Huatsai's used team play, right? They're actually playing off of each other well. And then in this one, after come through and they show what the opposite looks like in spectacular form. Even down to that last peak, yeah, like, well, why is Wang swinging when Oi is mollied off? There's absolutely no way he can help him. But I feel like sometimes these guys go based on individual feeling and not necessarily thinking about the bigger picture. And that's definitely a problem. Like, when you look at the position that they're in at the moment, 7 rounds is fine, Tom, realistically. You know, I don't think we're going to see after crying, but they need to build up a couple more. When you've got this kind of early scoreline, you don't want to allow your opponents to build right back into it. And it's something that even recently when we spoke to Angel, you remember they were getting smacked out in a map. And obviously in a different game, but it's player mentality is what I'm tying it into. And they managed to get 4 rounds before the game ended, which in Counter-Strike equivalent would be about 6. And the thing he said was that moving on to the next map, then they felt so much more confident. Because at least, you know, they managed to get it working towards the end. Yeah. And it might not look like it. You know, to most people, if you lose 16-0 or 16-5, you got wrecked. But it's the fact that they knew that they were fixing the problems a little bit. They just felt a little bit more comfortable. Like, okay, we took a couple rounds. It's the whole, like, Predator thing. If it bleeds, we can kill it. And I think for Huatsai, if they manage to get up to 8-7, which now is quite likely, considering they're dominating this round as well, you then end up in a spot where it's like, they're bleeding. We can kill them. We can overtake them. This is a map that looks better for us realistically. And I would fear for after, really, if they lose this next round, because this, even at this stage, because they've given Huatsai such a boost of momentum that it no longer feels like, even though at 8-7, Huatsai have lost the half, right? They've not got the good position to play from. It doesn't feel like they've been dominated.
They do have an opportunity in this round. Double up setup for the CT side as Neff will now have the secondary. They're going to go for this banana control again. It's been working fairly well. Wang, however, is going to kill off Neff, so maybe not the right risk. They should know that there's a player here. There we go. Nice work, Bulbasaur. He's not going to fall for the trickery. And again, it managed to get banana. And the thing is, After Gaming have not done a very good job of reclaiming it. It shouldn't be that hard. I don't think that Huatsai have done anything particularly impressive. Or is he going to be the only man challenging it with 22 HP? I don't even know anymore. They played that angle like 6 times. And somehow this has actually worked out for them. Now, they could just head towards the B side. They've killed the man on Deep Banana. They don't actually opt to go for the wraparound. What is going on? This is just so hesitant.
Yeah, you take a look at the player. Oh, this is so good. Bingo. Great flank. Push, though. Spiel's almost got so much done. You could see... Oh, Sakai team killed Wang. Good lad. When we were in mid there, Sakai and Wang were like going back and forth and back and forth. It was like the server was frozen and it was just repeating again and again. Because they're like, go B, go A, go B, go A, go B, go A. They didn't know what to do. And eventually the decision was made, obviously, to just stand there and wait for something to happen. But they heard the steps on short. Bingo's reaction to get that flank through was great. I fear for them if Bingo didn't move, because I think they would have just stood here all day. No, that's unfortunate for Sakai. But yeah, overall, 8-7, it's a very, very good scoreline for after. They are ahead by quite a bit coming into this half. And for Huatsai, you want to see them get up to a couple early rounds because they don't want this to slip away. It's hard to build up rounds on the T side. But I am feeling a little bit more confident about their ability because obviously this is a map that they do well on typically. And the fact that we've seen great team play. There's a great flash. Shots missed. Sakai manages to trade out Neff. Marek with another. Oh, this is going very poorly. The flashes actually caught some of the T's with their own flashes. Oh, no. Let's pretend we didn't see that. I'm just going to say now, PGL, please do not give us a replay of that Glock spray down. We don't need to see it.
I feel like by saying that, you're almost asking for it to come up, but, you know. We'll see. We are going to have an investment back in from the T side. God, it was definitely, it didn't even look good from that position. You could tell there were a lot of shots being missed, but they do it some nice ones in the end. Nade lined up into second mid. I think that will actually catch someone. Maybe not. Ronin's been tagged low, though. Might have been the initial scout battle. Normally, if I do see force buys into these sort of rounds, I'd much rather have some like Tech 9's P250s and just aggressively try to push into one of these sites. I feel like getting D kills on this can be relatively difficult, but if the CTs keep fighting, maybe not.
Yeah, well, a little bit of overextension can cost you a lot in a round like this. And Wang's already been lit down to 1 HP, lucky to be alive at this point. And we're going to see a short push by Bingo. There's a flash over at least, and it doesn't catch Ronan. Back turn. Nice shot with the Deagle. There was a 180 swing. The runaround by Neff gets another, and this is falling apart. Good shot by Wang. 1 HP, but he's still able to deliver. The problem is, even with Wang penetrating the box for a frag, it's a 2v3 retake of B. Oh, Marek! Full HP, spray down through the smoke. Bulbasaur's gone, and this is winnable. But with Wang being so low, I doubt they go for this. But the smoke down says they will, and they've got another. It's all down to this play by Splash K, who jumps through the smoke for a double. Glorious work as Watsai take it 8th. What a crazy round.
I almost just want to watch this back. Like, it's just peak after peak. Like, normally in these rounds, comparatively, when you see a good team play, they will sit back and use the weaponry to their advantage. In this case, After Gaming decided, you know what, we don't want to do that. We want to try and run into the Deegs and just give them 1v1 duels. So it's just silly play, really. Like, they're allowing Quatsai back into the game, and the hot side, this was something we sort of mentioned previously, that they had a lot of opportunities in the last map. They were handed a lot of rounds. They handed away a lot of rounds as well. So I don't think this is really going to come down to what map we're playing on at this point. I think it's just going to come down to who makes the least mistakes.
Well, I mean, that's what it was in the previous map as well, right? Who made the least mistakes as opposed to who was playing the most perfect Counter-Strike, let's say. Wang's been eliminated straight away in this one. It's a force buy for after, so not one where they want to be losing players early on, but they're dropping like flies, and this is going to be a very quick round. Can't even get the CZ out in time, or Spiels overruns Owen and takes him down. A 5-7 left to 1v5. Not even one going to be found.
Yeah, perfect for Huatsai. They're going to get themselves a big boost of cash by winning that second round, by being able to retrieve a little bit of extra weaponry. Now they get to win that one almost flawlessly, or completely flawlessly, in fact, using a lot of SMGs. And now the CT side aren't actually going to have much of an investment here. So, yeah, they're in a very, very good position financially. And the CT side, it looks like they're just going to stack up into this B site. Every single member going to be waiting here. We're going to have the Pyramid of Death by the looks of it. As Neff, not going to get anything really. 1 kill at least. The rest of the team's still going to be facing into this angle. And it is a firing squad facing off against the USPs. 10-9. At least a kill comes up. But still, the money, as said, is going to be booming for Huatsai. And now we need to see something from the side of After Gaming. Wang at least will have his AWP, and the rest of the side have rifles, but they don't have much utility, Mitch, which is something we talk about all the time on Inferno, being so crucial. In fact, a lot of the time, I'd rather see an MP9 on B just to make sure that you have those extra pieces of utilities. They have 0 incendiaries, they have 1 HE, and barely any flashbangs as well. No kits. This is not a good purchase.
Oh, I like Wang. He was getting on top of his teammate for a second. I thought we were going to go for an interest in mid-peak. But instead, he just swings wide on the angle and takes one onto Ronan. But Bulbasaur, quick to find the trade, swings in the middle and takes a quick kill. Looking for a little bit more. Suspects a player to be under the balcony, but the timing is godlike for Bingo, who picks up the op and tucks away. Now a 4 versus 3 as Watsai lose that advantage. And the swing on long. Oh, what a shot! The pre-fire by Neff is perfect. Just as Bingo got to the angle as well, he has got to feel hard done by that one.
It's on to Sakai. They're not going to expect anybody to be here by the looks of it. Neff goes down. Oh, he's jumped midway way through the spray. He still gets away with the kill. That is a message sent by the spacebar jump gang, as he has clearly knocked his mouse wheel there. One will be planted though. Splash K attempting this 1 versus 2. If the CTs play this together, they've won it for sure. And while they don't even really need to, the jump across to the pit is not going to pay off. And After Gaming do break back. As said though, especially with that bomb plant added in, the money is going to be in a very, very good position for Hwatsai. And if they manage to win this one right back, it could spell trouble for After Gaming.
I mean, this one started out so nicely. I love that. That wide swing onto Bingo was just beautiful. The pre-fire, everything about it went so well. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Because we come back into this round with a full buy for the CT side, and the T's do the same. Look at the nade damage. Ronan Bulbasaur lit down very, very low. That is a great start on the mid nades. Hwatsai, I've got to feel a little bit upset about that. Oh, Spiels
even more.
Takes a tag as well. And this, well, he returns it because Marek just tried to push through a smoke. Why? Well, they did smoke a little bit deeper, so he thought that maybe that would push them back. But unfortunately, it absolutely did not. The nade going through. More damage done. Ronan now down on 12 health. Bulbasaur on 28. That could have been a double kill with the nade if it was thrown into mid rather than bouncing off the post wall.
B. They've gambled. There's no one on B. This round is over. Yeah, they did everything right up until the point where they just try and run through that smoke. And I sort of mentioned it in the last half that the way that they were doing it was silly because it was too shallow a smoke to get into that position. And I was waiting for them to get caught, and it never happened. And well, it finally happened on the other side of things. So yeah, I just completely unnecessary play, and After Gaming pay the price for it.
And a hefty price it was. Coming into the next round, you have to be realistic with what After are going to be running with. It's not going to be a great buy from them. I do imagine that 2 players will be going for the force up. They can buy armor alongside utility and get a weapon dropped over to them by one of their teammates, but it will be down to like a FAMAS and a pistol more than likely, maybe an SMG. Still gives them an okay chance, presuming Bingo doesn't go hard for utility. Should be dropping a FAMAS over. No tactical timeout being called just yet. I mean, they're going to hard commit towards this as well. Are we not? Oh, okay. Sakai buys down to 1k. He's not going to have enough to buy in the next round. Neither's Wang, neither's Oi. Why would you not just drop a FAMAS at this point? You're going to have to double eco anyways. Tom, am I missing something? Am I going delusional?
I think we all are at this point.
Like, why is... So, Marek's 1800. He could buy nades, armor, and get a FAMAS drop to him. Then you've got a
because they're going to win this round, so it doesn't matter.
Fair enough.
They're just planning for their extra money for the next round, but they know they're going to win this one already, obviously. Like Wang's going to ping some headshots. There we go. They're sat behind their own smoke at the moment on Banana, but eventually they will take it through. A little bit of utility being expended. The boost in play, Midge. They cannot lose this round because once one enters the boost, one is invisible to the human eye. No one can ever spot this position. He's whipped the spray! That's the easiest kill ever!
I don't know what I like more. Watching you descend into madness. Well, that's it. That's what I like. Or watching the failed plays, but I don't enjoy that. I don't know why I thought I would say I did. Nice shot, Spiels. He's dead. Okay, this is oh my god, they are actually going to win this round, aren't they? This is ridiculous. Splash K's got a no-scope, but Nev's got a 1v3, and it's not going to happen. After win this round, they don't deserve to. I don't want them to, but here we are. Like,
Call me clairvoyant Tom. Clairvoyant Biz. There you go.
Jesus. Because on Inferno especially, we see the highest rate of force buys, right? CT side, you're going to get a lot done on the close range angles. It just doesn't make sense why they wouldn't have a FAMAS extra and a better investment from Sakai.
What do you mean, Mitch? It makes perfect sense.
Of course, yeah.
When you have an all-seeing eye, such as myself.
What is it, Zoner? Is he here? Hello, Zoner?
Zoner is with us all. He is always watching.
Oh, he's always watching, yeah. Literally.
Whenever you feel like you're alone, you are not alone. As Zoner is always
there.
watching.
He's omnipresent.
He may appear, in
the greatest
in different
minds.
forms.
The greatest
Sometimes
minds.
it's what was his other name? Like
Mechanogun.
Mechanogun. There you go. So he can appear in many different names and faces. For anybody who doesn't realize, this is the coach from Hard Legion who got banned for using the bug. We're
in
just
like
being idiots.
900 games.
Yeah. He was. This is one of the more blatant circumstances. But yeah, for his teammates for a few months, he was the all-seeing eye of Counter-Strike. But they didn't know he was doing it, of course. Because, how could they? He was a genius. Here we go again. They're going to push into this B site. It's going fairly well for the CT side so far, with Big Wang stacked on the coffins. That's a sentence I never thought I'd say out loud. 12-11. Hot site. Their cash has started to become a little bit awkward now, and After Gaming have taken the lead once again with that fantastic decision to invest half of their money into a round. They have managed to win not only this round, but a second in a row. And now they're in a much better position. All praise be to Zona.
We're starting a new religion.
Wouldn't that
here.
be the funny thing? Is in like 1,000 years if there was a religion based around Zona, because people read stories of a man who could see everything from the sky.
what is going on?
It's true though.
Sort of
Like,
deep
if
rabbit
the story gets twisted a little
We
bit,
get cryogenetically
like,
frozen. We come out and we just see Zoner's face everywhere. It's like, oh, by the grace of Zoner, you have been revived. Like, what? Some Stargate. Stargate stuff going on. Stargate's an Unreal show, by the way. Stargate SG-1. Banging. Yeah, it's the funny thing as well, what you were saying about it being one of the more blatant cases. Yeah, it was like some of the other coaches was like did it in one game, did it in one round. So like it was, some of them, I believe, it was genuinely just a bug that they encountered, and like they reconnected to the server and stuff after. So it's like, okay, well that's not bug abuse, is it? But then it's like this guy. So it happened in 72 maps. Or all the rounds.
I just imagine, like,
I thought they changed the coaching rules. Like, I don't know.
Well, yeah, just something where, like, it's almost like a specific brand of video where you might get stuck somewhere. I think most people know where I'm going with that. And it's like, oh no, I have fallen and I cannot get up. What a shame. I will have to watch the whole game from this POV and feed my team information. What a terrible... I just can't imagine like how to anyone even try and justify it. But obviously he's been removed from the team. So props to Hard Legion for getting the job done. Realizing that this man cannot be trusted. Nice shots from Wang though. I trust him with my life in some situations.
Yep.
Bingo. It's going to be in the mini pit. They've got a crossfire with pit. This crossfire is very difficult to break down unless, of course, you turn around and give that position away. There is no reason for Sakai to peek this, so obviously, logically, he's going to peek it. Clairvoyant Tom is back. The funny thing is, it was so obvious he was going to wide peek that. And it's just infuriating. Like, that was the most predictable play. But luckily, they've already won the round. Wang has been killing it again. He's had a great series. I would definitely say he deserves the win. Not going to comment on some of the other players. But 14-11 after, and now firmly in the driver's seat. They are looking to just close this one out in a 2-0 fashion. Prove that Dinko always had faith in the Wang.
Well, listen, we know that Dinko loves After because he loves Sakai. Thinks his decision making is very similar to Dinko's own decision making that we've seen in the past. And he loves Wang. I mean, that's just a fact of life.
Oh,
That's a good trade. It's a good start. Problem is they can't allow this to slip any further. They've lost control over CT, and it has to be Marek in with a massive hold. He's got to be an immovable object at the moment. They don't know where he is, so he'll get the jump on one player, and it's the rifle dropped. Good start, but he allows them to retrieve it. He's backing away. It's the right call, but is he going to go back out? Oh, the fact that he gave up the angle in the first place made me think he was going to wait for his teammates, but he didn't give a damn. And in the end, he gets the reward for it with the 3K, closing out the round 15-11. As After Gaming are now close to finishing this one off. And it has to be said that it wouldn't be possible without Wang. Jokes aside, this guy's actually unreal. I really enjoy watching him. Like, when you look at his play, when it comes down to more aggressive play, he is unbelievable at hitting some of these shots. His flicks are nutty. But I do still agree. Obviously,
he's got P90. Sorry.
Who's got a P90? Oh my God.
Can we get a Ronin cam? We need a Ronin cam. Like, this... People don't play P90. It's not a good gun. He's going in. He's running. He got a kill! The Pro 90. Every silver's dream. And Oi has just shut them down. It's left all onto Splash K. He should just pick up the P90 at this point for the meme. Instead, he's going to try and show his butt cheeks to the last man just before he dies. A little bit of a... you could call him Flash K instead of Splash K. And yeah, that's going to be it. After Gaming, they have won this series. The battle of the bottom, as you could say, is going to be won by Wang.
You could say that. I don't know why you would, Tom. That was a fantastic performance overall. You know, we often talk about operas when it comes to Inferno, and Wang has done an amazing job here, clocking in with a lot of kills. And realistically, when we look at a spot like that for an opera coming into Inferno, still delivering, there's so much promise. So much promise. From the After team in general, because as I said before many times, this lineup has a lot to offer, but also when it comes down to Wang himself as an opera, jokes aside, guy is unbelievable. He's really fun to watch. And I'm hoping that they do get a little bit more support, get a nice coach in there to back them up, because I do think that is something that could elevate their play a lot, because the mistakes they're making are easily remedied. And when it comes to individuals, it's rare that you see them whiff all too much. And it looks like Blaze decided to show up for once. God damn it. So we're ready to bring them on in. Blaze, Dinko, what did you make of that game? I mean, we were making a point when we came in that, you know, maybe we just needed to get a coach in here for the future to really develop Wang, right? Really just get their hands on him and work him hard. And I put you forward, Dinko, as someone who I thought could really do that to Wang. What do you think about that one?
I think it worked at Wang for sure, yeah?
Yeah, so he's
Get the
definitely
most
an
out of him.
impressive player. Yeah, he definitely has that potential. I don't know if I'm the suitable person for that.
To squeeze every drop of skill out of him, no?
No, Mitch, no, I
Jesus
don't think
Christ.
so. But
Okay.
it's not even subtle anymore. It's just straight, it's just a complete
What
slap
is
down.
it?
But
What? I'm trying to get you a
anyway.
job as a coach, Dinko. That's what I'm trying to do. What do you know?
I mean-
What if you don't appreciate it? Whatever.
He's too young to take up a coaching role in Asian Counter-Strike, Mitch. You don't want to age him like a decade in a week.
He's got too much hair. We can't let it go
Well,
to waste.
Well, after coming into this series, we talked about how you guys predicted Whiteside to win, right? I mean, coming into this,
What? No,
I think
who?
after
What?
just slightly better. I think after just slightly better than Whiteside. And I mean, Whiteside have the individual skill, but it's impossible to see them do anything other than just have Ronin pop
After
off.
have the
And
strategy.
Yeah,
I
no,
get you.
what I
I get what you mean.
what I mean is just on average, I think after play slightly better CS. There was just way more mistakes coming in from Whiteside. I mean, it's not going to be a good game of Counter-Strike, that's for sure. You're not going to see great moments, but I think Oi just having these good moments where he's kind of just the anchor player. Wang showing up as well for after. He's a very talented player, so looking forward to seeing him continue in this tournament. But over on the Whiteside side of things, we obviously discovered Ronin to be a great individual player, but he has too many mistakes right now. I think he needs to work on that. And Whiteside, I don't know if this roster is going to work out in the long term.
Yeah, the unfortunate truth being like the fact that they're not able to take a win over the likes of Aftergaming, one of the weaker teams. Perhaps some people might say the top bottom two teams in the tournament. It's going to be kind of rough for them.
They are.
We do, however, have the MVP of this map and also this matchup. It is going to be Mr. Wang Jie, who has been fantastic with the big green. And thankful, I'm actually happy this game didn't go to 3 maps because I don't think I could take another Wang joke from these two.
Yeah,
No,
it's
absolute.
It's sad.
Geniuses.
Honestly, it's sad that we have the we don't have a picture of him. Obviously, without having backing from orgs, it's hard to get the proper high res pictures in. As well as that, I don't know if we can show a picture of a Wang on stream.
Oh my god! It's like it's. I want to just say though, it is mainly Mitch. I don't think Tom has been quite as bad.
Tom's kind of guilty as well. He is tending to, he's kind of swaying. He's turning to the dark side, joining the dark side. But
He loves to have a bit of fun with Wang.
He's swaying his Wang. You're right.
Oh, goddamn, guys. Talk about both these two teams, though. Now, I know for a fact that Huatzai, they don't really have too many sponsors. They're kind of like a mixed team coming in, the rejects from the Boot Dreamscape lineup. So it's kind of like a battle of two teams who don't really have an org support. And unfortunately, Huatzai, they have the firepower, they have the individuals. Unfortunately, they don't have the teamwork. And as we all know, CSGO is a team-based game. At least that's what these guys tell me. So we're going to be going to a very quick break. Because coming up next, it's going to be a banger of a game. I do believe it is going to be Beyond facing off against their countrymen. It's going to be Sigma versus Beyond. It's going to be an all-thigh affair, and that's coming up after maybe a little bit of a prolonged break. So don't go anywhere.
Coming up next. We play to win.
Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in.
We play to win.
Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend.
We play to win.
And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Aim for the stars, never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
We play to win.
Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in.
We play to win.
Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend.
We play to win.
And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see us great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
It's Friday, as Rebecca Black very famously sang Once Upon a Time, and we're now in game number 2 here of the day of day 3 of week 2, or day 8 of the entire group stage. My name is Blair, and joining me as usual is going to be Tom Biz. We have Mitch Man, of course, Dinko to lead you guys through the action. Mitch looking, I think there was a little bit of a reminder of that wonderful song. Mitch, you seem slightly perturbed with that reminder.
Chilling in the front seat.
Tom likes singing a lot. That's one thing I realized so far.
He
this
really
month.
does. He is loving the karaoke. We should just turn this into a karaoke. You know what, actually? In between
mind.
the games, when they play the music, let's just get Tom to karaoke. That's perfect. All right. Tomorrow,
How about
we're gonna do it. We're gonna do that. It's gonna be fantastic.
And it even won't get copyright, striked because Tom can't sing.
Exactly.
Although,
I mean,
That is true.
you've seen you normally see, right, viewer numbers go up during the game and then they go down a little bit in the break. Just be ready for straight down. Like as soon as Tom starts singing,
And they
But,
will come back.
everyone just closes the stream right there.
just
Oh,
blocks
well.
the stream.
Well, right now, though, we do have a game which we want to talk about. Hopefully, people are going to be sticking around and watching. I'm sure a few people from Thailand definitely going to be tuning into the stream because we have an all-Thai affair. It's going to be the 2 Thai teams. We have Beyond, a team who were kind of like the top dogs, not necessarily a top 3 team, but a team who are looking very dangerous coming into this tournament. Dinko, but they have kind of tapered off here, at least in the past couple of games. They've looked very shaky, and especially that matchup against Checkmate yesterday. That loss, that's got to sting quite a bit.
Yeah, that's probably a match that's going to ruin their confidence, right? Coming into this tournament, I was saying, okay, this team's like on the precipice of being one of the top teams in Asia. They always play the top Chinese teams close. They always have a good game against them. They could have beaten Victus. They were so close to beating Tai Lu, and then they lose against Checkmate yesterday. So I think, based on how they lost against Tyloo and Invictus, it was heartbreaking, so close and just had it snatched out of their hands. That's going to be hard to process mentally and feel confident going forward. And then also the fact that they've lost to Checkmate, now that just kind of ruins their confidence completely. So the mentality for Beyond is probably in the bin. And it doesn't really get any easier because now they're going up against a Thai team, right? There's a domestic matchup. It's going to be a little bit more difficult in terms of the mental attitude because now Beyond are a little bit less confident in themselves. So going up against Sigma today, I think it's going to be a bit of an issue for Beyond. I don't think it's going to be an easy match at all.
In order to paint this picture well, I want to take a look at the group standings. I believe it has been updated, so we can take a look at where all these teams stand right now, especially Beyond and Sigma, and see how many points they have and how it's kind of played out. Because we are literally halfway through the group stage, right? Today is day 8 out of the 15 days of group stage Counter-Strike we have for this event, and we have Tyler, Vici, and Victus. How are they tied? Wow, that's rough. That's rough. They played 4 games, and Beyond and Sigma, they've only won 1. Now, there's a caveat there that Beyond have played some very tough opposition. Checkmate not being one of them. So it should have been 2-2 for Beyond, but that loss, like Dinko mentioned, it's going to definitely sting. But yeah, the winner of this matchup, they're going to move up a little bit. They're probably going to be alongside, the likes of Brennan or After Gaming. But again, a quick reminder for all the viewers is the fact that the bottom 4 teams will be eliminated after the group stage. Only 6 teams are going to be moving on to the playoffs, and that's something which Beyond would be looking to avoid, Tom. However, for the side of Sigma, this is a good opportunity, right? We're talking about these domestic matchups, these domestic rivalries, and we see it everywhere. We see it in Denmark. We see it even in China, where these domestic teams, domestic games, it can get messy. The map pool's unpredictable. You don't know what you're going to be seeing. And if you're Sigma, this is a chance for them to kind of upset the countrymen.
Yeah, for sure. For Sigma, this is one of those matches where if they are going to get anywhere near the playoffs, they kind of have to win it, as they are starting to slip behind. And for Beyond, we've come to expect quite a bit more from them. The only thing that really is sure, Blair, is that this match will end in a tie.
Well, wouldn't that be spectacular, Mitch? Just a draw, just a tie.
It'd be something. A best of 3 in a tie. I'd be quite interested to see how that one works, Tom. Don't know if you've been studying maths recently, but that ain't how it works. But yeah, no, definitely a tie team will come out on top. And what I'm interested to see, we're going from Wang to PP, and I think that looking at Sigma, these guys are a team that have been a little bit sloppy, but the reality is Beyond are not on top of their game. We brought this up yesterday versus Checkmate. I was saying I think Beyond have looked worse in this tournament than in the previous edition of the PAL over in summer. And I still stand by that after the Checkmate game. They were very sloppy. They made a lot of mistakes. My question, though, is do we see the firepower on Sigma to punish them for it? And I don't think so. I feel like it could be close. I would see it still being a 2-0 to Beyond, though, in a relatively close fashion.
If you look at the recent results between these two teams on HLTV, the last game they played was on the 20th of April. It's quite a while ago, where Beyond did beat Sigma. But to go back a couple of days prior to that, Sigma managed to take down Beyond. After that, they haven't really played any games against each other. However, Dinka, we're aware that these teams, considering they're from the same part of the world, they're going to be competing quite often in some of the smaller tournaments, which it's not an HLTV. Maybe they scrim a lot with each other, and now that's a factor we have to put in mind, that they're not a team who haven't faced each other in a long time. Unlike other teams, we saw the previous game. I think it was Huat Zivers After Gaming. They didn't seem to have any previous results, but this is not the case with these two teams.
Yeah, I think these two teams, when they come up against each other, they are going to have scrimmed a lot behind the scenes as well. There's not really a huge pool of players to choose from in their region. So obviously, if you want some good practice, you're going to have to play against the top teams in your region. And that just so happens to be each other. So yeah, Beyond coming into this should be the favorites. But again, because they're from the same region, they're going to share a similar map pool in terms of the maps they practice and play, just because the players grow up in that region getting comfortable with those maps. So that's an extra caveat, right? Because they're going to have the similar play style. They're going to have the same map pool, and that becomes very difficult for Beyond, because I feel like their map pool's got a little bit weaker. I think what they used to look good on Inferno, like back in PAL Summer, they were looking okay on Inferno. They could definitely compete on that map, but this time around, I just never want to see Inferno be played for Beyond again. They're just looking so rough on it. There's big performances from individuals, but other than that, overall, Beyond look rough on Inferno. So that's a map that used to be okay for them. Mirage, it's kind of it used to be their best map, right? It used to be a staple map for them, but it started to fall off a little bit as well. If you look at their maps on HLTV and the percentages of win, it's all below 50% apart from Nuke. So right now, Nuke is their best map on statistics, but their map pool is definitely getting weaker as it goes along, and that's kind of scary to see, especially when they're going up against a team like Sigma. Their confidence has been shot, and you're going to have a similar map pool when it comes to this veto. So yeah, I think Beyond are going to have a real tough task coming up here, and it's a must-win game.
Okay, Tom. Speaking of the map pool, which Dinka touched upon over there, like which way do you think this one's gonna tend towards? You expecting Nuke to be banned out by Sigma here?
I don't know. Like we've seen them in recent series at least shy away from banning Nuke, so I wouldn't be surprised if they let it through. That the only thing is, I don't know. Their ban seems to be towards a Dust 2, which again they don't really play, and Beyond. I wouldn't say they're fantastic at it, but it's one that they beat in Checkmate and Hot's Eye on, so they'd probably just pick into that if they didn't. So I don't know. Maybe they'll counter it just because it is seeming like an almost impossible win, and if you went into a Dust 2, it's a weird one to ban. Like we sort of talk about it being a weird one to pick, but to ban a map that's so 50-50 is quite odd if it's against teams that aren't necessarily that good at it. So maybe they'll let that one slip through. Other than that, the veto, it really could go anywhere. I imagine we're going to see an Inferno, as both teams seem to be fairly happy with that, and maybe a decider of Mirage, but it's a weird one. If they do let Nuke through, then that's probably an instant loss. If they let Dust 2 through, we're probably going to see the puggiest match of all time.
Well, we do have the map veto ready for you guys. We can take a look at it and see if Tom's crystal ball is better than Patty O'Shea, and it's going to be coming up right now for you guys. I'm expecting Nuke to be banned out here. I feel like Sigma don't really stand a chance. Oh no,
Dust 2 bans.
they're going to ban out Dust 2, which, you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, Dinko. You seem to have something to say about it. I'm okay with Dust 2 getting banned out. I feel that would have been really too scrappy. Sigma with a Mirage pick, Beyond with a Nuke pick, Inferno to Decider.
I think I did pretty well.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one to you, Mitch. This looks very, very comfortable for Beyond, as long as they bring their A game or even their B game here.
Yep, 100%. Ban does too. Pick Mirage. Bad move. I never agree with that. If you're going to pick Mirage, let your opponents pick Dust 2 if they want to. That's never a good pick. Like, Dust 2 at best in a matchup comes down to a 50-50. If you're a way better individual team, sure, you'll take the edge there, but arguably that will not matter depending on the map. So if you're going to come down and ban Dust 2, you're basically telling me you're scared. Like, you're not willing to take individual fights, and I think it comes back to what we brought up about Sigma and not really having that much firepower. Up against Beyond, I think they probably would have lost Dust 2. Beyond would probably look better. But I think Sigma would have a better chance there than on Nuke. I mean, it is the one map where Beyond actually look comfortable right now. That's to me, this is lazy when it comes down to either research or maybe just bad decision making in the veto. But whatever's happened here, this is a terrible move by Sigma, in my opinion. I think Beyond have gotten a big edge in this map veto.
Especially, Dinko, going back to the map we saw, I think it was against Tiger yesterday on Mirage. It was...
Oh my.
It was painful. They lost to 5 Glocks on a full buy round in Mirage, and that is the same act they're going to be going with. Here's the problem. You look at mistakes the team have made on the map, and if it's very obvious errors, you can be like, all right, we can fix this, this, boom, we're ready. Were you able to pinpoint anything particularly wrong on that CT anti side for Sigma and Mirage?
So I feel like for the first half, they were just kind of getting lucky that Tiger were making too many mistakes. Urcast was just shutting them down as solo. He was getting so many opening kills. They were providing so many openings to him when they were on the T side. But I feel like that was more Tiger's mistakes than the strengths of Sigma. And then when you get into the second half, that one Glock round, that's when everything turned around, right? You brought up the point that they barely won any round since then. Was it 9 in total, Blind, since that round? Yeah. So yeah, after that, Sigma kind of just fell off the face of the earth, and that's when Tiger got into things. So the fact that we've got a team that was so bad yesterday, just across the board, they were never really good at any point. I think it was mainly in the mistakes of Tiger that got them rounds. Sigma just looked dreadful yesterday. And I did talk about the fact that Beyond have looked pretty awful on Inferno recently and uncomfortable. I don't think that's going to be as much of a problem against Sigma overall, though, because Sigma looked even worse yesterday. They just couldn't do anything on Inferno. So Beyond kind of getting lucky a little bit there. I don't think Inferno is a good map for them right now, but the fact that they're going up against Sigma, it should be working out. And then for the veto, in terms of picking, banning Dust 2 and letting Nuke through, Beyond are going to take it. And you're basically giving yourself a huge disadvantage, knowing you're going to be a map down in the series nonetheless. You're going to drop a map just having Nuke in there.
I mean, I don't really want to touch upon too much on the side of Beyond because obviously they are the kind of the favorites here in this matchup, Tom. But any player in particular who you want to see perform from Sigma and who you feel is going to be kind of like the difference maker? Because for me personally, it's going to be Reality. He was hitting some nutty shots with the op yesterday, but I don't think that's he alone is going to be enough.
No, I think they need some big PP energy. And in fact, maybe even an overdose of PP energy if they're going to have a chance to take this victory. He's had a couple of good games. One of the players that we sort of highlight as at least statistically doing all right for the squad. The problem is, as you sort of mentioned, like the reason we're not necessarily highlighting the players on the other side is because we know that the likes of Olivia is going to show up. Like he has in pretty much every single series. And that's the problem that I have with them winning this game is even if they play better as a team, I don't think they have anybody as good as Olivia in their squad. Like, not even close. Like, he's been so good, even in the matches that they lost, even in the upsets. He was just the best rifler and the best AWPer in the server and still managed to lose. Like, maybe they need some changes of the rest of the team. And I guess that's one thing you could look at. If Sigma do manage to win, maybe Beyond just go and go shopping.
Well, we're going to be finding out how that's going to play out here on map number 1. But quick predictions, Tom. I'm assuming it's going to be Beyond for you.
Yeah, I'll go Beyond 2-0. I think that they should take this one. I think if they lose a map again, we're going to be asking questions about them. But to be honest, I think at this point we already are.
All right, Mitch, 2-0, 2-1.
Yeah, I have to stick with 2-0 on that one. I think a mishandled veto by Sigma has left them in a pretty tough position to actually close this out. I see no advantage for them coming into this series.
Well, all right, gentlemen, thank you again for joining me, and have some fun. Take a nap, grab something to drink, eat something. I don't know, but do watch the game. Yeah, watch the game. Maybe if you feel like it. But again, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mitch, for joining us. And now it's just myself and Dinko going on this wild ride that is Asian Counter-Strike. Dinko, I want to ask you. I want to pick your brain on this. I'm assuming going to be going 2-0 for Beyond as well, as I am. But is there a world? Is there a parallel universe where there is an opportunity? There is a chance for Sigma to maybe take their map pick? Because on Nuke, I really doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, there's a chance they take a map, right? Mirage is the best opportunity for them to do that. It's Thai CS on Mirage, then they're going to know how to approach this. It's very different to how they were playing against Tiger yesterday, I hope. And so coming into today, they should be a bit more comfortable on Mirage. I can certainly see a world in which they can take it, but it's pretty unlikely still. I think you've still got to favor Beyond massively on this map. It's one that we touted them to be the best in Asia on at times when they're playing well. They definitely can compete with the top. But then again, they have looked kind of weak in the last couple of matches. Their confidence has been shot. But this is the perfect opportunity for Beyond to kind of get kickstarted again, right? Get the players showing up. I want Beyond to win this series cleanly. I want to win them to win this convincingly because I want Beyond to have confidence and to make the playoffs. I don't want to see Thai CS die out and all the players go to Valorant like we've already seen Lucid Dream do. So I want to see the scene prosper a little bit more. I want to see Beyond place highly in this tournament and at least try and continue because they're getting closer and closer to beating the likes of Tai Lu. They're getting so close to beating Invictus and Vici the last time around. They have the skill. They're so good when they decide to show up. But it's when they're playing against these lower teams, for some reason, not getting it done. And look at the stack over to the B-bomb site. It's going to be a quick play in here. May rolls. Finding the opening kill. It's Nifty going down. A follow-up kill as well. Then walking right into a trap line. It's working out perfectly.
Yeah, what a stack. What a stack. As PP Overdose left alone, he's a man that Tom pointed out, saying that he needs to kind of force Beyond to overdose on his PP energy, but he's got a lot of players to find here. Bombs dropped towards short. He knows at least where a couple of players are. He's still paranoid that there's going to be a flank coming in. And Beyond, I want to see how they play this. They have a very good setup. STK from behind the bench. They have the other two players as KNTZ and Meralt. Everyone 100 HP, mind you. And they're just holding the line. Now, PP, taking his sweet time. He's kind of made them paranoid about a flank coming in from market, but he hasn't been spotted out yet. Maybe playing a little too passive. Could have been a mistake here, Dinko, but PP sneaking in. He's found a tiny little window. He's going to get a kill. KNTZ is going to be sniped away. PP looking for more, but Meralt comes charging out. That got a little scary. And which was a pretty good hold from Beyond, but then they started getting paranoid. They lose another player, but in the end, the four-man stack, it works out towards the B-bomb side.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a good read from Beyond. Okay, there's going to be a B hit into the pistol round. Let's just go over here and stack it over. And I feel like at this point, Sigma are quite a predictable team, right? They're quite a roster you can see what's going to work out. You know they're going to pick Mirage. You know the Vito's going to play out the way it does. So Sigma just don't really seem to have many dimensions to the team overall. But we'll see what they can get done here in the second round. It is 4 Glocks, should I say. There's a Deagle in play on PP Overdose. And we'll see what they can get done here. Rolex going to push out towards the A-bomb site. Olivia with the first kill. We're trying to pick up as much money on the SMGs as possible. STK, last time around, we see him be the MVP of map number 1. Completely fell flat into the second map and really never woke up again. I want to see him try and step up again. I mean, he's not really the player you look to as the player to frag on this team. I think he's more of the supportive element. He's certainly a player that kind of does all the dirty work, sits on the bomb sides, doesn't move. He's willing to do all of that. So when you see STK step up, you know you've got a good game for Beyond.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or at least a good map.
Yeah, for me, it's not STK. I feel like STK, more times than not, he does deliver, right? For me, it's QQ. He's either having a hell of a game or he's just not there in the server, which is always a worrying sign because everyone else does their job. KNTZ, he has his moments. Meryl's quite instrumental as well. We have the AWP being purchased by Olivia early on here in round number 3. He did get 3 kills with the MP9. And he's going to reposition himself, getting boosted up into ladder room. He's taking a lot of damage, Dinko, but he's done his job. QQ's going to find Niffy as well. And already, the buy round from Sigma, it's getting stopped right in its tracks. Bear in mind, this is kind of like a semi-bonus round for Beyond. They still have 2 MP9s, FAMAS, the only 2 big guns being the AWP and the M4 in hands of Olivia and Meryl. But in reality, Jesus, he finds KNTZ. Although it's just the MP9, but PP Overdose catches on Meryl's re-aggressing, perhaps unnecessarily, Dinko, and suddenly it's even Stevens.
An equilibrium once more, and just over a minute on the clock, and the bomb finally being collected from Sigma. They're going to bring it over to B, and there is one player over here. It is Olivia, but he's on 11 HP, and he's playing back in the market. Should be good for 1. Unless they're completely aware and try and neutralize the AWP here. Gonna peek, cross, and there's the kill from Olivia. Instead of falling back, he heads into the bomb site, and I love this. The confidence from Olivia on 11 HP to start taking these fights. He peeks out to the right side, he goes down to Just Cause. Olivia could have done more there, but he's done enough to keep it even. And STK coming in with an important kill as well. It's just reality in a 1 versus 2. What can he do in this clutch? Oh, no. Players dropped. It's a 1 versus 1. I wondered why he was taking so long to get over to the bomb site. But Beyond have lost a player. He drops from the server. It was a 1v1 all along, and STK goes down. Beyond, that is heartbreaking. And you know, because he drops before the duel happens towards the end of the round play, that lets the player alive know, you know, Just Cause realizes, okay, I can win this. Or reality, should I say. He knows he can win that clutch because the player's gone. So he goes, okay, I know where this last player is. I can just take a straight up aim duel against him without having to worry about his teammate. And that's just unfortunate.
I was waiting. I was like, wait, why isn't the player pushing into it short? Like, you know the bomb's getting planted. Why are you still waiting towards the bottom of mid? That is, oh, man, I feel for Beyond there. Firstly, you know, 5v3, it shouldn't have come down to the 1v2 there, Dinko. It got a little too messy. I feel like the overextension from, well, I forgot which player it was. I guess it was Meryl who walked out towards Cat. There was no need for that. It's a 4v3, fair. Just hold short. You have Olivia with the AWP watching towards B apartments. He's always good for 1, even though he's low on health. You can just stay towards short. Instead, he walks out, gets taken down. It's a 3v3, coming down to 1v2. Still winnable for Beyond, but yeah, just luck kind of not being a very cruel mistress there. But there we go. Sigma, they win a round. Very close round, but you know what? If you're Sigma, you take those.
Yeah, Sigma definitely have to take everything they can, right? At the start of these games, if you let Beyond get confident, if you let them get going, we know what they can do on Mirage. So Sigma, I feel like it's very important for them to get these kind of rounds, even if they're not clean, even if they are down to a 1 versus 2 where a player disconnects, you still with the 1 versus 1. It's definitely important for Sigma just to take everything they can, because we've seen what they did against Tiger. They needed as many rounds as they could get, and they still couldn't get it done. So I feel like Tiger up with a bit of a different opponent to Beyond. I don't think Beyond are going to be as uncomfortable on Mirage. They're not going to make as many mistakes as Tiger did yesterday. So I feel like the opportunities that are going to get presented to Sigma are going to be far less, right? But we're missing a player still for Beyond, and they're just gonna.
I think it's just the UI.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see on the minimap. It's fine. Okay, that makes sense. I was a little bit confused. Like Beyond, really, you're good, but not this good. You definitely need your full 5.
Screw it. I just got a 5v4 these fools. You don't even need guns. You just got USPs. I really appreciate the lack of investment here, right? You have SDK, KNTZ. Everyone's like about $3,000 and above. SDK 4.6. Olivia's very, very low. So they're like, you know what? Let's just eco together. And just the restraint is what makes me surprised. Just a deagle and a CZ Dinko. Not even like, the multiple deagles and whatnot. But knowing Sigma's tendency to falter against default pistols, I still do fear for them.
Don't even remind me, Blood. Do not remind me.
Glocks, Dinko. They lost to 5 Glocks yesterday.
The best part was just when I heard you just move off into the distance, just screaming, Glocks!
I couldn't take it. I just had to like step away from the mic for a second.
That was the first Counter-Strike match I've ever casted that's made me genuinely angry.
You did lose it like a couple of times. It was wonderful, Dinko. It reminded us that you do have human emotions after all. This Rolex is gonna get peeked. It's a free frag, immediately turns away. And that could be a problem. They're making a lot of noise, announcing the presence of CZ. It's up close, but Niffy finds him. There's still the flank, though, and QQ, that little window of opportunity he had, Dinko, I think it has closed in his face. You can still find a kill on the Rolex, who's so very low, just a 1 bullet on his toe.
Oh!
But no.
You're a poet, Blah.
Thank you. I try. Also,
Keep this going.
Also, considering that's the best rhyme I could come up with, I'm very happy I didn't take up writing
It's like
as a career.
Low toe.
Oh no.
No. Well, Sigma, they've tied things up. It'll be a buyout again here from Beyond. This time with an AWP in the hands of Olivia. He'll be positioned over towards A, playing from the ticket box. It'll be a quick play from Sigma in towards middle. They send a couple of players straight up short. And while QQ, he is a complete liability in these early rounds. He has been for the past couple of games now. Even in the matches that Beyond are looking good in, right? That he still looked rough. He's still been doing that. And it's unfortunate because I feel like in Pal Summer and in the past, we've usually talked about QQ being the X factor for this team. You know, if he shows up, then surely they can't lose. He just hasn't really been able to do that. I think it's KNTZ that's taking that spot on this team now.
Indeed it has, but one guy we can always rely on to have these big round plays would have to be Mr. SDK and Olivia. Olivia? I'm not too sure why SDK is still holding that angle. I think it's paranoid someone might have crossed on over. But they're going to be switching up the positions. Now, Sigma, they still have a lot of time to work with. And they have the man advantage. Barely, though, because reality Jesus is extremely low on health. He is the bomb carrier at the moment. PP Overdose going to be sneaking in from short. He should be wary of SDK's position. SDK just holding the line. Now, Rolex is going to try and sell something here. He's going to try and force out a rotation as KNTZ gets caught out. That's a huge kill, and Rolex is single-handedly drawn out the rotation from B. There's no one there, but SK is still alive. That's a problem. He can be a beast, and he's going to find another kill. Bomb's going to be planted, but now it's a 3v3. A player comes charging in. That's Merrill. Finds Reality Jesus, but not before he gets the bomb down. Now a 2v2. STK just dancing around the pillar. Niffy, aware of his position, comes crawling around. And Olivia has got the op Dinko, but is far, far away from where the action is taking place. And considering the time that's elapsed, he's going to have to call it a day. Round number 3 going to wave Sigma. That was huge. Huge from Rolex. He sold the fake, and he gets a kill as well. That's massive.
That's a decent round from Sigma. They can be quite happy with that. I mean, STK getting the double, and you still think that should be enough, but it's just not for Beyond. They cannot get it done. Sigma, they will take the lead 3-2 early on. This is not a good sign for Beyond. I have to say they have had a bit of a roller coaster start, and you're getting the good start and then losing a player. It's probably offset their minds a little bit. I kind of want a tack pause here from Beyond. I want them to kind of chill out, get their head back into the game. I'm sure they seem a little bit unfocused. But Olivia with the AWP, they've got the pistols around it. They can still win this round. Olivia's that good. 6 and 3 right now. Looking up into the apartments. How do you feel if you've got one op and nothing else? How do you feel about putting him in that position?
No op, Dinko. No op. You completely
Exactly.
jinxed it.
But like you're putting him over towards B. It's the slowest rotation to anywhere on the map, right? I'd rather have him like connector or short, just somewhere we can get to another area of the map quickly. But it's still working out for Beyond. They're getting a couple of kills now. May rolls and STK able to make it work. And now PP Overdose alongside Niffy and Reality. They have a chance to close this out, but Beyond, they've picked up weapons, they've got an AK, they've got an AWP, and a chance to win round number 6.
The problem was their, well, if Reality had stuck around to his jungle, Meryl's position would have been like, he couldn't really make a play, but STK coming in, this is big, Dinko. If he gets his kill, which he, oh no, the spray comes in though. He's still gonna win it. PP's gonna get taken down in STK. He might have given his team a chance here. Meryl's coming in. He has been kind of quiet so far. Off, zoned in, gets a kill, doesn't know where the second player is, and he should be taken out here, but no, Reality, he shows a little too early, but that's okay. Because STK is in 15 HP, and 1 bullet is all Reality Jesus needs. He gets the kill, and Sigma, these are some very, very close rounds, Dinko, but they somehow cling on. 4-2, they've run 4 in a row, won 4 in a row right now, and for Beyond, well, the buy is going to be coming in anyway, and to be honest, for Beyond, considering how close some of these rounds are on these, well, almost eco rounds, they're still going to be feeling pretty comfortable. And you got to remember again, Dinko, Sigma's CD side was non-existent yesterday against Taiga. So that's something you have to bear in mind, even when you look at the scoreline you have here.
Sigma just going with the rinse and repeat in terms of how they approach the round. The mid-smoke, looks for connector window, then a quick play down in, but QQ, it's worked out. He shut down PP Overdose. And that wasn't through a smoke. I think he must have just pushed through the edge. I have no idea. I couldn't see from his perspective. And what Olivia is going to find Just Cause, who has already shut down STK into the round. And Olivia, he's not going to run past. The Molotov's going to stop him from doing that, but it hasn't spread to him. So he can stay in the corner, but in the meantime, Niffy's just taking kills, and we're right back into a 3 versus 3. And Rolex, what? He's through CT spawn. He just walked right past the A bomb site, and he's going to walk around CT spawn and get behind a couple of these players. Beyond had a gaping hole in their defense, and Rolex catches the perfect timing to walk right through it. And Olivia, luckily still alive on the server, but Rolex strikes into action. KNTZ, red in the face, completely confused as to how he's there. And now it's going to be the play into the A bomb site from Sigma. This 2 versus 2.
And Olivia has been paranoid as to where Rolex is going to be. Meryl's far away as well. They're just opting to go for a retake towards this A bomb site, and Sigma just gonna march on in, Dinko. Rolex's presence right there, just neutralizing whatever options Beyond had to kind of make some way into this site, but still a 2v2. They don't have a kit. I don't see a kit anywhere here. They have a lot of utility though. The 2 rifles, however. Reality Jesus with the AWP, he has been quite a beast on this map yesterday, and he's going to be forced out of his position. The nade doing a lot of damage and a missed shot. The flashbang should be a tell though. The flashbang should tell them where Rolex is, and Rolex though is going to go for the spray, finds one, but Olivia's there to shut it down. 4K for Olivia, once again going above and beyond to deliver, and he should be able to retrieve the AWP as well. A close defuse, but he's going to have it, and that's going to be Beyond finally stopping the streak of Sigmas.
It felt like it was a long time coming, and again, that round was definitely not clean by any means by Beyond. It is a huge weakness of the A bomb site. They lost track. I mean, if you've left the A bomb site open with no one looking at it, Blair, you almost have to realize, okay, we have to consider at least the fact that someone could be in CT. It didn't seem like they were aware of that.
There are a lot of things that Beyond were unaware of in that particular round. But one thing that we're aware of is Olivia will deliver. He will deliver time and time again as Rolex is gonna... Whoa, okay, never mind, I take it back.
I was literally about to say, Blair, I was like, he's just gonna miss this shot now. Every time we hype up an AWP or we hype up a player,
there you go.
they miss that shot.
He got a kill, he got a kill.
We say it. He did get a kill, he did get the kill, and now it's a 3 versus 3.
How is Reality in the... He's in the site while the CT is in Palace. It's like the roles have been reversed, Dinko. It's a very confusing game we have here. As KNTZ, he knows that they know he's stuck in Palace, so he's just gonna roam around, try and make sure he doesn't get flanked. And you can clearly see this position from Niffy towards Connector. That's going to give them some room to work with. It's going to walk on out. The timing, it couldn't have been better from KNTZ. Gets the kill in reality, Jesus. I'm not sure if he spotted out the bomb, though. And now the C4 in the back of Just Cause. He's got all questions. He doesn't know what to do. Olivia barrel sticking out. And, Niffy gets the kill. But just as he finds it, KNTZ will get the immediate trade. And KNTZ is being the MVP of this round so far. And Just Cause, all on him. 1v2, heading towards the A bomb site. If he gets a kill in the KNTZ, it could be big, because he gets the kill. He's going to get the bomb down, and Merrills is far, far away. So Just Cause can just get the bomb down and pretty much set himself up anywhere for a post plant.
1 versus 1. He's got himself in towards CT, but now Merrills moves forward towards the top of the stairs. Just Cause position. It's very solid right now, and I do remember a clutch yesterday that made me want to die Bly with Just Cause involved in the city bomb site. Let's see if Merrills can play this one better. Just Cause has a good position. The Molotov goes in towards him, and an immediate headshot. Well played from Merrills. He just walks into the site, quickly hitting the headshot. That's the 4th round for Beyond.
That was an insta headshot from Merrills, and I don't think the op's going to be retrieved. That's unfortunate. I feel bad for Olivia there. Like, the position he was holding, like, the barrel was sticking out. It's going to be a free kill, but he was expecting his teammate KNTZ inside of Palace to cover that angle. But yeah, the timing was off. Timing was off, unfortunately. And KNTZ, the hero of that round, 3 kills for him, and that's all he had to do. As the scores are tied up again. But the worrying thing here for the side of Beyond is the money is not looking great. Fortunately for them, though, Sigma only have Deagles, Dinko. They don't have any utility, just going to be looking for the duels. But one thing we know about his Asian players, Dinko, their Deagles are up
nasty.
there. They're really nasty. It's literally world class, and it's not hyperbole. It's like a fact. They're so good with the Deagles.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like when they go and play in these international events, they can't catch a lot of the better teams in the world off because they're just so damn talented. And there goes Rolex opening things up with the Deagle. It's QQ going down. And again, I would love to see a statistic. Well, I can look at that myself, but I want to see it across the tournament of how many opening duels he's won in comparison to when he's given away that first kill. Like just across the entire tournament.
That'd be interesting. I actually want to take a look at it as well. Maybe during the downtime when when you have a break, perhaps could just take a look at stats. I love stats. I feel like with the right context, stats can be. I feel it's highly underutilized in Counter-Strike, and I feel like the only team who's probably done it is who, Astralis.
Yeah, it's because we have so much available to us as well. It's a little bit annoying. We have a website, HLTV, that just provides them so easily for us.
No other esports site, no other esports has a site like that, and yet we underutilize it so massively. It's kind of tragic.
Yeah. I mean, Valorant have a couple of them right now because obviously they realize how successful HLTV is, and obviously we have a couple of people have moved over from CS to that game. So obviously taking it and trying to make it for a new esport, I feel like every esport could benefit with an HLTV.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like just a home for the game where you have all the matches, you have all the stats, and that's something even I personally in our job that I personally relied on so many times. There are moments where you might have your notes and everything, but then you just don't have enough time to prep for a match, or like let's say you're or let's say you're in a tournament where it's a single limb. You don't even know what matchup's going to be coming up in the next couple of hours. But HLTV, boom, just like that, you give all the stats, all the context you need to kind of narrate the story. As 5-4 Beyond have kind of come back into this one, Dinko. Although it's been some scrappy, expensive rounds, you can take a look at the money. They've won 3 in a row, and yet the money's not looking that great. And it's going to be a hit coming in straight on. Oh, that is badly timed, I feel like. Was it a Molotov and a smoke? But it smokes deep. It's good. QQ is good for 1. He gets the opening this time around, Dinko, but can he do more is the question. As the A bomb site, it's going to be run over. PP overdose, just running. What is wrong with you, PP?
He just overdosed. And well, it's going to be a 3 versus 4 man advantage in play here for Beyond. Good position though from Reality. He could be good enough to take at least one down here for him. It's STK immediately finding the headshot. Rolex towards Tetris. The Molotovs forced him into the left side and he will get one. That's all he'll grab, but now it's just Cause emerging from Palace. To no avail, he will fall to Olivia's AWP.
Was there a flash?
Around collective for Beyond. And 6-4.
I don't care what would happen in that round. I'm just wondering what the hell PP was thinking. Was he waiting for a flashbang from his team? If he was, why was he facing the flash? And why did he have his knife out? Can we please take a look at that replay again? Because that just boggles my mind. I have no idea what happened there. That can't just be a brain fart. That has to be like I don't know, Dinko. I thought it was ready. I thought I was mentally ready for today, but no, you're never
Never
ready.
are, Blah.
Yeah.
No matter how many years you invest into Asian Counter-Strike, it seems like it's just mind boggles you every day.
It does. It does.
May Rolls, he's been goddamn good, hasn't he? 13-5. He's here again, and he's looking. Oh my god, I thought he was about to get caught by the worst timing in the world, that quick switching, but he comes back and he gets a second. Just cause the reality are both going down. KTZ stepping up as well. It is just the pistols, but they've been dispatched and dispelled very quickly indeed, and without any casualties from beyond just yet.
Well, this is a much better round coming out from Beyond. A few of these rounds where Sigma have just had the pistols, they have bled a couple of players, which is why the money, if you look at it, you know, they've won 4 in a row right now, and money still hasn't been great. Olivia. Barrel, not spotted out. CZ comes out, and he gets the kill. So 5 in a row now for Beyond. It's kind of like, you know, back and forth affair, and a flawless round as well. I don't think they even took a single point of damage, which is great for their money. It's finally starting to look a little bit more solid as we do enter round number 12. 4 more rounds remaining in this half. And those of you tuning in, this is the second matchup of the day. It's the first map of this best of 3 series. And as you saw right now in the graphic on the top left corner, this is the map pick from Sigma. Coming up next is going to be Beyond. Stomping Grounds is going to be a nuke. So for Sigma to maybe stand a chance of taking this series, or at least even taking the map number 3, they need this map. And right now, Beyond, they're starting to shut things down. They seem to have woken up, Dinko.
Olivia out to the right side. He spotted the player cross down. He's in the open. He needs to get out of there now. He stays alive. That's good. I mean, it is a risky play, but it works out. You know, you're not going to always say a play is good because it works, but at least he has got his opening kill and he can fall back safely. An advantage for Beyond, and I'm liking this. I don't want to stop this because it's confident from Beyond. You can see KTZ pushed all the way through, but they're about to cross here. Rolex. Oh no! KTZ turns around and he finds him. Rolex, that's so awful for him. He goes down, and that's a 2-man advantage. So much map control to work with for Beyond, and now we really get to see what Sigma can do in the mid round. This is going to be such a difficult one. I love how they just immediately take spawn back though. Make sure that he has fallen back to the site.
Listen, as long as we don't have players running through the smoke or walking through the smoke with a knife out, I'm okay with whatever strategy they use here, Dinko. Here they go though. Run out, trying to bait out the player towards CD spawn, and there's no one to be found. QQ spots a couple of players out. KNTZ. His feet are gonna get pretty toasty, but they don't check him, Dinko. They don't expect him to be holding that angle. That's a big mistake from Sigma. And they're gonna get punished a double kill for KNTZ. And Beyond, they're looking better and better and better. 6 in a row right now for Beyond, and we just have just a couple more rounds remaining here for Sigma to try and make this a little competitive, because I'll be honest, Dinko, I don't think 4 rounds are good enough considering the CD side, the way it got shredded apart by Tiger yesterday. How do you not check that? Especially with the Molotov not being deep enough. The thing with a Molotov is it's a good molly, but it's going to force the CT to play towards that, you know, towards the boxes over there. And that's a very easy check. It ensures you don't have to, you know, peer far out and check the deep corner. But no one checks, which is so dumb, as QQ's going to have no trouble finding kills galore. It's another shutdown, Dinko. The money, I was talking about it a while ago, and right now it is looking fantastic. 2 more rounds remaining in this half, and Beyond, it looks like they're in cruise control.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier on for Sigma. They're not going to get as many opportunities to get rounds in the first half like they did against Tiger. I think Beyond are just more of a tight ship on this one, right? They've got everything together on Mirage. They know how to play it. They've made this staple in their map pool. They're not going to be making as many errors as Tiger, where you get that opening kill and you let it go. I think we immediately seen it at the start of the round. Okay, Olivia's still making a ballsy play, but he gets the kill. He's good enough to find it. And instead of sticking around and going for another, like so many Opers will do in this region, he falls back. He realizes, okay, I've got an opening kill. Let's keep it. And then the push to the ramp works out as well. They get a little bit lucky in the timing, but still, nonetheless, Beyond, good and proactive, confident counter-strike coming out. And again, another good shutdown. They're not even coming close in these pistol rounds. Easy wins for them. And PP Overdose, he's going to get one in the Tech 9 before falling. They just kind of lost track of him. And it's 10-4. Beyond double figures already. This is what I was hoping for, Blad. This is what I want to predict coming into this series. This is what I should predict based on what we know about Beyond and Sigma. But it's so difficult to say this with conviction. But I'm glad we're seeing it play out.
I feel like the only team who's played at an extremely high level so far this tournament has to be Vici, right? Like, their wins have looked convincing, even against Tai Lu. I mean, apart from that game, which was kind of close, mind you. But Tai Lu being Tai Lu, just, you know, being able to steal a win away. Vici been the only team where it'd be like, you know, Vici against any other team, they're going to beat them. And they've beaten them convincingly, looking good, not making too many mistakes. Jam Young, Kaze, Zoking, Almond, even Advent at times stepping up. So apart from that, I completely agree with you. I feel like there's no team here in this tournament where we can, with any level of conviction, be like, oh yeah, this team should have this game. But right now, Beyond is starting to make me believe, at least for this matchup, at least in this instance, that they are looking much better than Sigma at the moment. Sigma, they strung 4 rounds in a row. They were leading 4-2, and then it's been Beyond all the way. Oh, what? How does Rolex get a second kill?
Absolutely no idea how he's pulled that off. And now, well, 53 seconds in play. It's going to be STK looking for the kill towards top connector. Nifty going down. Overdose as well out of that. And it's a 3 versus 2. 45 seconds. Just Cause bringing the bomb over towards the A bomb site. Currently, Rolex occupying default, making sure that there is a safe avenue of approach. But getting across to the bomb site is not going to be easy. You've got Olivia covering this off with the AWP. And Rolex, I feel like he has to almost be the sacrificial lamb at this point. They're aware. He's going to find it. Olivia goes down, and Rolex, he's so low, but he's still pulling it off for the team. And then he has a brain fart. He doesn't think about CT. He goes down, and Just Cause now into a 1 versus 2 to try and win this for his side. He's got the first kill, looking for the second, and he cannot get it done. STK saving the day. Beyond go 11-4 in the first half.
Yeah, that was just rough. I love the play from Rolex, so they knew they didn't have any utility to cross and over. No smoke, no flashbang, except the one Molotov, and it just goes for the peek through the site. And Olivia not expecting that, but then, yeah, like you said, a little bit of a brain fart, not expecting CT to pushed up. Brilliant positioning from Merrill, and a great showing overall from Beyond. They lose 4 in a row, and then, you know, as the rounds progressed, we saw some very close rounds, which came down to the 1v1s and 2v2s, but then the final 4 or 5 rounds have been Beyond just looking pretty much flawless, looking very good, just shutting down whatever hit Sigma were throwing their way. What worries me for Sigma, Dinko, is like 4 rounds on a T-side of Mirage, you could be forgiven for thinking, yeah, that, you know what, you can still work with it. It's not the worst. But that CD side by Sigma from yesterday against Tiger, that it's still engraved in my mind. And that worries me. Because just with 4 rounds to work with, I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's close to being enough. Even if they win the pistol, which is looking unlikely.
Yeah, especially if they're just they pick Mirage, but they're not that good on it. I think that's fair to say. Just Cause he's gonna be trying to hold on here. Q-Cube, he's gonna go down. May rolls with a headshot. Now 3 versus 3. A chance for Beyond to try and win this pistol round to give themselves 12 rounds. Put themselves closer to taking this map, but it's Rolex and Niffy putting a stop to that. STK now on a 1 versus 3. He's going to go back up towards Palace and try and re-enter the A-bomb site. But this is not going to be easy at all. He's got a real difficult task in his hands, especially with no Kevlar, especially with no utility left. And just a Glock versus 3, and he's got a little bit of range to fight with as well here, so that's not going to be helping him. As he starts to make his way out, he sees a P250. Oh, doing that might give away his position, but no one peeking it. Now he jumps down into the site via the ladder. Checking to the right side, 35 seconds, he realizes he has to get going. And he's, as soon as he taps that bomb, he's dead. At this point, He realizes he's going to go forward and look for a fight first to try and make it closer. And unfortunately, too many angles to worry about. And Niffy gets the timing. It's fifth round for Sigma. They win the pistol into the second half. And it's a must-win pistol. We talk about 4 rounds not being enough. I don't think it is. I'm definitely in the same vein of thought as you, Blair. But at least it's a setup for potentially making this scoreline look a little bit more respectable. Get a bit of momentum, a bit of confidence going into the second map. But we'll see. I mean, 11-4 is the most misleading scoreline. But right now, I still don't believe. But we'll see. We'll see if we get proven wrong. We have been proven wrong before, Blair, especially in this tournament. Nothing really makes sense. But yeah, 5 Glocks or 4 Glocks. No, 3. Oh, never mind, Blair. Just my feed was a little bit blurry and the P250 looked like a Glock.
Yeah, but they do have a couple of P250, so they're not going to win this. If they had 5 Glocks, there was a chance of Beyond bringing this one back. But yeah, this should be... Memes aside, that was one of those rounds which should never have happened. For those of you probably wondering what I'm talking about, what this lunatic's just rambling on about Glocks. Tiger won a round on Mirage T-side with 5 Glocks against a full buy. I'm not talking about SMGs and Scouts. No, I'm talking about M4s and AWPs. And they won it by losing 1 man. 4 kills were with Glocks. 1 was an M4 they picked up. That broke me. That broke Dinko, and I think that almost broke Counter-Strike. I mean, it's happened in the past before, except not that convincingly, if that makes sense. As Niffy making very quick work of the final 3 remaining players, and that's money in the bank. Thank you very much. Might just go for the upgrade as well, because now for Beyond, it's going to be the big guns coming out, Dinko. AK-47s all across the board, and a pretty decent chunk of utility as well. Although, there is a distinct lack of any Molotovs. It's 5 smokes, 4 flashbangs, and that's about it. But the AK-47s, that would be the superior weaponry.
Olivia through the underpass. He's walking his way up here. Underhanded nade. Olivia was a little bit further up. That probably would have done quite a bit of damage to him. But luckily, he was a little bit further back in the underpass. This is a nice, slow default approach from Beyond. And this is something we don't see enough from the teams in this tournament. It's not slow. It's not methodical. It's not thought out. It's just an idea from spawn. And they all commit to it, Blair. And there's no plan B. But Beyond taking their time, spreading out across the map. I mean, in doing so, they have conceded a bit of map control, but they know they have to take that back, and that's exactly what KNTZ is successful in doing. PP Overdose had an opportunity. We've had 2 duels here that could have went either way, but Beyond have come out on top in both of them. And Olivia, he's just pushed up all the way. No idea that he's going to be there. Just Cause runs right past him. Olivia will eventually get the kill, but reality, he's found 1. The bomb now, 30 seconds, still enough time. Rolex is over here on this B-bomb side. He's going to try and cause a couple of problems. Beyond, they've kind of screwed themselves a little bit here, but luckily Olivia has taken down Rolex. In reality, on the other end of the map, he is completely far removed from any action, as should be Beyond. Feeling quite happy about themselves now. It's going to be 12-6. An impressive, simple round coming through from them. They did run it down through the final few seconds, but they get it done nonetheless. They win all the important aim duels, and I guess that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's what matters. You guys got a little scary there, though, like that ops presence from reality, and they're already on a hunting because they know they have an inkling where he is, and why not? I mean, I'm not a big fan of them just going all in and just throwing away their lives. I don't think it's worth it because you have to look at the money. You got to look at the money that's Beyond have themselves. It's not ideal. In reality, Jesus, he has no idea that he is getting hunted. He's going to land a shot, though. Olivia gets taken down. And reality should survive, and he will indeed. So, just a 1 casualty on the hunt, and more importantly, the op will be saved. And one thing we have noticed yesterday was reality with an AWP was beasting on the CT side. So we need to see more from him with a big green zoom banger, Dinko, or else I feel like this one's a done affair.
I don't think reality is going to be able to carry his team against Beyond. It's not realistic. Maybe we can get 1 or 2 kills here, but Beyond aren't going to let him take over the server. single-handedly. You know, yesterday we seen some big rounds from him, Blair, but I definitely feel like, you know, his team set that up. There was enough distractions, there was enough going on, but Reality just walked down ramp, give it away the AWP, and Sigma, they're done here. 13-6. I think we're starting to get to the point where Beyond is just wrapping this up. It's ready to be dispatched. I'm just ready for the second map. I'm ready to go on to Nuke, and that's where Beyond's going to take the series 2-0.
Yeah, it is very much looking like it, isn't it? That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like Sigma kind of didn't really show up today so far. I mean, they can still have time. Obviously, we're only coming into round number 20, but it's just not really. They're not showing us much at all, are they?
And even just going back to that's a nice shot. Oh, that's a free up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is a little bit worrying. STK not running forward. It's another kill for Rolex.
He's dead. He's dead.
He's making it expensive at least, but yeah, he's out of there.
Yeah, made it a little expensive. AWP will not be retrieved as well, so Olivia's going to be a little annoyed about that. Olivia, 22 kills again. The guy always delivers, no matter what. As Mitch mentioned, you know, this Mirage pick was probably a mistake, right? They could probably have gone with something else apart from this, but picking in Mirage, considering how lackluster they looked against Tiger yesterday, a team who aren't as good on Mirage as Beyond. And for Beyond, this is kind of like one of their home maps alongside Nuke. So maybe a different map, maybe a little bit of a curveball would have made things a little bit more interesting. But yeah, unfortunately, this just feels like the beginning of the end. This is going to be a B hit coming in. Reality Jesus boosted up top. No one checks him. No one checks him. He spots a barrel out looking for more, and he's going to find two. And Reality Jesus, he's delivering, Dinko. But Merrill is still there. They know there's a player right underneath as Merrill finds a wild spray through the smoke. And it is going to be Reality with the USP of all things to finish things off. He's like, MP9, you know what? I'm going to downgrade to show how damn good I am at this game.
Well, Beyond, a little bit of a uncomfortable round there. They'll be feeling a little bit disappointed in that one, but they are still 3 away for victory. They still can buy up. And Reality just showing up, yeah, with their weakest weapon in play. It's an absolute animal. And just brilliant round from Reality. I think he's definitely the star player of this team. I don't think there's any question at this point anymore. Most raw ability, at least. And PP Overdose up in Palace. He's taken down Kane. TZ, another push keeps coming through. It's Reality only getting the 1 kill. So it's on to Niffy to do something here. The problem is for Beyond, they don't have the bomb. It's dropped in the open. They're a man down. This round's looking pretty rough here. And we're going to try and fight Olivia, of course. Good enough to pick up a kill onto Just Cause. And now Niffy straight down into War Sandwich is successful for 1. PP Overdose still in Palace. He hasn't unveiled his position, but it's time for the PP to come out.
And he's going to come out down the ladder. They have no idea.
Oh.
This is perfect. But Olivia gets to kill. 1v1 now, Dinko. And Olivia's making a lot of noise, but he's playing him. He's playing Rolex. This could be genius from Olivia. He seems to have all the idea in the world. He knows exactly where Rolex is. He's outplaying him. If he goes to CD spawn and heads towards B, my mind's gonna be blown. But no, he's just gonna get the bomb down, Dinko.
Yeah.
But for Rolex, it should be an easy retake here, even if it's a 1v1.
Oh, Olivia, he's done so much damage. The health advantage was there, but he just peeks. And Rolex, he knows the angles, and he finds the headshot. Brilliant stuff. He needed that round win. Olivia looked like he had just gamed him completely. Looks like he was going to be taking his 25th kill and a 14th round for Beyond, but it doesn't go their way, and that's heartbreaking for Beyond. But what a step up from Rolex.
That was... to be honest, that should have been the round for Sigma. It should have been a comfortable win for them, but again, Olivia, man, oh man, when this guy's alive, can never be too sure. Meryl's with the MP5, Mitch's favorite gun.
I mean, the MP5 is pretty terrible, so you can definitely get behind that, but it's an SMG that doesn't see much use in normal circumstances. We did see a P90 a little bit earlier on. PP Overdose. Take it away, QQ. It's a good start here for Sigma. They've worked this one out well. This force buy, I'm not a fan of it from Beyond. And This is why. It's not looking good for them at all. They just got absolutely mauled to pieces. KTC gone. Terrible, terrible round from Beyond. That's going to leave their economy in the bin for a couple more. And what was looking like a very dominant showing from Beyond, a very comfortable lead, will start to look a little less comfortable. Why? Because it's going to be 10 rounds on the board for Sigma, most likely coming into this next one. Then we see a buy from Beyond. If they lose that, well, they have lost their control of this game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. This was a messy round and a very, very clean hold coming out from Just Cause especially. The worrying thing for Sigma, I'm going to again point out the fact that their money is still not looking very solid. I know they really haven't had too many chances to kind of grind back into this. But at the same time, if they lose this round, Dinko, they can eke out a bye. But it's not going to be great. And to lose 2 back-to-back, that's a map point for Beyond. Completely broke. So it's a worrying thing here. You know, we do have the buy coming. And my feet's kind of frozen up. Oh, there we go. My feet's back. And for Beyond, they have the Deagles out. And once again, just to repeat myself again, the Deagles are quite dangerous.
I think you have to preface every single Asian Counter-Strike Eagle round with, oh, that. Restart code in. Be interested to see if Beyond still want to go on the Deagles. They have a second chance, Blair.
Yeah, I still don't see them doing anything too crazy here. Oh, player DC'd. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, it's... Who is it?
QQ.
Oh, yeah. It's always funny. You could literally be casting so many... you'd be casting so many of these games and so these teams over and over again for like just past 23 rounds, blah. And you could just immediately have just go, who's missing? It's just it's like your brain is such a strange thing. Well, 13-9. Beyond have got QQ back on the server. They need another restart. I don't know if his money was 1,700. Maybe it was. Okay. Well, that's a little bit unfortunate. QQ has far less cash to work with for the rest of the roster. He does have his Deagle out in play. Deagle from 8 rolls as well here. Olivia picking up one. It's going to be the full deco across the board. And for Sigma, this should be around. They have no problems in. Surely.
I like how you ended with a very plaintive surely. Let's see. Nice opening. Reality, especially towards his A bomb site with the op, he was spectacular. I think it was a highlight moment from him as well yesterday. Getting a 3K against Tiger, although in a losing effort, which is looking like the case over here. But so far, it has been a much better CD side setup from Sigma. Although that was the case yesterday as well, until they lost to the Glocks, and I think they kind of broke. You know, they mentally broke. Just Cause from the short, just a turret. Yeah, I really don't see any way in this one how they bring this one back. So it's going to be 10 rounds for Sigma. Question is, what can Beyond do on their buy? Because the past few rounds have been a little underwhelming from the favorites.
Sigma are going to go and get themselves a 10th round easily enough. And yeah, the second half has been a pretty quiet show. I think it's mainly just because of decision making. You know, you've had so many rounds that have come close. If Olivia wins that 1 versus 1, Beyond are probably at a point now where they're 15 it up, 15-7 up. There's no problems, right? But just that 1 round and then the decision making that's come off the back of it because they felt like they were so close has kind of left them in a weird place. So this is a very important round for Beyond. They win this, I don't really see any problems. I think they get right back on track, but reality is getting more confident. Sigma across the board getting more confident, and they've got an opening kill to play with.
They are, but Olivia... Oh no, that's a big miss. That's a big miss. And Olivia finds 3. Dinko, there was no one there. There was no one to help him out. And Olivia is just running in death matching. He's killing everyone. They're all dead. They're all dead, Dinko. Call 911 because that was bloody murder in mid. And Rolex probably wondering, how do you die to one guy? There was no one next to him. There were no flashes, nothing. And Olivia just always looking for the ace. He's gonna get the ace. Of course he is. What a beast. What a legend. What a god. But what a terrible round from Sigma as well. What was that, Dinko?
Well,
okay, let's watch this.
Yeah, Olivia's just always going to take the chance in these situations. But yeah, he should have been dead to rights a long time ago. He even has time to remove the smoke from his hand, pull out his rifle, spray not only one but two players down. What is going on in this round? How is he allowed to do that? And while 14 to 10, like I said, if they win this round, then I'm back on the Beyond Hydra, and I think they close it here.
Can we just like have players just be AFK for Beyond and T-Spawn and just send out Olivia and see how many people he killed single-handedly? And then the rest of his team comes out, because he is so good, man. He is never disappointed. He has never failed, no matter how terrible some of these some of the players can be on many of the teams here. Like, there are a few names, like Jam Young stands out for me. Techno 4K from Checkmate stands out for me. And Olivia has to be another name. Like, he has been fantastic, rarely making a mistake. Rarely do we have an opportunity to criticize him, apart from maybe a missed shot here and there, but that's only because he's human after all. This looks like almost the end here. Niffy, the timing is pristine. KNTZ. Oh my, are we gonna? No. Okay, Niffy finds him. That was looking like just a comedy of errors. It's reality, waiting for the smoke to dissipate, but Olivia, keen eyes, finds the kill. So the opening takes place. PP's done for. He's gonna get taken down. Two players shooting him from both directions, front and behind. And Niffy, they know where he is. They have the A bomb site, but instead, they're gonna be heading towards B. This is a genius call from Beyond.
Going into the B-bomb site, they're going to catch that out immediately. Olivia, the missed shot. QQ goes down as well, but look at this, just cause position. Because he's already got one, and he could do so much more just alone. They've separated, and that's going to give him a 1 versus 1 fight every single time. Mayrol's now onto 1 versus 3. Beyond, we're looking to try and close it, but the time, he's got to die before it. Surely, come on, Mayrol's. Go down. Die. He's staying alive, though. That's a way to work it. He's going to try and tap I think he definitely lost track of the time there, but he stays alive, right? And that's okay. You know, you either die there or you stay alive and take down the two players. It just looked incredibly unlikely that he was going to find those two kills, Blair, but he manages to pull it off. And now 14 to 11. The money's still good here for Beyond. They're still able to buy up. So not out of the woods just yet. Sigma, if they want to win in regulation, they've got to be flawless.
Oh yeah, they have to be flawless, and what's with the cast's curse? I'm praising Olivia, and he misses probably the easiest shot of the match so far, and it just falls apart for Beyond after that. But here comes a hit towards this A bomb side. Reality Jesus, good flashbang, great flashbang, and he's gonna flash again. Gonna peek on out. Brilliant stuff, but not able to find QQ with the flash. QQ replies back. It's still a 4v4, and the CD is just waiting behind the smoke, waiting all the way towards CD spawn. As Just Cause gonna, I think, boost himself on top of the smoke, finds Meryl's, and that's gonna stop the rotation. But they're gonna walk into Rolex, but Olivia is holding W, and left click is running and shooting them, Dinko, and it's just destroying them, whoever is in his path, as they keep running straight towards B, which could be a mistake because Just Cause is ready and lying in wait.
Yes, he is, and he can still certainly pull this off. He goes to the right side. He's been the anchor in the previous round for them. He's going to throw the smoke out to the right side. He gets one, but QQ gets his revenge from the previous round. Headshot dealt onto Just Cause, and now PP Overdose coming back up from behind. Right in front of him is KTZ. He's going to get into the corner with the Galil. And Niffy starts walking forward to the left side. You've got QQ in behind the bench in the back left corner. KTZ up at the apartments. PP Overdose swings on by. The headshot is there. KTZ goes down, and now QQ with a quick headshot. Now 1 versus 1. He backs away. He headed towards the market, but now swings to the right side. Spots the player crossing to his left, and QQ cannot win it. How has PP Overdose managed to do that? How has he confused QQ? His braid just malfunctions, and it's 12 rounds on the board for Sigma.
He played it to perfection, and then he just takes a bullet, it like rattles a bullet into the pillar because he saw his back. He could just play that safe. He had completely bamboozled the last player there, but, well, Beyond, a couple of small slip-ups here and there, and they've allowed Sigma back into the game. And Sigma, yes, the money is crappy, yes, the buy is not great, but you know what? They're still in this map, and they still are trailing only by 2 rounds right now. They can tie things up. It's very, very doable. They win this round. Dinko, if they win this round, Sigma Beyond have to go for an eco, and that's Sigma tying things up 14 all. As Olivia, the danger man, already 31 kills for him, Dinko, and he's been shut down early on.
Reality. QQ going down, a second shot rattled off before death comes his way. Mayrols will swiftly put a bullet through the brain of Reality, but it's not enough to stop him beforehand. And while Just Cause turns around, he is really coming to life. 3K from Reality, 1 from Just Cause, and now it just leaves Mayrols. A 1 versus 4, 14-13. I was confident in Beyond, but now I'm not. This is starting to really get out of hand. Sigma, how have they done this? I have to say, though, you know, okay, Beyond have had weaknesses for sure, but Reality has been an animal.
Yeah,
and he hasn't been alone. He has had Just Cause to some important round plays over towards B, which was a big weakness. Do you remember back when Sigma were just terrible at the B hold? How has that flipped so much when now they're so sick at the B hold?
Well, they're shutting down Beyond, they're feeling confident, and I feel like that's something which... It makes it sound like a broken record. It sounds like just like a cliche. But the truth is, oh, we haven't played DCing, but everyone's in the server, it looks like, so... Ah, there we go. A technical timeout getting called there. Yeah, it's like they live and die with this entire momentum-based style of Counter-Strike, I feel like, right? Especially teams like Sigma. We saw yesterday how they were fighting back against Tiger, it was back and forth, and then suddenly, once they lost to the Glocks, they just literally all fight, just exited their body, and it was basically, well, it was basically Tiger just running away with it. They ran away with the end of Mirage, and they ran away with on Inferno, where Sigma didn't put up a fight at all. So Sigma waking up here and against their more favored counterparts, their more favored countrymen, they're suddenly looking very, very good. Suddenly shutting things down. In Reality, again, Dinko, we did say his op on Mirage yesterday and CD side was quite spectacular. And right now, he is hitting those shots.
Oh, he is. He's really showing up. And it's good that Sigma across the board have a pretty solid defense on both sides of the map, right? You got the B hold that's looking good. They're usually good for 1 or 2 kills. It's always putting Beyond the weakness that allows for the retake to come through. And then over towards A, we've got Reality just being all over the place. He's so impactful. A lot of big rounds for them here in the second half so far. And clutches going their way really started this. You know, that 1 versus 1 that Olivia lost, that's when Sigma get right back into things. So Rolex has definitely had an MVP round. So Sigma, everyone kind of having their moments. Now Beyond starting to gather up. It's going to be a B hit. Oh my god, we nearly seen the spam again play. We nearly see it through the wall, but it doesn't work out. Instead, the push comes through into the B bomb site with all 5 players still intact for Beyond.
What?
It's 1 kill from Mayrols through the wall, taking down PP Overdose, and now Rolex is trying his best. They walk right through. It's QQ giving it away, but the bomb, look where the bomb is. It's stuck in the smoke right in front of it. They're going to have to try and recover. Reality burning away Mayrols. Rolex as well. No one from Sigma overstepping. No one making a mistake. And as soon as they lose the bomb there, there's absolutely no chance in winning that round. You cannot get it back. You cannot get that bomb down. And then Sigma can just sit back. So Beyond, terrible outcome for them, unfortunately. We head into round 29. We're tied up 14-14. The AKs are back on the table for the T side, Blood, but this is the last stand. I said Sigma needed to be flawless if they wanted to win in regulation, and so far they have been.
All. Beyond definitely going to be sweating now. They're going to be feeling a little uncomfortable, a little hot underneath the collar as they are setting up for this A play. They have Olivia on the look, and there's a man without any utility right now. He's used up his smoke early on for that jungle smoke. Oh, I like this. I like this. The flash peek towards mid, just trying to reclaim some of the real estate, and PP Overdose repositioning himself. That nade's actually going to do a bit of damage onto QQ and a slight go to KNTZ, but not too much. They're going to be okay. Nifty pushing up as well alongside PP Overdose to set up his defense. This is a pretty good hole, I feel like. Even if they go for this execute, which is what Beyond seem to be going for, they're going to be two CDs playing inside. And now for PP, he's got no utility, neither do Niffy. So once the hit comes in, they're not going to have any smokes or flashbangs to work with. They're just going to need to hit their shots. The good thing for them is the Yopper, that's Reality Jesus. He's going to be just like the turret for them. And here comes the hit. Niffy has to move away. He's got no smoke to play with. He's got no smoke to extinguish the flames. And the hit is on Dinko.
Well, Reality getting rid of STK. It's a good blind kill. PP Overdose stepping up as well. Beyond starting to crumble. They're a man down as they look into the A-bomb site. Reality is still alive. He's scoped in and ready for Beyond to round this corner. What a weird fair hit has been. Niffy with the headshot. May rolls taking liberties. Is going to get shut down by Niffy with a double again. Olivia removed from the round. He's in T-spawn with absolutely no chance of winning this round. It's 15-14. Sigma somehow have reached map point. I thought this series was going to reach a quick conclusion based on the performance in the first half from Beyond, the start to the second. But Sigma have come right back into things, and Beyond have not been able to stop them. It has been a big performance from Olivia. He's 31-19, Blair. But where's KNTZ? Where's STK? They're not here. 27 kills to Mayrolls, 31 for Olivia. The rest of the team are just not having a good time at all in this second half.
It is just crazy how this has just gone wrong for the side of Beyond. I'm just gonna remind everyone, it was an 11-4 half for Beyond. A top 4, top 5 team in Asia against a team who, Sigma, who for the first time qualified for an RMR. It was 11-4, and then it was 13-6. It was 13-6. And now we're Sigma 15-14 in the lead. It has been, don't get me wrong, it's been a spectacular comeback, but Jesus, Beyond have choked so hard here.
Yeah, they're choking. Like, they just are. They choke everything. They choke wins against Tyloo. They choke against Vici. They choke against Invictus. They choke against Checkmate. Actually, they just got outright destroyed by Checkmate. But nonetheless, they just seem to be a team with the worst mental fortitude. Like, they can't close games. It's like they, in their own head, they're their own worst enemy. They have the skill. They have the team ability, but they just cannot get it over the line.
They need a mental coach and someone who also knows the Heimlich maneuver. To try and, like, while they're giving them advice at the same
Head
time,
up Team Liquid.
What is Olivia doing? No, that's not the play. That's not the play. You don't walk out that wide with no one towards ramp to help you out. If it gone to jungle there from Olivia, that would have been massive. But this could be it, Dingo. This could be the end. This could be GG, as you called it. Just Cause going to find one. PP over is going to strike. STK remains. He is alone in a 1v4, and Sigma somehow have stolen away the map from the side of Beyond. And in the past, okay, I'm just going to do very quick math here. Out of the past 11 rounds, Dinko, out of the past 11 rounds, Sigma won 10 of them. Beyond, they choked so hard. Mitch, Tom, I hope you know the Heimlich maneuver. I hope you know someone in an EMT or something, because Beyond, that was atrocious. They just threw that one away.
Yeah, look, we ended up in a position where Sigma were 4-2 up. Then it swung all the way back to an 11-4 half. At that point, I'm sat here, I'm feeling cocky, Blair. I'm thinking, I knew Beyond would win this 2-0. I knew it was going to be easy. Let's get it going. Nice short day. I'm going to go out for dinner. This is going to be fantastic. And then, Beyond, I looked like these guys tried to swallow a boulder because they just could not get it down. They were choking like crazy. We often talk about what happens to a team when they get a little bit too cocky, a little bit too confident, right? They start playing looser Counter-Strike, not necessarily having their brain switched on, but rarely do you see the full punishment. And what I mean by that is, you'll see a team that should win a series 16-4, 16-5, turn it into like a 16-10, let's say. But in this instance, Sigma, simultaneously alongside Beyond losing focus, Sigma woke up. And so by the time Beyond actually started to think, all right, guys, let's do a Tyloo on this. Let's get it together and just close the game out. Sigma were stood there going, oh, no, we're here to play, baby. We're not letting this one go. I love that. the fact that this team, who we're questioning, do they have the firepower to even beat a team like Beyond? Yes, they do. And this was phenomenal because these kind of comebacks are so hard to mount mentally. But for Beyond to lose sight of that, this just proves the point I made at the start of yesterday even. The Beyond look way worse right now than they did back in summer. This is pathetic.
And Tom, just to looking at a silver lining, I don't even know if the silver lining, I don't know what I'm saying here. Olivia, the one round which they won in between, that there was like a 10-round streak where it was like 4 rounds for the side of Sigma and then they won the final 6. But in between there's a round 1 by Olivia getting an ace against a bye round single-handedly, no support from his teammates when they were a man down. And even with that round, they're still not able to close it out. So again, I mean, what do you say about this, Tom? Like, Sigma, great CD side, take nothing away. They were great, but at the same time, my God, y'all need to wake the F up.
I just want to point out one real quick, sorry for this, but 102 ADR on QQ and 11 assists. What is he just can't aim. He's just hitting their chest constantly.
You know what? Just as you bring up assists, hey Tom, I want you to do me a real quick favor. Have you got that HLTV scoreboard open there?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Can you
flash
just
assists.
real quick check the flash assists of Beyond and tell me if you can maybe tell me, maybe you can tell me why. Is there any statistic there that might tell you why Beyond had such a trash T side? I don't know. Like, I feel like if you're flashing twice in 15 rounds, you deserve to lose the damn game.
No. It's not twice in 15 rounds. It's twice in 30 rounds.
Well, twice in 30 rounds. I'm even assuming that was just on the T side.
Over the ramp?
CT side flashes, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'll be honest, like, a lot of the stats don't make sense. Like, I'm looking at the fact that if you just look at Olivia and Mayros, them two alone have 16 2+ kill rounds.
Yeah.
What's happening in the rest of the rounds? Like, how are they not closing those out? Yeah. Like, I don't know. It seems ludicrous. And again, I said at the beginning of the game that we expect Olivia to perform. I was questioning whether or not Mayros would perform. He did. You've then got QQ getting almost like 100 ADR as well, and you're still losing the map. I don't know what they're doing wrong. And I think a lot of it just came down to silly clutch rounds, like rounds where we kind of looked at some of them and goes, oh, they can't lose that one. There's no way they can lose that one. And they do. Or like they play positions perfectly and just don't hit their shots. And I don't know. I think they've definitely been the biggest disappointment of this entire tournament. No matter if they make it to playoffs or not, they should be better than this. They're not even, again, the same as what we're saying about Tiger, potentially not even the best team within their region at the moment, in which case, well, why are they here?
Yeah, they got 4 kills in the last 4 rounds. Like, you can't even make the argument that, oh, well, they really got back on the horse towards the end of it. Like, that is when they're 100% focused, right? They're dialed in. You're about to lose the map. There's no kind of, we've got this in the bag, guys. You get 1 kill in every round for the last 4. That's pathetic. And we even saw, like, that last round, QQ just stood in a molly and died. It was like, that was pretty much Beyond's entire T side. It was just, you might as well a molly T spawn, get it over with as quick as you can.
Self-immolation. Well, there you have it. We of course have the MVP as well. Very quickly, we just take a look at who the MVP was for that particular match. It is going to be, of course, Rolex. He had a phenomenal showing, especially on the CD side on that B bomb side. He was playing very, very well indeed. But we're going to be heading into Nuke, and before that, we have a quick break. Of course, Nuke being the stomping ground of Beyond. Can they show their form? I think that's something all of us have as a question in our minds right now. But we're going to be finding the answer to that after this very short break. So don't go anywhere. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with map number 2 of the second game of the day. It is going to be Beyond facing up against Sigma. And Sigma pulling off a hell of a comeback, Dinko. It was a hell of a comeback and a hell of an upset considering the lead Beyond had. Wow, that was something. I'm still trying to like gather my thoughts and trying to understand what happened here.
13-6. There's a round that I think was the turning point. It's the loss in the 1 versus 1 between Olivia and Rolex in that jungle fight. Olivia does the damage, she has the position inside default. Rolex swings and immediately hits the headshot onto the default spot. As soon as Olivia loses that, that's when Beyond kind of go, okay, we're so far ahead, we can just keep buying, right? We can keep making these stupid decisions. Oh, let's just keep doing this over and over and over again. It's absolutely fine. Oh, let's do it again. 2 seconds later, just look at the scoreboard. It's 13-10. They realize, okay, now we've kind of messed up. This is not good. And when they try and switch on, like Mitch said, they try and pull a Tyloo. It doesn't work out for them. You know, they can't really do that.
Olivia did get an ace all alone.
I mean, Olivia is a beast. Yeah. You can't take that away from him. Mayrolls was also playing like an animal. The rest of the team were just AFK. There was no kills coming in across the board. Mitch pointed out 4 kills the last 4 rounds, was it? That's averaging 1 kill per round for the entire team. That's just terrible. That's absolutely terrible. And the fact that you've got Olivia breaking 30 kills, Mayrolls not too far behind, QQ getting over 100 ADR, and you're just not getting kills in the second half at all. It's not good from Beyond. We talk about the firepower, them having the advantage. Well, they didn't show it other than 2 players.
And even SDK, just looking at his stats right now, he went 0-6 when it comes to opening duels, which is kind of rough. Now, heading into Nuke, let's look at the facts as it is, right? Let's be real here. No matter, even if Beyond play bad, Sigma just don't know how to approach Nuke, I feel, as a team. That they've only played 1 game of this so far in the recent past, which was against D13, which they lost to D13. Or maybe it was 2 maps. Let me just quickly check here. They beat After and they lost to D13. Yeah, so it's kind of like mixed bag of results. But you're talking about Nuke, a map where Beyond, some people would say, are the 2nd best team in Asia when it comes to playing on Nuke.
That's not the Beyond we're seeing today, though, is it? I mean, considering they're so good on Nuke, though, and the fact that Sigma don't really play it is a bit of a problem for me. I don't feel confident for Sigma on this map. I think Beyond will be able to recover it and force us to a 3rd. And if they don't, well, that's when I lose all faith in this Beyond project for this tournament, at least. I don't lose faith in it for the future.
That's when I see the Thai team going to Valorant, maybe.
Yeah, that's when I see, maybe not everyone, maybe a few players.
I still want Olivia to stick around.
I want, yeah. I mean, you don't want the scene to die out completely, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems a bit unfortunate when you're coming into the second map. It feels like Beyond, just because they are so good on Nuke and Sigma don't really play it or haven't really had the results. That's all we know about Sigma. Coming into this, they may be able to play the map. They may have put the practice in for this tournament, which I hope they would have done. I mean, it's the biggest tournament they're going to play in, right? They've qualified for an RMR event. It's 100K. You're playing against the best teams in the region. Hopefully they worked on their map pool and realized Nuke is possibly one of the maps they're going to have to work in there. It's definitely a wild card. I feel like so many teams should be practicing Nuke in this region because how many teams don't play it? If you know the outside smokes, you're better than most.
That's a very low bar right there, because we do have the game about to go live here. It is going to be Beyond starting on the T side. Sigma, their side of choice, considering that they are, it is a map pick from Beyond, and here we go. It's going to be, of course, the default pistols for the majority of the players for Sigma. Apart from Rolex, has purchased himself a 5.7 and a smoke. And for Beyond, it is going to be Olivia. Whoa, hold on. Reality is just taking everyone down and just sniping them down. They're getting shut down, Dingo. Beyond not able to just get a foot into the door. And Olivia's probably wondering, guys, I don't even have Kevlar. I use whatever utility I had to help you guys out, and I'm dead as well. That was... okay, that was a shutdown from Reality. He's been showing up today.
Reality has been the star of this team. He's been the most impactful player in terms of delivering big multi-kill rounds, and that's exactly what they need. We talked about the firepower. Maybe they lacked that. Well, not today. Reality has shown up to another level. And what? Sigma 1-0 up. Beyond coming into this. Not exactly the start they would have been looking for, but they've gone for the investment into the second round. They've picked up the pistols, the MAC-10s. They've got a little bit to work with coming into this round. They're going to head towards outside. PP Overdose looking for the lineups. The smokes are up. A full execute towards outside from beyond as they try and get down in towards the secret stairs. They've done that successfully.
They have, and all 5 players gathered up together. They do have a couple of smokes. This MP9 could be a problem. There's a big gap there, but Roll's getting flashed inside. He spots a couple of players out. He's going to do a smart thing. There's no need to face. There's no need to face. Fall back, fade away, play the angles. And the MP9, good for one, but KNTZ with a MAC-10 replies back, has broken the window, and his position is compromised as Just Cause finds Mayoral. So, yeah, they have control of some part of the map, but PP Overdose from behind. He's cut off any route for escape unless Olivia lands a shot. And PP, is he going to be ready for this? He's got to make his escape. Very low in health, and Olivia just running behind him, and PP, he just tucked his tail between his legs, and he just legging it. And Olivia continues to hold W, Dinko. He wants that kill, and finally Nippy shuts him down. That's gotta be terrifying, right? Think you're PP Overdose, and you're just being hunted down by this one madman with a deagle, just running behind you, just the laser focus on your death.
Beyond tried. They certainly did. And Sigma, they just don't let it happen. 2-0 up now. Good start from them. If they can get this going, if they can be a... we talk about them being a momentum-based team, and it's certainly a cliche, like you said previously. You said about a lot of teams. We hear that phrase thrown around a lot on broadcast, but it is true for a team like Sigma. They are a very momentum-based team. They're very emotional. Things are going well. They're very difficult to stop, and while it's looking so good for them right now, all the kills come in. A perfect 3-0 lead at the start of this, and Sigma continuing their confidence from Mirage. And I have to say, Blood, just a small note that many of the viewers at home might not think about. There is actually quite a quick turnaround in terms of the break in between the maps, right? A lot of other tournaments, it seems to be a little bit of a longer break, and we have 10, 15 minutes. You have the post-game is a little in between the maps is a little bit longer. So there isn't much of a turnaround. There isn't much of a break to reset mentally, go outside, have a drink, have a cigarette if you got it. There's no time to chill out, right? And so it's very difficult to get back into the focused mindset of, okay, let's forget about that previous map. Let's forget about what just happened and how it transpired and come into the second map fresh and ready to go. It might take a while for Beyond to get into the mindset.
Oh, indeed, 100%. And I'll even give you a little bit of a stat. Mitch said four kills in 4 rounds. So far, they've had 5 kills in 8 rounds, including the last 4 rounds of Mirage and of these first 3 rounds here. As QQ's doing great work, just pushing pretty deep. Olivia's going to find Niffy, and finally, success for the T side, as Just Cause is going to be left alone, but he's dropped the bomb, Dinko. He's found the bomb, and Meros runs out through the flames. He goes for the hero play. That could have been scary. Just Cause not expecting Meryl to run in through the flames. But he gets taken down because of that. Kind of an expensive round for Beyond, but you know what? They finally break the curse. They win a round, Dinko. It's been a while since we've seen Beyond get a round on board. But they finally do it. Finally do it.
And they finally get it on the board, and it was a very simple round. There was just straight up aim duels. There was nothing tactical, nothing next level about it. It was just setting the players out, hope Beyond win the fights, and they do. They win the fight overall, and that's a dose of reality for Sigma. Realizing, okay, we're here on Nuke. This is the playground of Beyond. Ain't gonna be like Mirage, but we can be able to string rounds together easily. It's just gonna be a tough fight from the offset. To be fair, it was on Mirage. They had a huge comeback. I have to say, Sigma really coming back into it. And if you are just tuning in and you didn't see Mirage, go back and watch that at some point. See how Sigma managed to come back into it. STK opens things up with a good double kill in towards the ramp. Mayrol's following up. He was definitely playing well in the previous. And I feel like Nuke is one of those maps that Mayrol's can really have a great time on. He seems to be very comfortable on this map.
Except for that one classic heaven drop where he
True.
He
True.
died. He broke his
He's
knees.
fixed that though, Black, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, he did. He really learned. That's one thing I like to see. You make a mistake, that L, it's not a loss. It sometimes can be considered as learning, and you learn from your mistakes. As well, Beyond, they lose the pistol, they lose the anti-ecos very, very, very convincingly, but the past 2 rounds, at least this one and the previous one, have looked good so far. They have just taken the aim duels, just completely overwhelming the Sigma defense. And again, got to remind everyone, this is one of Beyond's best maps. In fact, I'll even go out on a limb and say it's their very best map. And it's a map that Sigma led through. meaning that Beyond should be high favorites here, like massive favorites. Now, you might go back to the previous map in Mirage and be like, but Blair, they were 13-6 on Mirage, and yet they kind of crapped that away. You know what? It's still Mirage. It's a map, T-side. It can get a little rough. You know, you mentally break, you make too many mistakes, you're going to get punished. But right now, Beyond, they're going to have a massive fire under their asses, and that's Sigma lighting the fire. And right now they're going to be they seem to have woken up, is what I'm trying to say here. They seem to have woken up. It's a map that is supremely comfortable on, and unfortunately for Sigma, they haven't shown much on Nuke to really give me much faith in this lineup, at least on this map.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair coming into this. That's what I said in the pre-game. As soon as you let Nuke through, kind of one of those maps where you just go, okay, well, you let it through, you're going to let y'all pick this, well, be prepared to lose a map. It's just going to happen. I would have preferred to see a Dust 2 in here. It's actually, okay, we're not comfortable on Dust 2, we don't like to play it. Fair enough, but it is still a map where you're going to be able to 50-50 it. Especially with the way they're performing right now. Well, Beyond running out under the woods, bomb site. Give me the rifle here from Rolex, trying its best to find something, but not really working out just yet. All the kills, all his teammates are gone. And that's Beyond tying things up, and a couple of clean rounds now being picked up for them. The money wasn't quite there for Sigma, so we're going to the next round. It's all about the buy, and we'll see if they can get this under their belt. 3-3. Beyond tying things up, keeping 4 players alive. Relatively clean start into the gun rounds.
Yep, gun rounds looking extremely good here in the for Beyond. At least for Sigma, you know, the buy is going to be coming out. And here's a problem for Sigma. If this map just kind of completely spirals out of control, and you know Beyond just run away with it, like let's say a 16-6 or 16-7 scoreline, that's where Beyond's gonna, you know, they're gonna have that injection of confidence going in, and they're gonna be like, yeah, you know what, let's just bang these guys out. And heading into Inferno, I know both the teams look kind of shaky on it, but the thing is, Beyond have played much tougher opposition on Inferno than Sigma, even though they have similar win percentages on HLTV. So that's what I'm gonna start fearing for Sigma, especially after all the hard work they put into Mirage to bring it back. Just get banged out. It's going to be painful as Mayrolls. What a shot. Just destroys Just Cause. Reality at least replies back. He's going to do the smart thing. Just relinquishing control of ramp. Playing a more passive angle. It's still a 4v4.
$50 seconds in play. Yoda walking forward, catching out KNTZ. If he towards the back of the A bomb site, maybe looking to hold on, but this is fantastic from Sigma. They have really lit up the scoreboard here. Reality dishing out the damage again. 2 kills. PPO Vidot's assisting and shutting down Olivia, who has yet to really get going on Nuke. He's 1-6 right now. And STK had a couple of good entries in towards ramp, this time not finding anything. So 1 versus 4. 17 seconds still left in that clock. Oh, he's been spotted. You know where he is. And that's his death sentence. He's out of there. Round picked up by Sigma. And I have to say, if they can get a few of those, if they can keep this up, Bled, if they can keep the economy low for the T side, well, we could be seeing a pretty good half come in from Sigma. I mean, they get a good start. They win those first 3 rounds in a row. That's certainly going to set you up for a bit more success in the half, right? You can win a couple more gun rounds on top of that, break the money, go on a bit of a tear. It should be enough if you have Reality popping off and playing fantastically. Then you could win a couple of rounds off of this. Who knows where this Nuke series could go?
You're a very optimistic lad, Denko. That's what I like about you. You kind of remind me of youthful hope and optimism. I don't see that happening. I feel like Beyond just gonna smack Sigma into the ground.
I'm trying.
Yeah, you know what's gonna happen right now? Beyond's gonna win this round, and they're just gonna break the money. You're just gonna destroy the money for Sigma. There we go. Cupid's gonna open it up. There's a player, another player. KNDZ finds him. Reality from above, trying to deliver death. But KNDZ and STK, they're going to strike. They're going to miss a shot, Dinko. What did I tell you? They just smacked them down. KNDZ with a 3K. Entering the upper bomb side without anything. And look at the money for Sigma. It's in the bin. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't share Dinko's youthful optimism. It always comes and bites you in the butt.
It does. But you know what? You get back up again, Blair. You be positive again. Sigma are going to win this round.
I ain't not down.
Yeah.
But I get up again.
It's like, yeah, Tom and you and I are singing that together on the stream.
One day.
Has enjoyed his singing, and we should have an album by the end of the weeks here. Now that's what I call Tom Biz.
I just want to do like a proper drunk karaoke session in Ukraine. You know, it's been a while. That's the only thing I miss. Everyone's like, well, what do you miss about, you know, the real world with this entire Corona thing happening? I'm like, just shenanigans. You know, you got people like Harry, Hugo, Tom, Mitch. It's always a wild, fun time. You know, it doesn't matter how good or bad the games are or how long the day is. End of the day, it's 9 o'clock. We all meet up in the hotel lobby, and then you can see the bartender rolling his eyes and just saying, you know, here we go again. Fun times, Dinko.
And obviously, we mean this after the games are done for the whole tournament,
Of
right?
course.
Well, so that's looking for the sprint now, rattling a couple of shots off of the CZ. KNTZ getting rid of him, and then this is a nearly dead. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Right click.
Just trying to take his silencer off. Rolex, that's not the way to go about things. He's stuck into his hell. He's still alive somehow, of course. Olivia Elsewhere has taken away Niffy, and Rolex, we're just following your story here. How's it going to end? In death. And that is the way it should have been a long, long time ago. And well, just got himself an AK-47. He'll try his best. A little bit scared about where these bullets are coming from, but he can't quite figure it out just yet.
Yeah, if you can at least save this this AK, it's something. But QQ's on the hunt. It should come out. Oh, the time. Oh no, the timing did go. Gets on the ladder at the worst time possible, and the AK will not be salvaged. And for Sigma, it was the eco round, of course, but they don't really get much out of it apart from the one AK-47 snatched away from the cold dead hands of KNTZ, which wasn't even retrieved. So Beyond, they're back in business, Dinko. It's 3-0 for Sigma. They managed to get around in between there with a buy round, but Beyond, they've looked kind of indomitable so far. And this time around, you know what? I'm going to be the optimistic one. I'm going to say that Beyond are going to win this half pretty convincingly. I don't think Sigma have the right protocols, they have the right understanding of, you know, how to kind of handle this T-side from Beyond. Because what we've seen from Sigma here has just been static holds. And even when they aggress is maybe one... We haven't really seen any aggression, actually, from Sigma yet. And that's the problem. If you're going to try and play Beyond on Nuke, you need to make them feel uncomfortable. This is a little bit better. But I'm going to have the question, does Reality have an escape route? Does he have a contingency plan in case he gets isolated from his teammates? The flash pops. That's a great flash. That's a great flash at Merolds with the into trade. And a 1-for-1 trade. I don't know. I don't think that's good enough because QQ's going to get another kill. He's going to find Just Cause pushing in through the ramp. But Rolex pushes in through the squeaky to find another trade. So 3v3. Kind of a frantic affair. PP gets taken down. Doesn't work out, flashbang by his own teammate, and one by one they fall. Dinko. A little bit more better from Sigma, but still not good enough because Rolex is bleeding out, and Niffy, it's all on him.
Rolex moving up through secret stairs, immediately shut down by Mayrolls, and Niffy in the lobby. 79 HP. I'm at the Kevlar. 47 seconds left. He spots out Mayrolls. That's the bomb and a second chance on the STK, but it's not going to work out. It's 6 rounds for Beyond as they are having a nice time of things here on the T side. Sigma, back to the pistols. Back to that sad reality in which they don't have the guns to play with.
Yeah, that's rough, isn't it? And it's looking worse and worse. And you can see just the composure from the side of Beyond, right? In that 3v2, just hold, just wait. They're like, all right, the CDs have to go for a play. They need to go for an info play. They wait, they find Rolex, and from them it's just a 1v3. Pistols around. They're going to be going for a little bit of aggression here. Rolex actually times the jump perfectly, so he could find QQ. QQ finds 3. I don't even know how he found the 3rd kill. But even the AK has been retrieved by reality. Jesus, I don't think there's much you can do with it. Meryl's still above. He's still on the hunt. He's still clearing angles out. Slowly creeping down the ladder. Rolex hasn't budged yet. And unfortunately, Dinko, I think he's playing 4x3. He didn't see Meryl's come down the ladder. 1v3. And reality gets shut down.
Seven to 4 now as Beyond get closer and closer to winning the half. They should be getting that under the belt very shortly. Sigma are picking themselves up a bye. We'll see if they can scrap a couple more rounds together, make this half at least competitive. They have the AWP in the hands of reality. That has been a pivotal factor in any success that this team has seen. The secondary AWP in the hands of Just Cause. Quicker play from Beyond, it seems. QQ wanting to get out towards the hut early on and get involved onto this A-bomb site. We'll see if it works out as he goes on through. He'll be looking for that first searching, but all he finds is a bullet through the brain. May rolls, backs him up, gets revenge, but it's Niffy on the double. Olivia now trying to be that star player for Beyond. He's been so many times before. It's the kill towards outside. That's a 2 versus 3. Now left on the server. Full time to work with, basically, at this point. It's a very quick round. So the bomb down, still time to play with for Beyond, still time to work their way into this.
I believe in SDK. And guess who's still alive? It's Olivia. 2 players you want in a scenario like this. Oh, SDK just catches out Just Cause. Now the second player on the side, Niffy, has done a lot of work, Dinko. Are they going to expect his position? He's found 2. And SDK jumping up. Niffy should spot his head. He spots his head, and it's a brilliant shot from Niffy. 3 kills for him. Now, Olivia has the information as to where Niffy is, but still unaware of where reality might strike from. And Olivia is looking for the AWP first. He's looking to find Niffy as well. Niffy, position, compromise, spotted out. But then reality comes in, saving Niffy, who lives on 3 points of health. What a huge round from him. And Beyond, well, they taste a bitter fruit of defeat in that particular round, but they're still leading by 2 as we do enter the final end stage of this half. 3 rounds remaining. I like the small little like metal guitar riff playing in the background whenever we have highlights.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Definitely felt a little bit awkward when we didn't have any sound, but now we just get to hype it up. Well, now 7 to 5 on the board. It's going to be Sigma trying to get around under the belt again. 1 is not enough. They need the follow-ups to get that money going. And Just Cause, he's around the corner. His teammate elsewhere has already found success in taking down QQ. Yet another kill falling out of the hands of Beyond early on because of QQ. I don't like to... Well, it's not like I don't like to point it out. I think it's an important thing to point out, but he's just giving away his life needlessly so many times in this tournament. It's not even just been a series, it's this tournament every series. And while Rolex gets 1 on the KTC, but May rolls doubles up. It's PP Overdose and Rolex both going down, and suddenly the man advantage is in favor of Beyond. But it's short-lived thanks to Just Cause, who takes down STK. But now they're trying to figure out where Olivia is, and he's coming in with a bomb into the lobby area. There's a quick shot, and Mayrolls secures himself the triple kill.
I want to see the POV from Meryl's that round, because he got 2 kills in a span of, what, a second or something on that upper bomb site? And that's after losing a player early on, so that was so impressive. And again, the late flank coming in with the AWP, there's nothing much Sigma could do there. There's no way they're going to expect another player coming in all the way from T-spawn. So, probably take a look at the replay later on. Right now, though, it is looking like Beyond are in complete control. 8-5, T-side nuke, STK blinded, and Just Cause comes running in, smoking off. Actually, how does he... Did he parkour his way through the flames, Dinko? I don't know what happened there.
Just having a good time. Maneuvering through. Well, this is working out for Sigma. KTZ and Mayrolls getting a couple of kills between them, and now Rolex looking for the shots, but it's QQ that gets rid of him. And now PP Overdose and Just Cause, well, 2 versus 3. They have recovered this one well. It was looking like it was going to be a nightmare for Beyond, but seems like they've recovered. It's onto this fight towards outside. PP Overdose wins this duel, then it's right back on, but now probably out of their hands. Too far gone for Sigma to pick this up. Just caught with an AK. Would have to take a huge mistake from Beyond to allow him into this. And to be fair to him, right now on the server, he does have a couple of 1v1 fights available. KTZ has spotted him crouching. He makes himself a little bit wider, and KTZ can see him. 9-5 on the board. Beyond. That's a good recovery. That could have been a nightmare.
That could have indeed been a nightmare, but they managed to control it. And again, of course, a right eye peek as well. Right hand peek, rather. I was going to favor the player peeking from the right hand side, especially further away from cover as well. Clearly see that he sees, yeah, there you go. He sees the body before Just Cause can see even a single pixel. Final round of the first half didn't come. It was a promising start for Sigma. It was 3-2. Sorry, 3-0, winning the pistol in the following anti-eco rounds very convincingly as well. Beyond were able to get 1 kill in the first 3 rounds, but then it's turned on its head. Beyond showing why they've picked Nuke, why they are a team to be feared on this map. And if I'm Beyond, I'm still kicking myself over Mirage, though. Heck, I'm kicking them over Mirage still, because this could have been a quick 2-0. This could be a very quick 2-0. We could have had game number 3 going live by now, in fact. But instead, by the looks of things, it's still a little early. I'm still going to count out Sigma, considering what happened in Mirage, but it's still looking kind of one-sided here. Although, reality opening things up. He's going to get a kill. And it's going to be Beyond for the first time in a long time actually heading towards the lower bomb site, Dinko. They've been having so much success towards an A bomb site that they've completely forgotten that another site exists. As KNTZ looks over at the wrong time, but catches Rolex looking the wrong way. Bomb will get planted. It's a 4v3 advantage, but it will swiftly be neutralized by Merolds. Now it's a 3v3, and look at Merolds. What a god, Dinko. Pushes him through the smoke, and this should be it. Niffy, I don't think there's a chance of him to win this one.
Well, he does go through. The double doors swung wide open, and no one giving him a chance, but the bomb, it is ticking. It's not really being watched right now. He needs to get on it. There's the kid as well, but the Molotov, they had that in their back pocket. They throw it onto the site, and yeah, just kind of gets it up. 10-5 on the board. Beyond, they reach double figures within their first half performance, and that's something that cannot be said for Olivia. 5 kills, 10 deaths. I mean, I suppose he reaches double figures in deaths, but not the kills. It's been a quiet performance from him, and they haven't really needed him. I mean, they would have liked a couple more rounds. Could have won this more dominantly, I suppose, if he showed up. But nonetheless, we did talk about the fact that it was just Olivia. It was just Mayrolls over on Mirage. The rest of the team weren't there. So we did ask for them to step up, Blair, and they've done it.
They have. I'm especially happy that Olivia hasn't had to do any of the heavy lifting, right? And yet they're looking good. Where was this Beyond on Mirage? Where Olivia was basically, well, including Merrill as well, who was really showing up, doing everything on their own. Upper bomb side, playing a retake setup here, are Beyond. They have SDK with the kit and the smoke. The rest of them, just USPs and armor. And did Sigma just give up the upper bomb side after taking it? What? What? Okay, they're going to be heading down. All right, that makes more sense. Okay. I got very confused there for a second, Dinko. Just Cause finds one, but he's going to get mowed down, but the double flank coming in from behind. This is actually good for Sigma.
Niffy and Overdose, a couple of kills between them, and now Olivia is the last remaining player. He walks forward and back into the lower side, checks the left side, and what, he's trying his best, but they're not giving him any chances here. Smokes up, he gets away, and now he's going to be hunted down from the backside. Rolex picking him up and finding the headshot. It's Olivia out of there. And a pistol pickup for Sigma, making the most of this. There's both pistols now on Nuke. I'm quite happy about that, I'm sure. And well, the AK-47s are going to be pulled out alongside a Galil immediately into the second round. A lot of rifle presence being picked up for Sigma. They want to focus up. They want to get this going as quickly as they possibly can.
That was an interesting round from Sigma, though. Like, they had control of the upper bomb set, and they're like, hey, they might just go for the retake. They might have the setup ready. Let's kind of make things uncomfortable for Beyond. And they instead went for the, you know, the vent dive. 2 of the players came in with the late ramp flank. Actually worked out wonderfully for them. Played very well. Kudos to them. A full eco for Beyond, though. not really going for the force. Because they know to lose it, they'll have to go for the double eco anyway. Wouldn't it be... Isn't it always crushing and kind of like... Makes you sad when you win both the pistols, you win the anti-eco, and yet you win the map. Yet you lose the map, rather, convincingly.
Yeah, it just kind of shows you suck in the gun rounds.
Which is unfortunate, Dinka, because the economy right now in CSGO really favors gun rounds.
It really does kind of... Since the economy change, I feel like bonus rounds have just been so useless. Like,
Just upgrade.
Yeah, you have to go into a bonus round because you have no other option. It's not like it's a choice. It's just you don't actually have enough money to buy a rifle. And even if you lose the bonus round, it's not like, okay, you go into the next round and you're going to be able to buy rifles. No. In general, for the vast majority of situations, you actually go into the next round unable to buy anything. And so the early rounds and a half are just so influential.
They're losing the pistols again, Dinko.
No, they're not.
No,
Okay,
they brought it back. They brought it back.
They've brought it back to a 1 versus 2, but they don't have the bomb. STK has that in his possession at the moment. In 3 seconds, they've lost the round.
Oh my god, Zigma, what is wrong with you?
You know,
How
I
do
thought
you
it
lose
would.
a round like that?
I thought I could just do this, where I just take myself out of that situation, Blair, drain myself of emotion for that round, and that's the way I'll deal with it.
They lost to Glocks, 5 Glocks yesterday, and now they've lost to USPs. At least it was a CZ and I think a P215 that buy, but... I'm gonna need therapy after this.
Well, May roll. It's a good double kill. Yeah, that's just one of those rounds where Sigma probably enough to sort of snap them. Beyond should be taking the rest of these rounds, and I do say that with a big pinch of salt, but I feel more confident saying it here. Molotov going down, it's going to force Just Cause back and away. 12 rounds on the board for Beyond, double the scoreline of Sigma. But I can't help but feeling this should have been a 2-0 for Beyond. Like, when you think about it, it's just they were so far up in Mirage.
Absolutely.
This veto perfectly suits them. How have they got to the situation where they dropped that? I really don't understand how Beyond have crumbled this much, because the thing is, we talk about this team in the previous pile, we've talked about them in previous tournaments, the fact they don't really stoop to the level of their opponents, right? They kind of play their own game, but in this tournament, that's felt a little different. I think for the early signs, the reason I was confident in them, and I had like a different opinion from Mitch in terms of I thought they looked better than they did in the previous PAL in their first 2 games, was mainly because of how close they were to actually beating Tyloo and how close they were to beating Invictus. They're 2 teams they just can't beat, right? So I was thinking, okay, this is looking good for them, but I agree with Mitch now that everything that we've seen from Beyond since then has been dire. But they're up now. They're confident. They're winning rounds. On plant. Oh, just secured. Nade comes in and a knife kill from PP Overdose. He's managed to pick up a kill and an AUG. And I moves on to the bomb site. He's looking for the shots, but it's not going to work out as Mayrolls topples him. 13-6. Beyond into the lead comfortably now. They are now 3 away. But this scoreline, this gives me PTSD.
Oh, oof.
13-6 overall Mirage. Just remember that.
It's Nuke. It's Nuke.
It's a different story.
Yeah, I still believe. Okay, so I'm just looking at the stream and I'm trying to like figure out what the buy was for Beyond. So there was a CZ and the 3 USPs, Dinko, and Olivia, whatever gun he had, whatever pistol he had, he died without getting a single frag. So it doesn't matter what he had. So they lost basically to 3 USPs, the CZ, and the clock. Intro, straight into that upper bomb site, and Sigma, okay. This is much better from them. They can
Simple.
control the upper bomb site. Simple, straight hit, and they win the duels. The bomb's still towards T-spawn, and Meros is in HUD. What is going on? Oh, he can get another one. He's gonna get another one. The bomb's yet to make its way behind, and now it's stuck. And Reality Jesus should get a free kill here. Yes, he will indeed. But now it's a 2v2, Dinko. It's all gone wrong. It was a 5v3. They had a bomb site, and now...
What is this? Luckily, it looks like they might have just done enough. QQ into 1 versus 2 hasn't been having the greatest tournament. I don't really see him winning this, to be honest. He hasn't really got a Molotov. He hasn't got a Molotov. He's got 1 flashbang, no smoke either. We can't really pressure them with a utility, and just having to give a little panic here. Gonna try his best. He knows the 1 player is, but where's the other? He's got to get down quickly. Close the door. He beats him into the open. QQ with the kills, but no round win. The time was a limiting factor. QQ just taking a little too long to get something done there, but he does take them both down at least. 13-7. It will remain alive here. Sigma start their comeback, perhaps. Blair. Rounds are being picked up. Beyond start their buy.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. We're to lose every member. And yeah, came down to 1v1. I know, Dinko, the PTSD, it's setting in. You know, you're having a little bit of shell shock from the previous round, from the previous map, especially the scoreline here. But I believe that Beyond's going to close this one out. It's going to be, yeah, 16-8, 16-9. Because it's nuke. Like, I don't see them throwing this one. I don't see them choking this one. It doesn't make any sense. If that happens, I might as well just, you know, cancel the match and just, like, toss a coin to decide who the winner is going to be. Oh! Okay, that's sick. That is sick.
That was really good stuff coming in from KTZ. He was very quiet over on Mirage. He only posted 10 kills, but 21 here on Nuke. STK cleaning it up, and it's going to be 14-7. Beyond now 2 away. The money gone for Sigma. It should be map point here for Beyond. And then they should close it. You know, you can be positive. You can be a little unrealistic, I'll have to say. But Beyond should always dominate Nuke. I said it from the start. This is a map that's almost a lock-in. A sure fire pick for them. A sure win against the likes of Sigma. And they'll be kicking themselves about not winning Mirage. That is in the past, and they must move forward. It's Olivia taking the kill on towards Reality. Another follow-up kill from Olivia as well. PP overdose going down to the USP. It is just the unarmored Glock, so should be an easy round for Beyond. Saving all the money into the next, and Prolex, I love it. A little bit of a dance, and he will eventually die. It's just Niffy outside with the Glock, looking for something else to work with here, but nothing available.
Yeah, this looks like the pretty much the end of the map here, unless Sigma mounts something truly monumental. Now, I'm not saying it's not impossible to win a couple more rounds, but winning 8 in a row, Dinko, to take it to overtime and then bring it to a win, I really doubt that's going to happen. So this looks like this map is done. Now, heading into Inferno, and I just want to like properly talk about Inferno a little bit earlier because you know we won't have much of a time for the pre-map segment. Especially Sigma just getting completely annihilated by Tiger yesterday. Are you really potentially fancying, you know, an upset here again? Maybe something akin to what we saw in Mirage?
I feel like it's going to be a closer game than the one against Tiger. I do still favor Beyond, even though I'm not too confident in their Inferno, but I do see them as the better team overall. So they should still be winning the series, especially if they win Nuke and just close it here. But I could definitely see a world in which Sigma really force Beyond and push them right to their limits on the final map. But I have to say, I see Beyond picking this up.
Indeed, that's something where we can probably even hear from Tom and Mitch as well. Hopefully they are waiting to jump into the desk because this looks like the beginning of the end. As I said, I sound like such a negative person, Dinko. Like this is what I've turned into. This is what they've made me into. What is? Oh my god! Imagine if his head gets plucked off while he's jumping there, trying to break the glass as SDK. From above, he strikes 2 quick kills. Bomb spotted out. He's going to continue to hold W. There's a person behind him, but doesn't matter. Everyone's shut down. PP Overdose left. And they have 3 players looking in his direction. And as the smoke fades, it is going to be the bells tolling for PP Overdose. I don't see him finding his way out of here, but a missed shot gives him a chance. Olivia tagged on 21 HP. He shouldn't be refacing. He's going to keep jump peeking, gathering information for his team. He peeks out again, gets a tag in, and Olivia just going for it. And finally, Merrill and STK is, all right, you had your chances, Olivia. It's our time to close it out. And there it is. Beyond make quick work off the side of Sigma, 16-7, Dinko. And I guess no one's really surprised with that result.
No, that's the performance we should have expected from the beginning. It should be 2-0. I'm sure Tom and Mitch will agree. We're going to bring them in and discuss this one. I mean, there isn't a whole lot to break down here other than Beyond are just a much more comfortable, well-oiled machine on Nuke, and Sigma just aren't that comfortable.
Yep, I think we highlighted it in the pre-show. The Vita was reckless. Sigma, they did well in the Mirage. Obviously, what if this was a Dust 2 or any other map? I think they look much better, but letting this map through was a mistake. Beyond looks so good on Nuke. You can see it even in the couple CT rounds that we saw. They're outside control with Olivia, a player that has been dominating in this game. He got 31 kills in the previous map, don't forget. Like, it's not like he is being quiet. And then you leave him to control outside. It is always going to go your way. And they also had the comfort, because they're so comfortable with this map, to just leave outside at times, get that rotate down through secret. They never looked uncomfortable or lost, like we've seen from a lot of teams within this region. So I think from the get-go, it's not a surprising result, even considering the previous map. It is just what happens when you don't really think about the veto correctly.
And Tom, like, is there going to be a time where we're going to be seeing Sigma not lose the default pistols?
I hope so. I don't know. It's one of those games where it's kind of weird, because if you look at the stats, like it kind of almost sings true to Sigma in a lot of cases. Like they won both pistols, great. They won more opening duels, great. They lose the map 16-7. It's like, excuse me, like how's that happen? Like how are you winning more opening duels? How are you winning both pistols and only managing to get 7 rounds? The only answer is that they're just not good at the map. And the fact that they get the conversion rounds on the CT side and from then onwards only win 2 rounds. And I think, well, from the way you were talking during the match, it was very obvious that that was just like a flash in the pan. Like that was not something that was ever going to stick. Like each time at the beginning of the round, Blair was going, well, yes, they won the last round, but they're probably going to get instantly reset in this round. And in each circumstance, you were correct. Like they never looked comfortable. They never looked like they knew what they were doing. Even when it came to just like basic aggression and information finding, it didn't look like they really felt comfortable moving anywhere on the map. So it just made things very, very easy for Beyond on their T side, because they were basically just able to go, oh, well, they're just in the default spots. Let's just make sure that we push into that upper site and just pre-fire the right angles, and it'll be very easy for us. If you don't know how to play a map, don't play a map. Simple.
Well, clearly Nuke was a problem for Sigma. We're going to take a look at the MVP of that map. I do believe it is going to be Mr. Merrills with his... I love that hair. That has to be the greatest hair in Counter-Strike ever. Like his hair game. There wasn't like a Reddit post a while ago about like the great hair to game ratio, whatever. He should be up there. And there we have it. MVP of that map, Merrills. And we're going to be heading into map number 3. It's going to be Inferno. Now, it's a map that Sigma didn't really show up yesterday on against Tiger, but hopefully we do see showing from them at least something similar to what we saw from them today on Mirage. But that's coming up after a break. We'll be right back with more action here in PAL 2020 Fall.
We play to win.
Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in.
We play to win.
Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend.
We play to win.
And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Aim for the stars, never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
We play to win.
Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in.
We play to win.
Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend.
We play to win.
And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
Things are heating up here in PAL 2020 fall as we enter map number 3 between Sigma and, of course, their, well, the counterparts in Beyond. My name is Blair. Again, joining me is going to be the wonderful Dinko. And, well, Dinko, Nuke kind of played out the way we expected it to. However, again, that Mirage loss, that's kind of sting. We could be in game number 3 by now, and Beyond are going to be just kicking themselves, and they probably would be looking to just speed run through Inferno.
Yeah, that's kind of what everybody hopes for, right? When you come into a third map, you want the team like Beyond to be able to show up, to make a statement, and show that they're going to be able to compete against the better teams if they make it to the playoffs, because this is a must-win game for them. Tiger won yesterday. We see Checkmate going around upsetting everybody. They've upset Tiger, now Beyond as well. That does put a little bit of fear into a team like Beyond. So they can't afford really to drop anymore. So they definitely need to get Inferno under their belt. They need to fix some of the problems on this map. And this could be a good little confidence builder. If they can take down one of the lower tier teams in their region, they can feel very comfortable going forward. They can be a little bit more confident about their performance and realize, okay, this is what it's like to win.
This is what it's like to win. I think that would be a nice feeling for them. But you got to go back to that game they had against Checkmate, I believe, just looking at the scoreline, where they lost to Checkmate 1-2, the Mongolian team who no one had really heard of until, we saw them recently. I've seen some of these players from the Checkmate lineup in the past in different teams in Mongolia who never were able to achieve much. But for them to come in, take down Beyond, and it was an Inferno, Dinko, a map where you would have favored Beyond, like most of the times, a map which almost any team playing at any level of Counter-Strike would be very comfortable on. Checkmate beat them 16-12, and you go back yesterday, Sigma lost to Tiger 16-4. So both the teams have struggled in this map recently. So I feel like, again, it's going to come down to what sort of form we're going to be seeing from the players individually from both the sides.
Yeah, definitely. It comes down to the individual form on the day. Beyond, underperformed, I would say, but also the fact that we're kind of underestimating Checkmate. I think we don't give them enough props for how good they actually play. They play fundamentally sound at Inferno, whereas I didn't really see anything. I didn't see any of that from the guys over on Sigma. They didn't give us any signs of life in Inferno. So I'm not so confident heading into this third map for Sigma, but it's time to get it underway. Beyond versus Sigma, the Battle of Thailand, the only Thai battle we will see now that Lucid Dream have decided to shift over to Valorant. And so now we're standing with the two best Thai teams battling it out.
I kind of feel like even if Lucid Dream came back from Valorant to CSGO, it'd still be better than Sigma, honestly. And that's so mean of me to say, as we have a flawless knife round.
Alone would be better than Sigma at this point.
You don't really see a flawless knife round that often, though, Dinko. That's, I feel like, unfortunately, kind of like a premonition. Like, I'm getting a premonition that that's how this map's going to be playing out. But you know what? I would like to see a fight from Sigma for that comeback, that monumental comeback on Mirage to kind of, just be for nothing would be quite painful indeed for this team. And let's see what they got in store for us here. It's going to be starting on the T side. Beyond on the CD side, we have Merolds with a USP. He's got a nade, and he's dropped the CZ to Olivia. Yes, you give everything you have to Olivia, because that is a man. That is the man that I believe in. I don't know about anyone else. Also, I still don't know, after all these years, why he calls himself Olivia. He used to go with Pirach a long time ago, which is his real name. And then he switched up to Olivia at one point. Maybe, there's a story there, Dinko. Maybe it's about, a love story gone wrong, broken heart, maybe. Maybe that's why he's so good in Counter-Strike. Because he's got a broken heart. Or it could all be bullshit, I don't know.
It's like the vengeance story.
I'll show you. I'll show how good I am in Counter-Strike. Well...
well, okay, Tizzy, we interrupt this action film, romantic comedy, I don't know, drama. It's a groundbreaking project is what it is. And it's going to be a piss around. And Beyond have got the opening kill. It's KTZ that's got it. And Sigma, they're going to be going towards B. Now, Mayrolls is here holding for the cross. I'm not a fan of this B hold at all. They're just going to concede the bomb plant. And that does confirm at least the force buy in the second round. Sigma have a chance to win this now. One player advantage for Beyond. They have got a kit as well, and they're just waiting on the rest of the team to arrive towards this B-bomb side. But they've got to be quick. They've got to be clean and clinical in picking up this pistol win. They haven't won a pistol round over on Nuke. They have to try and get it here on Inferno. It's Olivia with the first kill, a second as well on the CZ. He reloads as well, and Nifty moving forward. Look at try and hold on for the team, and the defuse coming through behind the coffins. They do win the round, and it's going to be Beyond picking that up. 1-0.
Ah, why do you have to kill a chicken, QQ? Don't do that. You're gonna curse yourself. But yeah, Beyond win it, and I don't even know how Olivia gets that first kill. Forget the second. He has all the time in the world to reload, which takes forever with the CZ, and he still managed to get the second kill. And Sigma, yeah, that felt like a desperation play towards B. They're like, okay, we're not getting any openings. We've lost a man. Let's head into B. They didn't even have a smoke or a flashbang, though. Just go hopping across, gets destroyed. And here we go. I want to see how the second kill happened through Olivia. He reloads, 7 bullets left in the clip. Oh, insta-kill for Reality. Reality Jesus getting taken down. And yeah, they get the bomb down. So, like you said, Dinko, they're going to go for the force buy. They have a Hero AK-47 in the hands of Niffy, but this is an interesting force buy. What is this? PP Overdose has sacrificed all his money just to afford the AK for Niffy, while everyone else are just, well, basically pistols. That's so strange. That is very strange. And they're all dead. That is such a wonky buy, because PP Overdose has no money left now. He just has to have a deagle, while everyone else has the AK. So if you're going to go for the full commit, go for the full commit, or just eco together. Just have a few pistols. And do that instead of, you know, hamstringing yourself with this with one player of yours having no weapons. And PP Overdose has been a player who has shown up. You know, he's had his moments, especially in Mirage. So strange decisions from Sigma, but you know what? I still have the buy. I still have 4 AKs to work with, and at least have quite a bit of utility as well.
Oh, 2-0 here for Beyond. Good start, flawless beginning. And Sigma, I mean, they do have a decent buy here. PP Overdose, the only real weakness in terms of what he's been able to bring to the table, so awful by any means. Sigma start to gather in Banana. Maybe sending the merry way in towards this B-bomb site. Currently, the hold's pretty good from Beyond. They have 3 players here. And that didn't last long. Olivia's gone. Just at the wrong time, as here comes the B hit. Up on the boost, though, they don't check it. No one even checks it. No one pre-fires it. Gap in the CT smoke as well. What a dreadful attack into this B-bomb site. And I'm starting to remember as to why they only got 4 rounds against Tiger. Nayrolls dies to the smoke, denies the bomb plant, and Rolex, he is the last remaining player in this 1 versus 3. Spraying through the boost over the top again. Dishing out the damage. Beyond... The setup was nearly awful for them because they rotated Olivia off just at the wrong time, but they don't check the boost. So easy kills. I hate that. I'm really agree with Tom. Is why do players not check the boost? Why do they not do that?
If I had a like a penny for every time a team checks that boost,
You wouldn't be able to move.
No, I'd be broke. I wouldn't have any money because no one checks it. No one checks it. Or at least, like, you know, we see teams going for the double nade stack over there, right? Or even a Molotov, although you see that much more rarely because you'd rather use Molotov for the site because, you know, you don't want to just use it just to clear that one angle. That's not the case. Pre-fire it. Just or crouch, walk out from the smoke, something. Instead of just running out dry and getting taken down. And it's frustrating. I can completely understand why Tom gets completely tilted with that. And who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Like, that's just basic Counter-Strike. And like we've said before, it is one of the most common boosts in Counter-Strike, in any of the map pool, apart from, like you mentioned, the overpass sandbags boost, KNTZ, that is not ideal. Wide peek with a nade, with a flash in his hand, and they've given away the position. At least STK is there to bring about a sense of normalcy, but Just Cause is just taking heads. And now Meryl's left alone, and he's like, guys, what have you done? That was atrocious from Beyond. And all because KNTZ just swung out wide with a smoke in hand, with no information that a player might be in apartments looking in his direction. That was just terrible from Beyond.
Why? Why do they lose rounds like this? I just don't get it. They win all the hard rounds and then you lose these ones.
So frustrating. Well, they do lose their first. Big mistake. Hopefully that's enough to kind of slap KTZ in the wrist. Let him know not to do that again. And hopefully that problem is fixed moving forward. But again, what I said over on Mirage is if you're going to keep giving opportunities to Sigma, okay, they may not be the favorites. They may be the team behind. But we know once given opportunity, they can really make you sweat. We've seen that even against Tiger over Mirage, right? And again, here on this series, at the first map, it was looking rough for them, but Beyond provided them a couple of opportunities. And if enough rounds gives Sigma a chance to potentially catch a little bit of a wave and ride that wave until they're in a good spot. And they don't stop. They don't stop. They just keep going forward. If reality gets going, they're a difficult team to stop. Especially on a map like Inferno. This is a map where, you know, if you get going, you can definitely keep it. It just never got going against Tiger. They never were given a chance. But if you're only going to make mistakes, well, that certainly is going to provide Sigma a platform to bounce off.
Yeah, and it's like Mitch mentioned as well. You know, you if you make these sort of mistakes, if you play like an idiot or a moron, as he very nicely put it, you're gonna. If you practice like a moron, you're gonna play like a moron, and that's a similar case here. Like a game like this for Beyond should be a practice. It's almost like a scrim for them, right? Where they just like, just play their playbook properly. You know, just don't make too many mistakes and win it convincingly. Because if you're gonna make these sort of mistakes later on, it's gonna be a problem against the better teams, against the likes of a Tyloo and Invictus. And you build these bad habits, these small little moments where, you know, when it's crunch time, the 10 seconds remaining, you're in a 2v2, these bad habits build up, and then you don't have time to think. You have to rely purely on instinct and just reflexes. And by the time, you know, when that moment happens, you've trained yourself to have these terrible decision makings, which kind of ruins it for you, as we do have a little bit of an excursion from the cities towards apartments. Wrapping around, and that's actually given a window of opportunity for the 4 remaining Ts to just sneak into an empty bomb site, Dinko. There's no one at A. It's a 4v5, and they found an empty bomb site. Now, this could still work out because QQ finds Just Cause through the smoke, but KNeasy gets caught out. Are they going to be expecting Olivia's position is the question. He's going to be coming in from above. He's waiting for his teammates to arrive. They still have a man advantage to work with. They still have a flashbang, something, and Olivia, I think he's aware. I think he knows where Niffy is. Oh, no one checks! No one checks! Niffy finds 2. That is just atrocious. And now Olivia, his time to shine. From above, he's going to drop on down, but not... He can't do anything. PP's going to find him. And Beyond, I don't get why you just leave the A bomb site there. I gather you want to go for an information play, but you need to keep someone towards Arch, someone on the site, someone in pit, someone nearby to at least give you the information. Sigma are just going to be like, okay, well, that happened. We got a free site. Ridiculous. Yep. Observer agrees. That's a ... moment. And if you're from Thailand, that's a 55555 moment.
Yep. It's we've had a lot of those. We've definitely got a lot of those. And Beyond and their own worst enemy. Sigma. AK-47's pulled out. They are 2 away from securing the amount of rounds they had against Tiger. Over here for Beyond. It's 1 rifle, and it's gone. QQ yet again. Another kill added to the collection, or he's first to die.
I wonder if like PP and QQ are like cousins.
QQ, PP. Sound effects or something?
Hey, your name's too similar to mine. Change it. Okay, I'll overdose.
You put them together. Upside down, though, kind of... Ah, nah, it doesn't really work out. Never mind. Anyway, Niffy gonna be the front man. He's got a couple of players in behind him as they start to move forward. Gotta be careful here. It's pistols. Oh, Olivia's been spotted. They spotted the boost. They didn't check it. They spotted it. And what came to see? He will take down reality. Oh no, Blair. Niffy, okay, nice. Gets the transfer. Just Cause as well. They save our minds. And it's all on Mayrolls. He's out of there as well. I was starting to get worried there, Blood. I was starting to see those default pistols go into the kill feed. And they were getting kills.
I was still surprised that they had a player lurking towards top mid. And once they knew there were at least 2 or 3 players towards B, I felt like the A hit would have been the right call. They had a player there. He could have wrapped around towards Banana. They didn't have to force him out. There was still 40 seconds remaining on the clock, so Sigma playing with fire. Luckily, Niffy delivers. And we do have the buy coming out from Beyond again. No AWP yet for Mr. Olivia, but he does have a different scoped weapon. He's got the AUG in his hands.
Well, Olivia behind the smoke. EP had to come on through, and Olivia's going to try and hold on. The first kill is his, blinded. Nifty able to come back in as well as Olivia goes down, and Nifty getting double. QQ sprays away, gets two, but it's not enough. Nifty eventually comes back through. That's 3 kills for him. He's been an animal so far in the server in the last 2 rounds. He's been doing a lot, and that bomb is going to go down here. Nifty even secures that. Minerals and STK looking to overcome the defense here now into the post plant. They want to make sure that they can get back onto the site and get that defuse through. Time is starting to take on the bomb already. Rolex was such a good spot. Beyond setting up, they've got 1 flashbang left. It has to be perfect. Goes up. Ineffective. Rolex not blinded. Niffy gets the 4th kill, and Rolex secures the final. It's 4-3 as Sigma take the lead.
Niffy's looking fantastic. He has been incredible the past couple of rounds. Even the anti-eco where it got a little scary walking into the stack, just spinning around like a top of death, like a spinning top of death. And Sigma in the lead. And they're not playing bad at all. This is so good from Sigma. Like, individually, they're popping off as well, especially Niffy. They're going for some of the right calls some of the times. And it's more about... Look, I hate keep, just repeating this again and again ad nauseum, but it's like, which team makes the lesser mistakes? And if you have a chance to watch any EU games, I'm not even talking about like top 10, top 20 teams playing, like even like top 40, top 50 teams. You look at some of the American the MDL games for example. At least not the ones where people were throwing, but the actual MDL games. You don't see this level of mistakes. Yes, mistakes are made at every level of Counter-Strike, but when the mistakes happen or when the weird plays happen, it's 1 in a dozen or 1 in 20. And we pointed out, we're like, this shouldn't have been the case. They should have played this round better. But you have other things to break down. In a majority of these rounds, it's more like, okay, this team messed up, and that's why they lost a round. It's never or very rarely a case where 2 teams play almost a flawless round, and it just comes down to small little things which seals them the win. So it's just sometimes painful, but it is what it is. Here they come charging on in, 5-7 in hand, is SDK, he's good for nothing, as Olivia at least finds 1. It's still a 3v2, still kind of problematic here for the T side, because if QQ and KNDZ, they can find Niffy, suddenly it's a 2v2, and suddenly there is a chance for them to come back into this round, although, that being said, it is kind of still unlikely.
Whoa. Goodbye. QQ just gets absolutely torn to shreds straight through the head with the PP. And well, now KNTZ trying to move forward. He's got 1. Not offering themselves up though, so KNTZ realizes this round is a little too far gone now. It's all about making it out alive, or at least now at this point he's committed to the site, so it's taking down these 2 players. Money's not really a problem at all for the T side. He's out of that. Doesn't get anything saved over. Money. Look at the money on this T side. Niffy's on $14,400. Rolex and 11K before purchase. I mean, the whole team is just stacked with cash. So, yeah, that was not really ever going to be a big problem for them. Beyond, bigger problems for me is I'm definitely seeing the weaker Beyond. Now, I thought that was only because they were playing against some better opponents and also just got completely upset by Checkmate, but I'm not a fan of Beyond's Inferno. I really am. And right now I'm seeing exactly why. This is another reason why I'm just not a fan of them. They look so lost on the CT side. Sigma just been able to pick them apart. And it's unfortunate. It really is. Beyond just across the board, just looking a little rough right now.
Looking very, very rough right now. We do see the buy, of course, for Beyond. And they've max loss bonus. They saved the previous round. And they have an op in the hands of Mr. Olivia. Although, it's not ideal because he's got no head armor. Actually, 3 of the players have no head armor. Now, against the AKs wouldn't really be a problem. But, there's always that risk, Dinko, that, you can just get tapped by a Glock or even get wall bang. The flinch can come in if you get maybe wall bang by one of those AK-47s. So you want to have the helmet as well, even if your opponents have the AK-47s. But right now, they will have to sacrifice that just so they have the extra bit of utility. As we have a faster hit coming in towards the A bomb side, and QQ holding the line, smoking off the Molotov, keeping them at bay, keeping control of Arch for the time being. And with that, Sigma just gonna slowly peel back. They've left no one towards B and no one towards Banana. That's interesting. No one there. No information gleaned. As it looks like this A bomb side, they are so committed, Dinko. But as I say that, you can slowly see a couple of them falling back. They have left a Just Cause in his position to cut off the rotation, to gather some information as to where the CTs might be running towards. But this B bomb site is looking like the eventual target for Sigma.
And they are stacking so many of their players over here. It seems like they've just got the lurking presence of Just Cause in the apartments to be that extra prawn to catch off those rotations as the push comes into the B-bomb site. 40 seconds left. We'll see how they hold on here, Beyond. Can they get it done? They've got STK preemptively throwing the smoke to get rid of the Molotov, but it's out to the left side. He's using it as cover instead of using it to get rid of the Molotov. And I kind of like that approach from SDK. He's going to spray away. It's going to be the first. They go around the long way through the ruins, but they haven't checked Mayros. Oh my god, Blair. They don't look for him. And he's got one. He denies the bomb plant in a second as well. What a play. What a play from Mayros. He's just delivered a round win here on the board for Beyond. Just Cause sprinting after him. Mayros, goodbye. Boom, he's out of there.
Hello?
Counter-Strike. And nades. Valve said they fixed it. They lied.
They lied. Can we please see that nade again, please? Also, Merrills, what a play. The trigger
What is he made of?
Titanium? Adamantium? I don't know. How does he survive that nade? Also, what a hole from him. Just staying alive there. Trigger discipline, waiting for the bomb to get planted. He had an eye on the nade. Oh my god. Sigma.
I want to see if it bounced, maybe it got stuck in the blue.
But even then,
I have no idea.
Even then, he was so low.
Not a point of damage, Blair. But nonetheless, let's not take that away from his hero play that he had at the back of the site. That was
the round was won, whether he died or not.
Yeah. Still,
and I really like that from Sigma, though. That wraparound was brilliant. The problem was they got 2 kills. So they were like, wait, there can't be 3 players over there. They didn't hard check the corner. And Merrills, well, that's a lesson learned. That's a lesson taught by Merrills. It's like, you gotta check those corners, bud. Beyond, a little bit of wind in the sails with that round. All thanks to Mr. Merrills.
round number 10 is a slow one. But Sigma gathering outside of A this time. Look at the 4 players now over towards the side of the map for Beyond. Mayros is going to bring himself into the archway in case they try and split through CT. He's got a good position to handle this. Smoke is up for the moment, and SDK is going to actually go inside of the A site. Mayros. Here we go. It's up against PP Overdose, and he's going to win the fight. It's Sigma with the man advantage and the opening kill. And now what is the call? Do they just go B? Look at this. This is so good. QQ's the only player here. He goes down quickly here. There's absolutely no way he gets more than 1. He doesn't even get a single kill. QQ goes down. Round 1 here by Sigma. And that's where that rotation, the full stack coming in from Beyond, doesn't really work out. As soon as Mayros goes down, they let one of the players through CT. The B hold was just QQ, and he's playing from Banana. So it's not like he can delay, right? He's going to get flanked from 2 different positions. The round was done.
What was STK even going in there? What was he hoping? Like getting a kill with the MP9? His teammates are nowhere nearby. They were nowhere nearby. KNTZ was down at 30 HP. It was a 4v3 favoring Sigma. Bomb was down. Olivia has an AWP. Not the best weapons for a retake. It's just unnecessary from STK. He could have just, I think, even retrieved the gun from his teammate from CG spawn and just upgraded and saved. Instead, 6-4, great mid-round call from Sigma. Great mid-round call. And we keep talking about how Beyond is a better team. I have to say, Dinko, they were the better team on Nuke. They knew how to play Nuke. Sigma clearly didn't. Mirage was them choking really hard and Sigma showing some tenacity to climb back and win that game. Right now in Inferno, Sigma are looking like the better team by far. The mid-round calls are good. The way to taking the sides are good, and it's coming down to the heroics like we saw from Meryl's on that B bomb side, which is netting them a few rounds here and there in between. Sigma just look like they are way more comfortable here, which is crazy considering how they got hammered down on Nuke.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's very difficult to know where Beyond are at based on their map pool. And I said it in the pre-game play. I feel like the map pool is depreciated. I think the only map they're actually even capable of winning is Nuke.
True.
Mirage used to be a staple map for them. We just seen how that played out today. Inferno has been getting worse and worse. I think we started to see the first signs of it in Pal Summer, but it's not got any better. In fact, it's got worse as well. Nuke is the only map they're comfortable on.
And also, the problem with Nuke is you can't beat Vici and Nuke, and right now Tyler are playing Nuke as well. And
Yeah,
it's
so
a map
you're
that
screwed.
Invictus also like to play, so good luck.
Yeah, you're out of there. At that point, your map pool is so weak that you're just not going to win any games. And the weird thing is they can definitely bring the fight to these top Chinese teams. It's like they're putting so much focus on beating those teams that they forget about the lower tier. And they still don't beat those teams.
Yeah, and this is a grim reminder that they're like, okay, it's not just Tyler we have to worry about right now, we're worried about everyone else. I like how Beyond didn't budge from this bomb site. They didn't budge, and it's a stack. It's a stack. SDK, AK dropped, and unfortunately the aim punch comes in, and that's around Olivia. They knew where he was earlier with the AWP. It took a while for them to enter the bomb site, but they're going to get the bomb down. They're going to have the round in the bag. Not much Olivia can do here. The timing, that couldn't have been worse. He slow checks the corner, and Rolex just peers out from mid, takes him down. Not even the AWP saved. At least they have the money for the buy, Dinka. But right now, if I'm Beyond, I'm just banging my head against a wall, just wondering what to do, because this is underwhelming. It's not about them. Okay, there were a couple of rounds, like the one round where they just evacuated the A bomb site despite having a man advantage. That was a big mistake. Apart from that, it's not like being crazy mistakes. It's just them being completely, absolutely outread, outplayed, and out-aimed by Sigma. And those are like, well, the main three tenets of Counter-Strike. You're getting completely owned.
Round 12 coming right up. Sigma look to try and continue to dominate over Beyond, who have pulled the AWP out into the hands of Olivia. You've got the FAMAS in play here. The two M4A4s, the AUG out for KNTZ. That seems to be a weapon that you do see in his hands quite often. Shasage, another player that loves to pick up the AUG still. Still seeing a little bit of love. Especially because the Krieg is now gone.
Yeah,
That was a crazy time.
good riddance. Like, I would have even felt a little sad. I'd be like, oh, come on, Valve, you completely killed the gun. Yeah, at least make it a little bit more viable. But considering how absolutely OP it was when it was there, I don't even I don't even have any issues with it just getting destroyed. They're gonna go running straight through the smoke. The flashbang was completely useless. But at least BP Overdose gets to kill.
It really does feel like when Valve make any tweaks to the guns, they just kind of have this dials. High, low. It's like, that's
All
it.
the way to 11.
It's like, we go 11 or we go 1. You got two options. It's like, which one do you want?
So here's a new gun, guys. It's called the R8.
And we put it up to
will
12.
Be the most powerful weapon ever put in Counter-Strike
thought it
in the
was a
Counter-Strike
meme.
franchise. And then they're like, oh, by the way, guys, I heard you're not enjoying the gun. So here we go. We're going to nerf it and make it the most useless gun ever in CS. So it's either the most OP or right now completely useless, unless if your name is JW. Please check. Please check. They checked!
Oh, they checked it. They checked it. A little celebration, ladies and gentlemen. QQ. He's here towards the back lines. He will check to the right side. In reality, well, he's here looking for a bit of fun. It's QQ looking to chop him. He will chop his head off.
Hold.
The bullets go through his brain. And what Beyond? They get it done. Even though Sigma checked the boost, they still win the round, and they go forward with a 5th. Now they need to turn this into consistent success. They cannot afford to go into this next round play and immediately drop the ball again. This has to be a big step up.
What is this though? From what was that? Like, what is that from Just Cause and Niffy? Good hold from QQ though, considering he was all alone at site, and there was no rotation for quite a while. He did a great job delaying it and even doing one up better, you know, getting the kill in the end there. But you know what? Sigma checked the boost, Dinko. I'll take that. I'm happy. They lost a round, but they checked the boost. They get points from me. And SDK, how is he so low? I know he took some damage on the Molotov. Was it like a double molly, the nade perhaps? And he's gonna get the hell out of there. He needs to stay far, far away. One lick from any incendiary Molotov and he's done for.
Gathering in the apartments, it's PP Overdose, the front man, with the rest of the squad in behind him. KTZ looking for the players, dropping down in. It's a good hold for the first two, and a third kill from KTZ. He gets a little over eager, but you cannot blame him after that hold. And now Rolex into the 1 versus 4 clutch. He's collected the first victim, and the bomb gets planted. Now drops into the pit. He's got a good position. It's all on to Beyond now. This is their round to lose. It's the mistakes that have to be made to give him a chance to win this, and they're peeking him together, and finally they will get the round under their belt. It's 6th on the board. A good hold there from KTZ. Fantastic stuff, in fact. And they don't drop a single player other than the 2A anchors. So 7-6, Beyond. Seem like they've got their hands back on this.
Yeah, much better. And KTZ, what a spray that was. That was some crazy stuff from him. And no one really... They were so concentrated on the one player. Look at this, all right. Finds the first. Second. No one's looking at him. No one's looking to get the kill. And Olivia actually manages to turn around and get another frag onto the... Get a kill onto the player in balcony. So, great hold considering all 5 players just barreling in, just waterfalling out into the bomb site. But Beyond, they are, yeah, getting a couple of rounds here and there. Still not convincing, Dinko. Still not convincing at all. It's still 7-6. Have a dual up setup here. It's going to be Mayrolls and Olivia. And Olivia, perfect timing on that flash. Second kill for him. Going to peek out for more. And that's a mistake. PP Overdose punishes him for it. There's an op retrieved. 2v2 reality. Trying to be the bait for his teammate. SDK. Falls. PP. There we go. The right eye peek from SDK. Gets the kill. Op will be retrieved. Just to 1 casualty. Very clean round for Beyond as we enter the final round of this first half.
7-7, and Sigma looking to try and take the lead at the half. That would be fantastic stuff coming out of the T side, but Beyond, they've ground their way back into this. They have definitely looked better in the recent rounds. Double up setup, Mayrolls and Olivia wielding those. Olivia peeks down towards middle. Oh, a shot connected onto Reality, who has been a little bit quiet. 3-11 right now. Hasn't really been able to get going on the T side of Inferno, which is very common for AWPers on this side of the map. But a good start for Beyond, and they hold on to it. No one makes a mistake, no one oversteps their mark, and they keep the man advantage. But here comes the apartments play. 3 players going to be coming into KTZ's arms, and he doesn't get a single kill. Rolex immediately shuts him away. Now they run right into the waiting arms of QQ this time, and he is far more deadly. 2 kills, picked up, and the Molotov caused a couple of problems for them that. And that's it, 7. That should be Beyond taking the half. The 1-round lead going into the second.
I don't really see them bringing this one back, although PP Overdose. You could have one of those moments. Unfortunately for him, his teammate is very, very low in health, Niffy. Just a bullet in the gut, that's all it's going to take. And Olivia, with the AWP, it's going to be overkill. It looks like they're going to be going for the... They're going to go for just a dry face, because that's risky. They're going to flash towards Banana as a kind of a ruse, but Olivia, he doesn't really miss those. Well, he didn't miss the first shot, at least. It's all in Niffy, the player who was low in health already. They know exactly where he is. They know he's got the bomb. 27 seconds on the clock. And he's got to hit every shot. And it has to be insta-kills. Unfortunately, he has no idea where SDK is. And SDK should get the kill here. And there we go. Like I said, Dinko, 87 to scoreline. But still, a little bit of a struggle for Beyond to close this out in their favor. but it could have been way worse. It could have been 7 to what? 7 to it was 7 to 4 for Sigma. And at that point, honestly, I felt like Sigma would probably get a 10 rounds or maybe even 11. So Beyond, good resurgence from them as they head to the T side here. And for Sigma, Dinko, can they show what they showcased on Mirage? The CD side on Mirage was just impenetrable.
It's going to be a quick wrap coming in here for Beyond. They start to wrap down in towards the bomb site. Just Cause in the corner. Looking for the shots as they do run over him. It's STK with a good kill as Just Cause goes down and STK with another one as well. It's Reality, PP Overdose and Niffy into a 3 versus 5. And while Niffy has got one, it's May Rolls that has gone down. At least it's not going to be the clean sheet or Beyond. They have got such strong positions that it should be... Oh my god.
No.
That's the worst dead. Well, not the worst. We've seen one earlier from Sakai that takes that. But QQ, headshot through the wall. Niffy goes down. Kane TC crumbling as well. A 2 versus 2. The kills, they keep coming in. Suddenly, it's won. They've won the round. They go for the defuse. Just enough time on this, surely, for PP Overdose. And that's Sigma stealing it, snatching it out of the hands of Beyond. It comes right down to the final second.
Oh, no! No, I thought he had it.
He did on the clock. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Milliseconds on it, Blah.
What was it? Retake 4v2.
When they won the round, there was 12 seconds left on the timer.
Oh my god.
But
Okay,
it comes down to...
Oh my, 0.166. 0.1. Oh my, that's as close as it can get, dude. That is just ridiculous. Yeah, that's a lost tick. That's... I felt that.
Well,
What a retake, though. It was a 2v4.
Yeah, and Beyond had such good positioning as well, right? They had everything that could have went their way, and the kills just kept coming in. 9-7. Mac 10's out here early on for Beyond. They've got the opening kill.
Niffy almost gets a kill in Meryl. So lucky to be alive. And if they push up towards Banana, Dinko, will they be expecting Reality's position? He's lying behind the sandbags. But this is suddenly looking very doable for Sigma. Again, it's not a full force buy. It is a light investment. It's some Deagles, a couple of players of Kevlar, that's about it. And now 3v3, Meryl's 2 HP. QQ finds Niffy. That's a huge pick. They catch him trying to be sneaky. And they're going to be heading back towards B. But guess who's waiting? It's going to be Reality Jesus. And he's going to tuck himself on behind the sandbags. They should check him, right? They should, right, Dinko?
Please do. Reality. Oh, first player around is QQ.
No.
Second player just checks him.
He was a bait, Dinko.
It's like, you think it's gonna work out? STK. No.
It just goes like insta running headshot. Oh,
That's unfortunate.
I'm happy you checked. Good job, SDK. I also feel like he's got the best hairstyle amongst everyone else on his team. Counter-Strike players have some fantastic hair. And if you're bald like Crims, you have fantastic facial hair. There we go. Well, Bai's going to be coming in here for Sigma, I feel. Unless they decide, you know what, let's just eco again. And I wouldn't really blame them if they did that. You know, they want to have an op in the hands of Reality. He's a beast with that. You can still deal a bit of damage. And yeah, it looks like they're going to go for it, Dinko. It's going to be the 2 rounds back-to-back, just light pistols, nades, smokes, whatnot. And for Beyond, this is a great opportunity to get around number 11.
Oh. Need goes down towards bottom middle. Maybe a quicker play towards top banana as they go around the corner. He's got one down in towards CT. It's getting aggressive now forward with the Deagle. Olivia there with a headshot. So Overdose going down. Now 5 versus 4. Man advantage in play here for Beyond. They're going to continue to run forward. Good kill. Niffy with the headshot. Mayrolls falls. And it's going to be Reality alongside Just Cause, taking the kills between them. KTC and QQ follow suit, and we're right back into a 2 versus 2. Beyond seem to have got back into a winnable situation, but Niffy forced into the open now, just a 1 versus 1 on the site. KTC wins that, and now 1 versus 1 for the round win. The bomb is on the floor. It's Rolex that is the next challenge for KTC into this. And under a minute to play with. Still plenty of time. He's still got a smoke and a flashbang as well, Blair, so he can definitely use those. But instead, he wants to progress forward with the right 4, and that's going to cost him. Rolex, he wins it. And Sigma, what a round to pick up. Beyond, throw it all away.
That was...
Smoke off the bomb. Smoke, why? You've got full utility. What's the point? Smoke off banana, limit the fight to either CT or ruins, and you know he's banana. You know he's there. Smoke it off, grab the bomb. You're then in control, right?
That. Yeah, and it's not like he's going to give away his position by using the utility. They know where he was. Rolex knew it, but kudos to Sigma that they make it work. Again, that was a very light investment, mind you. Just the pistols, and they opted not to go for the buy, and now Beyond, they're just down to the MAC-10s. Reality, got to get the hell out of there. Oh, nice shot there, but Meryl's comes jumping, flying across the angle. They're going to cross on over, Dinko, but Just Cause... Oh, this is unnecessary. That is so unnecessary, but he still gets 2 kills. And KNTZ is going to be left alone. The 1v4 turns it into a 1v3. But the bomb is in no man's land, and this is going to be nigh impossible for the man.
Difficult round for KNTZ. 1 minute and 3 seconds left. And the bomb nowhere near him. Gonna walk into the lion's den just to be able to try and fight them off and get this bomb. Player coming around the backside of the apartments as well right now. He's dead. PP Overdose with the kill. A 9th round for Sigma. And I said it, Blem. I definitely had to favor Beyond coming into the final map just because I have to favor them at every chance I get based on who Beyond are and who they how they should be performing. But when it comes to this final map, I knew that they were going to get pushed to the limits. I knew it wasn't going to be the same dominant performance that Tiger was able to put on to Sigma. And it's playing out that way right now. 10-9, they're really being forced, and Sigma might even just get the lead at some point. This is going to be tying things up. The money is not looking too solid right now for Beyond. A quicker play into banana from Sigma. Seems like I weren't too sure of how to approach that. It's going to be an apartments hit, so Rolex is going to be under pressure.
Nade a little too preemptive. Doesn't do any damage whatsoever. It's a waterfall hit, Dinko, but this is such a good position, though. Rolex's angle, this can just be a complete shutdown. He's even got Just Cause as well, the 2 rifles. All 5 players gathered up. They have the 1 flashbang. And I think Rolex is ready. He's aware. He's playing the anti-flash. Just Cause, flash gonna pop. Just Cause knows it. And here they come, straight to the deaths. Rolex just finds one. Reality chimes in. And it is an easy, quick mop-up for the side of Sigma. And he said, Dinko, did you say Sigma might take the lead? And this could be the round here. Starting to look pretty good, especially that round win with just the pistols. I think would have definitely given them a big, massive injection with the confidence.
And they're a team that thrive off the confidence, right? They're the team that thrive off the momentum. Well, now 10-10. Sigma could be taking the lead. They do. They're going to be comfortably in the lead. Because then the money is gone for Beyond, right? They're down to the low buy. We see Sigma most likely pick up 12. They're 4 away from winning the series against Beyond. And Beyond could not get out of the rut that they found themselves over on Mirage. You have to remember back to that point. Nuke is a foregone conclusion. You know, coming into that, we knew exactly how that one was going to play out. But here on Inferno, we can tap into Mirage a little bit more. We can think about what happened on that and try and apply some of that logic to Inferno. Look at this. The gap in the smoke just caused you mental, man. It worked out for a kill, though. And reality, nearly getting the second opportunity. He was definitely going to hit that shot. He goes down a little bit too quick, though. And now PP overdose and Niffy, they try and rotate over it. But the site has been taken. Sigma have shown they can pull off retakes. But they're a man down in this situation.
I mean, there were 2 men down early in pistol round, so I still have faith, Denko. I still have faith.
They didn't quite win that round though, Blood. We'll see if they can get it done in time this time. They move forward. PP overdose is going to go forward. Niffy, can he just do it alone? That's 2 kills picked up, and now he's on the bomb site. Hello. And there we go. KTZ in the pit. He's got a chance to try and win this in the 1 versus 1. Niffy in the middle of the bomb site, moving forward. Finally gets the info. The time it's ticking, and KTZ gets it done for Beyond. It's 11-10.
That got pretty close, but KNTZ, patient play from him. As Beyond, they denied the lead to Sigma, 11-10. Still showing that they have some fight left in them. And for Sigma, well, I mean, they have the money for the buy. I wasn't a big fan of how Reality and I think it was Just Cause, they played towards an arch area in front of the smoke. I mean, I felt like they probably could have maybe gone for the boost and try to get a pick, but those are like kind of one and done spots, right? You creep in through the edge of the smoke. Yes, there is a gap there, but the way he was crouched in front of it and next to the smoke, that's pretty much like, even if you get a kill, you're gonna get shot by like 3 or 4 AK-47s. EP, get out of there. Oh, get out of there. Oh, he survives. Still alive. But he's isolated, Denko.
Oh.
And he still wins the duel.
And
he still wins the duel.
He wins the duel, he stays alive, and he gets away.
He's Wolverine. What is...
Reality. What? What is he doing? Just running down middle, and he catches out QQ in the apartments. Yeah, he just goes forward, hits the shot. Nice stuff from Reality. Really good stuff. The Niffy kind of in the open there. Not exactly the best position. Oh, PP. It was looking so good for Sigma, and it's all gone wrong. You could say it's now flaccid, but they have a chance. It's going to be Just Cause with the headshot. STK goes down, and KTZ alongside Olivia are going to have to try and pull this 2 versus 3 post plant off. Olivia has an elevated position on top of the boxes, and KTZ playing with the smokes. Olivia should be able to get 1 here at least, and he's got it, and he looked for another. Of course, he'll double up the 2 players you want in that position, and they step up with a 12th round for Beyond.
There's a very sloppy peek coming in from Coffins there. I felt like they should just, the moment the first player died, the second player should have peeked immediately. But he felt like it took too long, gave an opportunity for his for Olivia to kind of like recover his crosshair there. Oh, nice peek from STK there. Yeah, he had all the time in the world to just kind of like reposition, jiggling around a little bit to win that duel. So could have been a round that could have still gone the way of Sigma, but yeah, it falls away. And now, once again, it's just the pistols for Sigma. The Deagle enhances PP overdose. Apart from that, it's the default pistols for everyone else. USPs and the 1 solitary P2000 for Just Cause. No utility. They've opted to go for the stack at mid. I like that, Dinko. I like that at least they're trying something. As Just Cause and PP overdose, 2 quick kills. KNTZ. He doesn't get a trade. Oh, he should now, though. He should now. There we go. Just Cause. Maybe overextending a little bit there. And now it's a 2v3. Bomb heading straight towards B, but PP overdose with the Deagle. He's lying in wait.
One player left on this B bomb site. It's PP overdose. Just hiding second oranges. Waiting for them to come this way. Rolex now with an AK he's managed to pick up. Oh, QQ turns around, beheads him. And PP overdose. He's stuck on the B bomb site alone, and Mayroll spots him, takes his head right off. 13-10. 3 away here from Beyond being the victors in a must-win series.
Beyond, well, they have stumbled, crawled, bunny hopped their way to the lead, Denko. It's been a weird journey so far this entire series, but it looks like some semblance of normalcy will be restored as Beyond it seemed like they're kind of running away with this facet coming in towards A. Boost above. Rolex spots one. He sees a player crossing on over. It takes on STK. He's still sticking around on top, and Olivia's going to punish him. QQ's on a one-man mission, and he's going to spot both the players from B, opening up the B bomb site, and that's an opportunity for KNTZ to sneak on in, and that is exactly what he's going to do. Pushing him through the smoke. He's still alive. That's a big problem. But Niffy's going to find him, and it's all on Meryl's. 1v4, making it into a 1v3. He's retrieved the bomb, but he's trapped, Dinko. All avenues of escape are being covered and watched right now. But it is still possible. They aren't really converging in his position. They're holding pretty passive angles, giving him the respect that he has truly earned for himself.
Gap in the smoke. And walk forward, and he's dead. Surely at this point. Start to wrap behind him. Yeah, too many players. As soon as he takes too long to get that kill in the pit, that's it over. He almost needs to immediately get every duel to go his way upon finding them. If he doesn't, if he wastes a little bit of time, all it does is let the remaining players get into a better position and to shut him down. But Beyond it, he's kind of running head first into the A bomb site. Headless chicken approach. At the start of the round, they do take a few players away. And, it's just a scrappy round overall. They weren't really together. Beyond definitely stood a better chance. And if they had approached the mid round slightly better, or even the start of the round, they probably would have been in a better spot. Now 13-11. They're going to buy into this. And STK, he just sweeps up the B defense. 2 kills picked up. He goes forward. If he had found all 3, I would have just died. But just cause barely staying alive, it doesn't matter. The trusty old B rush, it works out for Beyond. 14-11. STK just diving into Banana, getting 2 kills in the MAC-10. And Sigma, they don't know what just hit them. Why do the teams not use pauses in Asia? Why do we not have attack pauses? This is the perfect time to call attack pause. Why?
Because using tactical timeout means you're showing mental weakness. That means it shows that your opponents are getting into your heads.
Look
and
into the eyes of PP Overdose. You know
exactly.
He doesn't have any mental weakness.
Yeah, look at him. Just staring. He's like, tactical timeout? What do we look like? Like cowards? Here we go. This is what we need to see. You don't need tactical timeouts, Dinko. You just need pistols running in and getting killed. As PP Overdose, he's picked up another kill. His eyes is staring straight towards death. The straight transfer, that was so close. QQ, however, gets the double kill. And Beyond this, survived the scare. 15-11, they are on map and match point. And Sigma, well, they need 4 more rounds. 4 rounds back to back. They have no margin for error to work with. And right now, they need Jesus. And he's got an AWP.
Gonna be Reality looking down middle. Okay, Reality. He knows there needs a big play, and that's exactly what's gonna work out for him. The mid push, man advantage collected, and confidence seeping from Reality. And well, it's gonna be 15-11. Map point, yes, for Beyond as they're gonna go back to B.
Three players lying in wait, Dinko. This could actually go the way of Sigma here. Reality, Jesus. Holding the angle. Remember what they did earlier? Like, you're just flashing on through. Oh, I don't think he spots him out. He might just pop on through, and Meryl's might just charge on. The timing is everything, Dinko. In Reality, scoped in. Doesn't see anyone, but what a shot into Olivia. He sees the flare from the rifle. Meryl's finds PP Overdose though, but still 2 more players on the side. A missed shot from Reality Jesus, but Niffy replies back. 2 quick kills, and now it's a 1v2. KNTZ. 2 kills to close this one out. As Just Cause and Rolex, they need to win this retake.
Oh, they really do need to win it, otherwise it is over. It has to be flawless, and KNTZ playing with the smoke. This is ballsy from KNTZ. It might not work out. This is a risky game that he is playing, but he keeps going in and out, dabbling in it. And he's going to try and get the timing perfect as he wraps around behind them. What a genius. What a play. And he's going to start going forward. He's got such a good spot now. And the defuse is 10 seconds on it. He's got a hold. And, well, it's going to be checked. Rolex gets the right read. I think he takes slightly too long, but he couldn't go any quicker unless he would have to give away his position. But
it's a plant.
Yeah. It's the plant also, yeah, doesn't help him out there, but because of the plant and the rotation around from ruins, he needs to do that slightly quicker. Otherwise, there's a situation where they clear the site, they limit the positions, and then, you know, they kind of just realize where he actually is. So a little bit unfortunate for KTZ. I like the idea. Just a few things that didn't go his way.
Yeah, just kind of unfortunate, but especially the plan. The moment the second CD realized where the bomb was planted, it's like, oh, okay, all right, I know what you're up to. Nice try though. Reality sticking around for, oh my god, I feel so scared watching Reality op. Like, I'm like, bro, like, okay, you had that window, it's closed, get out of there, just get out of there, it's not worth the risk, you're the one with the op, you've been one of the better players so far for Sigma. He will survive though. The problem right now for the CD side for me, Dinko, is the lack of utility with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Nifty, he's got a smoke and a Molotov. That's one thing. And now they're going to be sending PP Overdose over. And he just has one flashbang. So if Beyond can kind of force Nifty to use it as utility early on, they're going to have to rely on just the crossfires. And that's not something which is reliable. Smoke's going to be used. Now Nifty is down to just the Molotov. As Beyond, they decide, you know what? The A-bomb site, we've been finding a bit of success there. Let's try it again. And they're going to be walking in to the waiting arms of Reality Jesus and his big trusty green op.
Oh, chance that. He's going to come off away from the angle. Another push comes through. It's just cause getting rid of STK. And now Reality swinging wide, catches out KDZ trying to get to the archway, but May Rolls is there. The MP5 getting rid of Just Cause. Now 25 seconds left beyond a 3 versus 4. Yes, a man down, but they're going towards B. Going to try and pincher this site from 2 different positions. They've got one prong in towards Banana, and that's Olivia. He's potent, but it doesn't matter. Nifty getting a double kill. Finally, he'll go down to Olivia, who now has it all to do. He has to secure a 4K.
7 seconds.
1 versus 2. He has to immediately start planting, and once he does that, that's the banana peak. Oh, I love it! I love it! Reality stares him down through the barrel, gives him a few seconds. You're dead, by the way.
I am dead. Witness me.
It's like, hello. That's brilliant. Well, 15-13, overtime, a real possibility as we look at Beyond going into this round. They're going to have nothing. And well, there we go. I love it. I love it so much. You can see it from his perspective. It felt a little bit longer from the other POV, but nonetheless.
Yeah. Nonetheless, you have the Beyond it down to pistols again. Dinko. Oh. Well, hopefully they don't close out a series. This way, Tech 9 coming in, but Just Cause shuts him down. Where's everyone else? Why is everyone else still pincered down? As KDZ replies back, 3 kills with a Tech 9, the 1v5.
No way.
He's gonna get the bomb down, but there's a player waiting close by.
No, the
and
reload.
he's clueless. He's clueless. He has no idea where he is, and Nifty finds him. Even if he didn't have the reload, Dinko, I felt like Nifty would have known where he was.
He just had the positional advantage. He just wasn't aware that he could have pushed up already. And yeah, well played out from Nifty. It's 26-20. He's had a pretty sick performance here in Inferno, I think it's needless to say. And we go into the last round of regulation. Will it be overtime, or will Beyond break their hearts in the final map? Beyond, we talked about their choking problem. Will they do it again?
Someone called 911. Because it might need that in the next few seconds, if that's going to be the case. Beyond, so close to close this one out. And yet, we've seen how it's all gone wrong, Dinko. We saw it in Mirage. It feels like a distant memory. Just a couple of hours back, it's Reality Jesus, op in hand. Doesn't spot anyone out. He wants us killed. He wants to find something. He's like, get over here. I'm going to stand on your head. There we go. Good nade. Meryl's taking damage. Reality scoped in. Finds Olivia. That's a big pick. That's a big pick.
First step to an overtime affair here for Sigma. As if we haven't had enough Counter-Strike in this series so far, Blett. Reality with another one. He had a terribly quiet first half, but he has been delivering time and time again. That's 3 for Reality. And that might just be enough to send us to overtime, to give us the bonus rounds. QQ and KNTZ stand alone now into a 2 versus 5. And this just is not a recoverable situation.
It's really hard. If they can get the kill onto this man, Rolex, if they can find his kill, there is an opportunity. They can potentially play the post plan, but the big question, Dinko, is if. And Rolex has done a fantastic job not showing anything. And QQ's going to be left alone. Bullets will ring out. It waits patiently for PP Overdose. But PP Overdose is going to just overdose him with lead. $50 scores a tied OT. You know what? I wouldn't have it any other way.
To think this could have been a 2-0 series if Beyond closed out Mirage to the point where we're at right now. It's been a grueling battle for Beyond, and one they might not come out on top of. How many times? I've lost all my trust in Beyond, Blair. I've lost it all.
Oh, no, here's the thing. Even if they win this map, even if they win this match, I feel I can almost hear the bells tolling for Beyond. I feel like this is kind of like the end for this lineup unless something changes drastically. And the thing is, individually, they have some of these players. Maybe, I don't know, swapping out a QQ, maybe bringing in an actual coach, an in-game leader. I don't know. Something needs to change. Or else they're forever going to be this team where they show promise, they have individuals, but they just don't have it in them to, you know, win matches like this. Like Tyloo wouldn't be struggling like this. Vici wouldn't be struggling like this. Neither will Invictus, not against a team like Sigma. But for Beyond, a team who are looking to take down those three aforementioned teams, if you're going to be struggling like this against a team who, well, I don't think they're even like top 8 in Asia right now. Well, I'm sorry, but you're in kind of a rough spot here, as KNDZ will be found out early on. Sigma with an early man advantage. And once more, it's going to come down to PP Overdose and Niffy Dinko, as a hit is coming in from the side of Beyond.
Well, push comes on through. PP Overdose. At first oranges, it's Reality. Blinded with the kill, and Niffy doing a lot of work. Another 3k for him. He's 29 and 20. This guy doesn't stop. I mean, there has been so much firepower available to Sigma. And I think that's a talking point we can now remove, is the fact that they do have the firepower. I think that's pretty obvious now, Blair. We're talking about the fact that, you know, okay, going head-to-head against Beyond, you really think they've got the head-to-head firepower to deal with this? The answer was a resounding no, but now it's certainly a yes. This has been a big step up across the board from everybody. Reality, you know, he's had his big moments here in Inferno, but he isn't even near the top in terms of kills right now.
SDK finds Rolex. Reality, such a ballsy play, and just cause he's got a lot of work to do. Spray is wild, Dinko, but he's still gonna come out on top, and it still stays alive. That is huge. Repositions himself, but Merrills will find him. Now it's a 2v3, heavily favoring the T's, but PP Overdose coiled like a viper in the grass. He lies in wait, and he strikes, and suddenly it's all on Olivia, and the two players staring down at him, and that's gonna be Sigma stealing the round, snatching the round away from Beyond. That was such a huge play from PP. That was a big PP play from Overdose.
PP Overdose just delivering so many important kills in the round. And snatches it out of the hands of Beyond. Beyond are going to be so disappointed with his performance if they go on to lose. They're just so confident from Sigma. That's what we're talking about. They're a very emotional, momentum-based team, and when they're confident, it works out and Just Cause has given away his position. But the timing? Oh my god, STK, he looks away. And that's the ball going down. The perfect timing for Just Cause. It was looking like it was going to be dreadful, but it works out perfectly. And he's about to be pushed, but he's got away. Mayros has no idea. He's going to check eventually here, and STK, or should I say Just Cause, looking the wrong way. It's Mayros that gets rid of him. And now 3 versus 3. Reality in the apartments. QQ at the bottom of the stairs right now. They have been able to recover and at least keep it even, but Reality, he's not going to miss those. The flick out to the left side, and QQ, his blood decorates the halls of the apartments.
That's not an easy shot to hit, mind you.
Nope, but it's Reality, and he's Jesus.
Oh, and he's taking the wheel, Dinko.
He's right behind. He's right behind them. 2 players right there. Tries to snap to the second. Manages one on the deagle, but the rest of the team, they're coming over from the B-bomb site. KNTZ, what can you hope to do? A 1 versus 3 clutch required of him. He's going to get that bomb planted towards the back of the site. First kill's his. Now he needs more. This is disgusting. Nearly the 3rd kill, but it's not going to work out. Niffy saves the day. That's his 30th kill. And what an important and impactful kill that is. 18 rounds for Sigma. Map point, 3 opportunities. And they could win this series against Beyond.
They could valiant attempt from KNTZ, but look at that face. Look at Niffy's face. He just got that little cheeky smile. It's like, you thought we were gonna lose? Well, look at the score now. Beyond losing this game is, in my eyes, them dropping down to the bottom. Like we've been saying, right, time and time again. We look at the score lines, we look at the recent results. We're like, okay, you know what? This is a team who are almost there. They're almost on the precipice of being a top 3, top 4 team in Asia. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Not anymore. Not right
anymore.
now.
Not like this. They've lost a checkmate. They've lost a Tyloo. Fair enough. You lost a Tyloo. That's okay. And now you lose to Sigma?
They've fallen so far, so quickly.
Sigma lost to After Gaming. After Gaming.
Have we seen Beyond After yet?
No. At this point, I'm terrified for Beyond. I feel like they might just disband if they lose to After Gaming after this. It's just terrible. The way they've just choked this. But again, I'm going to give credit to Sigma. I've been critical about them, but right now, looking pretty solid. At least this round, though. It's looking pretty good for the T side. But Reality Jesus replying back, finding a player. They're trapped in the corner. And Rolex, what are you doing? Gets caught out, and KNTZ once again trying to be the hero. Will it suffice, though? That's the question. Bomb will be planted, and it's just cause. 1v2. Meryl's waiting in the library, waiting patiently for his teammate to arrive from mid. And it looks like they're going to be grouping up together, Dinko. STK and Meryl's both working their way together in tandem. They have a couple of flashes. They have a smoke. The second smoke! And Just Cause finishes it off with the spray. The timing is perfection. And Sigma, I did not believe it was going to happen, but Beyond, they've gone and crapped the bed, Dinko. And that's pretty much Beyond right there. I think that that CT model pretty much personifies how Beyond are going to be feeling right now. Tom, Mitch, great showing from Sigma, but Beyond, we have to just reevaluate this team again. Tom, let's start with you.
They're not making it to playoffs. There's no way. At this point, there's no way. Like they lost to Sigma. Fair enough, it's like a face-off between like a regional, I guess the same country team, but it's not acceptable. Like Sigma have looked one of the lesser teams in this tournament, and I don't necessarily think that this in particular, in comparison to some of the maps we've seen, was a particularly bad map. It was not amazing, obviously. We still didn't have many flashbangs. I'm sure Mitch will probably bring that up again, but at least there wasn't anything that melted my brain. But it still just seemed like Beyond, again, like they set everything else up for them, right? They win both pistols. They start both half strong. It looks like it's theirs to lose. And then Sigma just comes swinging again. And I feel like at this point, you almost just have to say that, okay, Sigma maybe played a little bit better than normal, but I think Beyond are just way below par.
Yeah. I think I have to agree. Like this team, Mitch, you were saying they look far worse coming into this tournament. Well, not coming in. I think honestly they looked okay. I think a little bit misleading in the first couple of games, but from that point onwards, it's all gone downhill.
Yeah, well, versus Invictus, I felt like we saw a couple of cracks. Like they weren't necessarily playing off each other the way that we'd seen previously. Tyloo, they actually played pretty well. That series was a pretty damn good one for them. But then it was the game versus Huatsai where I just lost all hope. I felt like they gave a little bit too much space to a team that are obviously a very low tier from what we've seen. Then they lose to Checkmate. They've lost to Sigma. I completely agree that I don't think this team is going to playoffs. Realistically, they're going to need to beat Bren and After, which at this point is questionable. Tiger, who are off form, but then Vici as well. They'll probably need to take down Vici to get there, to get their 5 wins and guarantee themselves a spot. And that's not easy to do, not if you're playing like this. And it's just like, what has happened? The fall from grace of this Beyond lineup is absolutely insane. It's beyond reasonable. And the thing that surprises me is that this map actually looked a little bit better in that they came in, they were using flashes a little bit more. There were a lot more of them. I felt like they were playing off each other better than what we'd seen. But the problem is, for me, Sigma stepped up here. I think the previous two maps were a tragedy for Beyond, whereas this one is more of a success story of the Sigma lineup. But they wouldn't have been anywhere near getting to this stage if Beyond weren't so slow to... I don't even want to say slow to start, because that almost gives an excuse. Just, they weren't so terrible in the first two maps.
I feel like I'm kind of in a weird, I don't want to say in a negative way, kind of feel like I'm happy that Sigma won this matchup, and I'll tell you why. Although I just want to talk about MVP very quickly before we go to a break. I believe it's going to be a toss-up between Niffy and Just Cause, both of them looking spectacular. I guess it might just go the way of Niffy. He had so many huge rounds out there. You have it. He didn't have any opening kills, but 10 multi-kill rounds, 97 ADR, great stuff. Now, coming back to what I mentioned there, Tom, it would be basically, if Sigma lost it, I mean, if they hadn't won map 1, it would have been Beyond winning New convincingly, no surprises there, and they would have won Mirage, and we'd be like, wow, this Beyond team is great, they're looking great. But the fact that they lost Mirage, and now you lose on Inferno in overtime against Sigma, it kind of lays bare that, yes, they've had a couple of good games here and there, but there are a lot of flaws in this team. So I feel like, in a weird way, I'm happy Sigma won, because it lays it out as a fact that Beyond are no longer a top 4 or even a top 5 team right now.
Yeah, and then potentially something I said at the very beginning of the series, if Sigma managed to win this, Beyond might be looking for a new player or two to try and like bolster their roster, because sure, you still have like a couple of the usual suspects. Like Olivia's still performing fairly well, but the consistency of the rest of the team is way off. Like I think like you've got the likes of like STK or someone like that having some very good games, some very bad games. It's a really weird position to be in where I can come into a match and go, I genuinely don't know if this player is going to be the best in the server or the worst. And that's just unacceptable, especially when you're playing against lesser opponents. You should be able to wipe them out quite easily. And well, some of the players on the other side of things look hell a lot more consistent and maybe even better individuals.
So here's a great underline for what you just said, Tom, just to give an example. KNTZ, map 1, we saw Olivia drop 31 kills. Mayoral's damn near drop a 30 bomb as well. Remember, they lost. KNTZ dropped 10. 10 frags.
Yeah.
Finished that one out with 33, miles ahead of everyone else. It's like, okay, great. You're a capable player. You've got the individual skill. But if you're going to have this up and down roller coaster performance, it's not good enough. Not at this level. It's going to cost you maps.
And it's cost him more than just a map match. It's cost him a series against Sigma. That's going to be heartbreak, disappointment for Beyond. But right now, we're going to be going to a very quick break, because we have another game coming up right now, and it is going to be a tasty one indeed. I'm just going to take a look quickly at what game it was, because that game was so long, I forgot what it was. It is Tiger Invictus. It's an exciting matchup. Tiger is showing that they're here to play. Yesterday, a good win over... whoever it was they played against yesterday. It was a very clean win. And Invictus,
Sigma.
of course, it was against Sigma, of course. Thank you, Tom. And of course, Invictus, a team who have looked kind of like a little shaky with the new addition of Bottle. So this one should be a battle of the Titans. We're going to be seeing that matchup coming up after the short break.
Coming up next. We play to win.
Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in.
We play to win.
Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend.
We play to win.
And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Aim for the stars, never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
used to have this dream, flying through the stars, flying past rich, undiscovered worlds, impossible wonders that leave me lying awake, breathless. And in this dream, I hear this voice calling my name. When I turn to look,
Welcome back, everyone, to more Counter-Strike action here in the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Fall Edition. We're now down to the final match of the day. It is going to be Tiger facing off against Invictus. And I can't do this alone. Joining me, as usual, it's going to be Tombis, we have Mitch, and of course, Dinko as well. We're going to be bringing you guys the action. And let's start things off with you, Dinko. We're talking about Tiger, Invictus. Let's talk about Tiger a bit here. Yesterday's game against Sigma, the first map, let's pretend that never happened. Let's pretend Mirage never happened.
Happily.
Inferno was good.
Yeah, Inferno was definitely a big turnaround from the team. And the fact that they all performed without Urcast doing anything, right, was the most impressive part for this Tiger team. We usually talk about the fact that Urcast has to be the carry. Sometimes you can see Cabal step up when he's on the rifle, not on the AWP. So Tiger definitely looked better into the final map yesterday against Sigma. And we've already seen that Sigma can play Inferno today, so maybe it was just a really solid performance from Tiger. We don't really know where this team are at. I don't think that's very easy because they always, as soon as we start to fully doubt them and we forget about them and we cast them away, they perform. And then they come back on our radar like, okay, maybe they're back. And then they play terrible in the next series. Then it's just a constant vicious cycle. So I'm not going to say I'm confident in Tiger. I'm not going to say they're going to be winning this matchup easily. But then again, their opponents have been pretty rough as well. So who knows where this one's going to go. It's going to be a mess.
It's going to be a mess, says Dinko. Well, Mitch, let's talk about Invictus, right? Like, if you look at the overall, like, the way the teams are playing right now, it's kind of clear that Tyloo is still number one. Vici are just nipping at the heel. They're so close to kind of toppling Tyloo. They're clearly the top two teams. And I think the third spot right now is up for grabs. And some people might be saying that this is a battle to decide which team's the third best team right now in the region. And Invictus, they look kind of good against the lesser teams. But against Vici and Tyloo, they're just getting stomped right now, which could be a problem for them.
Yeah, they look better versus the lower teams than Tiger do. That's for sure. Obviously, having that loss versus Checkmate under their belt sows a little bit of doubt into my mind in this matchup. You know, typically I would have come in and I would have said Tiger would be the heavy favorites. I think right about now I can see either of these teams taking it across the line, and that's a great position to be in one way. Maybe not so much for the teams. Like if you're Tiger, you know, you're coming in, oh, we're going to beat Tyloo. That's our goal here. You don't want to be in this position. But I think that definitely when you look at Tyloo and Vici, they're a tier above everybody else. They're fighting it out on their own. And then everyone else is a couple tiers below them from what we've seen so far.
All right, look, we do have the map veto ready right now, so we can probably have that for you guys on the screen. And Tom, just take me through what this map veto is going to be. Ooh, okay, that train pick is surprising for me.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a particularly convincing train from Tiger. Like, they rely very heavily on Urkus playing on the B site, and that's actually been one of his weaker performances, was playing on the B site of train. I don't like this pick from them, if I'm being brutally honest. I don't think it's a safe one, that's for sure, especially with Invictus having that as one of their better maps. I think their only loss is to Vici, even a few months ago, managing to take down Tyloo on train. So yeah, that's a little bit of a risk. Mirage, well, it's Mirage, isn't it? Asian Counter-Strike, it comes up in pretty much every damn series we do, so that's not really surprising at all. And then the final map being Inferno, a decent middle ground. It's one that Invictus plays a lot, although they have a fair few losses on it. So I don't think anybody's going to be too disappointed. We didn't get any surprises like a Vertigo or a Nuke, so it's pretty much an expected match. The thing that worries me a little bit is what I basically brought up before, is that thus far, Tiger have had what we would consider going into the tournament as 4 of the easiest matches humanly possible. Now, I do want to kind of take a moment to probably take Checkmate out of that list now, because I think they've proven themselves to be at least the middle of the pack team, a potential qualifier team. So I don't think it's fair to leave them right down the bottom with the likes of an After and a Sigma, who I really haven't been impressed with at all. Whereas you look at the other side of things, Invictus have had to go through Beyond, they played Vici, and then also Checkmate. Sure, Sigma, they dispatched off not quite as cleanly as we would have liked, but they've definitely had tougher games. The only thing that really worries me for them is if this goes to a third map, because I think their Inferno, and yeah, this might sound a little bit rude, is trash. I think it relies very heavily on Viva, and he plays some of the silliest Counter-Strike I've seen, sometimes in a good way with his Deagle, and sometimes in a bad way with his wide peaks on Banana. So I think if it goes to a third, I'd bet on Tiger, but realistically, I think Invictus could take this in 2.
Okay, speaking of Invictus taking it in 2, let's look at predictions here. Tom, I'm just assuming it's going to be 2 Invictus for you.
Yeah.
All right, Mitch, maybe Tiger, maybe, you know.
Yeah,
Mongolian guys.
I'm gonna swing in with a 2-1 to Tiger. I'll give him a little bit of faith, although when it comes to terrain, not impressed by their Cabal opping, but hopefully that doesn't come out. I think they can probably take it to a third, and I agree with Tom. It's likely to go the way of Tiger if we do go to 3 maps.
All right, Dinko, how about you?
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-1 Tiger as well. I think they're going to be the team to take this. I just don't have faith in Invictus right now, so that's why.
But you do have faith in Tiger.
I'm
More
gonna
faith in Tiger than
I'm
Invictus.
gonna make this a proper split desk. I'm gonna agree with Tom. I feel it's gonna be 2-0 for Invictus. I feel like they're gonna close it out. What? What? What's wrong with you? I'm agreeing with you, you lunatic.
Yeah, but
All
that
right.
means I'm gonna be wrong.
Yeah. All right, on that note, I believe we have the game ready. So, gentlemen, take it away. Have fun with this one. I'm sure it's going to be a banger.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. There's 2 possibilities here, Tom. Either we see a team come in just deflated as hell, or we get a good matchup out of it, and I'm hoping for the latter. But Tom, I'll be honest, my faith has been slowly but surely eroded away over the last couple weeks that we've been covering the PAL event in the previous series over in summer and in this one. So I don't know what to expect. I don't know if you're feeling optimistic today, although I know you, so probably not.
I to be honest, I don't like Invictus may have been a bit sketchy, but ultimately they've won all the games they should have done. And I think that's the way I have to look at this. That's why I've picked them, because they lost to Vici. One of the maps they lost 19-15 and probably should have won. That's the only game I can question. A very aggressive start, though, for the CT side. They're going to go pushing up, maybe a little bit of an overface towards the end of that one, as it does end up trading evenly. The peak still coming in from window. Bottle has a fairly good position here to potentially cause them some trouble. And I'm not liking the continuous re-peaks. That Molotov is atrocious. That's one of the worst Molotovs I think I've seen. It bounces off the window and hits Bottle. Luckily, being a Bottle himself, it didn't hurt too much.
Well, we're getting some bottle-on-bottle action. But yeah, this good start with the Molly. Really paints a pretty picture of what's to come. But no, between these 2 teams, I'm a little bit more optimistic than some of the previous matchups, that's for sure. NCL, okay, I like that. He's got 1, but these other players are full HP. Gotta look for the headshots, and he's already found 1. At 2v1, these players are so low, but Invictus throwing this one away. It's all down to Bottle to try and get this done. He finds the first to NCL. No idea where his teammate is, though. He's gonna rush into kitchen, clear it out, and move towards the bomb. Of course, it's down on short, so we can't even go to the A site. And this is a problem, so he'll realize at this point, though, Cabal, is he in apartments? Probably not. It's probably going to be the short play. He jumps across, trying to avoid the headshots, and he's so close. With 3 HP, Cabal comes out on top. Tiger, 1-0. Oh my, that was a 2v3 where they were each, like, so close to being 1 hit.
You know what that was? That was Whiff City Mitch. Whiff City Mitch. I can't sing the rest of the song.
Good God.
10, 10, 10, 20s on your something, Mitch.
on my wang.
Do you know what I realized? I was going to sing this actual song, and then I realized that your name perfectly fits in the place of the other word.
Stitch.
Sure.
Lilo's singing it.
Yeah, it was Stitch, and not one beginning with a B. Either way, we are going to have the pistols forced in. Destroyer. See, this is the one thing that made me not want to predict Invictus, is this man. I'm sorry, I may sound like a hater, because he does have some good matches, but his decision-making is questionable. And by questionable, I mean a lot of the time wrong, but he makes it work. I've made the analogy before of that the child who ignores their parent and doesn't get hurt. That is Destroyer. Like, it's like, no, don't run into the road. And then runs into the road and, like, finds £5. Like, that would be Destroyer. So, or €5, dollars, wherever you're from, yen, maybe.
Probably uses if it's 5 rubles. It's a couple cent, I reckon.
Yeah, when you're a kid,
Yen as well.
Find a penny, pick it up all day long. You'll have good luck.
Don't do that now. It might have a virus on it. You want to stay away from any foreign objects. Don't touch things. Stop
that's always a
people.
point, though, isn't it? If you take money out, you don't know where that's been.
Yeah.
Don't use money.
Well, like
only
legit,
pay by card.
I don't.
Unless you live in Germany, when they have random places where you can only pay with cash.
I
But you shouldn't be
believe-
outside anyway, so that's
so
fine.
I went to get my driver's license, my learner's permit a while back, and I went down and I got denied it because I didn't bring a card. I thought I could use my Android to pay, you know? The Google Pay. That's what I use everywhere.
Yeah, I know. What you mean.
And no, you couldn't.
But do you know what I had? So obviously the wonderful people at Blast sent us some stuff. Like I'm currently using the camera. It's great. So when I went to pick it up from a company who I shall not name because they do sponsor another organizer.
All right, okay.
You can probably work it out.
Yeah.
I went down there and I went through the whole process, did everything, and they went, okay, now you need to transfer us some money. And I went, okay, then can I have the item? This was at 4:30 and went, sorry, the place closes at 5. And I went, well, if I just pay you with card. And they went, oh no, you either transfer us the money and get it tomorrow or pay us in cash. And I was like, what? How's that a thing? So basically I had to go back the next day to get the box because I wasn't able to pay them. That was the reason. It's a superb system. I'm not going to say it's the stupidest thing I've ever been. It's like, I'm trying to give you money. Take the money. Take the money. Give me the thing that is already mine, but I'm having to pay you because it came into the country. Not still annoyed by it, though, Mitch. Not still annoyed
No, you let it
by
go.
it.
You've let it go.
Yeah, let it go. Let it go.
Can't hold
Either
it
way,
back anymore.
yeah. I realized I said that twice, and that's cursed.
We're getting a lovely serenade by Blair on the TeamSpeak. It's great.
He should dye his hair the same color as Elsa's. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, why don't you do it, Tom? Why don't you dye your
I
hair?
would love to have hair like Elsa. I've never actually watched that film. I'm probably never
All
will.
right, Tom. Well, I'm getting you to dress up as Elsa on a broadcast someday. That's just happening.
Buy me the outfit, and it's no. I'm paying a lot of money, and it's done.
I'm gonna get it for you in a kid size as well, so it's a belly top.
Good. Wow, that's cursed. He's gonna get a double kill. This is a good start for Tiger. They started off strong. This was a round that really we expected the T's to win as they come in with a better purchase. R9 did invest into his AWP. Bit of an unorthodox position to be holding with an AWP. The bomb is down, so they are going to have to make their move eventually, but this should be unlosable. Something I've said before, but this time I believe it. Too many positions to check. Saga needs to go ham. He does get a couple of kills, but they've got a kit available to them eventually when they get onto the bomb, which they will. And Tiger are going to take themselves off 4th. Of course, maximum loss bonus, some kills coming along the way, and a bomb plant. Invictus can still buy again.
Swinging in with the cash. Yeah, I love the amount of money that they managed to farm though with these SMGs across the last 2 rounds. I think Tiger have gotten off to a fantastic start here, realistically. With it being Mirage as well, this is where the question mark kind of comes around. Obviously, when it comes to train, you would hope Tiger will perform well. Obviously, as well, though, you've got to put the caveat of Cabal with the AWP. They've tried it so consistently when it comes to that map, and it has never worked. I struggled to... And by struggle, I mean I can't even think of a round where it did work. The only reason I say I can't think of it, as opposed to it definitely didn't, is because I can't remember every single round, Tom. Maybe one. Maybe it worked once. The vast majority of the time, it was a very flat failure. We're seeing the AWP in the hands of 9, looking to hold off towards ramp. He blocks the smoke, but it's not going to give him a great gap to play off of, if a gap at all. He just pushes out to site, but Urcast is there, holding it down. Dobu's got under as well, and this is looking very good. Urcast, a little bit of an overextension, but it should be okay. Unless Destroyer can pull off something absolutely massive. They managed to tag up 9 through the ball. Ooh, okay. Dobu took a while. I don't know what happened from his perspective there. Destroyer dropped on him, and they just kind of stared at each other for a while, it looks like. But a nice 5th, and that was much, much cleaner, especially denying the bomb plant is the massive point about it, because if Invictus got that plant, it's a comfy buy, whereas now, they can't really afford to invest.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where I'm looking at Invictus and just sort of thinking, like, what's going on here? Like, you don't check above Balk and you don't check the sandwich. That begs the question, where were you looking? Because those are 2 spots. Like, if you sort of get one, I can kind of forgive it, because I'm like, okay, you're checking under Balk, so that probably means you missed the sandwich, or you're checking sandwich, so maybe you miss under Balk. If you miss both, then you've just walked into the site and tried to take a duel with CT, and that's a position you've smoked. The same if you've gone over towards jungle connector. You've already smoked those positions, so you need to clear out the positions, I can't believe I'm saying this, that aren't smoked. So I don't know if they just assumed because they Molotoved under Balk that no one could ever be above it, but That's just a peculiar round, and it makes it very easy for Dobu, who I don't even think died in the end. Like, if you're on top of Balk and you push the A site and the guy on Balk survives, you've had a very bad round. And then the other, I think, was Urkast in the sandwich. So I don't know. Either the utility they used didn't force them out properly, either they didn't check it properly, which I think is the actual answer. All in all, they just whiffed their shots. But for Invictus, that was a poor round. For Tiger, hey, it went fantastically. They play a bit of a risky setup because, as I said, if things are Molotoved and checked properly, it would have been an easy round for Invictus. But hey, they didn't.
I'll tell him. On the 5-0 position at the moment. I think drastic changes need to be made over on Invictus coming into this next buy round. They've tried the faster plays towards A, and they've had medium amounts of success in getting towards the site, getting a plant every now and then, as we're seeing even in this round, with just the pistols. But it only buys you so much faith, you know? You're getting plants so you can keep on buying, but if you keep on losing, it doesn't really net you a whole bunch. And it's been a slow start as well for some of the big players. I feel like in this tournament as well, similar to Beyond, we're seeing Invictus on worse form individually. So Flying, he was a guy, blew our socks off every single day that we saw him on the broadcast. This guy was dropping 30s. He was wrecking face everywhere. And in this tournament, the only thing I've been impressed by really is the remnants of Flying. Like a couple round, like a round here or there. That's it. And
he played well the last time we saw them on Mirage. Like his A-site defense saved them a few times.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the issue. Is I don't necessarily want to blame him individually. I think it's actually more that they're relying on him too much. Because Viva's been so inconsistent. Destroyer is, you might as well just call him Mr. Inconsistent, because he'll get 5 kills and then get 30. And because of that, they rely on Flying to basically bring them back in impossible rounds like this, for example. 2 players peek out. He has to then run out after the bomb to try and get a kill. He gets 1 and then gets traded, and Bottle gets another. Like, it just seems like the other players aren't doing enough, and he has to try and drag them out of a really tough spot. He's someone I really would love to see on, like, maybe a Avicii. Like, if they ever did make that sort of switch away to move Advent into a coaching role, I think that could be a beautiful addition to the team, just to see him not have to do absolutely everything. Galsage has managed to get himself into a good position. Now, considering this was a 5-on-3, this has very quickly slipped away, potentially needing to fall back after the initial kills, and Galsage is going to be ready for this. So Invictus get around on the board. That is not one I think they could recreate, though. There was quite a lot of luck and some over-facing from Tiger that let things slip away.
yeah, quite a bit indeed. And for Invictus, as you said, I don't feel like it's going to be repeatable, but you'll take it when they come your way. A good little boost of momentum to come on in and see big performances like that coming into play. Now, Shosage has been a player that a couple of times we've seen him carry this team on his back. He was another one of the players, wasn't he, that they lost a map where he dropped 30+ kills?
I think that was on Nuke.
Yeah, I think so. And
versus Vici, right? Where they lost like 10 rounds in a row or something. It was, no, 9 in a row.
When you got someone that's willing to do that work, because we talk about Flying for sure, about Viva, but Shosage is not usually a player that will highlight for being on top of the scoreboard, for getting, carrying the team in that regard. And yet, we've seen it in this tournament. I feel like Invictus overall, as you said, they've struggled in a lot of their matchups, but they've been winning the games at the end of the day. Great little push by Urkast around that smoke. The timing was perfect. They're going to push back in. At least it looked like they were. I don't know if Flying fell or if he meant to drop down. Either way, they won't be going in for any more control. 9 dropped immediately. That is CT open, but there's still a player close ramp they don't know about. Dobu up close in the smoke. He fades through as it fades and looks for a swing, but Bottle was ready. And now they're in trouble. They're actually pushing right into Urkast. What was that about? They've got site control. They killed the CT player and they decide to push jungle.
Ooh, oh, they're a bit lucky with that. Because reloaded just as they go to plant the bomb. NCL, he might have just missed his opportunity there. The element of surprise is gone. Nade will burn out the back corner, but there's nobody there. And a lot of these after plant positions for the T side look a bit uncomfortable. They're going to be fairly reliant on Bottle here, but there's nobody watching behind. They're not prepared for him to come in on the flank. So he has the perfect position to basically hold off anybody trying to go for a defuse here. Very well placed, but they've cleared up both the remainder. They should expect this. They really should expect this. And now it's just going to be the bomb tap. This round's already over. It doesn't matter even if Cabal managed to hit the shot, which he had an AWP, so he wouldn't. And that's going to be 6-2. Invictus again. They're scraping it through. Bottle, fantastic work from him, of course. But, well, I sort of mentioned it. Like, they're relying on Bottle. The other players look like they're in uncomfortable positions. They both get killed. It just doesn't seem like Invictus at the moment have a plan.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. And it does seem a little bit up in the air, a little bit random, but health, it's getting them rounds. They come up against a weaker buy. SMG's pushing right up in. I like this. Bottle caught off guard by it. Cabal's able to get the opening kill. An upgraded weapon as well in just a second as he smokes it off. And with that, a great start to this round for Tiger. And Dobu this time, actually, not 9. Playing over towards Ticket as Urkas takes a kill long range. Dobu's looking for another victim, ready for them to push out a ramp. Oh my god! Smoke goes down and Xiaosage straight through it onto the head of Dobu. The Opper's gone. They know where 9 is. This is a great recovery again by Invictus, but it comes all the way back, and Xiaosage's got a 1v4. What a crazy round. What's just happened, Tom?
I genuinely don't know. Urkus is having one of those games, by the way. He's on 17 kills in 9 rounds. He's genuinely gunning for a 2 KD. Cabal, he was impactful in that round, SMG plus an AK, but yeah, I like how proactive they were to start, but then it was just like, I don't know how they let that slip so easily. It just seems like the second the bomb goes down, all the Invictus players just like lose their heads, and they never get any positioning while they're actually planting it. So if you notice, they were clamoring to try and gain CT control. They didn't have Palace control. They didn't gain ramp control, and then they plant in for CT. Like, there's no plan. It's just genuinely just run in and try and kill everyone. And that's why every time we're in a retake situation, it looks really, really awkward, because they've basically already lost the round the second the bomb gets planted.
I get what you're saying, right? I can see that as well. At times, it's like the strategies get in, kill them, but they don't have those protocols in place. You know, it's almost like they don't plan to get the bomb down. So when it goes down, they're like, wait, what do we do now?
Right, let's run and take some control now. It's like, no, that's too late.
You did that before.
And that's the one thing that I think Tiger are really doing excellently, is just going, okay, let's just keep Palace. Okay, let's just keep CT. Let's just keep Jungle. Like, and none of their players are giving those positions up. So when it comes down to a retake, they have everything. This time, they've managed to get control at least of Ramp and Palace. But look at all the remaining portions of the map. The connector, already taken. Jungle, already taken. CT, already taken. And so the Ts are forced into a position where they have to take fights because they don't have any control. Now, they're doing an all right job of it, but because they lost the initial pick, it's so easy for Tiger just to come back into these rounds. And Viva, he now has to try and win an impossible scenario. They have utility to hold him off. And again, it's over. Like, that's all Tiger really have to do. It's obviously easier said than done, but they're managing to just basically go, you're not having any control of where we can retake. So it's so easy for them to just go, okay, there's like 2 positions we have to clear, and then that's round over.
But it's a very two-dimensional approach to the early round, right? In terms of getting that bomb planted. And it's something that I think is glaringly obvious to us. Where are the tac pauses as well, so they can figure it out if they haven't already? Like, the fact that they're not gaining map control. Now, this round's a little bit different. Oh my god, 9, what are you doing? This guy's just pushed top mid with an op. Straight in there. Support from Connector was pulled back. He was just left to die. He was here in the steps as well. He might have gotten a god tier flank only for that wide swing out. Now they've gained mid control. They've gained short control. They've got apartments. They've got Palace. This is great. But now they need to do something with it. Because it feels like at this point, definitely we've had that change of thought process where they're like, all right, we're not getting the control, so we need it. But now what do you do with it? That's what I'm looking for.
Well, again, we see the early trades go in favor of Tiger. They've looked dominant in this first half. Not really seen anything from the stars of this squad. Again, Destroyer having one of those rough games, flying not even on the board, which is terrifying because, as I said, he's maybe not been as good as we've seen him before, but he's normally at least still at the top of the board for his squad and potentially in the whole server. This time, though, Tiger have looked unreal. And I don't know if this is just maybe one of those situations where they're playing to the level of their opponent. They're playing better than they have because they know how important this match is. But it really is night and day to what we've seen previously. Viva, again, is going to be left alone. He can't get anything done. These rounds have been clean and clinical. Urkust is up to 20 kills in the first half. Now, we've seen him get 19 a couple of times. But bear in mind, that was round 11. So he's still gunning for close to 2 KD every single round. That's ridiculous.
You know what? This is one of the few times, Tom, where I'm not going to come in. If this is a very dominant series by Tiger, I'm not going to be coming in with the whole, like, ha, you thought Invictus would win. Because this is not a team. First of all, Tiger, not a team you could have any sort of faith in. Her performances recently have been pretty atrocious. And my logic when it comes to Invictus is that the reason the other games have been so close is because they knew they should automatically win them. Maybe they didn't come in showing their full hand. In this game, there's no excuse for that kind of thing. And we are seeing them really struggle to fix some very basic issues. Attempting the same round 4 or 5 times in a row, and then eventually realizing there's something wrong with it. But it seems like even the B plans don't have a lot of depth to them. So far, I've seen nothing that I've really been impressed with from Invictus. Even the rounds they're winning, as we were saying at the time, you know, it doesn't feel repeatable. It's one guy popping off, giving them these openings, 3Ks and 2Ks. But in the absence of that, in the absence of some sick, instantaneous headshots, they don't seem to have much to fall back on at the moment.
Pretty sure we've also seen Destroyer die in the exact same spot around short for like 2-3 rounds now. He's just trying the same blast out mid and it doesn't work. As said, I don't think this man has levels to his game. I'm not a fan. He's got good individual skill, but for someone who's like no longer a youngster, it doesn't seem like he's developed much of his game. Risky from Urkast though. Maybe finally going to counter that 2KD as he tries to make a push through the smoke. 9 making the rotation. This is one of the first times we've actually seen some proper control taken as well. It's flying to do it. As said, every retake we've seen from Tiger has involved them having all control except for Palace and Ramp, and maybe even sometimes Palace. This time, Jungle is taken by flying, mainly because of Urkast's push through the smoke, and it's a completely different story. They don't even get close to taking back this round. One of the main issues we've seen from Invictus finally being rectified, and basically something we also mentioned. Normally, this man is at the top of the board. One of the first rounds they win in a while, it's a 4K from flying.
Yeah, and so far it hasn't been like he's whiffing shots. It's the opportunities that aren't being given to him. And in this one, Tiger come right through. They obviously feel a little bit bad because they gave all the opportunities away. Now, I'll chalk that one up to a little bit of confidence in the fact that they had been given so much space for so long that they probably presumed it was going to be much more of the same. But now that they've been punished for it, I don't think that's going to be an issue again. I do like the adjustment, though. Obviously, the push from Invictus, moving in towards middle, taking that control, sitting down pretty in connector for a little bit, and then pushing into the site. That's much better than having this very two-dimensional, one-directional approach. And at the moment, you can see that Invictus are even changing up their strategy round to round. This is a much slower approach by them, but I think it has very much the makings of being the same round, just played out on the clock a little bit more. Underpass push, players coming out middle. The bomb is starting to move towards B, but it always has that underpass rotation to play with. But as they give up control over Palace, it looks like they might actually be looking for a B split through short.
Well, the smokes have been thrown. Connector window sectioned off. Good position here from Cabal. Waiting patiently, both players hitting the dink, but it's flying that comes out successful. Bottle runs in, just pre-fire in the close corner. He was sold on somebody being there. NCL initially is going to be forced off, but he's still able to hold on to the control. And now Destroyer goes running the gauntlet into the site, maybe trying to act as a bit of a distraction to allow the players out, but he hasn't been able to. And he's missed the timing, I think, on Urkust. They are running out of time just in general, though. 20 seconds left on the clock. They finally get a kill, but NCL has done the damage elsewhere. 9 is going to close the round. And Invictus, they're back to Struggle City, as even with a weaker buy for Tiger, they can't quite close it out.
Well, they tried to change it up a little bit there, moving in towards the B side. And I actually don't mind. So normally if something works, you want to do it again, right? You want to punish a little bit more. But that round was, the previous one was overextension from Tiger. And I think they realized, if we try that again, they're just not going to overextend. They're going to play for the retake and we'll have a much rougher time. And so this time, they changed the strategy. But it didn't work. Good opening though. Xiao Saga able to find one. 9 has the opportunity, but he misses the shot. Down to 19 HP, tucked away, and he goes down through the wall. Great start for Invictus.
Yeah, they're going to continue with just this sheer aggression out towards the A site. They found the openers this time, and well, it's left down to just 2. They're going to clear out NCL. Cabal, the last one remaining. Not going to be able to do anything this time. We'll just have to save the AWP. They will get to 4 at least. Obviously, on other maps, if we were looking at a train, a nuke, maybe even an overpass sometimes, 4 rounds wouldn't be a death sentence. I feel like on Mirage, they're going to need an absolute miracle. The only thing I will say is there's been a common trend within this tournament of just teams having dreadful T sides. I think it's been the CT side that most teams have been able to pull out prominently, so maybe Invictus can bring it back in that regard. I do also think Viva / maybe Destroyer applying the AWP on the CT side probably going to have more impact as well, so there's still a chance. A 5th round would definitely give them a boost in confidence, and well, a pistol after that, but I feel like I'm asking for a lot when you need a last round of pistol and then obviously the conversions to just be back in the match.
Yeah, that is definitely a bit of a long shot, Tom. But it's all that they've got. It's either a long shot or a loss. Well, let's see how Invictus handle this coming into this round. Again, they've got everything they could possibly want to work with and going for much the same approach. 2 players apps, 2 players top mid, and a little bit of Palace control looking for the aggression. They seem to have their protocol set. But another push by an SMG, this time Urkast, up in the B apartments that finds a rifle for him. Nice little upgrade with a man advantage. Not going their way because of the trade onto NCL, but at least evenly put into a 4v4. With the weapon upgrade, I feel like that's it's okay for the CT side. Not as bad as it would normally be trading 1 for 1.
Ooh, just Connector giving up, and Obu maybe not privy to that information. 9 is at least going to be able to trade 1 back, but the fact is the site has already fallen. A little bit of team damage as well. Cabal's going to retrieve the AWP, which is unfortunate. The Molotov is actually going to force flying out. In fact, it's 9 that goes down to it. Flying now going to take jungle control. And as said, once this jungle control has been gathered, normally it becomes tough. Xiao Sage in a close position. I don't know if they'll expect him to be here, and that's the instant headshot onto 1. Cabal, he does actually connect the shot, but unfortunately, he must have clipped the wall. So Invictus, they do manage to get 3 of the last 4 rounds. A bit of a comeback after what was a really slow start to this first map. Of course, this is their map choice, so we're expecting them to take this one realistically, but as of right now, it's not looking too good.
No, it really isn't. Yeah, this map definitely plays out as one of the more evenly matched ones. And so when you come in and you have this kind of performance, just 5 rounds, regardless of side, it's not enough. They're going to have to fight hard to get back into this game, and it starts here on the pistol round. The problem is they have very little to say about what happens. Tiger are the ones that get to dictate how these rounds go, and you can see immediately they're focusing the A site. And what's scary about this is it's a 3-man stack on B. So they're going to find a player in CT, and Flying, he can't even fight this, to be honest. Once the smokes come over, his support towards jungle is shut out. He'll throw the nade, and he'll just back off and play for the 5v5 retake.
Yeah, they do have a kit available to them. I like this, though. The T's instantly knowing that they need to gain some control. Trying to peek into this one. Fake flash with the decoy. There are going to be multiple players coming in this direction. It's just going to come down to the duels. They actually go pushing. It might be a little bit much for my liking. Lots of flashes coming through from Destroyer. I know Mitch is going to be happy about that one. Probably more than we saw in a couple of the previous maps. Now it's left all onto Urkus. A flawless retake from the side of Invictus. Maybe a little bit over aggressive from Tiger, but nonetheless, they really wanted that CT control.
Yeah, a bit of a misread on what was going on, and ultimately just a good setup by Flying and Destroyer. So they have utility in that round. They pull back, so as soon as Flying spots the players, he comes back, plays in CT. Then the flashes come through from himself and Destroyer, and they're able to easily find those 3 kills. That is genuinely almost as many flashes as we saw in some of the first maps. That's crazy. Like 30-round maps, that is. But yeah, altogether, fantastic work. Invictus deserved that round. Can't say a whole lot negative about what they did. And even about Tiger, you know, they went in for CT control. I don't think that's a bad idea, but the setup they were against perfectly countered that. Now we move into this round with what is going to be a mixed bag for Tiger, but having gotten that plant down gives them 2 AKs alongside pistols. Quite a bit to work with. They've got utility as well, backing it up.
We'll see if they can make something work with this. Of course, if they don't, oof, going to allow for the CTs to potentially come back into this game, but with shots like that, maybe it won't matter. That was one of the Deagle players as well. You have to bear in mind that both Urkus and Dobu have been handed AK-47s. Probably the players that you would want to have them as well. Urkus, I think it was 20 kills he had within, what, 11 rounds? I think that's what we were looking at.
Something like that.
I'm going to rely on him at this point. Potentially going to be setting up some utility into the B side, although that is where a couple of the defenders are. Jalsage, no head armor, but he does have an AUG, and Flying about to get into a more aggressive position. The flashbang comes through, it's not been checked, and actually Flying's going to go chasing. He wanted that first man bad, but it might have been better to stick around and try and get a little bit more for his money. The damage is, however, being done, but it's the T still coming out on top. They don't properly check for Jalsage. He'll just about get away with 1 kill. But it still gives Destroyer a chance. Not been the best of games for him, but I'm sure his team won't mind if he can steal this round back. 2 low players, a kit available. He's waiting on a mistake. Somebody basically has to peek him. I do think that potentially Urkus just flashed himself, but let's ignore that, as Destroyer will eventually just have to fall away. So they make it work. It definitely wasn't clean. It definitely wasn't pretty, but Tiger have the round.
Well-deserved round and a much-needed one, really, to stop Invictus from getting off to that strong start. You gotta remember, if they win this round, Tiger do go to pistols, it ends up being a 10-8 scoreline, and Invictus are very much back in the game. Not in the driver's seat, they've made it to the same vehicle. At this point, though, they're on a different road. Tiger are on the highway, while Invictus have yet to find any sort of tarmac. The position for the CT side as well, you just take a look at the money that they had in that round. It's really crippling to lose that second. And something that we talked about in the previous series as well, Tom, was that you end up with Tiger, lose the pistol, but get a bomb plant so they've got a strong buy with rifles. Invictus, lose that round, just one loss, same as Tiger, and they get nothing. It's like Deagles at very best.
Yeah. Doesn't seem fair, but you know what? Life's not fair. We're gonna have the push coming in. Viva is actually playing anti-flash. Don't necessarily mind the idea, but it hasn't worked. Destroyer's managed to find 2, however. And M4 doing damage. I imagine that means that there was some sort of gap in the smoke, or he just got very lucky. And yeah, well, I can see it now. And the smokes have faded. The bomb's been dropped in the open. This has all fallen apart. Urkus, he needs to pull out his carry pants once again. He's going to manage a first kill. They've got to be careful here. Obviously, Destroyer's the danger man, and he just about wins that battle. NCL was watching and waiting to be put in the backpack instead. Well, he's got to try and find some legs of his own. Oh, he's been spotted. There's no way he gets out of this. Nice round from Destroyer. As said, he had an incredibly slow start to this game. 6 kills up until this point, but managed 4 in just 1 round. So maybe we'll see a bit of a comeback from him.
Disgusting work by Destroyer. Of all the rounds, this is where you want to pull it out as well, right? Keeping yourself alive in the early half. Really putting Tiger on the back foot. But again, that buy's going to come through in the T side. Well, after a round loss, they always look that little bit better. The loss bonus lead that they have thanks to losing the pistol. They've got 2 AKs, a Galil, and 2 Deagles to back them up. And oh, that's dangerous. Shaosage spraying through the smoke, and he gets his comeuppance. Cabal able to take the headshot, open up B a little bit, and potentially cause a rotate over. I'm surprised, actually. Flying is still here by himself. He didn't even throw a molly or anything down. That is a very odd turn of events. That was also their smoke in apps, and it's not often that you see a smoke on balcony from the CT side and then a spray through it. If anything, that might be the first time I've seen that.
Yeah. Great success. Well, we've seen a back and forth so far. Eva, hey, I like it. Quick kill, fades away, gets the man advantage back. Sure, some rifles have been juggled over, so it's not too much of an issue for Tiger. They're still in this round at least. But at a minimum, they want to try and get a bomb plant here. They've not spotted the players. An underpass is going to be Bottle. Perfectly timed peek. And Viva now looking to clean things up. Good round from him. 3 kills. He's definitely been the most sporadic man on this team, but I think probably the most terrifying when he got going. Like the winning 4K rounds with a Deagle and no armor is something that I definitely don't want to be playing against. And Urkus right now, 25 kills. If they go on to lose this map, honestly, like, I think I'm going to have to start the Save Urkus campaign.
We'll have to do it. The GoFundMe. Get him back to Australia.
The funny thing is normally you try and rescue the tigers, whereas in this case we would be rescuing Urkus from Tiger.
Yeah, I think normally if there's a man stuck in with tigers, the GoFundMe isn't going to get there in time. To be honest. He's going to be dead. But
This man has been in a tiger cage for the last 8 seconds. If you send all of your money in the next 3 seconds, maybe we can save him.
oh, never mind. He's dead.
Never mind. He's covered in barbecue sauce. He never stood a chance.
Like some people bathe in water, some people bathe in milk. This man bathed in barbecue sauce. Unfortunate. Well, don't step into a cage filled with tigers if you're covered in barbecue sauce, is what we've learned today. And what Tiger are learning
The
is
more
that,
you know.
there you go. It might not seem intuitive, but they will eat you. For Tiger, they're learning that Invictus are not an easy opponent. I think this is a position where they're going to start to sweat a little bit. That big lead they had at 10-5, up 11 as well, is now starting to really close in on them.
Yeah, this was a 6-0 start, so it's definitely got rough from there. I think it was what, 8-2.
Yeah,
and since then they've only managed a couple of rounds, so it's starting to get a little bit uncomfortable for the side of Tiger, a map that was looking like it was already theirs. We were talking about how maybe they play better versus better opponents, which I think they definitely have, but also how Invictus never really got off to a strong start. So now they've got the money behind them. They've got a fair few AKs on their CT side, which is always nice to see. Viva, though, or did he adapt his jump based off that, like, the utility that was thrown? Because if he managed to just quickly decide to jump up towards the vent instead, then he has the movement of a god.
I'm not sure. Not sure if it was intentional the whole time and he was just spotting for them, but either way, still his beautiful movement. With the 1-for-1 trades going down early on, you can see that Invictus they're a little bit worried because look at their defense. It's spread out. They can't cover every angle. Steps being hurt in connector. I think at this point, I should be aware that 9 has got this control. But they're worried about a boost through window. Viva has to cover short. But he's hearing the steps. He knows Urcast is coming. Where does Urcast go with this? Does he check close left? He has to. But crouched down in the corner. Viva catches him off guard for a free kill. Tiger on the struggle bus. Viva, oh, great push. So well timed. Catches 9 off. Dobu's got one onto jungle. But there's still so much more to do. Bomb only now coming. Can't even trade out as Shaosage eliminates Dobu. Hooks away in the corner. Oh, that was an unnecessary peek. Please don't do any more of those, Invictus. 20 seconds. They can just wait for Cabal to try and plant. And they're gonna peek him! Why are they peeking him? All they had to do was wait for the plant, Tom. And now it's a 1v1. Sure, he's low HP, but he's got the AK. Gonna look for the headshot, and he's got it! Why have you done that, Invictus? They've thrown it away! Oh my! Of all the rounds to lose, Tom, that was locked in. They had it.
Damn. It's hard to know what to say in those sort of situations. Invictus. Oh god. It's so disappointing because there's so many positions where you kind of sit there and go, this team could be good. Like, and then they do stuff like that, and it's just everything fades away. The funny thing is okay, they've just lost a 1v3 that was ridiculously silly. They peak 1 by 1. Just an awful way to try and play that situation. The fact is, if they wait for him to even just attempt to plant the bomb, they win that round without having to break a single sweat. Probably one player gets the kill and they don't even have to worry about anything. Instead, they've just completely thrown that for absolutely no reason at all. And yeah, Tiger are now in a position where their money is awful. And if this is the thing that's tilting, right? If Invictus now go on to win this round, Mitch, they're probably in a better position. At the same time, that is dumb.
Yeah, oh, definitely. What I will say, though, Tom, Cabal played that clutch unbelievably. He did such a damn good job. But the difference is, if he fake planted that and then got that kill on CT, amazing play by him. The fact that all he had to do was walk over to triple, just cross connector, and they're like, oh, I need to peek him. Like, why? There's like 20 seconds left. Let him fake it and then swing while he's getting his gun back out, even if he is faking. That was pathetic. Invictus, though, of course, are going to win this round. Of course they are. As a straight push towards the B site just is not working out. A 4v2 comes into play. And Tiger, just look at this. They're just stuck in apps. Just sat there waiting for an opportunity. And Invictus, I think they've learned their lesson in the previous round.
Oh, Piva's not going to miss a shot like that. A slow peek into his AWP, and it leaves 9 remaining. Definitely not had the best of games so far. And I do think that at least in the first half, Tiger have been severely padded by the god that is Urcast. And now we're starting to see the fall off. Because this is something that I personally like to talk about quite regularly. A player getting 20 kills in a half, not that uncommon. A player doing that back-to-back halves, obviously quite rare, because the amount of games that we see 35 plus kills is slim. We've seen, I think, 2 in this entire tournament so far, in regulation at least. So, yeah, realistically, those sort of performances are not going to happen very often. And, well, the sad thing for Ronin is when he did it, he actually lost the map. So, I'm starting to worry now because the Urkus has slowed down a bit. No fault to his own. Like, he had a fantastic first half. I don't think he can be expected to do everything here. That's a little bit much. But without him getting 20 kills, as said, in 11 rounds, which is almost 2 kills a round. I don't know if the maths man wants to tell me exactly how much. But without that, you can definitely see that Invictus are now in the driver's seat. They're coming back into this one. And nobody's really stepped up to the mantle. Sure, Cabal had that one round. He's been doing well. 19 and 12. Good game. But now we're starting to see the holes with NCL and 9 not performing. And I'll be honest, 9 for a primary AWPer, it's not that great.
He doesn't have the flashy style, certainly, of any of the other guys. And even when it comes to consistency with that rifle, I think, yeah, he leaves a little bit to be desired. There's certainly a lot of flaws when it comes down to this team, and maybe that's why they wanted to put Cabal on the AWP a little bit, give him a try with it. I prefer they didn't, especially after the clutch that we just saw. Guy's an absolute beast when it comes to rifling. And not a beast when it comes to AWPing.
I even wonder if someone like Kaz might be a better option. That might just be me romanticizing how Checkmate have been playing recently, but I don't know. He seemed like a decent AWPer. Even Dobu when he AWPs. I just don't. I definitely don't think Cabal should ever AWP because he is a great rifler. But with 9, I'm just starting to question, like, if we're having to see multiple performances where Urkus just goes ham and he's not really getting any openers, whether it be on the CT side or the T side, that's just not good enough. Xiao Sage, this is a audacious boost. Oh,
he knows what's going on. He knows exactly what's happening. Easy peasy. Nade even down to just deal a little bit more damage. It doesn't quite land where it should have, but you'll be happy with the opening duel nonetheless. Tiger left kind of hands on their head going, what the hell just happened? Now they look to split in towards this A site. Bottle able to shut down Dobu. Now it's a two-dimensional push through connector. He can't isolate that fight, but did they expect this? The fact that Destroyer is on ramp, I think, is just going to get at least... See, 1 free kill because he's got the AWP. That's the problem. He can't really get much more after it. There's 1 swings for the bomb planter, but can't get him. And 9 returns the kill, but he's got a 1v3 to win.
I think that luckily it's going to be enough for the rest of the team, but... Destroyer, just stop the ball. Why have you even allowed that to go down? I guess he wanted to go for 2. That's probably the reason. And it's enough in the end. But a bomb plant at least is something for Tiger. It will give them enough money to buy into the next round, although it won't be a particularly pretty one. Might even be worth going for just some pistols into this round. But yeah, Invictus have brought this back. As I said, this was a 6-0 and then an 8-2 scoreline in the first half. It was looking like Tiger were dominating. The rounds were relatively clean. They were playing very well. And by they, I mean Urkus. And now it's gone. It seems like a lot of the players have fallen quite flat. And on the other side of things, Viva's now up to 21 kills. He's getting close to that mark. Destroyer, I think there was a point where he was like 3 and 11. Granted, he's not at the top of the board now, but he's up to 13. Xiao Sage's on 20 kills. I know that just talking about numbers is kind of boring, maybe to everyone except Mitch, but even that alone sort of defines how this game has turned on its head.
Yep, I 100% agree. Like, it has literally done a backflip, but only halfway. Hasn't landed on its feet, and nor has Tiger, although they may be known for it. These cats are struggling to really find the ground with anything but their backs. And man, oh man, it's not changing. They have only got the pistols at least, but no kills coming through just yet as they're left into a 5 versus 2. Tiger looking to at least get that bomb plant down. Make some sort of return on investment for the pistols that they bought up, but it doesn't look like anything is going to come through, and indeed, in the end, it doesn't. 13-12, Tom. The lead now goes to Invictus for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Viva, Xiao Sage, 11 and 12,000. The rest of the team still with enough to buy, and well, Tiger's still somewhat scraping the bottom of the barrel just to continue to purchase. Bomb plants have become a bit of a necessity, and it seems like they're running out of ideas. Destroyer, this is very aggressive. He's tried this a few times. I'm hoping there's a flashbang coming before this peak. don't like this. He's gone way too far. That's just too much for my liking. And now it's left Bottle in a tough position. He's played relatively well this game. He needs a second, but he's not quite going to get it. He's bought time. Again, Viva's doing the same thing. Risky peeks to try and bring the round back. Oh, he's taken a lot of damage for it. It's cost him. Molotov's going to be out. Is Flying going to survive in this corner? No, but his teammate's got his back. They all now know that there's someone around this angle. Bomb site looking like it's going to be taken. Jalsage trying to run the gauntlet in. There's no defense of the bomb. They were just hoping that the smoke would do enough. The player in Palace probably should have kept watching a little bit longer, but instead Dobu's gone on the wraparound. Should be something that the CT side expect, but he is going to be there a little bit later than maybe needed. As Urkus has to try and hold on. He's now with the AWP in hand. Not what he's renowned for, but he's still going to hit the shot. And now Viva all alone. He needs an instant trade, and he doesn't quite get it. Urkus hits the headshot. Maybe he should be AWPing Mitch, as they do land a 13-13, but I'm going to bring it up again, Mitch.
Go for
Why
it.
does Destroyer make these plays?
Yeah, it is something that we've seen. It feels like every single game they've been in where this guy just goes, yep, I'm going to YOLO push this straight on up. No support really coming through either. It's not like it's necessarily directive of the round, reliant on his aggression. He just kind of feels it, does it, and a lot of the time fails it. I don't know. Giving away advantages seems to be the kink of Invictus, or of Destroyer at least.
Oh, the bank of Viva and Jalsage bailed them out this time. Bottle under some serious pressure. How does he even get away with a kill? I'm surprised at that. It takes him a long time to trade as well. And this time, Destroyer, a more passive position. He's got them the man advantage, using his utility to actually hold back a bit. It's risky from Jalsage as well. He's just about going to get away with it. And push after push. This is such a weird round. Oh, it makes my butt cheeks clench, but Invictus do get the job done.
Well, I'm glad it's affecting you in that region. Giving you some tingles. As Invictus come on up on that victory. They're closing in on the, what should be, I mean, in this round, a map point. And from one that looked like they were just going to get utterly dominated, and we'd probably be halfway through the second map if they continued their trajectory, and yet here they are. They have altered it massively. And we've seen round after round on the CT side where I think Tiger have looked a little bit lost. And it's funny because we see that aggression from Destroyers sometimes be completely unwarranted. In this round, I think it was definitely needed, if anything, to back up his teammates. And so you see where the confidence comes from. I'm going to make a prediction that he goes aggressive in this round now on the back of that little bit of momentum he'd built up. And as I say that, he plays passive CT, so never mind. It's because they're stacking up B with a 3-man hold.
Molotov wasted. These still look like they're going to try and pressure this A site once again. Been very hit and miss, and a lot of the time it's just reliant on their entries. I don't feel like either team has shown any real promise on this T side, and it wasn't for a few individual plays, or a few silly plays, I guess you could say. It could have been an even more dominant half for either squad. And for Tiger right now, that might come back to bite them. That round sticks in my mind where Urkus ran through the smoke. He may have been the player to win them, a lot of them, but that was one that he lost. Bottle, I don't know how that doesn't count as through a smoke, but clearly Counter-Strike knows something I don't. So 45 seconds left, the execution has begun, but they've lost the final prong to their fork and left them in an awkward position now, trying to just push into the site. There's no real safe space to plant this bomb. There's no open position they can plan for. It looks like they're going to try and hold on to the connector, where Bottle currently is sitting. This battle is everything! He just spams bullets until he gets a kill. Like, how do you even play against that? And now there's only 2 players remaining. Tiger, this has fallen apart. It's left all onto Cabal. He needs another miracle, and this time, Invictus are not going to gift him one. It's 15 for Invictus, Mitch. I remember a moment earlier in the match where you're like, I'm not even going to sort of harp on you for saying that you think Invictus are going to win. I don't even feel like Invictus have won this map. This has been so messy, so back and forth, and well, it seems like both teams have just had elements of luck and, well, just ridiculous plays. Like what Bottle does in this round. Okay, I don't know how he sees something there. Maybe on his end it looks a little bit different. This one, though, he definitely didn't see anything. And that's what changes the round.
It's similar to what we saw in the first series of the day as well, though, where these kind of things were just coming through. You can shoot your shot completely in the dark, and every now and then they're going to connect and you get a free round. And of all the times for it to happen on 14-13 as it was, that is the worst for Tiger. They have got to feel down and out of this one coming into the final buy round. One last chance to keep themselves in this one. They have to find 2 rounds in a row to bring us to an overtime. It's going to be difficult. They started out by giving up control over A. It's a passive T side hold, as B is evidently where they want to take things, but they want mid control to work with it. Now they've pushed the Opera out of window. As Viva rotates into CT, there is now a massive gap in that mid defense that they will be unknowingly exploiting. But again, we're seeing this aggression come through. We saw Tiger do it many times. Pushed up in B apps. This time it's Flying who waits on the other side of that smoke. He's fired away, though. They know he's here. He has to run for his life as they gear up and push the B site. This is it. The hold for Invictus to win the map. As Flying looks into apartments, he's looking for a victim, but no one presenting themselves just yet. They've hit the brakes.
Yeah, they've got so little time. Urkus is going to get the entry, but Flying quickly trades. They're going to try and run this one back in towards that site of A. And Viva, oh, he's just about going to survive. 10 seconds left. He knows that just holding in this corner is everything. If he can deny the plant, it could be enough to win them the round, but it will go down. 9 in the meantime has found another kill, and a double AWP in the retake is definitely not the prettiest of situations, but that should have been a free kill. Destroyer, he's whiffed, but Viva hits the shot. Needs to find something now, and well, it's going to fall apart. Tiger, I don't know how this one worked out for them. They made a split decision with about 15 to 20 seconds left on the clock. And unfortunately, a few missed shots here and there, and that's enough for them to take the round. The problem is, Mitch, and this is another statistic for you, they have not managed to string 2 rounds together. It has always been 1 and then a reset, 1 and then a reset in this entire T half.
That's not exactly ideal, is it? Doesn't paint a pretty picture coming into this one. Maybe it's time for a tactical timeout, but no, of course it's not. We don't have those things here. Just to be clear, they are in the rule set. They are allowed, but it doesn't look like anybody in this region likes them. I think we've probably seen 4 tac timeouts across the tournament so far. It's been interesting. What would you say, Tom? We average 1 every 2 best of 3s? Pretty more, even.
I don't want to know. I like the I'm hoping that if the trend continues, this one will probably be a 16-14. And to be honest, Tiger probably should have lost that last round. I think they were very, very hesitant and just got a little bit lucky that I want to say accidental fake, because I don't think that was intentional, was sold, and that Destroyer just happened to whiff an absolute sitter of a shot, and that ends up getting him and his teammate killed. So it's a bit of an uncomfortable one. They're going to go for this split once again. I'm pretty sure Destroyer is going to go hunting here. He's got the chance for a lineup. He gets 1. How does he get 2? How are you not trading that, Cabal? And now it's left onto this push. The bomb further behind, but they get the entry onto Flying. An uncharacteristic miss, and the same for Xiao Sage. They may have just handed this one away. Viva misses the man on the cross. Overtime might be on the cards here. They're going to go for the peek in. The spam through the wall doesn't quite connect, and There is a nade for Viva. That would be enough to get the kill. In fact, Bottle's just gone running the gauntlet into the site. Viva's found another one. It's left all onto Urkas. The man who saved them many a time has got to do it one more. As it's left onto him versus Viva, and he faces the wrong way. It's just about going to be a 16-14. Viva will get it done. And Urkas, it seems like there's nothing he can do here. He gets 32 kills in this map, and that equals a loss.
We've seen it so many times, Tom. You know what? I'll donate to the GoFundMe. Let's get him back to Australia because this is
save Urkas.
Say for just £2 a month. You can get Urkas to a different continent where he won't have to drop 30 kills and still lose a map. This is ridiculous. What a comeback by Invictus. Now, we don't have to break that one down, Tom, because we've got two beautiful boys who are here to do that for us. A nice long map, couple routines pumped in between. Dinko, what did you make of that game?
I was really confident for Tiger starting things off. I was like, finally, Tiger, after their performance against Sigma, they've kind of all clicked. Everything's working out. Then it all went downhill pretty quickly, and Invictus started coming back into it. A very back and forth series. I think when we take a look at these two teams head to head, they're pretty even in terms of the place that they're at right now. They're kind of at the precipice of being the top teams in this region, or at least being able to compete with those teams. And then they have times where they just completely fall off. And right now they're in a very weird spot, both of these rosters. And I feel like they're pretty evenly matched as displayed by the scoreline. Invictus getting it over the line though. Big performance from Viva towards the end there, and I think that's incredibly important. I think he's the X factor for the team. He has some of these quiet performances where he doesn't deliver. If he wasn't hitting shots on that A-bomb side, a couple of problems would have arisen, that's for sure. And I was getting a little bit worried. I was certainly seeing an overtime coming in there. Destroyer missing one of the easiest shots I've ever seen light up for him. Otto in the connector doing some incredible plays. It really was down to these individual moments across the board for Invictus that got them over the line here. And I'm kind of excited going into this next map.
Yeah, and even if you look at, again, Urcast from 32 kills to losing effort, Cabal stepped up as well. That 1v3 clutch was absolutely fantastic. As we all know, when he has a rifle, which is not an AWP in his hands, he is a beast indeed. What surprised me a bit, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Tom, but for Tiger, it seems like once they had the lead, and on this T side, they were playing not to win, but playing more not to lose. I know it's an off-stated quote, but they'd get control of this A-bomb side and just like mingle around, just like stand around, not really doing much with it. And that's when Invictus then have the opportunity to not just go for the retake, then retake before the bomb's even down, and it just pick them apart. So I feel like Tigers started playing a little scared. I feel like in the second half, I still feel they could have taken that series.
I think both teams on their T side showed an almost lack of understanding of how to play after plants. Like I would say Invictus probably were that made the biggest amount of mistakes in that regard, where it would be like sort of like when we talk about Train, like how you used to play it in an old style where it's like, oh, we're just gonna sit as far back as possible and just kind of hope that they don't know how to retake, because they never took any control. They would plant for CT but not take CT. They would always sort of lose members in the transitional periods of where someone's supposed to be defending the bomb. That was another thing. Like I remember a round where there was someone planting in smoke and there were 3 players alive. And this was Tiger, by the way. And none of them watched CT. None of them. And they were just like, let me just chill. Let me just sit back. I'm going to go into Palace and just start my rotation. I'm going to sit on ramp. And it's like, no, defend the bomb. You easily have an advantage in this situation, but instead you go, no, I'd rather just like hide and have a good afterplant for myself than actually try and work as a team. And I think that's one of the biggest problems with Asia in general, if you move away from teams like Vici, is that it's always the team play that seems to be weak. Like you have these stars, you have these players that can clutch and open up rounds and play as an individual, but when it comes to working as a squad, maybe the communication's poor, maybe just the team in itself is poor, or maybe the attitude is just not great, because whatever's going on, there just seems to be so many poor positions, specifically in afterplants.
Yeah, it is kind of like a kind of rough showing for Tiger, especially the lead they had. Now, before we set up the GoFundMe for Urcast to send him back all the way to Australia to save him, we still have an opportunity for the side of Tiger to bring this one back. Coming up next, it is going to be Train. The map pick, I do believe that is the one getting picked by Tiger. A surprising map pick considering how solid Invictus have looked on that map in the past. However, that's going to be coming up next after this map. Can Invictus make this 2-0 and kind of solidify the placing as the third best team in Asia right now? Or can Tiger mount the comeback? Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in.
We play to win.
Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend.
We play to win.
And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Aim for the stars, never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
We play to win.
Making sure I don't say this all again. Outside, you can never box me in.
We play to win.
Never follow, I came here to set the trend. Break them all if the rules won't bend.
We play to win.
And if you need the proof and check stats, I got the answers if you're trying to test that. I'm taking off, you can watch as I ascend. You can ask me how I do it, I just say we play to win. Stars never settle for the moon. Spread my wings, all I needed was the room. Keep them guessing, see it's great when they assume. I play to win, I play to win.
Welcome back, folks. We are ready to go with map number 2, Train,
Why
going
is
live
Tom
in just
Bismarck
a
bald?
minute. What?
That's what someone asked in chat. Beautiful.
They asked what? Sorry, say it one more.
Oh, why is Tom Bismarck bald? Genetics. It's my father's fault. That is why I am bald,
All right.
and his father before him. So, yeah.
I took his hair. I took it. We compiled it.
I think
all
if
on.
anyone took it, it was probably Blair.
That's
That's how he
true.
made his
That's true.
ponytail.
That's how he made it. Yeah, it's manufactured. It actually sits there.
That ain't real. Come on.
The reason we've got backdrops is to hide his like ponytail manufacturing station behind. He actually just dips out between the games. He's there sewing it all together. Like, oh, this is gonna be beautiful. COVID's been affecting him. He can't find stray hairs on bus seats anymore.
PGL have had to absolutely bust out so many stacks for that to actually come into production. What you don't realize is Blair is actually perfectly bald, like shinier head than me, and that's impressive. So, you know,
I've seen a picture. I've actually seen a picture of him. He is completely bald. I can confirm it. Well, where are we going? We're disappearing. I've vanished. They don't see Blair's engineering at all. He doesn't want it to be seen. Where is it? Where is this picture? I have it here somewhere.
Oh God. What, are you planning on holding this up to the camera? Because I can guarantee that this is probably not going to look great.
No, it's not.
Be...
There it is. Look at this. Look at this absolute beauty of a man. Focus. Focus, damn you.
That is glorious.
That's what
that is actually
really
what it looks like. That definitely isn't the filter that everybody's been using recently. That is what. To be honest, you do kind of look like. I don't know. Have you seen the Thunderbirds movie? That looks like the villain in that. I guess he's in I can't remember his name. He's the villain, the bald guy who's like the villain in everything. I can't remember his name. Wait, I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google it. Give me a sec.
Yeah. Let's go on the train anyways.
Ben Kingsley. There you go.
Who?
Google his face. You will recognize him 100%.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. He was.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
Yeah,
I think that's what Bear look. Bear.
Yeah, it's
Blair
fitting.
Looks like
it's
bald.
fitting that we're going on the train next because we've just been completely derailed on this conversation.
Yeah.
We've gone into how Blair is actually bald, which is true, by the way. We're not joking. Or like it is 100% a fact. Blair's bald. Wears a big wig made of hairs that he finds on the subway, just left behind on seats.
Oh God.
He washes them, obviously.
On the seats.
But anyways, talking to Subway, here we are. Oh man, I want a Subway now. Damn, I have to order one for after this. We're here on the train, the above way, because there's no tunnels here. What constitutes a subway versus a train tunnel? Just one big.
Why is this the conversation we're having? I don't know. Frankly, I don't care either.
Well, you know what, Tom? You don't belong in this conductor's office. All right, you don't belong. Get out. Get out. You can't be here if you're not interested in trains and subways. But we are here for a bit of Counter-Strike, I suppose. Bit of action. Trains are going to get shot, but so are some people as we come on into train. How are you feeling about this one? Oh, he's actually gone. He's disappeared. Well, I'm feeling good about this. Invictus did well in the previous map. They put on a pretty decent show, and I don't know if my bald conductor is actually going to come back. Oh, he's like the fat controller. It's perfect.
Hello. Yeah, no, there's, and also I'm called Thomas. It really does fit the. I am the full Thomas the Tank Engine cast. All in one.
Listen. I need you to do something for me. It might not be possible today, but the next time myself and Tom are on train, I need you to put Tom's face on a train and possibly play the Thomas the Tank Engine music if it's not copyrighted.
I think that, I imagine that will be.
I'll tell you what. Put his face on a train and we'll hum it for you. It'll be beautiful. It'll be absolutely beautiful.
Well, while they get up to that, we are into map number 2. Of course, Invictus managed an impressive comeback on the previous map of Mirage. It was their choice, but now we go into a map that they have been fairly happy to play. I will say I think 3 of the victories they've had were versus D13, so maybe padding their stats a little bit in that regard, but we've seen them in the past take maps off Tai Lu. Viva, though, that is not the start he was looking for. And as the B defender, the B anchor of the team, He doesn't want to be gooshed this early into the round. Also, the man holding the kit. It seems like the T's aren't actually going to play off of this, as there will be a rotation back. The bomb's still down in main, so it's not like there's a push coming in anytime soon. Do I've noticed that the timer on the clock ticks from 1 minute to 60 seconds, and that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Oh, well. I noticed that as well earlier on. I just didn't point it out because my brain wouldn't allow me to. Dobu, he's found a nice little double flying, coming in to try and do a little bit more work, but it's gonna have to be a lot. Viva's so damn low. He's gonna get a sneaky play. He's coming up behind them, but he's been spotted by 9. Pretty much concluding this round where it's at. 1v4, flying, having to get an ace. Oh man, I'm sneezing, but flying's gone to the floor. And it's 1-0 for Tiger. Winning at the pistol round, finding themselves in a nice spot. And really, after the previous map, you want to see them win a couple of rounds, because I haven't seen that for a little while.
Yeah, they've not managed to streak any rounds together, which you never know. They might not do it here either. The scout's likely to come into play. Are we going to get the double? I imagine no. Viva's actually not going to buy one. So you've got your favorite setup. The 4 Deegs, a single scout to go alongside it. Looking like the T's are just going to try and blast their way through this one. Cabal, bear in mind, does have one of the 2 rifles, and Viva... Oh, just wide swinging with the Deeg. It's looking like a decent execution, though. They've managed to take a lot of control. Destroyer. If he hits something here, I'd be very impressed. I feel like it's more likely that while he's spamming, someone will just peek him and trade that kill before he can do any damage, but we'll see.
I'm not really a fan of this buy, to be honest, on this map specifically. But I suppose money-wise, they can afford to throw it out there. I've seen some teams take double ecos to go for an op early on, and I think that gives you a pretty good shot. You get full utility, you get your op out. A couple of closer range weapons here to try and hold up, but if you lose this after the force buy, you're giving the T's a massive advantage into this game. And you can see at the moment, honestly, a save is probably the most likely to succeed strat for them, but instead they get naded, give away a lot of SMG kills, 3 for Urcast. That's a bit of a disaster of a round, in all honesty. Getting no kills, giving SMG frags, and losing all your weapons. It physically could not have went worse for Invictus.
And unfortunately, this round, not going to be much invested. Flying does actually purchase up a little bit of extra Kevlar, which I don't know if I like. I'll be honest. It gives a chance for him to do some damage in this round. And they've just done some team damage, I assume, there. Jalsaga's been knifed, I think, down to very, very low HP. Unless he got hit by something, but I don't know what could have done that much damage from 1 bullet. Unless he got dunked by a nade from one of his opponents. We'll see. Yep, it was Viva. Damn you, Viva.
Viva, always good to harass. But with a USP, not even a wall can protect him. 3-0. Good start by Tiger. Now, for Invictus, this is where the real challenge comes in. They've got that little bit of extra cash. They can afford to invest into an op, and they do exactly that. But Viva is glass cannon on this one. And that's gotta hurt. Honestly, if they lose this round, Tiger in the driver's seat. They're looking good to bring us to a map 3. That is not where Invictus want to be. CT side train, sure, this is a map that's obviously favored to Tiger. They picked it. They feel comfortable here. Dobu, oh my, he's just ran all the way up. They know he's here. They should be spamming. He's spamming. No one's returning fire. And he gets out of the... Oh, no, he doesn't. Bottle eventually eliminates him. Okay, so there's the punishment for the early aggression by Tiger. And the A site re-secured, at least. Very important note is that Shosage's got a Molotov and a smoke, which is why they're comfortable, allowing him to solo hold the B side at the moment, because he can delay any push that comes through, and that's leaving them with a 4-man A-hold.
Destroyer. I don't know why, I just have a bad feeling he's going to go up this ladder at some point.
I mean, the way they're set up, this is basically Destroyer's position is the early support if there's a fast rush down B and the molly doesn't slow them. But yeah, I agree with you. A Destroyer makes me nervous.
This round at least is looking pretty good. Urkus will be taken out. The peek from NCL around Ivy could be the only real bane in their side, and they've spotted out the bomb. That's going to be the round over. There's nothing that can be done from this point. 30 seconds on the clock, and NCL has a 1v5 to try and win.
Best thing about that is that the setup wasn't given away for Invictus, right? Their aggressive players were the ones finding the kills, and as far as Tiger know, they had a conventional 3-2 hold with a bit of aggression mixed in. So their hand is very much still concealed over on the CT side. And it essentially just stops them from, like, if the T's actually had a read on how that round was playing out, I think there's a decent chance that they, for example, fake out A and then rush down the B ramp, molly, smoke the molly, and really apply some pressure to Xiao Sage, stop them from feeling comfortable solo holding B. But because they haven't done that, it leaves them in this pretty tough position. Xiao Sage's backed off. You heard the player drop down. They've double smoked it. They've double smoked the B ramp, Tom. Where's the communication on that one? That's very valuable utility thrown away. They've only got one smoke remaining now with 1:20 left in the round.
Oh. They've already lost that first man. 9, I mentioned, he was someone that was fairly quiet thus far within this series, and they're definitely going to need him on a map like Train. Flying's gone down early. Tiger taking a fairly slow approach to the T side, which I'm not necessarily against. I do feel like maybe they need to try and bait out a bit more of the utility, but obviously if there's going to be a few mistakes here and there, they might not have to. 40 seconds up and coming on the clock. Viva does eventually find the trade. It's Urkus once again. The T's need to start getting a move on. Like, I'm all for a slow approach, but there has to be an execute, and there it is. Cabal, he gets one. The rest of the team, though, are a little bit far behind. And Viva, he's just styling on them. Runs back through the Molotov, and NCL is all that remains. He's got 20 seconds. They don't need to peek. There's so little time on the clock, and luckily Viva's going to hit that shot. He nailed them in this round with a 4K. I feel like some of the other Invictus players were just taking severe, unnecessary risks.
It would not be the first time, Tom, would it? We have seen that happen again and again from both teams, from every team in this tournament, really. But I 100% agree with you. You know, swinging out when you don't need to, when time's on your side, when they're nowhere near the bomb site and you've got all those advantages, you do not need those kills. The round should already be yours. Sometimes the confidence is a little bit too much to bear with. But for Tiger, they're hitting some economic struggles. In a position now with just pistols, and this might be where Xiao Sage gets pressured. Now, Invictus will know that there's going to be a lighter buy at play, so I wouldn't mind if they just had a second player early rotate in towards connector, but instead they're actually playing heavier Ivy side. So this, look how far away everybody is from the B site. If this was actually a straight rush on B, it's going to be a slightly delayed one, but Xiao Sage would have been screwed as they had to smoke for the molly. But instead, they this is so lucky. But the timing that they catch Xiao Sage on, Viva just about was in connector. They swapped their op over because Xiao Sage is low, and they've got a 2-man hold. I don't get what Tiger are doing here, Tom, honestly. I feel like this had to be a faster play. Now they've just given away with and allowed a heavier stack to come in.
At the same time, positioning's a little bit off here.
Why is he up on top? He's 10 HP.
I don't know. But somehow, they've got away with it. I was about to say, I was looking at this round and saying, you know what, this is doable. And then they somehow win it flawlessly. I'll be honest, from what I've seen from Xiao Sage so far on this map, he's actually the one that's getting me worried. Because, like, he wide peaks in the 2v1, no reason to do that. And then he pushes into upper against pistol. I don't know. It just seems like really high risk plays.
So before someone critiques us saying, why is he there? I'm sure someone's going to say, well, Viva was up top ladder, so he was spotting it, so when he took the shot, Viva could swing. Yes, you can do that from the spools where half your body is visible, and on 10 HP, that can make a big difference if they hit the spools instead of you. So I don't know. That was a really wild thing. Just seeing him jump fully up. I guess he wanted a slightly wider angle, but the risk reward there does not pay off. Because it's also he can't fall back after one shot, right? He's got to run all the way back onto spools or over ladder and then off. Whereas if he's on the spools, it cuts that rotate down by a third of the time.
Oh. The tease. They lose out to a flawless round in the last, so it has at least boosted the economy a bit. Bottles used a lot of utility in the early portions of this round to try and deny any of the rushes. Destroyer. Aggressive positioning. He's trying to shoulder peek here. Flying is going to get into the corner. It means that this push isn't so risky, but he kind of loses the surprise factor by throwing down the Molotov. It does allow him to escape, I suppose, but I would have thought maybe just hiding in that corner could have been more valuable. Bottle, though. Oh, this is a bit of an awkward position for both these players to be, but they're swinging together. I don't know why they're not just covering each other. They're both turning around at different moments. There's a peculiar setup, but somehow it's ended up in a 2v2, and Viva, he just has not been missing over the last few rounds with this AWP. It's on to Cabal. He's got 15 seconds. He's going to try and run the gauntlet all the way to the B site. I think he'll just about have enough time, and it seems like nobody on the other side has made the realization that this was possible. So he will get an after-plant position.
Now, when your timing's always important, now it's down to Cabal to make this 1v2 post-plant work. He's just stuck on default at the moment. Shoots away. I don't know what that was. As Xiaosage eliminates him. Why did he shoot there? You just think he saw something around? I don't know.
Ah, ghost.
It's a haunted railroad.
Oh, God.
It looks like he's I mean, he did a decent job getting over there and even just finding the bomb plant. Puts Tiger in a good position coming into the next round. But this one, I would rather see them take a nice little save. Pistols, and hopefully a slightly faster strategy. Because as I said, last time they had this approach towards upper B, they really gave away their hand. They played it so slowly that they were running into a stacked bomb site. Never got anywhere near the site itself. I can't believe they haven't tried the B-rush.
Yeah, it's especially with Xiaosage having some issues. Okay, Flying's going to get overwhelmed because Nade at least does a bit of damage. Destroyer, he tries to take the same fight, and surprisingly, the result is similar. Beaver, though, I definitely think he's been their best player. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Oh, that just jumps up. Alrighty then. We're into a 2v3. I'm going to try and forget that just happened. And Xiaosage, he's now become the best player for Invictus. Or maybe he's going to wide swing as well. We'll have to wait and see. Cabal, he'll go down. Xiaosage wins the round. Nothing went wrong there, Mitch. It was a perfect round from Invictus. And I didn't see anything that annoyed me at all.
You're very convincing in your sales pitch of that. Thanks, Tom. I'm glad you're not a salesman. This car, it's fine. It's fine. It wasn't in a crash. We didn't ask that. Yeah, well, why would you? Because it wasn't. It wasn't in a crash. What do you mean?
What are you talking about, Dents? That's modern art.
Oil leaks? Who even said that? Like, how does? Yeah, why
Cars
would you?
don't need oil.
They need petrol. So I refilled the water wipers. Just don't smoke around it.
Sure, the wheels aren't filled with air, but there's air everywhere.
Oh. Gasoline gives it more weight. Also, don't smoke near the tires. Actually, just don't smoke near the car.
Just don't smoke.
There you go.
Smoking kills, but in this sense, maybe quicker.
A little bit quicker. We'll take 100 years, or we'll take like 50 years and turn it into 5 seconds. The efficiency, if anything. That's a Volkswagen.
Dobu finding 2. More interestingly, though, there was actually just a sheer push down the ramp onto Xiao Sage, and I think they finally realized that this man is just playing aggressively around the ramp, so fairly simplistic kill. And the remaining CTs don't really have a choice but to save. This will allow them to get a buy into the next round. Xiao Sage could probably drop one over to Destroyer as well. But a better round from Dobu at least. And you have to remember, they are on the T side here. Now, although I don't think at this level the being on the CT side is as important as when we're playing at the higher levels of Counter-Strike, I do still think that if you're getting like 6, 7 rounds on the T side, you're in a very good spot.
Yeah, most definitely. It sets you up nicely for what should be, in theory, the easier of the two sides. That was the concern that I had when Invictus lost that second round. You gave Tiger the 3-0 start and a massive advantage in the game because they are so much closer to their ultimate goal of even 6 at a minimum to make it into a good half. Now we come into this bye round where Tiger are going to fight tooth and nail to get into... Ooh, Destroyer. He's got an SMG in this position. I've read this story. I know what happens. He's going up that ladder in just a little bit. Unless he gets challenged, and Bottle taken down through his smoke. Destroyer spotted one. Okay, now he doesn't go up. Instead, nades himself.
Oh, he's dead. What? Okay. Okay. We got there in the end. Flying, trying to be the hero, but he's been having a bit of a rough one so far. Seems like he really struggles around Ivy, and maybe these are holes in the defense that have been spotted. I would expect that potentially Tiger were watching D13 play a fair bit, so potentially have watched a fair few train demos. Xiao Sage, how are they getting away with some of these duels? Cabal had the drop on him, landed the first few bullets. Xiao Sage still gets the kill. It doesn't really matter. It is a 3-on-1. The bomb is down. No real hope here for Xiao Sage, and I think even saving a weapon might be a bridge too far.
Yep. Xiao Sage can't get the clutch, but he can't even get the weapon through to the next round. As they hunted him down, nice and aggressive. Putting a 5th on the board for Tiger. I think Invictus is going to be approaching their next spy round with trepidation because the reality is Tiger are about to have a dominant T-half. This is an eco from Invictus coming up, and presuming that no lunacy happens, which might be a little bit too much to ask at times, this is a guaranteed decent half for Tiger at worst.
Now this round at least should be a fairly easy one. Bottle already getting domed, and Tiger definitely looking better on this T side. It took them a little bit of time to get going. I think they've pinpointed some of the weaknesses. I think flying over towards Ivy's actually been one of the main ones. Bit of an awkward fight. Also, I think just in some of the situations where Invictus could have kept things a lot cleaner, they decided to fight a lot of the duels, and well, eventually Tiger just started realizing that a few pre-fires and smokes, a few better shots, and they're going to be winning these rounds comfortably. 6 on the board already for them. We're looking at Invictus basically needing to get the remainder within this half for us to consider this a decent one. And well, I'm not holding my breath for that one.
No, I don't think I will be either. As you said, CD side maybe doesn't carry as much weight here as it does at the top level, but at the same time, it is hard to deny that Tiger are looking like a much better team. That said, we've seen what can happen to them half to half. It has been upsetting to watch, shall we say. The degradation from half 1 to half 2 of the previous map was unbelievable. The thing of legends. So they'll want as much room to play with as they can possibly get. And a win in this round could be 8 on the board. They could be dominating if they can find this one here, putting Invictus down to another eco. The approach is slow. You see the value this round carries with it. There's been barely any map control sought after. They've gone down the ladder. NCL is holding on the ladder, so he's just spotting the info as they come into Pop Dog, confirming that they still have that control. I'm probably suspecting a flash to come through with a bit of a push by Invictus, which might come in. We're looking at Bottle. He hasn't got a flash to work with, actually, so it won't.
Oh, Destroyer. Let's eventually start things off. Cabal, he's just running it through all the way into the site. Hasn't had any resistance, and they're just able to swarm these players. I think that we're seeing some severe issues in this A-site defense. Too many easy duels for the side of Tiger, and the fact that they're able to just run straight into the middle of the site after getting a single frag is somewhat ridiculous. Also interesting to me that after having so many poor A-site HODs, they actually gamble a second player into the B-site. I guess the plan was to try and rotate that player in behind. Oh, goodbye. But realistically, the site pushes have been too fast for Tiger, and yeah, it seems like on an individual basis, like a lot of the duels that are being taken, Tiger look more comfortable, but more so, I just don't think the positioning is working out too well for Invictus at this point. As said, I think Ivy's been a severe weakness. We're seeing Flying having one of the worst games we've seen from him. Destroyer as well, like whether he's playing on the site or around Pop, has been struggling. And I guess even though Invictus have a good win rate on this map, it's starting to see why Tiger were happy to pick it against them, because they don't look comfortable.
Yeah, it was the triple wins versus D13, who didn't even qualify to this event. They've definitely been off form. And for Tiger, you see the pressure they're applying to A has literally no answer. Like previous round, Destroyer was out in the open over towards the E-box. He got cut off, taking down NCL, but immediately was traded. Cabal was the one trading him, able to run all the way onto site, not even seeing anybody before the rest of the A defense had fallen. The Ivy left completely open. After Flying's demise, they weren't even watching for the players coming out. It definitely they look a little bit lost. They look a little bit uncomfortable. Now on the Deagle buy, well, that's most of the hope gone. Bottle was really the shining light. The chance to get it done, Xiao Sage in with one, but two more headshots were needed, and that is a little bit too much to ask. The 8-5 scoreline that we envisioned has now come through. And Invictus in with another shot of stopping this, well, bullet train of Tiger, who currently have so much money built up that they'll easily buy into the next and final round. And so we'll have two shots at hitting 9 and possibly 10 rounds on their T side of train.
Yeah, when you're hoping for 7 on the CT side, that is not the best of positions to be in. They've gone back to the double AWP. I would say Viva's AWP, for the most part, was very, very good from what we've seen. And now they've set him up to try and be the solo defender. The jump peek in from Cabal, though, actually going to cause him some issues. They now have to rotate a player off, and yeah, that's about right, isn't it, really? He was stood in the open. You can throw us. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't know that you can bounce a smoke off the wall.
I highly doubt that, Tom. I'm going to go ahead and guess he does know that. Maybe he's just really bad with angles. Didn't study geometry.
You think it's more likely either way, it's stupid. He's so far out. That's not even a shoulder peak. That's his whole body. He might as well have been like leaning around the corner with just his head sticking out. That was also both AWPers down within the first like 30 seconds there. From then onwards, it's been too easy, and that's been the story of this first half. Very, very easy for Tiger. Sure, we saw some decent rounds in the early stages for Invictus. Bear in mind that after the initial 3, they won 5 in a row. Since then, oh, they haven't got a round. Potentially, or it's already 6 in a row, potentially 7 in a row. Zalsargate. Oh, Dobu was ready for that. No surprise, really. Wasn't expecting Viva, though. The change-up finally works out for them. Even still, though, he gets 2 kills. The rest of his teammates are almost gone. He's upgraded to an AK destroyer. If he gets anything here, that would be a surprise.
Yep.
Excuse me? Just try and jumping headshot him with an AK. I'm hoping that was a mouse wheel here, because if that was the plan... Oh, God. Rounds become possible. A free kill for Destroyer. NCL's managed to lurk his way into the back of the bomb site. And Urkust is actually the one doing the majority of the hunting here, even though he has the bomb. And if the bomb gets dropped around this portion of the map, it would be a real ball ache to try and retrieve. Beaver's positioning as well could be everything. Now, he's cleared up upper B, so they can pretty much gamble on where this is going to be planted. The choice, though, is perfect. They know where they don't have control over, so they've decided to plant more safely, but then Urkus peeks into the angle anyway, and Beaver's going to get both. Well, a 6th round that I was never expecting, I'll be honest with you, Mitch, but hey, it's a bonus for Invictus.
Didn't quite see it coming myself, Tom. I'll be honest. I need you here with me so I can rub your head like a crystal ball to kind of figure out some of these rounds.
Oh, God.
Oh, what's this? The train is coming. There it is. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Tom Biz, the tank engine. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, in all its glory. Thank you, PGL.
That's the difference between like a normal TO and PGL. PGL didn't just edit my face. They tried to make the colors match and also added sound. That's beautiful.
I'm gonna see that in my nightmares from now on. Like,
that's wonderful.
I love it so much.
Oh, okay. Destroyer has just been owned by that nade. 81 damage, not including the 45 that was hit onto Viva as well. And the extra 5 just for luck. 9, going to be patiently waiting. He's done a little bit of extra chip damage to Viva on the fadeaway. I like how aggressive we are seeing flying, though. Just get stuck in. The bomb hasn't been planted, though. I'm a little bit confused as to why. Maybe not knowing if he can cross just yet, but instead they've sort of screwed themselves here because there was no reason for the CT side to try and get it on the retake when there was nothing yet to retake. Nice shot from 9 to add another to the death toll. A risky play from Destroyer, but at this point it's understandable, and Xiao Sage, he needs to just mow them down with this Glock. And they already got someone onto the bomb. This round is over. Is going to be a 10th for Tiger. They make that pistol round look very easy with some superb utility usage. And NCL is even going to go in to clean up the last man. Fantastic.
Double digits for the Tigers as they are looking fierce. I don't know what Invictus are going to be able to do about this one, to be honest. It seems like it's almost time to start thinking about map number 3. The upside here, though, Tom, is that they've managed to get that bomb plant in, right? So once you get that, you're in this this decent position in terms of buying up. They've gone for Deagles, and again, a buy that I really like when it comes to this, not fully investing, because if you come into this round with, and indeed, look at what Tiger have. They've got 4 rifles, 3 FAMAS alongside an M4, which is 1 SMG in play, and that's the solo hold up close on B. So if you come into this one with SMGs, or like 2 AKs, you're in a spot where you're going to have to really rely on hitting those shots. And a lot of them on range duels, so those pistols are almost irrelevant. Whereas in this situation, they have a much better shot of actually doing something. What I am a bit disappointed with, though, Tom, is the fact that they've gone in for those full Deagles with Viva taking the eco for the op. Because honestly, I would rather them take like a couple of smokes and try a faster execute down towards the B site. Typically, that's where the weaker weapon is going to be. And
or give Viva
if you're
the
lucky,
Deag.
Well, true also. Dude is a beast.
There we go. Thank you. He's been their best Eagle player for sure. Maybe not their best player, but You're probably still going to get wrecked. It's a little bit late in the round, but there you go. Straight away. Should have done that from the beginning. Give that man a dig and something about fishing.
Very good analogy, Tom. Thank you for sharing your wisdom. It's like, if you see the O Panzer of the lake, it's O tank engine of the train. Tom is the tank engine. That's beautiful. One of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
The clairvoyant tank engine.
If you rub, oh no, you gently rub the tip of the tank
this
engine.
is already weird.
That's the top of your head, tip of the tank engine. Gently rub it. The wisdom will come out.
Well, already. It's going to be an early pick found. This T-side buy is everything. An NCL, that's a freebie. It will be a trade from Destroyer eventually, but they've already got this man advantage and made it stick. This is just starting to get ridiculous. Through smoke, we get another kill, and Dobu has already shut down one more. It's left onto Bottle, but what can he really do in this situation? 12-6. I think maybe those stats for Invictus really were a lie, as they're getting battered at the moment.
Hard smacked. I mean, realistically, for Tiger at the moment, they needed a map like this. They needed something to fall back on and feel that little bit more comfortable. And we imagined Train would be it. As I said, you know, if Tiger did make it to 3 maps, that's where they can stand pretty tall. Because I feel like their Inferno is that little bit better. It was a... Really, this should have been a 2-0 series, Tom, if we're being honest. Like, I know you came in predicting Invictus, but with Train coming up, and after the first map, the first half of the first map, this was Tiger's series to lose. They came damn close to throwing it away. These last couple rounds have definitely looked a lot more convincing for them than I think anything we saw in the previous, well, since the second half.
Yeah, for sure. They're looking dominant here. We've seen a fantastic performance out from Dobu, and that's always the interesting thing with the squad. It seems like they play their best Counter-Strike when Urkus doesn't need to drop big numbers. It seems like, similarly to what we see from Azza, like a lot of the time Azza is the man that's there when nothing else is working, where he will just win you a few rounds and put up some big stats when the team are not performing to the highest of standards. And when they're playing well, he's normally the person that doesn't really need to do too much. And that seems to be the case here for Urkus. Like, Dobu is playing lights out. Fantastic on the T side. He's continued it into the start of the CT side, up to 25 kills, and he's even playing relatively aggressive position. He's also only died 9 times, which, hey, that is not much for how many people he's traded out in response. I'm going to try and hold on to Pop. You can see flying, just hoping for different spam positions. He hasn't had a kill in many a round. Like, I think I remember a point where he was like 6-10. He's now 6-17. So he's been having a rough one. And if there's a map that your star player doesn't look comfortable on, that is never a good sign. Destroyer just about manages to get away with a kill, and Flying tries to regain some ground here. Nice shot from Xiao Sage. We'll give them the man advantage at least for now. But they're going to need a Mirage level comeback if this half or this match is going to be possible.
All the kills are coming in, swinging back and forth. Xiao Sage tried his best to put this in their favor, and it looks like it was enough in the end, with Flying picking up a frag and putting it 13-7. Well, asking you shall receive, Tom, as he's come through with that one. But what I will say is that Flying was... Now, this is at the end of the previous Oromore series. Flying came out of that event as the 4th highest rated player. Now, currently, he's 6th highest, which isn't too bad, and he's only slightly behind in HLTV rating. So I can't even fully explain it with statistics, but he just doesn't feel the same as he did back then. Like, it definitely seems like he's under that little bit more pressure when it comes down to these games. Again, we were consistently, every single desk segment, we were singing the praises of flying. This guy was just dominating game after game. He had so much impact. And in this event, it hasn't been the same. And I think the same can also be said for Viva, who hasn't looked as on form either. I think in general, we've seen Tiger and Invictus really cool off in the interim of the PAL Summer event.
Well, looks like they're about to put pressure onto Pop once again. Position that can be quite awkward to take at times, especially if you do it like that. There's a reason that people try and drop down on others' heads or use Molotovs or something. Just trying to dry peek is such a risk. NCL, I don't even know how he's lived this long. He got a kill in Pop and was tagged low. Takes a second and almost closes out Viva as well. But somehow this round has actually come to a man advantage. Two of those men, however, with 12 HP shared, doesn't make this an easy one. Destroyer, he's going to go peeking, he's going to go facing, and now he's the only man left. A very quick turnaround for Tiger, a round that slips out of the fingers of Invictus once again. And with only 2 needed, Tiger looking almost set to take us to a third.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this was tangible. See, in a way, it could have been a false positive, though, because obviously we saw the initial Mirage be pretty much tangible, that they were going to win that map and close it out, and yet they didn't. So I guess there's two sides to it, but they definitely haven't let up coming into this one. I think they're full focused and looking for revenge on a team that has, frankly, embarrassed them with how the previous map went. And Tiger certainly haven't had the best of runs in this tournament at all. So winning this was essential, really. Good opening by 9. And of course, you're loving Cabal back on that secondary op, right? He is your favorite. There's one thing I remember you saying. Just don't let this man have a rifle.
At this point, it doesn't matter, I don't think. Yeah. Like, obviously, I don't rate him on the AWP in comparison to his rifling, but at the same time, if you're just watching what's being attempted by Invictus, they don't have a plan. Like, this round hinged upon a very aggressive play coming out from Destroyer, then Viva making the same aggressive play into the same spot moments later. That doesn't look like a team that has a plan to me. Maybe an attempted fake being sold, but realistically, they've used no utility. They had a smoke, didn't use it, and it's a very, very easy cleanup. I want to point out that one of the easiest smokes you can learn on this map is a lineup which just drops a smoke into that cross. It is a very easy lineup to learn, and they had a smoke there. Instead, they basically just go, "Hey, 9, do you want a free couple of kills?" He's like, "Sure, buddy. Sounds like a great idea." Easy.
Well, Tom, I don't know what's real anymore. This has been one hell of a series. A hell of a back and forth, but in this map, at least for Tiger, it's just been a fourth. As that flash hadn't even popped. Running down the ramp. Urcast able to get away, but not fully. His teammates coming in to try and trade. NCL down through the smoke. He's up behind them. They have no idea. They're thinking, where did he go? And they find him through the smoke. A random spam by Xiaosage as he knew NCL had to be in the smoke somewhere. And comes into a 2v2 with Viva falling. The bomb is going to be retrievable. Destroyer on a kill. And they might just stay alive a little bit longer. Cabal's going to look to find them as they pull off this bomb. Xiaosage is going towards the ramp. He's got the angle, and at this point, they should be able to just play time. I see very few realities in which this one goes the way of Cabal and of Tiger. Oh my god, that was a jump scare. Xiaosage just jumps in front of the scope. Surprise! But he's not hitting the shot at least.
Oh my god. Well, that scared me. That's for sure. I knew that was coming as well. I was watching the map, and that skill made me jump. And see, and you were talking about one of the only ways that they could have won that round. Oh my god, from his POV, it's even worse. But that would have been it if he just walks into the AWP. Well, it's actually going to be pistols here for Tiger. This one might be going a little bit long. They've also invested a fair amount into this round, which means they probably won't be able to buy into the next one. In fact, Urkus has bought a rifle. Might as well have just forced this one, but I am guessing they're planning on either winning this round or ecoing the next as well, and then having a decent fall buy. They've got the round to play with, so it's not really that much of a problem, but even still, could be a small lifeline for Invictus, and they've already brought back one map.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend I believe in that, though, Tom. Train is a whole different beast to try and get this done. Train T-side specifically. When you go over to either side of Mirage, you can play it as a bit of an even one, but this is an uphill battle on top of a mountain. Low oxygen, it's cold. That's the worst part, really. The cold. I'd rather oxygen starvation. But Invictus, well, they're on round starvation. And slowly trying to get themselves back up there, but they gotta be careful. Giving these pistols a little bit too much room can result in a disaster. I think he's being able to spot out one guy coming across, another, he takes a headshot for it, but on range, possibly through the wall, he was safe from death's grasp. This should be a nice cleanup. So it's a 1v2. Like, that's pretty terrible for the round that they came into it.
Yeah, especially as when they got onto the site and got the bomb down, it was a 4 versus 4. So, like, realistically, that means that up until that point, they traded pretty evenly. 15-9. Now just has to be either another eco or a slight investment into a few more deegs. They're going to be looking to try and get themselves some extra cash. Cabal's actually gone for a Mag 7 Kevlar, which, I don't know. I feel like if you're going to be saving that extra cash, you might as well have invested it either into the last round, if not. But, hey, whatever. We'll see what he can do. If he gets a kill or two, the money comes straight back in anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Fortunately, he's going to get absolutely nothing. Mag 7 will drop into the hands of a teammate, but Zhao Sage is actually going to go pushing into this closer angle. He should have heard the Mag 7 shoot, so he will just fall back. Is he going to check upper? He will. And he at least seems to be someone that's relatively comfortable playing on train. Like as said, we've seen Flying, Bottle, Destroyer as well. They just don't look like this is a map where even just some of the angles they're trying to fight just don't really look very comfortable. Geosage, on the other hand, I believe he's right at the top of the board, at least for his squad. I think the only man above him is going to be Dobu.
Shasage has been pretty impressive, as we said, throughout this tournament. I've enjoyed watching Invictus. I can't say the same for Tiger in their previous games, but at least here they're putting on a much better show. They got one more buy round of grace. So if they lose this next buy round, I start to actually get worried for them. But it still feels like it's a world away. 5 consecutive rounds. 2 full buys and 1 pretty good buy with the full loss bonus. Alongside 2 ecos that they have to overcome. And any one of those could see a player like Cabal deliver the massive clutches that he's had in the past. Good exits, but it means very little, Tom. You know, with the money Invictus are getting from winning rounds of bomb plants, short of eliminating all 5 of them a few rounds in a row and still losing, you're basically just going to end up winning the map before you do any damage.
Well, this is where, I guess for comfort's sake, Tiger probably want to close out this map. If it goes much further, I think that we could start to see the jitters start to creep in. They've got decent amounts of utility, maybe a few incendiaries missing here and there, but they've got the AWP onto 9 and not on Cabal, thankfully. Again, of course, Urkus is going to be that solo B player. Had a better time of it this time, but obviously this half has been a bit shorter, and, well, that may have only been a shoulder peak, but Viva's quick enough on the trigger. He's not been bad with the AWP, but definitely made some audacious, risky plays. Oh, NCL. that was a kill he needed to capitalize on. And they do seem like they're starting to slip. Those are kills that earlier in the match they would have got no trouble. 2 players actually going to be creeping their way down the ladder. Now they've heard Flying go up. That's genius. He goes up, baits for his teammate, gives Xiao Sage a freebie kill. And while it's all falling apart, he's even going to get Urkus on the way back out. Somehow, Invictus, at the very depths of this round, have started to step up. And unfortunately for Tiger, it seems like there are a few mistakes starting to creep in.
You know, I have to say, when it comes to NCL, I imagine there's going to be a little bit of A creeping into him because he's got to be salty after how that previous one went. Whiffing down those shots. They've lost their op. They've lost their money. And there's a certain point for every team, Tom, where you're going to have this. So you're in the lead, right? Your opponents start to come back into it. And it's like, oh, okay, well, we can just take it a bit more seriously. And then you've got all these excuses like, okay, well, we'll just try this instead. Oh, well, we rushed out there. We'll just do this instead. There's a turning point where it's no longer, oh, well, and it's kind of like, what can we do? You know, we need to figure something out. It turns into this panic mode of, we've gone through our A plan, our B plan, our C plan. We're trying, we're not playing sloppy anymore, and we don't know what to do. And normally, when you're hit with those kind of hard rounds, if you're taking it 100% serious, you're going to find that solution over a certain period of time. You gain info on what your opponents are doing, you try your strategies and see what bits of them work. But if you play loose, and then you get to this point where your opponents are getting quite close to you, it's hard to then, because you're realizing, oh, well, those rounds that we messed around in, we might have needed, you know, and it starts to get in your head. Now, every team, it's to a different degree, and it's at a different stage. I've known a lot of professional players who will say they don't care if they're 13-2 down, they can come back into games. I know a lot of players that have said they don't get tilted. Their teams are always positive no matter what's happening. They could be 15-0 in the lead and then go into an overtime, and they're still happy. To an extent, I agree with you, but there are definitely players I've met before that I've seen just still smiling. Mark Horner's the best example of them. Even when they end up in this bad situation, throwing away a lead, it's going to be like, oh well, we kind of threw that away. Yeah, whatever. Not everyone's as toxic as you and I, Tom, but most people are. Deep down they are. They all have it. They're just better at holding it in. That's all it is. They can hide it. But my curiosity, because this is the point where if I was a coach for Tiger and I'm sat there, this is where I'm kind of going, oh, damn, we've got 2 buy rounds left. It is 15-12, essentially. Again, damage to their economy doesn't matter. You need to win the round. So a kill here or there means nothing unless you close it out. And it is this point where you get to where you're like, guys, like we're very close to losing this one. Oh, no, Urkas, what's going on? He's got a 5-7. He's picked up a double. Surely this isn't where they close it out. Oh my God, it is. Oh, wow. What a way to finish that one off. That is ridiculous, Tom. My God. I'm thinking that, you know, oh, it's 15-12 and Urkas just does that. It's nasty.
Take it away, Blair.
It's basically, I'm kind of envisioning Tom's face there, like Tom's at the train. Basically, it's kind of like, how the hell does Urkas win that?
I've
like,
just crashed.
How does it turn around? How do they win that round? I don't get it, but they do it. Well, in all reality, Dinko, it felt like it was going to be inevitably, it was going to be the win going the way of Tiger. They really showed up to play here. The T side was fantastic. We had some really cool rounds. But for the side of Invictus, I got to agree with you, Tom. The stats seem to be a lie because they really didn't show much. Sure, a little bit of a resurgence later in that second half, but it was primarily, well, majority of rounds they wanted to see on the T side, I'm sorry, was Tiger not having much money.
Oh, he's muted on VMix. Pulled the Mitch, man. That's always going to be a Mitch forever.
Pull the Mitch again.
Yeah. And so, just to reiterate what I said. Yeah, so it feels like Tiger was just kind of comfortable enough. It always felt like they were going to take it over the line. It was Invictus getting rounds here or there, flashes in the pan from an individual point of view, but Tiger is clearly the more comfortable team on this map, and probably would have liked to have closed it a little sooner than it ended up being. A little bit of a jump scare as well. I enjoyed that. That was definitely a highlight moment, just seeing Tom be scared. And well,
Yeah, coming into this third map, it's
didn't
not
see me.
What I heard, and
Exactly.
yeah, I could.
If you'd seen, you
I
would have
could
been laughing
envision.
more.
I was envisioning you. So. But yeah, coming to this third map, it's going to be exciting because now I feel like Tiger can go into that third map feeling a little bit more comfortable and confident. And I feel like that's been something that Tiger have done a lot coming into both pals now, is the fact that they start off series looking kind of slow, kind of rough. But as the series goes on, they warm up into it. Because every single time we've seen Pal in Pal Summer, every time Tiger were playing, the first map was like, oh no, here goes Tiger. We at post match, we were saying how terrible they were playing and how they're not going to win the next map. They come into it, they show up, and then they close out the series in convincing fashion. They did that with Sigma in their previous match where they started off looking pretty rough, still won the map, but definitely not a convincing performance. And then went on to Inferno to close it out in 16-4 fashion. So I'm quietly confident in Tiger. I think going into this third map, they're going to be feeling a lot better about themselves.
They will be. Of course, we have the MVP of that map. It is going to be Dobu, a player who, once upon a time, he was kind of like the best Mongolian player in the region. He has kind of trailed off, but I believe he is going to be the MVP of this particular map. There we go. Dobu,
That's what I envisioned,
just
Tom.
like the pain train, choo-choo, just running in through everyone. Oh, that is lovely. The stuff of nightmares.
I'm gonna see that when I sleep tonight.
It's like a wang on wheels.
Choo-choo.
There we go. That's the actual MVP there.
That's the actual Dobu. He's not a train.
Can we just have the MVP screen change to whoever wins, like the player's faces on a train right there? That'd be great.
Wow.
But 27 kills to the man. It was good to see Urcast not having to once again drop a 30 bomb to get them win. And like you mentioned earlier as well, Mitch, like it's great to see when Urcast doesn't really have to do much, and yet Tiger winning convincingly, like we saw yesterday on Inferno. Hopefully, we see more of that. Heading into the final map to decide which team is going to be winning this. It's going to be Invictus, who have struggled traditionally on the CD side of Inferno, against a Tiger who had a great game against, I do believe it was Sigma yesterday on this particular map. So who's going to come out on top? We don't know. Right now, things are tied up. Both the teams are winning their map picks. And map number 3, the final map of the day, is going to be coming up on the other side of the short break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go with the final map of what has been a pretty interesting series between Invictus and Tiger. The first map saw Tiger almost take it. The second, they managed to close it out. And now we come on to Inferno. Tom, how are we feeling about this map? Because we've had everything. We've had comebacks. We've had letdowns. We've had jump scares. Who's going to take Inferno? Give me a call on it.
I never switch my prediction, so I'm gonna stick with Invictus, even though I'm not particularly convinced with their performance on this map.
It's a paradox, Tom, because you said if it goes to 3 maps, you think Tiger would take it.
Yeah, that's true. So
you've created a paradox. No matter what,
I have
you break your
created a
prediction.
paradox, no matter what. But I don't care. Yeah, it's one of those maps where realistically they haven't looked particularly good, but I can't say either team did. Like, Tiger banging out Sigma is not going to really sway my decision on that either, because realistically they also lost to Checkmate as well. So, and they had a game versus After that they did all right, but it wasn't particularly impressive, and After are not one of the better teams within the tournament. So I think this is definitely going to be a close one. I think it could go either way. The thing for me is mainly whether or not Viva performs. I think if he steps up like he did, at least in aspects on the last map, they have a good opportunity here. If not, that B site becomes a severe vulnerability for them.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. As you're seeing on the computer screen over there, there's not a whole lot going on. That's because the knife round has just ended. And of course, we're going to see Invictus winning that and taking the CT side as a start, putting Tiger on the back foot, I suppose, in a way. Although, based on what we've seen from this region, sometimes it's better to be on the T side, certainly in terms of picking up those rounds. Invictus come into this one, CT side Inferno, with a kit on Destroyer, and everybody else just taking the... Oh, no, they're going for double kits. So we've actually seen this from them a couple of times, and it surprises me every single one. We saw Flying do this on Mirage, where he took the second kit alongside Utility to play for the retake over... actually, I don't think they had a second kit. I think it was one kit, and he had an extra set of Utility. He had like a smoke to play with. So I'm surprised. It's very, very rare you see two kits.
Two kits, no smoke.
Mm-hmm. Very rare.
I don't like this at all. Yeah, I think 2 kits is basically just a waste of money, because I feel like unless one of your players with the kit is playing very aggressive, or the player with the kit is playing aggressive, it should never happen. That's really needed. But hey, you never know. Maybe we'll see 1 kit dropped and it could work out for them. The thing that bugs me a bit, though, is like I feel like a smoke, especially if it's going to be a B-site retake, is so valuable. You can just section off Banana, make the retake far more possible. Instead, they're going to have to try and flash through the smokes, which a much more Asian style of play. That's actually exactly what they're going to do. And good. I'm glad that happened. I'm glad. Oh, Dobu, a little bit too quick on the trigger finger. He's going to take down NCL instead, and he's given Xiaosage a chance. Good work from him, at least, to stay alive that long and get a kill at the back of the site. He's bought some time. The smoke has faded, and Flying's made his way back around the corner. Left into a 2 versus 2, and the bomb in that position can't be planted. And Bottle's actually going to wrap around and find the pick. Nice shot from 9, but they should know that he needs to cross back over. You don't really need to fight this one, Flying. He has to go and get that bomb, but it doesn't matter. He'll hit the headshots anyway. Good round from him. Good round from Xiaosage as well. Other than that, though, the double kit and flashbangs didn't really do anything.
Yeah, the flash that came down towards the B site was coming in a little bit early, and overall a pretty weird turn of events. But look, Invictus take the pistol, and what's most important is that they stop that bomb from being planted. So without a whole lot of money to play off of, Tiger's investment, which they're still going for, sees a lot of pistols. In fact, exclusively pistols, and Tech 9s for the most part, which we don't see every day. What I hate about this, though, Tom, is the 5 SMGs, and it's something that I'll always talk about, and I'll always hate. I feel like getting rifles is important on most maps, on pretty much every map, but Inferno, I'll give a little bit more leeway. What I will give as a caveat, though, is you do not want to be losing players. In a round like this, if you find a couple of kills and lose 1 player, maybe, it's going to be all right. Because, obviously, you've got an eco coming up from the T side, presuming the CTs win this. But anything more than that, even with a round win, is going to cripple their economy on a couple of players, which in the long term can have some pretty big impacts coming into round number 3 or 4. Round number 4.
Well, considering there's a buy on the other side, they will get an added bonus round if they win. That's the thing. If they win, and it's not going well for them at all. Dobu, NCL, found open as the smoke falling, but Destroyer does manage to kill before it looms, but it doesn't matter. 9 has managed to headshot through the smoke. Not the hardest thing in the world because of the tracers coming back through. Made an educated guess. But now for the remaining CTs, well, they've got no range. They have to try and get into this site. And realistically, Mitch, this is looking like a huge reset for the side of Invictus.
Well, there you go. Tiger, they come in, they smash. And it's disappointing, Tom. It really is. You see, the other side of things that I didn't get time to mention, because I could sit here all day. I really could, and talk about why I don't like 5 SMGs. But in terms of raw firepower, and you can see it in this duel right here, the Tech 9 ain't that far behind. If you're hitting that opening headshot, and they are as well, matter of fact, you're ahead, because they've got full armor as well. So those Tech 9s do a lot. Obviously, even if you put P250s in their shoes, as long as you get up close like that Banana Rush, and look, there's plenty of opportunities no matter where you go in Inferno, you're going to find yourself coming ahead by quite a bit. Now, Tiger come into this round with 4 SMGs. Obviously, a lot of these saved over. What I want to highlight and why this isn't as much of a problem if you're on the T side, take a look at the previous round. First guy up close on tree. Bad decision in the first place, but he gets shut down. Second player, a car, shut down again. You'll notice that at any point, there's not 5 CTs in one place, right? Because you can't quite do that when you're covering 2 bomb sites. T side, though, you can use all of these SMGs at once. You can rush down these Deagles and find yourself in a much better position. So I really don't mind, even second round, 4 SMGs, 5 SMGs, possibly, maybe, for the T side. I can see it as viable. But I don't quite see it the same way around when you're on the CT side.
Well, Xiaosage is going to whiff his initial shots, and that will be enough for the bomb site to fall. I think the biggest thing, though, with that SMG buy, at least in my eyes, I am not actually against it. I think it's more just the idea of how you play the round. And I think that's always got to be the case, because you could have 2 teams have identical strategy, or identical buy, sorry, and the strategy be different, and that's what makes the round successful. I don't like the fact that in that round they solo take Banana. I think if you're going to do it with SMGs, you should both be there. Like, take the control together, have a crossfire. I think you should use your utility better. You need to make sure you do damage with it. So I don't necessarily have a problem with the SMGs, although I do think you should have 1 or 2 rifles ideally.
Yeah.
The thing I have more of a problem with is that they didn't do anything with it. They just went, okay, we're just going to set one player up at the bottom of Banana and the rest will just fight at range. And that's what's silly about that whole situation is you've gone for an audacious buy and then you've made the decision not to do anything special. And I think that's where I draw the line, is that you've then gone and tried to play it like a normal round. Because in that situation where it's an SMG down Banana and you have a rifle at the top, trading's very easy. So it's like you've just tried to play your normal setup with worse guns.
I completely agree with you. If you have a rifle on car, makes the world a difference in that setup. But yeah, even the fact that they played down on tree in the first place is a very odd decision, because up against those pistols, like, okay, they might have ecoed, but even if they did, do you want to play that angle versus 5 Glocks potentially? Probably not. And you've no escape. All right, maybe it works out well. 1 guy pushes you, 2 guys push you, and you get free kills. But you can't get out of there for free. You're going to have to smoke it and hope they don't rush you down. It just seems like you're relying too much on them not doing something that completely wrecks you, giving them too many opportunities to do so. I like this push-up from Tiger, actually. So they use that smoke to try and block off the close corner and anybody maybe peeking with something like a scout, although obviously they know it's probably going to be an eco. It allows them to isolate angles one at a time as they push through, and that's the most important part. And it is just one player pushing in, Urcast, with the SMG. He finds out that the close angles are all clear. He's suspicious. He finds Xiaosage hiding in the back of church, praying that he was going to be left completely alone. And in this situation, if you're Viva, I would rather just a save to come through. There's no need to even throw that smoke. I would much rather him just run and save the smoke too. Have it all to play with in the next round. Because an SMG and a smoke, it might be a small thing, but it certainly will serve you a lot better than like a sub 10 HP push into SMGs and giving free money to your opposition. It's a very small detail, Tom, but it's those little things that can be the difference between them having one extra grenade in a round where you put them on a weaker buy, and that grenade could land and do 50 damage, which could allow an SMG kill, which could allow a rifle. Now, obviously, we're talking butterfly effect there, right? Across the Atlantic. But it can happen. And I don't see why you would take the risk of introducing those kind of variables, especially with the cost that comes along with it.
Well, we will now see this bonus round, or somewhat bonus round. You know, a few weapons actually being juggled across. Now, there's still enough for 9 Dobu and NCL to bail out the rest of the team in the next round if they do need it. Galsage eventually is going to be... it seemed like he was being set up alone, but... going to go back to just jump peeking. It allows Viva to make more of a rotation. I think this is definitely the smarter of the two setups, although I imagine this will trade. Bear in mind, though, Mitch, at this point in the round, about 50 seconds gone, they have one flashbang, no kits, and it is not looking like a good position. And I guess and a couple of the players have bought head armor purely based off the fact that there are going to be SMGs and there was a high chance of a rush at Banana. So it's actually the B players that have had to drop that extra utility. And now that that position's been given up, I think this rotation should have come back sooner. I don't know if the communication was a little bit slow, but I don't know if Viva's actually going to be here in time. The flashbangs over the top. They're actually going to go straight in. Viva does some damage across, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade, which for the SMGs is absolutely fine. Now that boost is going to be coming into play. They're not ready for it. Bottle actually gets away with 2 kills. The CT side have made something of this round. The bomb's yet to be planted. They've got 15 seconds to try and make a play here. Urkus decides he wants to be the hero. Cabal, well, I'm not sure what the plan is. Just needs to try and get some damage across, but instead he will fall. Invictus, a little bit lucky, but a nice boost does pull off a huge round for them. And now, of course, this is where the bonus round, well, it may not have worked here, but they have a proper investment to back it up now.
Overall, I have to say I'm quietly confident about the Tiger lineup on this T side from what we've seen so far. I think that having that 3-2 lead is a comfortable spot. There were some questionable decisions by the Invictus side. And honestly, for 3-2, I think they've got to be pretty happy with where they're at over on Invictus, keeping it close this early on. That round was a real heaven sent. If they win this, they'll still face a full buy, and that is the problem with how the early rounds were set up for them, how they've ended up in this position, where Tiger have farmed so much money at so little cost. But at least they're on the road to correcting things, and with all the AKs saved through, it makes it that little bit easier. I like the approach. One man just solo spotting. Viva has to be very careful on Banana, but Bottle, he is taken down on top mid. That is a heavy loss for them to take. Especially because Tiger weren't doing anything there, right? It's not like the CTs have gotten some great information off the back of that. And this is going to be a heavily sold fake. Utility going over towards the A site. Some presence being made by Cabal. Flashes going over short. And then they're going to just go up Banana. At least that's what it was looking like. And Invictus thinks so too, with a rotate coming in from Destroyer. This is a double fake, and I love it, Tom. They execute A, then they just hold off, make it look like it was a fake, and then they're going to burst into a weaker defense. Very smart.
Yeah, it's taken too long also for Invictus to realize that this is the case. They've thrown the smoke down, the rotation started, but the push has already made its way in. Xiaosage, right place, flying. He's holding the line. He manages 2 kills and gives his rotating teammates a chance. Destroyer trying to spam a bit through the smoke. But the problem now is the lack of utility. Both sides, in fact, left with just a single flashbang. T's desperately trying to hold on and cover all the different angles. The flash over the top achieves very little, but 9, that is a complete miss of a spray. He's given an opener in here, needs to try and rectify it, and does, well, about the same amount of damage to either player. Not quite what they were hoping for in Invictus again. It's a very close round, and it took a double kill from one player to bring it back. It's going to leave things 3-3. And I think they're still playing a little bit panicked in these situations. If you look at, for example, Bottle's peak, I think that was a desperation peak to look for information. I genuinely don't know why you would just wide peek into middle, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was any sort of flash or anything to try and set him up or even give him a way out. It was just, if there's someone there, I'm dead. If there isn't, well, we know that there's nobody in mid.
Yeah. 100% on board with that now. I think for Invictus... Oops. For Invictus, the position that they've ended up in, that round really went down the drain. They were in a 2-2 split. They had been sold a fake. The rotate that they started towards A after realizing they'd been juked was way too late. They came out on top due to some massive brilliance on their part. Individual press will get you so far. Evo wants to nade this. He'll actually land that right onto 9 if he just chucks it down now. But hasn't got any way to know that. Flash over, nade down. Not quite going to land. Players already left the ramp as they look to move up. And that flash has done exactly what it was intended to, Tom. It's pulled the players off the angle to allow... So first of all, it's blinded them, which allowed them to cross up from T-ramp safely. But it has a tertiary purpose, which is that it pulls the players out of Banana. And actually, even further than that, it caused a rotate. Bottle went over towards the B site. Now, that one you can't really predict. But the problem is, they've kind of read that now. They've realized that this isn't actually going to be a B hit. Xiaosage pushed down Banana, he found a kill, and he backs off. Meanwhile, the rotates have already come through to allow a 4-man A stack. Now, 2 of those players are blocked out by utility. The smoke's completely blinding them. Bo! Flying, he found an angle between the mollies that he can stay alive on, stay untouched, and find a kill to shut down this Tiger push. I don't see them getting away with this, but Urcast and NCL, they're getting it done. Destroyer luckily able to catch one off, but NCL now knows what's going on, has no idea where this final player is. No, he missed the jump. Oh no, an 8 HP Xiaosage finds that round, Tom. That looked like it was going to be Tigers after that massive performance on the site.
Yeah, that was ridiculously close, but at the same time, those pit players did a fantastic job. I think you can see, like, this was something I was going to mention going into this map as well, is that flying on this map is a menace. Like, he's just really awkward to clear. He survives for longer than he ever should. And it's clear that in this situation, Tiger just wanted rid of him. They double Molotov'd into the pit, but unfortunately it didn't quite clear the back angles. I think a better strategy might be something of just like throwing in a couple of HEs. We saw that previously used against him. Just a couple of nades thrown in every round just to try and kill him off because he plays the same angle every round. I can't remember which team actually did that against them. I think that might have been one of the map losses. Was that Checkmate? Yeah, Checkmate won that map. I think that was Checkmate who was doing that. Where we saw like triple nades thrown into flying because he just played pit every round. And we sort of jokingly spoke about the one round he played mini pit, he won. And then he went back to pit again and they naded him again. So I would like to see something like that. Like if he's going to play a similar position most rounds. This round, there's already been a couple of kills off the back of the Deagles. 9 has managed to retrieve himself an AK. He's looking over the edge of the smokes. Beaver, this is risky. He's been flashed through. It's not really necessary, but he gets away with one. Not really a worthwhile trade, but the bomb has to be retrieved. And now Bottle, he's going to do the same thing, isn't he? He's just waiting in it. They know at this point. It's too predictable from Invictus. If you do the same thing again and again, eventually your opponents are going to realize. While Flying is now the only one left. He's done well while sitting in the pit. Can he do anything in the retake?
Well, I guess there is a little pit for him to play off of here if they peek into him. But the shots are not baiting out the peaks that he wants them to. There's one, and he had an idea! Oh my god! Flying so smart, so good, and a 3K to get a 5th round for Invictus. That has shaken me out of my skin, Tom. Oh my god, that was gorgeous.
Well, the man for sure has his moments. And this is a map where normally we see a lot more comfort from him, but this was just so clean. Clinical stuff. You do have to look at the 2 players from Tiger and go, okay, how do you lose that one? But even still, the CTs aren't going to mind. They've gained their 5th. Tiger, so much money in the bank that they're going to be buying for this round and the next, no matter what happens. Destroyer is going to be back on his AWP. Like he might take the peek into middle. For now, it's a bit more of a passive angle, but Banana being challenged once again. And I think that has to be the play. Like, although they weren't successful in the last round, they did gain the B site control fairly easy. Like, they lose the 1v2, but, well, that happens sometimes. I don't want to see Tiger continuing to play into this A site because from what we've seen so far, the A site has been better. This round, though, Destroyer on an AWP, who hasn't been great so far, and flying with only an MP9, it's probably the right decision.
Well, Destroyer, he's taken down Urkast to start it off. He's gotten away alive as well, flying. Oh, this is an awkward fight. Cabal and Flying spraying away on different angles, but eventually it connects to Flying 9. Struggling to find that kill up close.
What is going on?
Viva was 7 HP, and I think he just dodged like 30 bullets. Man is in the Matrix. That was an odd round, Tom. Not what you see playing all the time.
I felt like at this point, Tiger should be winning. Like, it's the last 2 rounds have been ones that I don't really understand how they lose. They push into a site with 2 men on it, and somehow Destroyer manages to survive without getting overwhelmed for a very long time. It takes them ages to kill off Flying, and even though he didn't get a kill, he did enough just with staying alive. And then by that point, Viva's rotated in, and they completely whiff on him as well. Like, this is not what we want to be seeing from Tiger, even just on an individual basis, because the fact is they land their shots there, and that's a very easy round. Instead, a few whiffs here and there, and Invictus have a stronger lead. They've got better weaponry going into this one, I'd assume. I can see an AK for Jalsage. I imagine the bottle also has a rifle on the floor, considering how much money is remaining. So the fact is, things are only going to get tougher for the side of Tiger from here on out. And, other than their B site presence, that's the thing. I think this is just evidence that they should be pressuring B. Like, you just struggled to take it versus 2 players. With B, you've been able to take it versus 3.
Yep. I think you can see there's a little bit of preference for banana control, at least to start things off. Both players jump up at the same time. But it's Urkast that comes out, the king of the logs, as he forces Xiaosage to pull back over towards the B site. That is banana control going to Tiger straight away in this round. And a good position to play from. They just need to be very careful not to give away these advantages like they have in the past a couple of times. Oh, yes. There we go. Exactly what we talked about. Literally, word for word, what you said, 2 rounds ago? Flying, he plays there. It's so predictable. We saw versus Checkmate. He got naded to death. Well, there you go. Triple nades on him to take him out. And again, reinforce the point that Invictus are just that little bit too predictable sometimes.
The last 2 players don't really have a choice but to try and just save what they can. Their money is not going to be in the best of states going into the next round, even though they have managed to win, 5 rounds in a row? I think, yeah, they won the pistol, lost the second, and that was it until now. So 5 rounds in a row and still having no cash. It does show that a lot of these rounds have been ridiculously close. And in fact, in the majority of them, they've actually had the weaker of the buys, with bombs going down in, I think, 3 of the last 4 rounds. For now, though, we have to see what they're actually going to be able to invest into the next one. With the minimum amount of loss bonus, you're only going to see 2,400, 3,600, even 1,800 on Viva. So I question whether or not they're actually going to risk a purchase here.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if they do just go in for nothing, really, alongside those rifles. And yeah, that's what's going to come in. You just get a CZ for bottle, and everybody else is taking the eco. A nade for flying. He's seen the power of the nades in the previous round. I wonder if he's going to go to pit. I would hope not. Oh, is he going to pit? Is he really going to pit? He's playing a little bit
it's the pit
more.
player. Yeah, he's in front of it for now. Lining up the nade, which, if the timing's right, could actually do a decent amount of damage. That is unfortunate. They just went back into boiler as he does it. I felt bad. And now he's in the pit again. So chances are they're going to be ready for this.
There's a nade onto him yet again. They only had the one, so couldn't take him down with it. He's going to look for a little, but the molly takes him out this time. That's utility kills 2 times in a row now. But the CZ on side hasn't been spotted, and molly is perfect. Oh, no, bottle. He's whiffed it. He's bottled it. He's going to look for a kill, but he can't find anything. That's such an unfortunate situation. He could have had Cabal, but he bottled it. Is that a phrase in the UK, Tom? People say that? Okay, good.
You did say it twice in the space of 30 seconds, though.
Yeah, he's bottled it. It's catchphrase.
I feel like there's plenty more bottle-based puns that could be brought out.
We failed to put a cap on them.
Especially if you started mentioning things that were in bottles. Could be whining and dining.
We're getting obscure with the references. I like it.
Eva. We love his Deagle play, but this time he will be expected by NCL. Destroyer as well, running down mid. Flying doesn't even bother peeking the angle. Just take him down through the wall. And with their economy slowly improving over the last few rounds with the ecos, he probably could look to try and do a bit of damage here, but I'd much rather see him have an AK for when he gets naded out of pit.
You know what? Flying might be on the CT side, but it's Tigers that are soaring, that are flying. It feels like there's not a star in heaven that they can't reach. And if they're trying, then they might just be able to break it free over towards B.
Okay, then.
And a High School Musical boy.
I don't think that phrase has really been uttered too much. I don't think they saw me and were like, yeah, you know what, that's the target audience for this film.
You don't reckon?
No. Although I do love Zac Efron.
Oh. Well, let's stop going off topic. Let's stick to the status quo.
I genuinely don't know if that's a song. See, that's the thing. I don't know if it is or not.
Just have a listen to it real quick.
You lost me with the Miley Cyrus lyrics after a point, and you've definitely lost me with this.
Well, look, at the end of the day.
But knowing Blair and his heavy metal background, I'm sure he's all for the High School Musical references.
Probably. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, regardless of probability, you can bet that there's nothing but net when Tiger are in the zone and on a roll. But I bet they've got a confession to make. Their own secret obsession, and it's making them lose control. And it's over towards the B site that I'm seeing it. Banana has been so easy for them to take. They've gotten in here every single round that they've tried it. It takes a flash. That's all. And boom, these CTs are running away. And I think for Tiger, they've realized that. Because at this point, they threw their flash start of the round. They just moseyed on up, went, well, no one's here. NCL cleared that out and saved them a lot of utility in having to pressure off that angle.
Now, once again, they're going to try and put the pressure on this B site. A lot of it seems to rely on Sage, who's, wow. Just going to try and spam through the smoke. Bottle is now here. They've actually switched things up. They've moved Viva away. I can kind of understand why it really wasn't working, but this hasn't gone any better. I'm not going to blame Bottle in that situation, though. His teammate pretty much sold himself down the river within a couple of seconds. And yeah, Tiger, again, they're building into this half. It was a bit of a slow start, even after the sort of forced by victory after the pistol, with 5 in a row coming up for the CT side. But it always felt like this sort of streak was coming for them because they were letting rounds slip away that they shouldn't, like miss shots on players that were very low on HP, even losing to an MP9 at times. Like the economy of Invictus never really got built up. Well, because of it, they're just having to save here. It will be a 4-man save on the T side as well, so their money is pretty much set for the end of the half. And if they go into the second with a 9-6, they're definitely in the driver's seat here.
Vroom, vroom. That's all I'm adding. You can take it away. No, but for Tiger, in the position they're in, yeah, 100%. They've got the clutch in their hands, and they're working it just like Dinko when he's drifting around those streets. You strike you as a drifter?
Not particularly. Obu? Ooh,
Like
it's going to get caught out. Tries to get the spam through the wall. Viva aggressive on Banana. It seems he's had enough. Tries to rewrite the script, unfortunately. They've turned the page and head their way into the A site, although NCL is running without a gun in hand. It's not advised. Bottle has managed to buy time. Now, the safer bet would just be to stay passive here, but instead he tries to aggress around the smoke, leaves himself open. And sure, he bought time for the rotation to come in, but he didn't buy time for any space to be taken. Smoke down. Jalsagi looks for a gap, but there isn't one this time, and it looks like instead they're going to try and boost up Fever. Oh, dear. That is a curse that can't be unwritten. He's just been caught. His teammate trying to line up something special, and instead just had to watch him die before his eyes. It leaves a 1v2 for Jalsagi, and he spent the majority of this round behind a smoke. I feel like eventually he's going to have to try and make a play through it because the time is just ticking away. Either that or just opt to save. You've got 15 seconds now. That's the amount of time that both of those smokes wasted, and in the end, well, the time he survived after they were gone was not long at all.
It seems like there's some sort of a curse here. We don't have banks, but it looks like the curse has followed us. Because on the first map, we saw it for Tiger, and now we're seeing it here for Invictus, that it's like they're in a traditional single-engine aircraft, propeller-based. And they're on a vertical incline. They're flying up towards the sky. But Tom, I don't know how much you know about planes, but in that kind of aircraft, you're going to hit a stall. You can only go so high in a straight line before you run out of speed. It's gravity stronger than the pull of that engine, and you're going to start falling on down. And we have seen that again and again, to the point that I'm not even surprised that they just tried to straight run down Banana and ran into 3 players who were just playing off the edge of the smoke. This has been one hell of a turnaround by Tiger. Pulling themselves back into a spot. Oh, no! That got close. The damage done to Dobu. He even takes a step back after throwing that nade, thinking, oh, a little bit of splash damage here is going to kill me.
I'm surprised they're not watching for that at this point. That seems to be the game plan from Invictus, is if at first you don't succeed, run through a smoke. It's not how the saying normally goes, but unfortunately, I guess it got translated wrong. Something they're doing just doesn't make any sense. Dobu, oh, as long as he doesn't step up, this is going to be okay. Timing could be a bit of an issue. Flying's been spotted, though, and he's not going to expect the second player to be here. A bait and switch, but Destroyer's found one. He needs the instant headshot, and it isn't to be found. 9-6 in favor of Tiger. A strong T side coming out from them. And now they just need to finish the job on the CT side.
That's 7 rounds in a row. Absolutely unbelievable. No, wait. 6 rounds in a row, right? Yeah, 6 rounds in a row. I had to recheck the scoreboard there. But that's unreal by Tiger. To come back into a spot where they just look so dominant, and considering some of these rounds were quite close. They had those very flat performances, like the push out in towards the A site versus just 2 players, and they couldn't get it done. We always have opinions, Tom, on which team's going to win a game, and I feel like mine has changed about 15 times across the course of this map.
Yeah, I'll have to say the fence is starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. But but that's the thing. It's one of those. Neither of these teams have played amazingly well. I think Tiger have been better and probably should have 2-0'd this. Instead, it's ended up on a 3-map series, and I don't know if it necessarily deserved to, as Invictus have had their problems. I guess there's been a few saving graces here and there, like an okay performance from Zhao Sage. This is a big risk, though. This is a full stack of the A site, leaving just Urkast here, and all he can do is fade away. They're going to play for the retake. They've got 2 smokes, a flashbang, and a kit, so they're prepared at least. And he hasn't used any of his utility. This is why I sort of talk about a smoke being integral. So he's going to line this up to try and section off Banana. The problem is, I don't think they're going to expect this many players to be in ruins. All their plans have been ruined by this strategy, and now Urkast, well, he was lining up a smoke, and unfortunately, all of his teammates are dead. It is just him alone, and Viva comes wide, strafe, jumping round a corner. It is a 7th round for Invictus. I believe it's the 2nd time now they've won the pistol. Question is, will they convert it this time, Mitch?
Tom, do you ever see those, what do you guys call them? Squash, I think you call it, right? Dilutable drink,
Yeah.
concentrate.
Yeah.
You ever see those tiny little pocket ones that you just squirt into a bottle of water or whatever?
I think I know what you mean. I've never bought them, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, so my mom gave me some, and I just had them up here, and I was thirsty. I wanted to have some, but my water was slightly out of arm's reach, and I figured, screw it, just squirt a tiny bit. Oh my god, it's so concentrated. It's unbelievable. I've just spent that whole round just wincing from how sour that was.
You just drank it straight?
Well, I did like a tiny little, like the tiniest amount, and it's so strong. Obviously, because it's like a full bottle in a tiny little thing. Yeah. So, don't do that. I know no one would, but don't do that. That was horrible. It tasted nice, but it's very sour.
You do that with other things you're supposed to add water, like eat pasta straight out of the packet.
Dude, that's actually all right. You know the long strings of pasta? As a kid, I used to always just like grab a handful and just, one at a time. There's nothing wrong with that. The spaghetti, well, spaghetti, right? Long things of spaghetti, little thin ones. You just take little bites out of it. It's crunchy. Good fun. Tea? I just put a tea bag in my mouth sometimes. I don't really do that.
That would make you more British than me.
They used to do that though. That's because tea stains were so popular on your teeth back in like the 18th century. So they would just get tea and chew it and put it and rub it on their teeth and stuff to try and stain their teeth so they would look rich, as if they could afford tea. It was the thing. Now we just wear gold chains.
All of us, yeah.
All of us. Absolutely all of us. I have gold teeth. It's everywhere. Had mine removed.
But that is the funny thing. It's like gold teeth used to be a thing of like, oh yeah, you've got money, and now it's a thing of you've had to replace your teeth. Times have definitely changed with that one.
I do feel like it's better though. If you got metal teeth, you can't hurt them. You can bite anything. Start biting into bones, no problem. I don't know why you'd want to, but
they're that strong.
Well, just get
gold is not a strong metal.
Well, that's true. It's not. It's very malleable. But like, do you ever see those? I saw so. Oh, is it a James Bond movie where the guy has like metal teeth that are like super sharp?
You know that those films aren't real, right?
Okay, well, I'm sure.
There's also
I'm
a man
sure
who
you
kills
can make
people
it.
with his hat. Like, you're quoting. You're like, yeah, I've seen this in this film. Like, you know that Thor's not real too, right?
Oh well, you're gonna have some Norwegian people very annoyed with you.
The one that swings a lightning hammer, at least, and saves the universe. Although the Incredible Hulk. That's just Banks on a bad day.
Exactly.
Well, we've spoken through what was the anti-eco round, which went relatively well for Invictus. They've built up some money and put themselves right back into this game. After what was a fairly poor CT side, they do still have an opportunity in this map, that's for sure. And although CT sides have definitely been the stronger of the two, I feel like if anything, Inferno might be the one exception to that rule. I can't think of a particularly stellar CT side. Checkmate definitely weren't bad at times with Techno on that B site. I was a fan of that, but double AWP setup coming straight in. We've now got our fourth AWPer of the bunch. It's only been NCL that hasn't like primary manned one now, with Urkus pulling in the secondary. See if it works for him. I'm not really the biggest fan of a double AWP setup on this map. I can see the uses, but going into a first buy round, I feel like that's quite risky. Normally because of the pace that teams opt to take this first buy round. As you can see, they're just running and gunning, or at least two of them are. The other three decided that they were going to bait by the looks of it, because they were all just sat back waiting. Dobu, a little bit trigger happy, he's going to shoot at Cabal, and well, maybe it was just a vision of things to come as Cabal does fall. Flying has managed to find one in the end, but the problem is they've still got to try and clear this AWP. 9 under pressure. He goes down and things could become a problem, as now you've got another AWP attempting a retake, and NCL with the only rifle.
Well, Flying at least is low HP, but no nades to take him out of, well, guess where? He's over in the mini pit at least. A little bit different than his normal position. He's going to look to take the fight onto long as they come on around. That smoke yet to fade, though. NCL, he's managed to close in the distance towards the site. They're looking for that player, Bottle, who's just tucked away. Good shot by Aircast. He shut down right afterwards. They know where Bottle is, but NCL can't win the fight. The swing by Bottle a little bit too strong, and Invictus go up to double digits, putting it 10-9. And more importantly, putting Tiger on what I presume is going to be a position where they don't buy, just go down to pistols. Because even if they full invest into rifles, they will not have utility. And on a map like this, utility is so important that I would rather them have 5 pistols and some smokes to play with.
It is always nice when you're sort of proved right when talking about something. I'm very surprised that they invested into double AWPs in the first buy round. Like, it has its uses as a surprise factor, but you know that you haven't cleared out all of those SMGs. You know that they still have them. You're not going to play a slow pick-based round with SMGs, so you've almost just played into your enemy's hands by buying the double AWP setup. And it does bite them. Like, you see 9 in the back of the site getting rushed down by a MAC-10. That's a nightmare every AWPer will have, as you have to react quick enough, and he didn't. Now, though, with the pistols, well, who knows? They might even win this one.
Well, let's see if they do. The run of what? Everybody was blind! NCL ran through, got one shot on a head as he faded back. Tiger have got a man advantage to play with. That's possibly the craziest little play I've seen in this tournament so far. He had like 3 people in his...
Excuse me?
What's going on? It's all down to Destroyer. And this man is going to be a world eater by the end of this one, because he has got a whole race of CTs to kill. This is going to be impossible. Not a chance. Everybody from the tri-state area was coming in to say hello to him. 4 players. No way he could take them down. Oh my god. That round was crazy.
Returns.
That was just insane.
Oh, what? I don't know why. That's the thing that irritates me, is that I don't necessarily know why I thought that they were going to somehow pull that up. Oh my god. Buy a lottery ticket. Buy a lottery ticket, because that is the luckiest kill I think I've ever seen. This from Dobu is fantastic, though. Just clinical shots. And while Invictus, you've got to be kicking yourselves. You win versus the double AWP setup, and then you lose versus basically nothing. Luckily, they made enough money over the last few rounds, but even still, this is a tough spot to be in. Oh. Definitely given Tiger a huge boost in economy. You can see they've retrieved 3 AKs, an AWP for 9, and then, okay, sure, Cabal had to buy himself, but the rest of the team have got so much extra cash that they've basically given them a safety net.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's being cast out below them. At least if they do fall down, they're going to be nice and comfy. Although those things do kind of hurt. Fell onto one before from the trapeze thing. Wasn't as, I thought it'd be like a nice comfy trampoline. No. You learn something new every day. But for Invictus, you can see they're looking to move in towards this B side. 2-man hold to lock this one down. Or cast, peeking it with a smoke. 35 seconds left. Time to throw it out. NCL. He's got a flash in hand to catch them as they come on through. Flash going out, and it does indeed catch them. NCL's able to grab 1, 2 on the back of it, and Urkaz with his own double. That closes the round out for Tiger. Really nicely handled. NCL didn't get all the flash assists because obviously he took some of the kills himself, but that flashbang completely destroyed Invictus's chances.
Yeah, they're so blind in this battle, and well, I think that's something that we sort of have to talk about is again just much better utility usage coming up from some of these teams than we've seen so far in the tournament, or definitely seen throughout the day. And I think Invictus have just maybe put the final nail in their own coffin. They've done it from the inside, Mitch, because that was the round prior was such a stupid round to lose. They've gone for a fast B play in a round where they didn't need to run through a smoke. They didn't need to take those sort of risks. And instead, they've just completely boosted the economy of Tiger through the roof because of it. Now we're seeing what is a hero AK by the looks of it for Bottle. I don't know. I think Invictus have some serious work to do.
Yep, definitely. There is some severe work to be had and done. And when you look at Invictus, on the T side, I doubt they're going to be getting much work done themselves here, regardless of the strategy. They have just got base pistols to play off of, a couple Deagles, and that AK-47. And really getting any access into this one's going to be difficult. But we'll see exactly what they can muster up. What's odd about this one really is how slow they're playing it. They do have no utility coming into the last minute of the round, and so I want to see them try to get a little bit more of a direct approach. I also, again, want to just point out, I said it in the previous map, when players take, especially a rifle, you get, so you already have your rifle in play, and you take deagles around it, and no utility, I'd much rather you just invest into a PC-50 and a smoke or a Tech 9. But hey, that rifle seems to be doing the work. Bottle in with another. Oh my, what a lifeline for Invictus. Oh, flying. He's down to 10 HP. He went for the op. He got it, the bomb as well. Almost falling on the cross back. And it looks like they're going to be able to get this in a 4 versus 2. Oh my, look at the position for Shaosage. It's so good. Look, Cabal jumps. What? Why did he jump?
Flying. He's not going to miss that shot. Lands it as they round the corner, and it leaves just one man remaining. Cabal. Looks like he's just going to try and save an AK. It's come back right in return, and I guess you just put that one down more so to crossfires. Like, players not hitting their shots, and then no one being able to trade them. So Tiger have let a similar round slip. Obviously, Bottle hit some nutty shots as he was running around, so that's obviously going to help him quite a bit. And I think this is one of the maps, as said, I remember all the way back to like 2017 where he played against the Renegades, which is obviously now 100 Thieves, and dropped like, I think it was like 35 kills. Like, he has it in him to have these crazy games, and he's having one right now, so the team are trying to set him up with it. 22-18. I believe that's the top in the entire server. But this was just clinical. Every shot he took, at least the first 2 for sure. We didn't see the third one, but I'm going to assume it was just as crisp. It was. Well, there's not much you can do about that. And they've gone back to the double AWP. I wasn't a fan of this the first time. We'll see if it works better for them the second time. I don't expect to see the T's just running out onto the A site again, so maybe it'll work a little bit better for them. But this is a map where there are definitely positions for a double AWP, but retakes with it are nigh on impossible. They're very closed off site. Angles clearing can be very difficult indeed, so you cannot allow a bomb plant if you're playing this strategy.
Got to be hitting those shots straight off the bat and making them really fight for the map control. And you can see for now, at least Tiger have managed to push them out of Banana, maintaining the control that they found so easily on their T side time after time. The smoke down on long pulls 9 off the angle. As he comes back to support the site, he has still got the ability to hold the long control. And for Invictus, I don't really know what they're looking for. A minute on the clock. Surely this wasn't meant as a fake, that smoke on long. It did basically nothing for them. The control that they have now is negligible at best. Just the fact that they're holding the corner without having to risk walking into an op, I guess. 36 seconds, Molly down on long and stops any form of split into CT. The shot by Urcast not connecting, he's pulled back, he has no utility. His teammate up above NCL in the same boat. But he's above the smoke, and Tom, how many times have we seen this angle left unchecked? NCL, the one that could get some serious damage done, but they check it. They come in pre-firing, but Urcast still gets one through the smoke, tagged to flying, and so close to the kill. Gets a headshot onto himself as well, actually. So he's out of there. And a 4 versus 3 retake. With Urcast slit down to 2 HP. And double ops as well.
Well, this is what I mentioned at the beginning of the round, is if you play this setup, you can't allow the bomb to go down. That is pretty much a necessity. Now, they're going to use the utility. Dobu, he's going to have a task here. Needs the kill. The flashbang actually going to go past, and Viva holding the angle already. That's both rifles down. Another AWP to fall. And, well, there you go. I told you so.
Well, Tom, for Tiger, maybe they need to get you on that roster. Give you some insight. Or you can give them some insight. We've got Dinko, who's going to work his magic on Wang, and then you coming in to help out the Tiger lineup. Now we just need to find Blah at home. I reckon get him on Tyloo. I want to see him lose all that hair.
I know who'd be making the most money.
True, but it comes at a different price, Tom.
Oh, no, wait. So who's Dinko on? He's on after.
Yeah, he's with Wang.
Okay. Maybe. Okay. I'm sure there's a home for Blair somewhere. Good start, though, from the CT side. It is going to be Urkus manning that AWP. They've gone straight back in for the double AWPs. Didn't work too well for them in the last round, but not giving it up just yet. It has, however, taken away a lot of their finances and shifted their focus away from utility as well. Which, if there's a map that I wouldn't suggest doing that on, it is Inferno. The smoke's, however, going to be wasting a fair amount of time for the T's. Without much map control whatsoever, I'm starting to feel a little bit worried for Invictus. It's been a back and forth so far, and they could desperately use the streak together. They win this round, and while the path is almost a yellow brick road straight towards the victory. That's a good start. Flying is going to get rid of 9. There's AWP. It's actually on the other side of the map. It's already going to be one down. Nice shots from Cabal. It's a whiff shot from Zhao Sage. And that's enough for the round to be closed. Definitely got a little bit uncomfortable when Flying hit that initial shot. It doesn't matter too much, and scoreline's going to be equalized once again. It seems like neither team can break the deadlock just yet. And for the T's, well, they're still in a position where they can buy.
This whole series has felt like this. It's been a back and forth affair. No team is, as you were saying earlier, Tom, no team has ever really felt like they were comfortably in the lead in a position that they would be able to close that out, with the exception of Tiger in that first half of the first map, which, you know, we all know how that went. Not quite according to plan.
They're about to make a play through the smoke. There's a few players gathered up within it. Looks like they're going to wait for it to fade, but the last time they attempted this, another one fell just moments later. It's not going to happen this time. The Molotov goes down instead, but 2 players run through, 3 players don't. And it's all too easy for Cabal. Disjointed is the only word we can use for Invictus in this round. And now they have been met with a second smoke. This round is already a failure, with Destroyer also falling elsewhere. And while Urkus may be forced off the angle, but it's looking like instead of Invictus getting that yellow brick road. It might be instead the side of Tiger, as the money is racked for Invictus, and they've only got 2 players standing with 45 seconds left.
It's time to make a move, and I think it's pretty obvious where they're going. The steps are being heard as their rush into B commences, or the meander. Just kind of walking in, but hey, it's working. The Sonder has given them at least 2 opening kills, but Viva falls afterwards, leaving Xiao Sage to retreat. And as he falls back, what a shot to Cabal. 20 seconds, he's thinking about it, he's contemplating. He's got to go fast. Bombs down the open, that flash, I think, has sealed the fate of the round. He's not going to commit to this any further, and instead is running away. And Tom, I love this man's knife. I love his gloves. I love how it's all color schemed. Look at that op, though. It's so damn beautiful. Pull it out again, Xiao Sage. Come on. No. Come on. No. The op. The op. Come on. Show. No, it's the bomb. You're almost there. It's so beautiful. It's a real, because it's got a Celtic pattern on it as well. That's what I love about it.
That's decent. I'm a fan of the Medusa. I think that'll make a good combo with all the gloves and the knife as well.
Yeah, it's also significantly cheaper.
Yeah, that's true. But still not cheap enough that I am willing to purchase it.
Dingo knows. Dingo, how much is that op again? It's something like 5 grand, isn't it?
What?
Yeah, it's like 5,000 euro, I'm pretty sure. Something ridiculous. Can't even remember the name of it.
Oh, what, you mean the...
Not the Medusa, the
Gundyr or whatever.
The Gundyr, yeah. Gundyr. I think it's actually a Norse thing, but it's
Why would
very
he
similar
know?
to the
Has he
Celtic.
got one?
No, I just remember saying before, I was like, wow, I love that. That's a real, like, Celtic, Norse design. Oh, I might look into getting one of those. Then Dingo was like, that's 5 grand. I was like, no, you know what? I'm actually good.
Oh, it's the solo AWP for Xiao Sage. We'll see if his pretty color scheme is enough to get him through the round. He's going to go running up Banana. Okay, now he gets a kill, but he loses the AWP. Now, it looks like they're actually going to be able to retrieve that. So I guess that was worth it, but dear Lord, that was an insane attempt at a play. I don't even know what he expected to happen there. Because if they're facing that far forward, surely they're going to kill you anyway. Now, luckily, it being a glass cannon AWP, it means that somebody else can just pick it up. It's not really an issue. They don't need the extra Kevlar. You forgot to jump.
One way to do it.
Caught me off guard.
It's the little things sometimes. A little rotate coming towards the A site. Flash around long. They start to realize there's players on their way here. Urcast has got his op trained in on this angle. He's holding a tight one. And there you go. Free kill as Destroyer's being spotted. Now he swings that little bit wider. Coming around the pole. Looking to catch Bottle as... Oh, no. Bottle's walked into it. He's given the bomb away. They've got the site, but even at that, they haven't dealt with Cabal. They haven't got the bomb. And this round should be done and dusted, even in a 1v2. Flying. Saving isn't even really that plausible at this point. Is it? He goes right into Urcast, because if he saves on the site, they'll probably hunt him down after time. And obviously, he couldn't plant the bomb because it was in the open, so there wasn't really anything he could do there except die. Which is a bit grim.
The worry as well is like the money for the T side is still not recovered from the last few rounds, so they're going to have a MAC-10, maybe an AK with no utility. In fact, no, Viva's actually going to go for a Tech 9 instead. Could have bought a MAC-10 as backup, but maybe wanting to save a little bit of extra money for a potential AWP, although if they lose this round, they have to win the next one, so I'm not sure what he's saving for. A rainy day that may never come. They've got to hope that they can get this one through. Again, it's going to be a challenge for Banana. Xiao Sage seems like a bit of a broken record at this point, but he gets Urcas through the smoke with a MAC-10. You got to feel a little bit hard done by on that one, and that could potentially be an AWP a little bit earlier than expected.
The amount of flashes that have just been thrown over on B, it's kept Invictus from going through those smokes. And they've made the right call, moving back over towards the A site where it is a little bit weaker, but they've left Shasage here alongside Viva, who's further back with a smoke and a molly. I think they're faking A. And this is a perfect rotate. I thought, even looking at the map, I thought that they were going to go to the A site. That this was just a hard sell of a fake in towards B, that we'd see the smoke come over from Viva and a push after. And that's exactly what Tiger think as well. Obviously, they're not privy to the same things that we are. There's no zoner on their team, so they don't know that this T side is full rotated up banana, and as the smoke goes down in CT, it's going to be the easiest B take of their lives. $3,500, by the way, Tom. The Gunyer, Dinko says. Bit too steep for me, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe if I win the lottery that I don't play, then
Start actually hitting off shots.
Yeah, that'll be the difference maker. The thing is, I feel like I'm more likely to whiff shots because I'll be too busy inspecting my own skin.
And wondering, why did I pay $3,500 for this?
The funny thing is, though, I keep doing this. I look at how much like the stickers on my AK are going up to, and that's the real kicker, because that's starting to like it's getting to the point where the stickers on that might end up being worth more than that gun.
Yeah, well, I have an AK cartel with really expensive stickers on it, so that gun's worth about £2. The stickers are worth about 50.
Mine's on I think a red line.
Oh, it's not too bad then. There's nothing
It looks
worse than
very nice, but like
you see people with like Howls and Titan Hollows and stuff, and you're just like, why have you done that? You'd be kicking yourself. Oh, that was a jumping shot onto NCL. He even headshot him and then finished him off. The beauty of the MAC-10, I suppose, inside a Molotov. Inferno living up to its name. As Tiger lose the one-for-one trade, and it's even worse because it was an SMG that managed to find it, right? Now they're up against the rifles. This is where the real damage could come in. Invictus heavily pushed into this A site, but they have also got full banana control over on the CT side, so rotates have come in. Dobu's in position. He's going to catch the first off, but it's so easy to trade him out in that position once you've got the sight. A simple swing. There's not many places he can go. It's a very tight angle.
Oh, it's looking like the full 30 might be here unless Urkus has something to say about it. Viva, you could see the temptation to try and hold the angle there, but instead, a slightly deeper one. I don't know if Urkus has spotted anything here. Desperately trying to find that second player, and Viva decides to peek. I think he's spotted him out. The information's been gathered, been garnered up, but it might not be enough time left on the clock. 12 seconds and ticking. That rifle save might just be worth right. He's going to go for the kill instead onto Cabal, and the last man, he may even die at the back of the site. He should have just enough HP that he'll be okay. Yeah, 9. That was very close. Why? Why?
Well, I can't answer that. I don't know why the hell you would just swing out in that position.
Donut.
That was silly. Absolutely silly. Look at the impact on their economy, Tom. After they fully invest back up, if they buy another op, they actually wouldn't have enough money for the next round to comfortably buy. They're on round 1 loss bonus as well, right? So they're only getting their 1,400. So that would be the loss of that rifle, the swing there could actually cost them. Luckily though, they're finding the opening duel at least. And they're only versus the pistols.
Eco as well.
Yeah,
So they get lucky by the fact that their opponent's economy is worse. I quite like that we see Tiger mainly just invest into utility here. They had the one rifle on Urkas who tried to make the hero play, ends up being caught, and Viva wanted to pad the stats, but he's actually going to be caught out by 9. That's a second rifle they can now save. Not completely necessary, but you know what? That seemed to be Viva's style, I guess you could say.
Don't mess with his style. I have to say the Invictus, I wouldn't call them hoodies. Zip-ups. I don't know. What do you call a hoodie without a hood? Jumper? I guess.
Yeah, jump over, pull over.
It's a zip up as well, though.
Yeah.
So it's not a pull over, pull on. I don't know, but they look damn cool.
Zippy up.
A zipper upper. Yeah, these two rifles
Tiger.
saved. It's all Tiger needs. It's all they want. Bottle, is he gonna hunt? Is he gonna swing wide? He could be getting dropped.
Can they stop dying to, like, stuff that they don't need to die to? Flying just died to the bomb. It doesn't matter to their economy, but it's still just completely unnecessary. They can't drop a... Oh, they can drop an AWP over. Never mind. Bottle had enough, so he can drop one over. So they will have that for what is the final round of regulation. It wouldn't be overly surprising if this went to overtime with how back and forth this match has been. Tiger desperately in need of a round. I would say, if anything, they probably earned this victory, but the resilience of Invictus seems to come kicking back exactly when they need it. Both teams looking out of this game at multiple points. Both economies been on the brink for different times, but we've come into the last round of the match with both teams able to purchase, well, I'd say almost fully. We know how much the CTs have enjoyed a double AWP setup, but it won't be here this time. Destroyer desperately looking to try and find some sort of opening into the apartments. Actually going to be a short stack. Now, a well-placed Molotov here will ruin the day of this CT side. It will put both of them in an awkward position, but anything else, and this could be a pretty tough take for them. This Molotov's so common. Please, just land it in the corner. They're going to go wide peek it instead, and instead, they're losing their lives. A man playing anti-flash was enough to net the first kill, but instead, they're going to barrel into the B site. Both players from the same corner might be a surprise. They're going to check for it, though. Zhao Sargis found the opener. There's no smoke down on this cross, however. The bomb is going to be planted. Cabal waiting patiently for his teammates to arrive. Viva actually going to get a bit more aggressive in towards the ruins instead. Just try and hold off these players as they try and make a push back in. He hits the shot, nails the first man, and instantly tries to switch his position. The Molotov is also going to deny them a little bit longer, but Viva this time, he's not missing. We've seen many mistakes from him throughout this series, but he might have just closed it. It's left on to Dobu. He's not in a bad game. That's a decent first kill. They don't need to peek, but Viva, he closes it in style. It will be a 16-14 for Invictus. It will be 4 kills for him in the final round, and they have scraped themselves through another victory. We've seen them come close in pretty much every series they've played, including the loss they had to Vici, including the victory versus Beyond. And while they've got another one here versus Tiger, just about.
Just about indeed. But look, we got to break this game down. And to help us do that, we've got two wonderful gentlemen who have been watching this game in the background. The coach of Wang and the coach of Tai Lu for the future, from what we've been hearing in the grapevine. Boys, what are you thinking about that one?
Just the thought of me being the coach of Tai Lu, I literally lost a fistful of my hair. It's lying in the bathroom right now. But thanks for that thought, gentlemen. I don't know about you, Dinka. Watching that game, at least the final map, it felt like Tiger were winning. They were winning.
Yep.
And yet you look at the scoreline, it's 16-4. I'm like, how did this all go wrong? It was even luck was favoring them. You remember that one round on the B bomb side with Deagles and Cabal completely blinded, landing headshots, Dover with a 2K. Like everything was going their way. They were playing some pretty clinical Counter-Strike. And yet, somehow, Invictus win the map without seemingly looking like they've been in control at all. It just boggles my mind.
Yeah, it is kind of mind-boggling because Tiger, for me, looked like the better team overall. I think Invictus, they just have such good individuals that can pull off crazy plays. And across the board, when you look at it, you do see the depth of this team in terms of the individual ability. You see Bottle finally having his standout performance. It took a while, but he did show up and had a lot of impactful moments, as you can see on your screen right now. And so Invictus, it was those individual moments I feel won them a lot of important swing rounds. A few mistakes, obviously, allowing it to happen. But this was probably one of the
games I was looking forward to the most, because I feel like these two teams are in the same place, right? Because they're not really performing the way they should. They're kind of there. They have these flashes and show that they've got brilliance, but it's just inconsistent, and you don't really know where to place them. But we do see Invictus versus Tiger, and Invictus barely come out on top. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this rivalry if this continues, if we get more RMR events, because I feel like these two teams are pretty evenly matched. And if you see this matchup a few times in a row, say 5 times, you'll probably see one team just taking 3 wins across the two. I think we're going to see a split difference between these two teams. They're very, very close. I do feel like Invictus probably edged it out across the board with the firepower, which is what we've seen today. Flying's obviously a beast, a little bit too predictable. I was hearing Mitch and Tom getting a little bit annoyed by his pit play, but for the most part, I think what Invictus can do to improve is find another dimension to their play. I feel like this team at the moment are a little linear in their approach. They just have the individual skill. We talk about that all the time. They don't have the tactics to fall back on, and you can see that it really is spread thin, and they need something else to fall back on.
They do indeed, but one person that Invictus were able to fall back on today was a new guy on the team. Bottle will be the MVP, showing that one round. I think it was on the arch side with the AK-47, the Hero AK-47 top. That was just filth from him.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I've been looking for, at least, because it may be a few years ago that I remember him in particular, but he had these just fiery matches where he would just like play out of his mind, and that was a round where both myself and Mitch sort of looked at him and went, well, they haven't even invested any utility to set him up. They've just bought Deagles. They were literally just going to try and pug that round, and it shouldn't have worked, but he hit every headshot. And it's like, you want to critique the opponents on maybe not having crossfires or not using their own utility. But if someone wide peaks 3 angles and hits 3 instant headshots, there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
There isn't, exactly. And of course we do. I want to talk a little bit about, what we kind of can gather at the end of this particular series, Mitch. I mean, we said this is a battle for the 3rd place. Honestly, I feel like you are still out on this. We still don't know which team's really better. I know Invictus won the game there, but then, come on. So, like, they won, what, 4 clutches? 4 clutches to close it out, 16-14. It was a very tight affair. So, personally, for me, I'm going to give Tiger the edge. I still feel Invictus really haven't found their groove, despite winning the map and despite winning the series.
I think Checkmate will finish 3rd.
Okay.
It's a very, very bold statement. Very
bold
statement.
Man. It could happen right now, honestly.
It could, but Invictus have the head-to-head over them, right? So in that instance, I think probably not going to happen. But you never know, with the points, if they don't accumulate them in some of the other matchups. In terms of dictating a 3rd, I don't think you can really conclude anything from that game. We saw some crazy ups and downs. Really, for me, if I was these teams, if I was Tiger, I'd take that away as, oh, damn, we nearly lost that series. I wouldn't be coming and going, hey, we're better than Invictus. Woo! No. That was like, of course not. That was a position where I think that they nearly won it, but they also lost. It's like, it doesn't matter. And if you're Invictus, okay, Tiger looked maybe like a better team overall. If you look at the grand scheme of things, Invictus at the same time aren't going to say, oh, we're finally better than Tiger. We're up there. We've retaken. No, again, so many mistakes were made. I mean, the position, they should have lost the series. They should not have won Mirage. That was a massive comeback by them, which relied on Tiger having the flattest T-side that we have seen in this tournament, probably, from a team that we have expectations of. So yeah, it was, in a way, like, it was a great series. It was close, but this is one of those where you have to go back and do what Invictus say they do now. Go back over those demos, really analyze what went wrong for you, because there's a lot of data there to read into.
I really do hope they have a coach. Let's take a look at today's results. It's been kind of a long day, some pretty long matchups, all the best of 3s. Almost every one of them, apart from the opening game, going the distance, which is surprising for me personally, because Huawei after gaming, we thought that would potentially be messy, but after gaming winning a close series overall. Beyond versus Sigma, that was the upset of the day. Sigma taking down Beyond trying to compete to be a top 3 team in the region right now, but honestly, are they even a top 7? Are they the best team in Thailand? I don't even think they're the best team in their own country, so it's kind of like a rough time for Beyond. And let's take a look quickly at the standings, though, and we should have a few, I wouldn't say surprises, but a few disappointments. Dinko, look at where Beyond are. They're right above Wadzai. What a disappointment. After gaming's above Beyond.
Beyond
After
are
gaming's above Beyond.
What? if you come into day one, when we first seen Beyond, sorry, should I say After Gaming, when they took to the server for the first time and they burned our eyeballs out of our brains, we knew, or our heads, should I say. You see, that's the effect it's had on us. But Beyond being below them, that is just unthinkable. And the fact that Beyond are losing to the teams they are, they've lost to Checkmate, and now they've lost to Sigma in 2 days in a row. What is going on for Beyond? They've completely fallen off. And the worrying part is, Olivia is showing up in pretty much every series, right? He is still getting plus 30 kills in each map. He's having these MVP performances. The rest of the team go missing, though, and that's a big problem for Beyond. They need to figure that out. Moving forward, they need more firepower. I don't think this mix is working at the moment, unless they can figure it out even in this tournament or getting later into the stages. You know, we're starting to look at the fact that they're probably not going to be in the playoffs. So I think if they don't make playoffs, that's a huge embarrassment and one that can't be overlooked. I think they're going to need at least one change.
One team who has, of course, like surprised all of us. And honestly, at this point, I'm not even going to call them underdogs. They've been playing some solid Counter-Strike. They don't necessarily have the star power or the style of CS, like the really cocky, firepower heavy style like a Tyloo or Vici. But Checkmate have definitely surprised that right now they're 5th place and they stand a chance with the stand-in, who's the best player as well, by the way. 16-year-old stand-in, Techno 4K. Shout out to my homie. But let's take a look at tomorrow's. He's my homie now. He's my homie now, just like Benta. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, though, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 more best of 3 games, as we are now in day 9. We're more than halfway through this group stage. 15 days of 3 best of 3s a day. We're now in day 9. Starting things off, Invictus Gaming. They had a scrappy win here today, and against After Gaming, it should, on paper, be a pretty easy affair, but we never know with some of these teams. Tyloo versus Huatsai. It's the #1 team, the best team in the region, facing off against a team who have yet to win a single game so far. So
16 zeros? Anyone betting?
This should be the fastest.
I'm never
day
going to
we've
predict
had.
a 16-0 for
bets
against
16-0?
Tyloo.
Why would
because
anyone bet on any of these games? Honestly, what would be wrong with you to bet?
Very
What's
true.
wrong with you?
It's Tyloo. They let rounds slip. They just do.
Not
When
true.
they're playing
This is
against these weaker
Huatsai.
teams,
Come
they're
on.
just like,
Come on, they can
will,
1v5.
Mitch.
Come on.
Mitch,
I'll tell
This
you,
is
that
going to be
tournament-
somebody
that match is
versus
going to be
mini
ridiculously
somebody.
long.
Vici Sigma, that's maybe a 16-0. There could be a world there, because Vici, they don't give those rounds away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
They give less rounds away.
I also feel like Sigma have played like decently to get a couple rounds off Vici. I think they'll probably catch him off guard with a couple strats. I doubt that's going to be as flat. Whereas Huatsai, like, yeah, okay, I guess Ronan Baby's probably going to come through with a couple big kills. Like that's why I see them winning
Against
around.
Danking.
Nothing
Against
to
Danking.
do
That's going to be
with their-
interesting. Ronan's pushing
It's
into a smoke,
somebody.
and then he meets Danking in the smoke
It's-
in between. And like, hey, man, what's up?
It's going to be like somebody and Ronan just going directly past each other in smokes the whole time,
It's going to
jumping out.
happen. It is so going to happen.
I'm looking forward to it.
So there you have it. We have the battle of the top 3 teams on the table right now. Tyloo, Invictus, and Vici are going to be playing against the bottom 3 teams. It is going to be, well, after Huatsai, well, it's not Beyond. Beyond's in the bottom 3 as well. It's actually Sigma, so let's say the bottom 4, which is kind of unfortunate. So tomorrow should be more one-sided games, but you never know. You never know, gentlemen. Once again, Dinko, Mitch, Tom, thank you for thank you for joining me, rather. And of course, thank you guys for tuning in and watching this, what has been a wonderful day of some Counter-Strike action. I hope you guys checked it out on YouTube as well. There's a 4K YouTube stream. You can see all the skins.
You can see all of our pores.
Yeah, and you can even see all the pixels as well on that AWP. You know, especially if Sharkside is playing. Tom, don't do that. Tom, don't do that. Please don't. God damn it. All right. Oh.
What's worse, that or Thomas the tank engine? Literally, I
Good
don't
night.
know.
Good night. We're out of here. Thanks for tuning in. Bye. Oh, God damn it, Tom.
It's pulling up. It's pulling up like an